Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter was deadly son of lightning god Zeus? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Superop stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Albus Dumbledore sat among the whirling and ticking instruments in his office. He stared at two very brief yet concerning letters on his desk, deep in thought. The first of the perplexing letters read, June 21st Albus, I have found information regarding the child I sought. We should meet soon. L.W. Taylor. After the first letter, Dumbledore had replied, but he had never received a response. When he inquired, he was informed that Lawrence had traveled back to the States, so Dumbledore had patiently waited for further news. After a week, he received a second letter. June 28th Albus, we need to meet. Your office tomorrow at 9 p.m. L.W. Taylor. Hopefully, Lawrence would explain more once he arrived. A knock on the door interrupted his musings. Come in, Dumbledore called. An older wizard entered, though not nearly as old as Dumbledore himself. His once brown hair was streaked with gray now, but bright intelligence still shone in his brown eyes even if his face was more wrinkled than the last time Dumbledore had seen the wizard. Currently, he looked rather haggard. Please have a seat, Dumbledore referred to the chair in front of the desk. May I offer you a cockroach cluster? The other wizard sank into the seat but refused the candy with a shake of his head and a small smile at Dumbledore's famous love of unconventional sweets. It is good to see you, Lawrence, Dumbledore said. I trust you have been well. Lawrence shrugged, for the most part, but this month has been busy. I assume this has to do with finding the child? Yes, after all these years, I had assumed it would be impossible, but I am positive that I have found her. So it was a girl? Dumbledore muttered softly. The other wizard nodded. Yes, as you know, 33 years ago, Elizabeth Smith mysteriously disappeared, only for us to find her body in a Muggle hospital in Worcester a year later. The Muggle reports stated she was found lying on the road by emergency responders to a large fire. She was badly injured and going into labor. The Muggles rushed her to a hospital, and according to the records, both Smith and the baby boy died. That was how the Ministry left it. However, due to the unusual circumstances, you asked me to investigate further. And initially, the nurses refused to contradict the report, but eventually one of them admitted that upon birth the baby was switched. Smith's dying wish was for her child to be given to the couple next to her that had just lost their newborn. I attempted to locate the couple, but they were American and returned to the States shortly after their baby was born. I did my best to continue the search. Unfortunately, my resources are limited across the pond, and Jackson is an extremely common surname. I believe that is how we left things all those years ago, Dumbledore reflected. We believed the child to be safely hidden somewhere in a Muggle community in the States. A place where even Lord Voldemort would not be able to find her. I kept an eye out as you suggested, Lawrence continued, for any unusual, possibly magical activity coming from a Muggle Jackson family. But for the past 30 years my sources had found nothing until one of them sent me these newspaper clippings 2 weeks ago. The younger wizard handed Dumbledore 2 clippings from a Muggle newspaper. The first one, dated June 9th, entitled, Boy and Mother Still Missing After Freak Car Accident, described how a Sally Jackson and her son Percy had seemingly vanished in the Long Island countryside after a rather strange automobile accident. Dumbledore also noted that the stepfather, a Gabriel Ugliano, claimed that the boy was a troubled child and had been kicked out of several schools. Trouble in Muggle schools was often a sign of accidental magic in young children. The second newspaper article, 12-year-old suspect for kidnapping, assault, and arson, was printed on June 13th. Apparently, Percy Jackson had been sighted in the New Jersey countryside after accosting older women and blowing up a bus. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in surprise. This clearly is not a simple case of accidental magic. For an untrained child to cause this much damage, he would either have to be unstable or in serious danger. I agree, Lawrence stated. I immediately went to the States to investigate. At this point both Percy, full name Perseus, and Sally were missing, though Perseus kept popping up in strange situations all across the country, including an explosion at a national monument. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at that. Even the Marauders would never have dared to do something so public. Looking through the Muggle records, I discovered that Sally Jackson's parents had to be the Muggles Smith had given her daughter to. Her adopted parents Jim and Estelle Jackson died in a plane crash when she was young, and she was raised by an uncle who later died from a muggle disease. At 18, she had a son named Perseus Jackson with an unknown father. 3 years later she married Gabriel Ugliano. He frowned, a most unpleasant muggle. I went to the Magical Congress, but there was no record of either Sally or Perseus in their magical user registry. I tracked down a few of Sally's childhood friends, but none of them mentioned anything that could possibly be signs of accidental magic, which makes me believe that Sally is a squib. The son though is anything but. There seems to be incidents of accidental magic at all 6 muggle schools he has attended. Despite this obvious evidence of magical ability, Perseus seems to have escaped the notice of the Magical Congress. Dumbledore sighed, strange, but not completely unheard of in the States. Their record-keeping is not as organized as our own, so unfortunately magical children in muggle families have slipped through the cracks. It is surprising though that the Magical Congress did not investigate after these events made the muggle newspapers. Lawrence sighed, I am not sure that they did not interfere, Albus. After a week of investigating, I returned to England. I tried to find the boy before I left, but there was no trace of him or his mother. I sent you that letter upon my arrival. I intended to explain what I had discovered, but the next day, I received this. I had subscribed to several U.S. newspapers to keep abreast of the situation. Lawrence gave the headmaster a third newspaper clipping. Innocent Percy Jackson battles crazed kidnapper in Los Angeles, June 21st. Apparently, Percy Jackson and 2 other children had been kidnapped by a mysterious man who had dragged them across the country. Percy had caused trouble on the bus in a desperate attempt to escape, and the man had even tried to destroy a national monument with the explosion that people had previously attributed to the boy. Finally, in Los Angeles, Percy obtained a muggle weapon and fought his captor, causing the destruction of many law enforcement automobiles. The captor escaped, but Percy and his friends were safely returned to their families. I am uncertain which of these stories are more outlandish, Dumbledore mused. Lawrence shrugged. I assumed it was a less than stellar cover-up by the Magical Congress, so I immediately returned to the States. Dumbledore interrupted here. You did not think it important to inform me first? Lawrence looked down in embarrassment for a moment but then met the headmaster's gaze. Forgive me, Albus, but I wanted to get all the facts first and not bother you with half-completed investigations. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. Once a Ravenclaw, always a Ravenclaw. The wizard continued his tale. I went straight to the Magical Congress, but no one seemed to have any idea about the boy or the recent news articles, not even their version of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. It was like everyone, including the squib who originally sent me the news clippings, had been confounded. I know it was risky, but I visited the Jackson Ugliano residence posing as an Interpol officer hunting down the kidnapper. Sally was there, but Perseus is apparently at some summer camp until the end of July. When I questioned her though, she just told me exactly what the latest news article had reported. As for her own disappearance, she claimed she had been searching for her son that whole month and avoiding her husband. I do not believe she was lying, but I also think that she knows more than she said. I did not want to press her and raise her suspicions, so I returned to England again to share my discoveries with you. Most interesting indeed, Dumbledore stated. You did not try to find the boy? I considered it, but I figured it might be best to wait until he came home, either to let him settle down after a traumatic experience or catch him off guard a month after whatever he did. And how would you describe the boy's relationship with his family? Asked Dumbledore. Lawrence shrugged. His mother loves him very much, and I believe she would do anything for him. She also seemed proud of him for fighting off this kidnapper. The stepfather, on the other hand, is a nasty piece of work. Probably the worst muggle I've ever interacted with, and he hates the boy. There's something else though, Albus. Sally seemed almost a little afraid of her husband. She would wince at odd times. I think he might be abusive. Dumbledore frowned, and for a moment his eyes momentarily lost their normal twinkle. Instead, they gleamed with fury. Very well, I'll send someone to watch over Sally to make sure she remains safe. Once the boy returns, I will visit them, myself. The anger in Dumbledore's eyes faded as the old wizard smiled. I cannot thank you enough for your devotion to this project, Lawrence. The other wizard chuckled. Of course, Albus, though when I accepted the assignment, I did not think it would take over 30 years to complete. The laughter quickly died though as Lawrence looked at the headmaster. Albus, do you really believe Sally Jackson is the daughter of you-know-who? All of the evidence suggests that she is, Dumbledore stated wearily. We later discovered that the house that was burnt down was a Death Eater base. I suppose there is a chance that her father is one of Voldemort's supporters, but frankly, there was no other reason for Voldemort to abduct Elizabeth. Back then, he had not come out in the open yet. If it was a political move, Voldemort would have picked a far more wealthy and influential family than the Smiths. No, I believe he took Elizabeth for something else. Voldemort had a twisted obsession with the Hogwarts founders and immortality. I believe he discovered that the Smiths were allegedly descendants of Helga Hufflepuff, and for whatever reason, probably one he later considered as a moment of weakness, Voldemort attempted to become immortalized through an offspring descendant from the Hogwarts founders. I am sure Hufflepuff was not his first choice, but there are very few families with as strong of a claim to a founder's lineage. It is terrible to consider what poor Elizabeth must have endured while she was captured. Lawrence also grimaced at the thought. How do you suppose she managed to escape? I remember from my days as a student that while gifted, Elizabeth did not have nearly the power to overthrow you-know-who. A small smile appeared on the headmaster's face. If I remember correctly, Voldemort was out of the country then. While I am certain Elizabeth was well guarded by Death Eaters, I believe she made a desperate attempt when she knew the baby was coming. A mother's love for her child is a very special and powerful magic of its own. Something Voldemort seemed to underestimate. Nevertheless, during her escape, I believe Elizabeth exhausted her own magic and unconsciously tapped into the magic of her unborn child. This seems likely to have permanently damaged her child's ability to perform magic, which is why Sally Jackson appears to be a squib, though she clearly was able to pass the magic on to her son. Lawrence hesitated for a second and looked down at his hands before returning his gaze to the older wizard. What will become of Sally and her son, Albus? I know it's likely that whatever happened between June 9th and 21st is because someone, either a former ally or enemy of you-know-who, discovered them. Plus, someone else, someone very powerful must have covered it up. For once Dumbledore looked his age. Yes, that is the most likely explanation for these strange events. The whole scenario is too bizarre to not include magic. However, in my experience the media is never completely accurate, so I suppose there is a chance that what truly occurred is not as outlandish as it currently seems. Will you bring the boy to Hogwarts? Dumbledore sighed. If I am able to, I think it would be best. As a young wizard, Perseus has every right to a magical education no matter who his grandfather was. Additionally, I would be able to offer him protection which he clearly needs and keep an eye on him as he becomes a man. You mean make sure he doesn't follow in his grandfather's footsteps? I first met Voldemort when he was younger than Perseus, Dumbledore admitted. The signs were there, but I chose to ignore them and convinced myself that they were not important. I will not make the same mistake again. That is why I will meet the boy before I offer him a place in this school. For what it's worth, Lawrence added, based on meeting his mother and interviewing the neighbors, Perseus seems like a good boy whom bad things seem to happen to. He helps his elderly neighbor carry her groceries up the stairs whenever he is home and is apparently the best dog walker in the neighborhood. Somehow, I have a hard time imagining a young you-know-who doing that. Dumbledore smiled. No, I do not believe Lord Voldemort ever did any of that. Even as a young boy, he inspired fear in those around him, but Perseus will have a fair chance. After all, I believe the monsters of this world are not born, rather they are made. I know you will give him a fair chance, Albus, Lawrence muttered. It's the rest of our community that I'm worried about. I agree, which is why I think it best if Perseus's heritage remains a secret. It is also necessary for us to flush out who else knew about Voldemort's descendants and what exactly his intentions were. I trust I have your cooperation in this. The younger wizard considered for a moment and then nodded. Of course, Albus, if you think it's best, I will not tell anyone. If Perseus does attend Hogwarts, I will inform the heads of house, but everyone else must be kept in the dark, at least for now. Even the boy and his mother? Lawrence asked in surprise. Albus nodded. Yes, until the boy is ready. A child should not be burdened by the sins of his forefathers. For a moment the two wizards sat in silence contemplating everything they had discussed that night. Then, Lawrence managed a small smile and said, You know what bothers me most about this whole investigation? Not knowing who the boy's father is. No one seems to know, and when I asked Sally, she only told me that the father was lost at sea. I wanted to ask more, but the poor woman was on the verge of tears. It just seemed wrong to pry after whatever she had gone through the past month. I can't help but think that the father could be one of us. For Merlin's sake, Albus. The boy's named Perseus, and you know what those old pure blood families are like when it comes to names. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, that is definitely a possibility and also a complication. If the father was indeed a wizard, it offers an alternative explanation for the strange events of this June, particularly knowing the politics of pure blood families. It is possible that this whole thing is related to this mysterious father, and it may have absolutely nothing to do with Voldemort. Well, I hope it has to do with the father then, Lawrence stated. No matter what craziness the man could have done to cause whatever happened this month, it can't be worse than anything having to do with you-know-who. Dumbledore nodded his head in agreement, though his thoughts had already returned to a far more troubling matter. Voldemort had an heir with magic, and the boy appeared to be quite powerful. Percy jumped at the flash of lightning followed by the loud clap of thunder. The promising start of a sunny day was dashed when storm clouds suddenly formed over the city, and New York had the worst storm in months. That was the problem about knowing that the Greek gods existed. What most would assume was a freak weather accident, Percy now knew was probably an argument on Olympus. He could not shake the feeling that this one was about him, but how could it be? He had returned Zeus' master bolt on the summer solstice, prevented a war between the gods, and even got an official pardon from the king of the gods for his existence. This had to be about something else, so he tried to ignore it and returned to painting his new room. It was his 13th birthday, and for the first time in his life, he was getting to paint his own room. Gabe had never let him in the past, saying it was a waste of money since he spent most of the year at a dorm room in a boarding school. Now, it was just him and his mom in the new apartment for the whole school year. Earlier that day, his mom had taken him to the hardware store to buy the paint as part of his birthday present. He picked out a shade of blue that his mom said would go nice with the dark wooden desk and dresser she had already bought for him. No more broken and stinky, smelly Gabe furniture for him. He dipped his roller in some more paint and started on the last wall. One of his favorite Led Zeppelin songs was playing on the radio, and the whole apartment smelled like a bakery despite the paint fumes because of the birthday cake and cookies his mom was making. She had been helping him but had to run into the kitchen when one of the timers went off. All in all, it was one of the best birthdays Percy could remember despite the strange weather. "Percy, can you get the door?" his mom called over his music from the kitchen. "Sure," he yelled back as he put down his roller and turned down the music. It was strange though because as far as he knew they weren't expecting anyone. Part of him foolishly hoped that it was his father, but he knew better than that. Gods were far too busy to remember their kids' birthdays. Percy stood on his tiptoes and peered through the peephole to find a very strange man in front of their door. The first thing Percy noticed was that the man was ancient, judging by the silver hair and beard that hung past his waist. The second thing he noticed was the old-fashioned, purple suit. But this was New York, so he figured it wasn't too alarming. Percy didn't see any weapons, and the man didn't seem threatening. He tried to peer through the mist as Chiron had been teaching him, but he still just saw a super old guy in a funny-looking suit. Just in case though, he gripped his lethal ballpoint pen in his pocket. With just a flip of the cap, it would turn into his celestial bronze sword, Riptide. He had been fooled by monsters before and wanted to be ready if this old man was actually some ancient Greek menace that wanted to kill him. He opened the door a little but blocked the way into the apartment. If this was a Greek monster, he would not be getting anywhere near his mom. Percy stuttered as he took in the full undistorted sight of the old man. Besides the purple suit, the man also wore high-heeled, buckled boots and glasses that looked like half circles on a crooked nose. But it was his eyes that startled Percy the most. Even though they were bright blue, they reminded him of the wise old eyes of his trainer Chiron. The kind of eyes that had seen everything and could see right to your very core with just one look. "Can I help you with something?" he managed to say. He tried not to squirm under those X-ray eyes because the man seemed to be studying him very closely. "Yes, I believe you can," the man said in an English accent with a smile that made his eyes twinkle. "I am Professor Dumbledore." "Percy's who's there," his mom said as she rushed from the kitchen to stand beside him. He opened the door more, so that his mom could see the strange man too, a professor. His mom carefully looked at the man, but when she didn't shout or anything, he assumed that she hadn't seen anything strange either. Well, stranger than the man's clothing choice. "Ms. Jackson, I presume?" the old man said. His mom nodded as she stepped toward Percy. As I was telling your son, I am Professor Albus Dumbledore, a headmaster at a prestigious school in Great Britain. I was hoping I could discuss some rather important matters with you and young Perseus. Percy's mom gave him a concerned look, but he just shrugged. He had no idea what this was about either. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, please come in, she said as she stepped aside to let him enter the living room, leaving Percy to close the door. May I get you something to drink? I just put the cookies in the oven, so they will be done soon. Why thank you, my dear. Do you by chance have a Coca-Cola? The strange man sounded out the soda, like it was foreign to him. I have been told it is what to drink in the States. His mom smiled. Yes we do. I'll be right back, please make yourself comfortable. Percy was about to follow his mom into the kitchen, but she gave him a look that clearly meant stay with the guest. Percy thought Dumbledore would take a seat, but instead he was examining the pictures on the walls. Most of them were of Percy and his mom over the years on the few occasions when they had managed to escape Gabe and do something fun. The last one though was of Annabeth, Grover, and him right before the end of the camp session, before Luke had tried to kill him. Percy reflexively rubbed the scar on his hand from the pit scorpion. You have a very nice apartment, Perseus, Dumbledore commented, his attention no longer on the pictures, and Percy once again felt like he was being X-rayed, very homey. It's a lot better than the last one, Percy agreed, and I prefer Percy. His mom came back then carrying a tray with 3 glasses filled with ice, a pitcher of water, and a can of Coke that she set on the coffee table. Dumbledore settled in the armchair, so Percy sat next to his mom on the couch. Percy looked longingly at the can of delicious, surgery, caffeinated beverage until his mom quietly muttered, "You can have one after." This is most peculiar. The feeling of the bubbles on your tongue, Dumbledore mused after taking a sip of his Coke. Have you never had a soda before? Percy asked, shocked. His mom gave him a slight elbow, letting him know that his question was rude. No, my dear boy, I have not had the pleasure until now, Dumbledore responded with another one of those smiles that made his eyes sparkle behind the glasses. Unfortunately, I did not cross an ocean to discuss what beverages I drink. I am afraid I have some very serious matters to discuss regarding your family, Ms. Jackson. Oh, please just call me Sally, she automatically responded, though she looked confused at the mention of her family, since as far as Percy knew his mom's family had died before he was born. Dumbledore nodded. Very well. Were you aware, Sally, that you were born in Worcester in the United Kingdom? His mom nodded. Yes, my father was a history professor, and he took a sabbatical there the year I was born. Percy looked at his mom in surprise. I never knew that. His mom gently ran her fingers through his hair. Sorry, honey, I guess I never thought to mention it before, since my parents moved back to the US before I was even a month old. Satisfied by the explanation, at least for the moment, Percy and his mom looked at Dumbledore expectantly. I apologize because there is no easy way to say this, but on the night you were born, Estelle Jackson gave birth to a stillborn son. In the bed next to your parents, a woman named Elizabeth Smith passed away after a very challenging pregnancy. Elizabeth's dying wish was for the Jacksons to take her newborn daughter and raise her as their own child. Percy's mom stared at Dumbledore in shock. That's not, I can't be adopted. Percy found his mom's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, trying to comfort her in any way he could. After all, he knew firsthand how it felt to have someone drop a sudden revelation about your parents. Yes, Dumbledore said in a gentle tone, but, based on what the hospital staff said, I believe instead of dealing with the adoption paperwork, they just put the Jacksons' names on your birth certificate. Are you absolutely sure? Percy asked for his mom because she still seemed speechless. Dumbledore nodded. To be certain, I spoke with a few of the surviving nurses just a few weeks ago. They still remember it because the Jacksons were so grateful, and the hospital staff were happy that Elizabeth left this world knowing that her daughter would be looked after. Are you a relative of this Elizabeth? His mom finally managed to ask. No, Dumbledore said with a sad smile. I was her teacher. Who was my father then? I am afraid I can only guess, Dumbledore replied. Unfortunately, Elizabeth vanished about a year before you were born and was not found until she had gone into labor on a neighborhood street in Worcester. Just then the oven timer went off, and his mom jumped off the couch, the cookies. As she ran into the kitchen, Percy called out, Mom, are you okay? She managed a weak smile. I'll be fine, Percy. I just need a moment. Just then there was a particularly bright flash of lightning right outside the window, startling Percy. Rather terrible weather today, Dumbledore stated calmly as if he hadn't just changed his mom's world. Percy glanced up at the ceiling as if he could see the stormy sky above, hoping his uncle wasn't trying to kill him for some reason. Yeah, hopefully it stops soon. I know we just met, but I was hoping you would indulge an old man's curiosity? Dumbledore asked tentatively. Percy looked at him suspiciously but nodded anyways, figuring he could at least hear the question first. Why do you prefer to be addressed as Percy? After all, Perseus was a great hero in the ancient myths, surely he is a worthy namesake. Percy stiffened and narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore once again, wondering if the old man was connected to the Greek world and was teasing him. But Dumbledore just smiled politely at him, waiting for an answer. Percy forced himself to relax and shrugged. It's not that I don't like my name, because Perseus seems like he was a pretty cool guy, and his story has a happy ending. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, one of the few in Greek mythology, I believe. But it is a bit of a mouthful to use all the time, and it sounds, I don't know. Percy tried to find the right words, I guess kind of stuck up. For some reason, Dumbledore smiled at his answer. Dumbledore scanned the apartment once more, like he was looking for something. Forgive me, but I was under the impression that you lived with a stepfather, a Mr. Ugliano. Is he here? He's gone, Percy responded, trying to sound casual. Gone? Percy shrugged. Mom wrote a letter to me when I was at camp saying he was gone. She told the police and everything, but they haven't been able to find him. I see. Percy had a feeling that Dumbledore did see more than the mortal police ever would. You don't seem very concerned, Dumbledore observed. To Percy's surprise, the old man didn't seem like he was judging, just curious. But that still didn't help his temper. Why should I be? He wasn't a nice man. He was a terrible stepfather and a big, stinking bully. The only time he was ever concerned about me was if he could get money off of me. Plus, he used to hurt my mom. I'm not sure what he did to her when she came back this summer, and I don't want to imagine what he might have done if he wasn't gone. Anger pulsed through Percy at the danger his mom might have been in while he was at camp. Thankfully, before Dumbledore could pry anymore, his mom returned with a plate laden with blue chocolate chip cookies. She gave him a concerned look, clearly sensing that he was angry at something, but he managed to shake off the anger and smiled as he snagged a cookie. Dumbledore picked up a cookie as well and carefully examined it. Blue? He asked, amused. It's an inside joke for Percy and me, his mom explained. Ah, very well then. Dumbledore took a cautious bite, before declaring, truly delicious. Thank you, my dear. I'm glad you like them, his mom replied with a smile, but it still looked a little forced. Let's say I do believe your story, Professor Dumbledore. Why are you here telling me this? Why now, and why you? Ah, very excellent questions. I shall do my best to answer them. Firstly, you should know that Elizabeth Smith was a witch. Excuse me? His mom exclaimed. As in a woman born with the ability to perform magic, Dumbledore clarified. And I am a wizard. Magical society has remained hidden from the non-magical world for the past 3 centuries. Percy looked at his mom, hoping she would laugh and shout, "Happy birthday, pranked you." But she looked just as stunned as he did, and she had known about the Greek world long before he had. Perhaps a demonstration is needed, Dumbledore suggested. He pulled out a stick a bit over a foot long from his suit jacket, and scanned the room looking for something. Was that an actual magic wand? Well, I guess this will have to do. With a flourish, he pointed the stick at a tan couch pillow next to Percy. Suddenly, instead of the pillow, there was a fluffy something rubbing against Percy's arm. He reflexively jumped off the couch, whirled around, and pulled out his pen. Percy, his mom laughed, though he wasn't sure if it was from his reaction or her shock. It's just a cat. She picked up the fluffy tan cat and placed it in her lap, where the cat purred loudly as his mom pet it. Oh, Percy mumbled, feeling embarrassed. I totally knew that. Truly incredible, his mom murmured as she inspected the cat more closely. Percy returned riptide to his pocket and sat back down. He extended his hand to the cat, who sniffed it before rubbing his head on it. Yes, magic is, Dumbledore agreed. Though I am afraid as wizards, we sometimes forget that and take magic for granted. It is also often inherited from parent to child, though a child with magic can be born from parents without magic. His mom looked up from the cat and asked, does that mean Dumbledore shook his head sadly. No, unfortunately, I do not think you have the ability to use magic anymore. You would have shown signs when you were younger. This can happen occasionally where magical parents have a non-magical child, or squib is the official term. Percy wrinkled his nose in disgust. That doesn't sound like a very nice name. No, I suppose it is not, Dumbledore agreed. Many wizards narrow-mindedly consider squibs to be an embarrassment. His mom looked back down and started petting the cat again, but Percy sensed her disappointment and tried to give her a one-armed side hug. Although it is possible that your case may be a little different, Sally. Due to the complications during the pregnancy, I believe Elizabeth had to use every ounce of magic in her body, including yours, to stay alive long enough to give birth to you. Most likely this permanently damaged your magical core, so to speak. However, I do believe that Percy did inherit the magical ability. Me? Percy asked, shocked. I don't have magic. Yes, you do, Dumbledore stated with a smile. How else can you explain all the odd things you have done? Percy had an answer, but he couldn't give it to Dumbledore. The old man took his silence as acceptance and continued. I am not sure how you escaped the notice of the Magical Congress, but you are a wizard. Perhaps you slipped through the cracks in the system. Or, the Congress might have assumed that we knew about you because the Smiths are a very old British wizarding family, and because of that, I am here to consider you for a position in my school. You want me to go to your school? Percy asked. That was probably the first time a teacher had ever said that. He wondered if Dumbledore knew his track record with schools. Yes, I think I do, Dumbledore said with a chuckle, and yes, I have received your past records from your previous schools. You have? Wait, can you read my mind? I do not have to, my dear boy. If I had such an impressive record, I would be thinking the same thing. However, I do have a few questions that need to be clarified first, if you would be so kind. What happened between June 9th and 21st? You heard about that all the way in the UK? Percy asked, feeling a little mortified. Yes, that is actually how I found you. After Sally was born, I told a friend to keep an eye out for magical activity from a muggle, that is what we call non-magical people, family named Jackson. Although, I will admit that I did not expect it to be so public. That wasn't, Percy trailed off, not sure how to explain what happened in June to a wizard. He looked desperately at his mother, hoping she could explain it. He had a feeling that this Dumbledore guy could tell if they lied. Or, maybe they could just tell Dumbledore no and forget all about magic and go back to their lives. The hard glint in his mom's eyes suggested that she would do just that, but then lightning struck extremely close, and the lights actually flickered. Both he and his mom jumped. Maybe Zeus didn't like that idea. His mom took a second to think before cautiously saying, what happened during those weeks had to do with Percy's father. She glanced at the ceiling as if to make sure it hadn't cracked open yet. Who is his father, if you do not mind me asking? His mom shook her head. I don't think I can say. You see, he's a very important man from a powerful family. If word got out, well, it wouldn't be good for anyone. For that reason, he tried to hide Percy from his family. Unfortunately, Percy's uncles found out about him, and they weren't too happy. They sent their people after him in June. We got separated and Percy did everything he could to stay away from the people after him while he tried to find me. It might have been Percy's imagination, but he swore the storm outside had died down. He looked towards the window and even saw a little bit of sun peeking through the clouds. His mom noticed it too, and she relaxed next to him. I'm sorry, but I think that's all I can tell you without making anything worse. Dumbledore nodded. Well, that makes a bit more sense than what was printed in the newspapers. Are you absolutely sure it was the family of Percy's father and not someone else? Yes, Percy figured he shouldn't make his mom do all the talking. Even though I didn't know about them until they were trying to get me, they definitely share a family resemblance. Besides, who else could it have been? I just wanted to be sure because I take the safety of my students very seriously, and as far as I know, it is unusual for Muggle family members to attack each other on such a scale in this day and age, Dumbledore responded. But perhaps it is not a Muggle family. Could Percy's father be a wizard like me? Is his family from the States? His mom shrugged. I believe his family immigrated here. As for wizards, we didn't know that they existed exactly until today, but now, I'm beginning to think that Percy's father and his family must be connected to magic somehow. It definitely explains a few things. I've always known that Percy's father was special and could do things that most people considered impossible, She glanced to the window, and the sun shined even brighter. That does explain your rather calm reactions to finding out about wizards and magic. I take it that this is not the first time either of you have seen magic. Neither he or his mom denied it, though Percy wondered if there was a difference between godly powers and magic. I must admit that I am rather curious about who Percy's father is, but based on everything you have told me, it sounds like pure-blood wizard politics. That will have to be enough to satisfy my curiosity for now, because I have no desire to involve myself in foreign pure-blood family struggles. The ones in Britain are exhausting enough. Unless the safety of a child is in question. He glanced at Percy then. Percy just shook his head to let Dumbledore know that he wasn't in danger, at least at the moment, so Dumbledore continued. I hope you both forgive me for prying, but given the circumstances I wanted to know your character and situation before offering Percy a place at my school, Hogwarts. Your school is named Hogwarts? Percy asked with a laugh. He probably would have laughed a lot more if his mom hadn't elbowed him again. Yes, Dumbledore said with pride, though the twinkle in his eyes suggested that he was not offended by Percy's laughter. Hogwarts is one of the finest and oldest institutions for magical education in the world. I might even say the finest, but I may be a little biased. He reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a thick envelope. This is yours, Percy. Percy accepted the letter. The address was written in green ink, and the scrawling handwriting did not help his dyslexia any. Did that address really say bedroom on the left? He opened the letter that had been sealed with old-fashioned wax instead of the sticky edge everyone used. He didn't read the whole thing because it was giving him a headache, but he did make out that this Dumbledore guy must be a very important person to have all those titles after his name. He also got a thrill when he managed to make out the words, "You have been accepted." After getting kicked out of 6 schools in 6 years, it felt good to be accepted and wanted somewhere. Yes, he had that to some extent at Camp Half-Blood, but camp wasn't a school. He handed the rest of the letter to his mom and looked at her excitedly. Can I go, Mom? As his mom looked over the letter and the page after it, Dumbledore explained, usually, children begin their first year of magical education at 11, given the circumstances though, and that you are 13 today, and may I wish you a very happy birthday. Thanks, Percy said, wondering how Dumbledore knew it was his birthday. I think it would be best if you joined the class of second years, Dumbledore continued. You would only be a few weeks older than our oldest second-year student, and with private tutoring and lots of hard work, I believe we can get you caught up some before term starts in a few weeks. His mom finally looked up with a frown on her face. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, but you said that your school is in Great Britain? As soon as she said those words, all the excitement left Percy. Of course, the school was in Great Britain. Dumbledore had an English accent after all. He could never go that far from his mom for school, especially not when he finally got to stay in the city with her. Plus, he doubted that his uncle would let him fly across the ocean even if it was for school. Yes, Dumbledore replied hesitantly, it's in Scotland. I'm sorry, Mr. Dumbledore. I'm really honored that you want me to come to your school and all, but I don't think I can go. I don't want to be that far away from my mom, Percy said and gave his mom's hand a squeeze. His mom let out a relieved sigh and smiled. I'm glad, honey. Scotland would be quite far. She looked at Dumbledore. We are grateful that you accepted Percy in your school, but surely there is a closer option. Is there a magic school in the US? Yes, there is, Dumbledore said, though he sounded resigned. Ilvermorny is in Massachusetts. I can inquire about Percy's admittance on your behalf if you would like. I do believe they will accept him and no doubt investigate how he was overlooked to begin with. Now, I suspect that it might have something to do with his father trying to hide him from his uncles. Yes, his mom said immediately, that would be wonderful. I will respect your decision, of course, and I do understand your preference for a closer school, Dumbledore said, but I must ask you to please at least consider Hogwarts as an option. Both are boarding schools, so I am afraid that Percy will only get to see you on holiday even if he stays in the States. I also believe Hogwarts would be better for Percy. Besides being a better educational institution based on all the international review boards, mainly due to our smaller student-to-faculty ratio and providing real-world application of lessons, it might be best for Percy's safety if he was farther away from his father's family. It seems they threatened Percy during this summer, but I assure you that he would be safe from them at Hogwarts no matter how influential they are in the United States wizarding community. If Percy could, He would have bet Dumbledore that he was wrong right there. He had a feeling if the gods wanted to kill him, not even Dumbledore or his fancy school could stop them. Just know, Percy, Dumbledore continued looking at him once more with those all-knowing eyes, you will always have a place at Hogwarts. It would also be rather sad to see a Smith go to a school that is not Hogwarts. The family has a very long and important history at that school and is likely a descendant of one of the 4 founders, Helga Hufflepuff. A sharp elbow from his mom made him bite back the laughter at that name. Once he thought he could control his voice again, he said, "Thanks, but hopefully, I won't have to worry too much about my uncles anymore." He was slightly uncertain because the sky had darkened once again with storm clouds. Then a thought struck him. Wait, does this mean that Mom still has family in England? Percy couldn't quite read the look Dumbledore gave his mom and him. Sad? Regretful? I believe Sally may have a few first cousins and first cousins once removed, Dumbledore stated, but I must warn you that I am not sure what kind of reception you will receive. The old pure-blood families especially in Europe greatly resemble the old Muggle nobility with their rather conservative traditions and view of the world. So, you're saying they may not accept me or Percy because Elizabeth had a baby out of marriage? Sally asked. Plus, I was born without magic. Yes, those are some reasons why you may not receive a warm welcome among the Smiths, Dumbledore admitted. I just thought it best to warn you now. Sally nodded. I appreciate it. And if they really are like that, then I don't think I would like them either. I am truly sorry, Dumbledore said. Please do not judge all wizards on that behavior. Like any society, we have our conservatives, fanatics, liberals, and progressives. Most of the wizarding population in the United Kingdom would not care about parents' marital status, and more wizards are becoming acceptant of squibs and muggle-born wizards by the decade. Suddenly, everything hit Percy. He was a wizard. Apparently, he was part of another hidden world and could learn magic. Surely this had to be some mistake or joke or prank. He's a demigod. He couldn't be a wizard. But, Mr. Dumbledore, sir, are you sure this isn't some big mistake? I just don't think I'm a wizard. I assure you, Percy, this is not a mistake. You are a wizard. Just look at your more creative causes for expulsion. My personal favorite is the firing of a Revolutionary War cannon. That must have been some rather impressive magic. Dumbledore smiled and his eyes seemed to sparkle as he winked at Percy. I really wasn't aiming for the school bus, and no one got hurt, Percy muttered as his face turned red. Dumbledore nodded. It is quite all right, dear boy. Accidental magic is very common in untrained wizards, even expected. Unfortunately, it has often made life difficult for those young wizards in Muggle society. Without proper training, I fear these incidents will only continue, and next time you may not be fortunate enough to avoid injuring others. Although Percy didn't feel like Dumbledore was blaming him, his tone had changed from playful to serious. I believe I have given you both much to think about, Dumbledore continued, his voice once more friendly. I shall inquire into the possibility of Percy's enrollment at Ilvermorny and return in 2 days. He rose from his chair, then patted his pockets before finally slipping his hand into one. I nearly forgot to give you this, Sally. He pulled out an old photograph with faded color. It showed a young woman about 18, who moved. She would smile and wave at the camera. Wizarding photos and portraits move, Dumbledore explained at the shocked gasps from both Percy and his mom. This is Elizabeth Smith 2 years before she disappeared. Dumbledore handed the picture to his mom, and Percy looked at it from around her elbow. You do resemble her a great deal, Dumbledore said softly. Percy had to agree. The woman in the photo looked like she had the same brown hair as his mom, the same chin, and the same kind smile. It was a pleasure to meet you, Percy, Sally, Dumbledore said, breaking their trance. His mom walked their strange guest to the door and thanked him. As soon as the door closed, Percy asked, This has got to be some joke, right? I'm a demigod, not a wizard. His mom sighed. I don't know, Percy. You have done some things that can't exactly be explained just by who your father is. Dumbledore did have a point with the cannon on the field trip. Percy still had no idea how he had managed that even if he was a demigod. Not to mention how he somehow slammed the door on Smelly Gabe without touching it before he and his mom left for Montauk. It wasn't like he could control the wind or air. That was Zeus' domain. And, the more he thought about it, The more he wondered if he had actually pulled a lever on that catwalk at Marine World or if it had just vanished beneath his class's feet because he had wanted the class bully, Greg Menduz, to take a swim after making fun of a kid with glasses. His thoughts were interrupted by someone knocking on the door. Had Dumbledore come back for something? His mother glanced at him before peering through the peephole. She gasped and quickly opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man with curly black hair. Percy studied the man. He wore a postal carrier outfit with a mailbag on his shoulders, which didn't really go with the pith helmet but looked relatively normal after Mr. Dumbledore's purple outfit. For some reason this man looked familiar. "I miss one letter, and now, Olympus is in chaos," the man grumbled as he walked into their apartment, and his mother closed the door. "I mean, it's not enough that I monitored all the phone calls, emails, AOL instant messaging, and news outlets doing damage control for the quest, plus all of the American Wizards correspondence. How was I supposed to know someone sent a transatlantic owl when those wizards usually keep such matters within the nation? Honestly, Athena's just as much to blame for making those creatures to begin with." "Lord Hermes," his mom interrupted the man's rant and bowed her head in respect. "To what do we owe this honor?" Suddenly, Percy realized why the man looked familiar. The elvish features and blue eyes reminded him of Luke and all the other determined campers in Cabin 11. This was their dad. His hand went to his pocket and gripped Riptide, wondering if Hermes would try to kill him too. Finally, Hermes seemed to realize where he was. He glanced at Percy's mom. "Sally Jackson, I can see why Uncle Poseidon likes you so much." That made his mom blush. Then he looked at Percy. The god must have sensed his uncertainty because he sighed, "I'm sorry for what my son did to you. I'm not here to harm you, just deliver a message." He looked around and spotted the cat that had once been a pillow, lounging on top of the chair looking at them. "I see Dumbledore is up to his old tricks again." With a wave of the god's hand, the cat became a pillow that quickly fell to the floor. "Is it about all this wizard stuff?" Percy asked, releasing his dangerous pen. "Yes, it is about this wizard stuff," Hermes huffed. "You see, Percy, the gods used to occasionally mingle with Hecate's magical people, but after a particularly powerful wizard son of Apollo caused a lot of trouble in the 40s and almost exposed us to the whole world, any physical interactions with the wizarding world was banned. Hecate wasn't too happy with this since she lost all her primetime spots on Hephaestus TV, and the gods just stopped caring about the magical community in general. I still ran interference to make sure none of the magical users mistook a demigod for one of theirs with all the accidents you half-bloods have in schools. Of course, slip-ups still happened over the years, and a god may produce an offspring with magic. It doesn't help that the so-called magic gene can lie dormant for generations in non-magical mortals. Fortunately, the children born weren't particularly powerful demigods, so they were able to live in the wizarding world and remain ignorant of their divine heritage. Percy let out a sigh of relief. Even though part of him had been looking forward to learning magic, it was enough to be a demigod without any other complications. "So, I'm really not a wizard then. This Dumbledore guy just thinks that I am because he heard about the news from this summer." Hermes shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not the case. None of us realized that Sally was a descendant of old wizarding families, and now, as you can imagine, Zeus is furious. Thankfully, it seems like you were able to hold off some of Dumbledore's suspicion. That guy has been sniffing around us for years." That was smooth-talking Sally because he can smell a lie a mile away. His mom shrugged. "Well, the changes in the weather helped." Hermes nodded. "That was Athena's idea. Now, I'm sure your father would have liked to explain all of this to you himself," he told Percy. "But he wants to make sure that father doesn't change his mind and blast you with a lightning bolt." His mom instinctively wrapped her arms around him as if that could stop the Lord of the Skies. Percy appreciated the comfort, but at the same time, he would rather be far away if it meant keeping her safe from Zeus's anger. The rest of the gods are pretty divided. Frankly, if you hadn't just saved the world after being wrongly accused, I think you'd already be zapped. It also helps that Hecate stormed in during the debate and threatened to dissolve the mist if any of us hurt you." "Hecate?" Percy asked. "Goddess of magic and the mist. She's the one who created the magical community eons ago, even before I was born, when she blessed a few of her most devoted followers with magic. They're sort of her domain, so to speak, so it is forbidden for other gods to harm them without cause. Therefore, if Hecate is able to protect you under the ancient law, then you are indeed a wizard." This couldn't be happening. It seemed like his existence was a double mistake. Not only had Poseidon broken the oath of the Big Three to not sire any more demigod children, but he had a son with the daughter of a witch, which also was forbidden. It really was a wonder that he was still alive. So, what happens now? I'm allowed to live? Hermes reached into his mailbag and handed him a sea blue envelope. I think this letter should explain everything else. Good luck, cousin. Wings appeared from his pith helmet, and he started to glow. Both Percy and his mom closed their eyes tightly and looked away as the messenger god revealed his true form and vanished in a brilliant flash. Percy looked at the envelope in his hand and knew that it was from his father. The handwriting was the same one that had addressed his returned Medusa's head package a little over a month ago. Percy Jackson, 1556 2nd Avenue, Unit 5B, New York, 10028. Percy carefully opened the envelope with hands that shook only slightly and unfolded the paper. Dear Perseus, I am truly sorry this has happened to you. I have managed to convince Zeus to not kill you due to your return of his symbol of power. However, he insists that you leave the country as soon as possible. I believe it is meant as a punishment for me, but I know this will be difficult for both you and your mother. Go to Hogwarts. Study hard and learn to control your magic. However, it is imperative that no one in the magical community discovers the existence of the gods. Be careful, especially around Dumbledore. I believe he will try to find out whatever he can about my side of the family. Chiron does know about wizards, so you should talk to him for further advice. Although the gods wish to keep demigods away from wizards, I suppose you can tell two friends from camp if you must. Just make sure you and they are discreet. After your uncle's temper has cooled, I am certain that I will be able to convince him to let you return to camp in the summer. Maybe if the Eagles are having a good season, he may even calm down enough to let you come back during your winter break. Just remember, Percy, you will always be my son, and a true child of the sea god. Your father, Poseidon. P.S. Happy birthday. What does it say? His mom asked. Percy looked at her, surprised that she hadn't read it, but then he glanced back at the letter and realized that the whole thing was written in ancient Greek. It says that Zeus is letting me live, but I have to leave the country. I have to go to Hogwarts. He tried to sound brave, but Hogwarts came out more of a sob. Oh, sweetie, his mom said and hugged him tight. Percy didn't need to look up at his mom to know that she was crying, which made him feel even worse. It's not fair, he muttered. His anger quickly replacing his sadness. I just got you back. His mom slowly ran her fingers through his hair, which always made him feel better. It will be okay. Will you? She paused as if bracing herself for the worst. Will you be able to come back? Percy shrugged, though it was hard because his mother was still squeezing him. Poseidon thinks he will be able to convince Zeus to let me come back for camp in the summer. And it might be a good time to start rooting for the Eagles. Percy tried for some humor since he hated to see his mom crying, since if they do well, Zeus might be in a good enough mood to let me come back over winter. Break. His mom finally let go of him and tried for a smile as she wiped the tears off her face. Well then, I guess I'll be their biggest fan for the season. And I bet that there are less monsters in Scotland. You might finally get a chance at a safe, monster-free, normal school year. That was his mom, always finding the bright side of things. Normal at a magic school? Well, just think of it this way. If you blow up a toilet, no one will think it's too weird. Departures and arrivals. Thanks for all the reviews, favorites, and follows. Warning: this chapter stretches, tweaks canon. If you don't like this, it won't really come up again in this story. Chapter 3: Departures and Arrivals. Percy glanced at the LED clock on the VHS, 3:17. His mom was curled up next to him, asleep on the couch. He thought she had drifted off at the start of Finding Nemo. For his last night in New York, they had a movie marathon of all his favorites. Percy wished he could fall asleep too, but there were too many thoughts in his head. In a few hours, he would be on his way to a different country, a different world. The last 2 days had passed by in a blur. He and his mom had crammed in as many fun things as they could. Trips to the candy store, Percy's favorite burger restaurant, and of course Coney Island. He had also taken Poseidon's advice and Iris messaged Chiron, Grover, and Annabeth not long after Hermes had left. It had been great to talk to his friends again, even if the news wasn't exactly good. Annabeth had said he might have even worse luck than Hercules. Gods, he certainly hoped not. Grover had wished him luck and reassured him that his mom would be okay. He had also told Percy to try not to be too mad at his father. It always amazed Percy how Grover seemed to know what he was feeling even better than Percy did himself. Unfortunately, it was going to be a while before he could talk to Grover again since his friend was following a new lead on his quest to find the lost god of the wild where apparently there was no iris reception. Annabeth, though, had made him promise regular iris messages on the weekends. How else am I going to hear about all the Gothic architecture you'll get to see over there? Plus, someone has to make sure you stay out of trouble. Seaweed brain, she had said. Percy would never admit it, but he was glad that Annabeth wanted to stay in touch. His iris message with Chiron, though, had given him a lot to think about. I heard the news. I am sorry this happened to you, Chiron said grimly before Percy could even say anything. Did you know? Percy tried not to sound like he was accusing Chiron, but he was getting tired of secrets, of people keeping things from him. No, but it does explain a few things, Chiron admitted. Does it have something to do with this top-secret prophecy about me? Percy asked. I do not know, Percy. It might or it might not, or it could be about a different one. But mainly it was regarding how quickly you developed your powers. I believe your magical core helped. Sure, keep not telling me things. Look how well that's turning out, Percy muttered. Percy, Chiron started. I know the gods won't let you, but my father did mention that you could give me some advice about all this wizard stuff. Chiron nodded. I can do that. To begin with, I think you may actually enjoy Hogwarts. I believe it will be a better fit for you than any normal, mortal school, and there should be fewer Greek monsters in that area. That sounded promising, though it was hard for Percy to imagine actually enjoying any school even if it was a magic one. He also didn't like how Chiron had emphasized the word Greek. Like there might be other monsters running around trying to kill him. However, it will be even more important for you to not lose your temper and get into fights, Chiron warned in his sternest teacher voice. Unfortunately, Chiron knew that both were things Percy was likely to do from his time as Percy's Latin teacher at Yancey Academy. And you must only use your sword in the direst of circumstances, since wizards can see through the mist about as well as you can. While some of your abilities can be explained away by accidental magic, a student using a glowing bronze sword cannot. Plus, unlike mortals, wizards can be hurt by celestial bronze, so promise me you will only use Riptide in the presence of a wizard in life and death situations and only if there is no other way. I promise, Chiron, though Percy really hoped he wouldn't be in any more of those. After this past summer, he was starting to get tired of people trying to kill him. Maybe Hogwarts would be a fresh start. No one would know who he was, and hopefully then they wouldn't try to kill him. You probably have many more questions, Chiron said, but I am not the best person to answer them. I am sure Dumbledore or another magic user would be more than happy to. Percy had so many questions his head felt like it would burst, but one of them bothered him more than the others. And he couldn't ask a wizard this one. Can you at least tell me what you know about Dumbledore? Both Hermes and Poseidon mentioned him by name. That just seems unusual, two gods bothering to pay attention to a mortal, and they both seem concerned about him for some reason. But when I met him, he didn't seem bad. Percy remembered the sadness in Dumbledore's eyes when he had mentioned Gabe hurting his mom, and the kindness he showed when he had given his mom the picture of Elizabeth. But Percy had thought that Luke was a good guy too until Luke had almost killed him. He wasn't sure that he trusted his own judgment anymore. Chiron sighed and swished his tail, which usually was a sign that he was agitated. From what I know of him, Albus Dumbledore is not bad, but he is one of, if not the greatest wizard of the modern age, and also one of the most intelligent. No wonder Dumbledore had all those fancy titles after his name. So that's why the gods are worried about him? Because he's powerful? Yes and no, Chiron said cryptically. Despite his power, he would not be a direct threat to the gods, at least not the Olympians, maybe a minor god. However, the gods do worry about what might happen to demigods if Dumbledore and the wizarding world in general ever found out about your existence, especially considering Dumbledore's previously close friendship with Gellert Grindelwald. Percy frowned. You're still not making sense, Chiron. Gellert is the reason gods no longer have relations with wizarding kind. Oh, that son of Apollo that Hermes mentioned. Chiron nodded, but his eyes looked sad, like he had known Gellert. He rose to power around 1940 and became one of the most powerful dark wizards of all time. Gellert could be rather Charismatic. Chiron smiled then like he was remembering a good memory, but the sadness quickly made it disappear. He gained many followers both among magic users and demigods and most of those who were both. He wanted to reveal wizards and demigods to the mortals, so they could rule over the mortals as the superior beings. Percy wrinkled his nose in disgust at that idea. As you can imagine, all those wizards and demigods who thought that they were better than mortals flocked to him, and he amassed quite a formidable army with the combined strength of demigods and the magic of wizards. Gellert had also secretly allied himself with the sons of Hades who were leading the Axis powers at the time. While Gellert conquered the wizarding world, the Axis conquered the mortal. Wow, seems like the 40s were a bad time to be a demigod, Percy muttered. And Dumbledore was involved in all of this? No, Dumbledore and Gellert had a falling out many years before then. After the loss of Dumbledore's companionship, Gellert was never the same. In the end though, we secretly worked with a demigod wizard who helped us coordinate our attacks with the European wizards and discreetly targeted Gellert's demigod soldiers. The war ended when Dumbledore personally defeated Gellert in a duel that has become a legend. Percy wondered if he would ever be able to do that. It would be like having to fight Grover or Annabeth. Even if they did disagree and end up on different sides, he knew part of him would always care about them. He didn't want to think about that, so instead he asked, all that happened, and the wizards still don't know about demigods. Chiron shrugged. I'm sure some of the old families who had ties to the Olympians might, but they know better than to say anything. As for Gellert's followers who knew the truth, the gods made it our top priority to silence them. Sometimes Percy forgot just how bloodthirsty and cutthroat his family could be. In their defense, the gods wanted to make sure it would never happen again. We lost too many demigods from that conflict. The gods will never admit it, but they need you. Demigods are their strongest link to the mortal world. So Dumbledore never knew, Chiron stated. Most think Gellert never trusted him enough. But you don't? Chiron sighed, for once looking older than even Dumbledore, despite that Chiron hadn't aged in like a million years. I like to think that Gellert never shared his heritage in an attempt to protect Dumbledore from the gods. The ancient laws? His mentor gave him a small smile. I see you are learning. Yes, as long as Dumbledore was never directly involved, the gods could not touch him without dire consequences. I have never met Dumbledore, but I believe he brought out the best in Gellert while Gellert brought out the worst in him. After Gellert's defeat though, others have tried to discover the secret of his unstoppable warriors. You will quickly realize that physical prowess is not a strength of most wizards, and the success of Gellert's army did point out the usefulness of combining magic with soldiers skilled in combat. One of Gellert's favorite tactics was simply placing a powerful shield charm on demigods before they attacked the wizards. It unfortunately led to some dark wizards doing terrible experiments on mortals because they thought Gellert had magically enhanced them somehow to make his super soldiers. Even Dumbledore started investigating Grindelwald's warriors in the 80s, probably to give him an advantage in another war with a dark wizard. Being smarter than most, he got closer than the gods would have liked, and that is why you must be careful around him. Sometimes the most dangerous people in the world are those that believe they're doing good. A knock on the door woke Percy the next morning. He wasn't sure when he had drifted off, but a glance at the clock told him it was 9 o'clock. It was too soon. He wasn't ready yet. His mom stretched and yawned beside him. Go get ready, honey. I'll let him in and make some breakfast. Mom, he didn't know what to say. There were too many words. Somehow his mom managed a smile. She ran her fingers through his hair and then gave him a playful push off the couch. I know, Percy, now. Go on. It's rude to keep guests waiting. As he headed to the bathroom, he heard his mom open the door and say, Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Please come in. I'll have breakfast ready in a few minutes if you would like some. Percy quickly showered and changed before dropping his packed bag in the living room and heading to the kitchen where he could hear his mom and Dumbledore talking. As soon as he walked into the tiny room, he had to pinch himself to make sure it wasn't some crazy dream. If he had thought Dumbledore's clothing choice was weird the last visit, he didn't know how to describe the electric blue robes and matching pointed hat complete with a tassel. It just didn't belong in their completely normal kitchen. He took his seat at the table, which was across from the one Dumbledore was comfortably sitting in, with a few papers and one of those old-fashioned feather pens. His mom placed 3 plates on the table and sat in the chair next to Percy. Dumbledore carefully slid the papers and quill, that's what it was called, into his robes before those X-ray, blue eyes focused on him. Percy also studied Dumbledore, trying to match the wizard in front of him with what he knew from Chiron, but all he saw was a kind but weird old man. Your mother says that you have chosen to attend Hogwarts? Yes, Percy replied. He tried to not sound bitter, but it really hadn't been much of a choice, and he would rather not talk about it. And that you were encouraged by your father and uncle? Dumbledore added. Percy just nodded as he shoved eggs into his mouth, even though for once in his life he didn't feel much like eating. As happy as I am to have you at Hogwarts, I want to make sure that you and your mother are both safe. Were you threatened? We'll both be good as long as I go to Hogwarts, and it probably would be best if I left today, Percy answered as he buttered his toast, once again trying to avoid Dumbledore's eyes hopping. He would get the hint and drop the subject. That is what your mother said as well, but you avoided my question, Percy. He could hear the concern in Dumbledore's voice. If your family did threaten you, there are actions we can take. Please, you must tell me. Percy finally met Dumbledore's gaze. After everything Chiron had said, he couldn't have Dumbledore snooping around the gods even if he was just trying to help. That would just get everyone killed or endanger his friends at camp. Just trust me on this, please. Any confrontation with my father's family will only make everything much worse. This is the best way, and both my mom and I will be safe. Very well, Dumbledore sounded resigned. I believe you in this matter, but I hope one day you will in turn trust me with the full story. He pulled something silvery out of his pocket and handed it to his mom. I would like you to take this, Sally. It is one of a pair of two-way mirrors. If you ever are in danger, simply say my name into it, and you will be able to contact me. I will do my best to help in any way that I can. Percy stared at Dumbledore, stunned. A weight that he hadn't realized he had been carrying around was finally gone. This man was offering his mom protection, something Percy was extremely grateful for. Thank you, his mom replied. And now since Percy will be going to Hogwarts, I would be happy to answer any questions you have, Dumbledore said with a smile that made his eyes twinkle. His mom started asking questions first. Percy knew that she was trying to make their last meal together fun, so he played along. After a while it wasn't too hard because Hogwarts did sound extremely cool. How many schools had their own giant squid? Percy wondered if he could meet it. But by the time he was helping his mom clean the dishes, he was tired of pretending and the kitchen felt less lively than Hades' throne room. Finally, Dumbledore broke the tense quiet. If you really want to leave with me today, Percy, we should leave soon. That way we can stop by Diagon Alley to purchase your supplies. I believe it will be best if you stay at Hogwarts until the term starts, so the faculty can help you catch up with the other second years. Great, Percy thought, summer school. Isn't that exciting, dear? His mom said with a smile that only seemed a little forced as they moved to the living room. You'll get to buy spellbooks and your very own magic wand soon. The wand would definitely be cool. The books, not so much, unless they magically fixed his dyslexia. He still tried to smile for his mom, though it came out more of a grimace. Yeah, should be fun. Might I use your bathroom before we go? Dumbledore asked. Oh yes. It's the first door on the right, his mom answered. As soon as Dumbledore left, she hugged him so tight he thought his ribs would crack. Promise me that you will at least give this place a chance. It sounds like it will be good for you. Yes, Mom, he managed to croak out, and promise that you will try hard in your classes and at least try to stay out of trouble. Can't breathe, he gasped. Oh, sorry honey. His mom loosened her arms just enough, so his lungs weren't crushed. Of course, I'll try my best, and you'll write to me or I am every week. She asked, finally releasing him, so she could look him in the eyes. Yes, Mom, Percy said, not caring if he was the only one who wrote weekly letters to his mom. She nodded, finally satisfied. Oh, I almost forgot this. She reached into her bathrobe pocket and pulled out a check for $1,500. This is money for your school supplies, plus a little pocket money for the year. Don't worry about converting it. Professor Dumbledore said he would take you to a bank. Mom, are you sure? This is a lot of money. She gave it to him. Yes, I'm sure. It might be more money up front, but it's less than the tuition of the school I had signed you up for. Thanks. He tucked the check into his pocket and gave his mom another hug. I love you so much, she murmured. I love you too, Mom. They heard the bathroom door opening, and his mom let go. She quickly wiped her hands against her eyes, trying to hide her tears. Please be careful, Percy, she whispered. I will, he replied. Dumbledore re-entered the room. Are you all ready, Percy? Yes, he hoped he sounded braver than he felt. He reached to pick up his bag, but Dumbledore stopped him. I think we should make your luggage more travel-friendly. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and pointed it at Percy's bag. It started shrinking right in front of his eyes. Before Percy could completely panic, Dumbledore said, Not to worry, nothing will be damaged, and I will return it to its normal size once we reach Hogwarts. With another wave of Dumbledore's wand, Percy's duffel bag, now about the size of a wallet, floated in the air straight towards his hand, and he grabbed it. They're much better. Now, it is pocket size. Dumbledore tucked his wand back into his robe and winked at Percy as he slid his bag into his pocket. Now, that is taken care of, I believe it is time to depart. Goodbye, Sally, and thank you for a delicious breakfast. His mom nodded, clearly not trusting her voice anymore. Percy gave his mom one last hug and tried not to think about when he would be able to hug her again. Then he turned around and followed Dumbledore out of the door. Neither of them spoke until the elevator door blocked Percy's view of his front door. Thank you. For what, my boy? Dumbledore asked in a light tone. For giving my mom that mirror and offering her protection. She shouldn't need it, but I feel better knowing that she has it, Percy replied. You are very welcome then. Dumbledore's voice was serious now. No one should have to live in fear, especially of their family. Percy didn't know what to say to that. It struck a little too close to recent experiences. Regarding your father's family, Dumbledore ventured. Percy tensed, wondering how he could possibly keep deflecting Dumbledore's probes. Do you think they might know who your maternal grandfather is? I don't know, Percy shrugged, relaxing. I don't think they knew about Mom being Elizabeth's daughter until you came here, but some of them might have looked into it by now. If they do know though, they won't tell me. They never tell me anything. The elevator dinged as the doors opened on the ground floor. Why? Oh, I just thought with their obvious influence that they might have a better idea at who your grandfather is than I do, Dumbledore stated. Is that why they want you to leave now? Because your mother is Elizabeth's daughter? Something like that. Percy knew he needed to change the subject away from the godly side of the family, so he asked, How are we getting to England? Please say we aren't taking a plane. Not to worry, Dumbledore answered with a chuckle. We will not be using Muggle means of transportation. We will be using a wizarding one. As they exited the apartment building, a man across the street caught Percy's eye. He had black hair, tanned skin, a tropical shirt, and sea-green eyes, Percy's eyes. It was his father. Percy froze in shock. Poseidon was here on 2nd Avenue, right in front of his apartment. Poseidon acknowledged him with a nod. Before Percy could react, a large delivery truck drove past. When Percy could see the other side of the street again, his father was gone, but the scent of the sea lingered on the breeze. Dumbledore turned back and looked at him in concern. Is everything all right? Yeah, Percy answered. I thought I saw someone I knew, but I don't know him. Technically, it wasn't a lie since Percy still didn't really know his father, not in any way that mattered. He didn't know what to think of the send-off either. Surely, it meant something that Poseidon had bothered to see him before he left. Then again, all he did was nod. No, goodbye, or, have a good school year, or, sorry, son, for sending you off to the other side of the world. They walked down 2nd Avenue and turned onto 72nd Street. Dumbledore got a few strange glances, but it was New York City, where you could see a clown, a drag queen, and someone dressed up as Spider-Man all sharing a subway car. So blue robes weren't too far out there. After they crossed 3rd Avenue, Dumbledore headed to one of the sketchy scaffoldings. This one had been up for as long as Percy could remember. Everyone usually just walked on the other side of the street. But Dumbledore walked right under it and towards a small space in between two buildings. Where are we going? Percy asked. To get our portkey, of course, Dumbledore answered like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Before he could ask what in Hades' underpants was a portkey and why it was in the sketchiest part of the Upper East Side, a man stepped out of the shadows. Percy wrapped his hand around Riptide in his pocket because this man definitely didn't seem normal. He was wearing a puke green sweatshirt with dress pants and rain boots and carried a clipboard. Ah, Professor Albus Dumbledore, right on time, I see, the strange man said with a huge grin. I am Bryce Woodwin, and I will be managing your portkey today. I must say it is a pleasure to meet you in person, sir. No one in the office will believe me. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Thank you, Mr. Woodwin. Mr. Woodwin's gaze fell to Percy, and he frowned and checked his clipboard. I wasn't aware that you were traveling with someone, Professor. It was a last-minute change, Dumbledore calmly stated. This is Perseus Jackson, and he will be attending Hogwarts. What Hogwarts and not Ilvermorny? The man looked like a Yankee fan would if someone shouted, "Go Red Sox!" right in front of them. Yes, Dumbledore said with a smile. He reached into his robes and pulled out a few papers. I believe this is all the necessary paperwork, including consent from his mother, who is a descendant of a Hogwarts founder. I suppose you can be forgiven then, young man, if you have family ties to Hogwarts, Mr. Woodwin conceded with a wink at Percy. He took the papers from Dumbledore and examined them. Well, everything seems in order then, Professor Dumbledore. I'll make sure the State Department gets these. That is much appreciated, Mr. Woodwin, Dumbledore stated. Please tell them, I will be in touch to coordinate Percy's return for the holidays. Assuming his uncle was over his temper tantrum by then, Percy mentally added. Of course, Professor. Mr. Woodwin jotted a few things down on his clipboard before looking back up at them. Very well, off you go. Your portkey is right there. He pointed at an empty soda bottle in the alcove behind him. It leaves in precisely 70 seconds. Safe travels and thank you for your visit to the United States of America. We hope to see you again soon. Dumbledore walked over to the alcove and stood over the bottle. Percy looked from Dumbledore to Woodwin, wondering if they both were insane. Then again, he had a pen that was actually a sword, so maybe this plastic bottle was more than it appeared to be. A plastic bottle? Yes, Dumbledore replied and motioned for Percy to join him. It is necessary to use objects that would not draw the attention of Muggles. So, what does it do? Percy walked over and stood on the other side of the bottle. A portkey transports anyone who touches it to a predetermined destination, Dumbledore answered. Oh, that's pretty cool. Instant transportation would have been extremely helpful this past summer. Percy glanced around, but nothing else seemed to be around except trash and an old refrigerator box a building over. It might have been his imagination, but it seemed like that refrigerator box was shaking, like there was something moving inside of it. Now, you just simply grab the bottle, Dumbledore instructed as he picked up the bottle and held the base in his right hand. Do not try to let go until your feet hit the ground again. Percy nodded and grasped the neck of the bottle. 10, 9, 8, Woodwin counted down to their departure, using an old pocket watch. Percy heard a rustling noise, and his head snapped back to the refrigerator box. 3, 2. He saw a big brown eye staring at him below a mop of brown hair. 1. It was like Percy had been hooked behind his belly button and pulled forward. His feet left the ground, but he still felt the bottle in his hand. His surroundings became a whirl of color and the roar of wind. The closest thing Percy could compare it to was the pearls his father gave him to escape from the underworld. Suddenly, Percy's feet slammed into the ground, and the bottle fell from his hand as he struggled to regain his balance. It felt like he had just gotten off the world's craziest spinning ride. Are you all right? Dumbledore asked. Percy grinned. Wow, that was fun, can we go again? Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. That is not the usual reaction for a first-time portkey traveler. Percy shrugged. What? I love thrill rides, the faster the better. I think you will adapt quite well then to most means of wizard transportation, Dumbledore chuckled. May I be the first to welcome you, Mr. Jackson, to England. England. He was in a different country, a different continent. Percy glanced at his watch. It had taken less than a minute to cross the Atlantic Ocean. It was still hard to believe despite all the impossible things he had seen in the past few months. They were in a brightly lit room with dark wooden floors and walls. A dark-haired woman wearing forest green robes sat at a table on the other side of the room in front of the only door, hunched over a stack of papers. Dumbledore approached the table and placed the plastic bottle in a crate filled with other junk. The woman glanced up from her papers and smiled at him. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. It's good to see you. It is nice to see you again as well, Greta, Dumbledore said, returning her smile. I see life after Hogwarts is treating you well. Greta beamed. Thank you, Professor, though I will always remember Hogwarts fondly. She looked at her papers as if checking something. It seems you picked up an extra traveler on your trip? This is Perseus Jackson from the United States, Dumbledore supplied. He will be attending Hogwarts. I have the required forms here. Dumbledore pulled out more papers and put them on the table. I trust you can make sure they end up in the right hands. A foreign student at Hogwarts? It does not happen often, Dumbledore admitted. I believe the last one was over a century ago, but Hogwarts has accepted foreign students on a case-by-case basis at the headmaster's discretion. Of course. Greta quickly scribbled a few things with a violet quill before glancing back up at them. Do you have anything else to declare, Headmaster? No, I do not. And you, she checked a form, Perseus? I declare to be called Percy, please, he added the please as an afterthought. The witch smiled at him. Well then, Percy, do you have any animals, plants, potions, or magical items that you should tell me about? No. He figured he probably shouldn't mention the thermos of nectar and Tupperware of ambrosia in his bag or the sword pen in his pocket. Greta waved her wand. She cocked her head and waited a second before nodding. Well, it appears neither of you have anything illegal with you. She stamped a form. That should be it since you're a Portkey Gold member, Professor, which exempts you and your party from the standard security sweep and wand registration. Welcome to England, Percy. I hope you enjoy your stay and have a good year at Hogwarts. Thanks, Percy replied. Take care, Greta, said Dumbledore as he walked to the door, and Percy followed right behind him. Dumbledore led Percy down a hallway of the same dark wood with doors and windows on both sides. Percy tried to get a good look out the windows, but all he saw was bright blue sky and big puffy clouds. Mr. Dumbledore, I mean Professor, where exactly are we? We are in the Ministry of Magic located underground, underneath Whitehall, London to be precise, Dumbledore answered. So, what exactly is the Ministry of Magic, and if we are underground, why are the windows showing the sky? The Ministry of Magic is the governing body for the magical community of the United Kingdoms. Like that magical congress you mentioned? Percy interrupted. Yes, very good. The Magical Congress of the United States of America fills that role for your country. Dumbledore gave Percy that little smile teachers give when students answer a question right in class. Percy blushed and looked away. It wasn't a smile he got very often. Therefore, most countries have both a magical government in addition to a non-magical one. As for the windows, I am sure a clever and observant boy such as yourself can figure that out. They're magic, Percy responded. Dumbledore nodded, an allusion to brighten up the day and provide variety since working underground can be rather dreary. Percy remembered the gloom of the underworld and had to agree. One trip in an old-fashioned golden elevator later and Percy and Dumbledore headed towards a pair of large golden gates at the end of another hall. According to the lady's voice on the elevator, it was the atrium. There were a few people heading to the elevators, but otherwise the hall was empty. Percy figured most people must be working. After the gates, they entered an even larger and grander hall. The ceiling was the same color as the afternoon sky on a clear day with gold symbols constantly shifting. In the center of the hall, a gold fountain spouted water from 5 large statues. The statues of the man and the woman with wands were clearly a wizard and witch. Percy also easily recognized the centaur with his bow and arrow and wondered if that meant centaurs interacted with wizards too. However, he had no idea what the smaller 2 figures were. Professor Dumbledore, what are those creatures with the pointed ears in the fountain? Ah, the Fountain of Magical Brethren. Dumbledore paused and gazed at the fountain. I believe that the artist took certain liberties in his representation of the relationship between some of the magical species and wizard kind. The one with the pointed hat is a goblin. You will be meeting a few goblins later today. They are rather shrewd and proud individuals. In addition to their skill with finances, they are excellent silversmiths as well. The other statue is a house elf. House elves usually serve a large wizarding household like the manors and estates of some of the old wizarding families. Oh wow, that must be nice, Percy said looking at the house elf curiously. It would be great to not have to clean his room. Dumbledore gave him an appraising look. It can be. Originally, the relationship between wizards and house elves was mutually beneficial. House elves naturally enjoy cleaning and doing chores, and wizards are often more than happy to let someone else do those tasks. In the old days, it was a great honor to be in a house with a house elf. The family would leave an offering of milk or cream for the house elf and treat their helper with great respect. These days wizards have corrupted this relationship, and many consider house elves little better than servants or even worse. It is rather unfortunate that due to ancient magic house elves must obey their master's orders whether they wish to or not unless they are freed. I am afraid some wizards and witches take advantage of that power. So, they are slaves? Percy asked, not bothering to hide the revulsion in his voice. Yes and no, Dumbledore answered, though he smiled like he was pleased about something. The employment of house elves is a rather complex, ethical conundrum that most wizards and witches choose to overlook. By the definition of humans, house elves are slaves, and sadly some are treated just so by their masters. However, if you bother to ask them, most house elves would not define themselves as slaves. They would simply say they are house elves. Those in kind, respectful families are extremely happy even and would not wish to change their circumstances. That still doesn't seem right, having to obey someone's every order. Percy couldn't imagine it. He and obedience didn't really go together. I agree, Dumbledore admitted. However, most house elves are happy. The idea of monetary payment or being freed from their family is insulting. This behavior seems rather mind-boggling to us. The idea of a willing servant. It could be due to years of societal conditioning, or brainwashing so to speak, that makes house elves believe that they are happy to serve wizards without better compensation because they do not know any other way of living. Or perhaps it is arrogant of us to impose our human ideals on a completely different yet equally significant species that has different values, culture, and needs than our own. Percy wasn't sure if he completely agreed with what Dumbledore was saying. It sounded a little too much like some of the justifications for slavery in the US before the Civil War. But, in this case house elves did seem to be an actual different species than humans, so maybe they did want different things? Grover after all wasn't human and ate aluminum cans, but Percy wouldn't dare tell him that he shouldn't do that. So did that mean it was okay if it really was what house elves wanted? Regardless, I do believe that stricter rules and enforcement for house elf welfare are necessary to prevent abuse, Dumbledore concluded. Now, if you are ready, Percy, I would like to take you to Diagon Alley to buy your school supplies. Sure. How are we getting there? Another port thingy? A portkey is not necessary this time since legal portkeys require special permits. For shorter distances, wizards apparate, explained Dumbledore. It is a difficult skill that not all are able to master, but in this case, we can use side-along apparition. He offered Percy his left arm. You will need to hold my arm very tightly. Do not let go no matter what you feel. Percy did as instructed, feeling slightly less foolish than holding onto a plastic bottle. Good. That is a strong grip you have there. Before Percy knew what was happening, Dumbledore's arm jerked in his hand, and he was surrounded by a suffocating darkness. He couldn't breathe. It felt like his whole body was being squeezed by a giant hand. The pressure stopped just as suddenly as it had started, and he took big gulping breaths. The bright afternoon sunlight made his eyes water. He shook his head trying to pop his ears. They felt 10 times worse than that one time he had flown on an airplane. As his senses readjusted, he realized that he and Dumbledore were in an alcove next to a busy street. How do you feel? Dumbledore asked, looking down at him with concern. Like an elephant sat on me, Percy replied. I think I like those portkeys much better. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. Apparating does take some getting used to, though I must warn you that we will be doing it again later in the day. Great, Percy muttered, can't wait to get squeezed almost to death again. If you have recovered your sarcasm, I think you feel well enough to continue, Dumbledore said with a wink. He stepped out of the alcove and onto the cobblestone street. Percy followed his guide and gasped. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Jackson. Percy didn't know where to look first. There were hoots from a store filled with owls. A crowd of kids surrounding a window display of an actual broom gushing about the flight speed of the new Nimbus 2001. He didn't know why he was surprised that wizards and witches would fly on actual brooms. Would he be allowed to ride one, or would Zeus blast him out of the sky as soon as his feet left the ground? There was a store filled with fancy instruments that whirled and twirled and hummed. There were also less pleasant products on display as well, bat wings, snakes' tongues, and other things Percy really didn't want to know the identity of. Most of the people on the street wore long robes like Dumbledore's, though they were much less bright than his. When he had first seen Dumbledore's clothing choice, he had thought it was the preference of an eccentric old man, but now, he realized that everyone in the wizarding community seemed to wear robes. He really hoped he wouldn't have to wear them too. He followed Dumbledore to a large, white marble building that towered over the other shops on the street. Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, Dumbledore announced. Here, you can exchange your American money. The thick, white columns guarding the bronze door reminded Percy of an ancient Greek temple. It seemed like he couldn't escape Greek influence even at the heart of the British wizarding world. As Dumbledore and Percy walked up the marble steps, the heavy bronze doors magically swung open, and a small figure wearing a red and gold uniform bowed to them. Percy recognized the pointy ears, sharp nose, and long fingers from the statue at the fountain, though the artist seemed to have left out the cold disdain in the goblin's dark eyes. However, that changed to a spark of interest when the goblin caught Percy looking at him. Inside, Percy found himself facing a pair of large silver doors, but this set had words on them. He tried to read it, but the letters kept jumping around. He was a little too embarrassed to ask Dumbledore to read it for him, so he quickly followed the headmaster when the doors once again magically opened. 2 more goblins bowed them through to a huge marble hall. It might have just been Percy's imagination, but he swore that the goblin guards were looking at him strangely. The inside of Gringotts was even grander than the outside. For a moment, Percy forgot all about the guards as he took in the large chandeliers and gold-gilded columns. It wasn't the throne room on Olympus, but it still was impressive. Goblins sat behind a long counter that ran the length of the hall, though Percy could barely see some of them behind the piles of gold and precious gems. It was only then that Percy realized how quiet it was, and he felt the weight of 100 stares on him. The few other customers were looking around curiously, trying to figure out what had distracted the goblins. Suddenly, like some secret signal had been given, all the goblins started working again, and the hall was filled with the scratching of those quills and the jangling of coins. Is that normal? Percy asked quietly. No, Dumbledore replied, frowning slightly. I did not think my presence would attract this much attention. Percy couldn't shake the feeling, though, that while the wizards and witches had stared at Dumbledore, the goblins' gazes had been on him. Did they know he was a half-blood? Percy tried to ignore his unease as he and Dumbledore approached a free goblin at the counter. Good afternoon. Dumbledore greeted the goblin with a polite nod and friendly smile. Mr. Perseus Jackson has an American check to exchange. Could you help us, please? The goblin peered down at Percy and stared at him for so long with those dark, slanted eyes that Percy had to resist the urge to squirm. Yes, sir. The goblin finally said, still looking at Percy, but it might interest Mr. Jackson to know that his father requested a vault for him and transferred a significant amount of money from his personal account. Would you like to make a withdrawal from your vault instead, Mr. Jackson? Percy's mouth fell open in shock. My father? The goblin nodded. His dad had somehow opened up an account for him at this bank in London. The surprise, though, quickly turned into anger. Who did Poseidon think he was? That he could just give Percy money and that would make everything better? No, he didn't want his father's money. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his mom's check. He was about to hand it to the goblin but paused when his eyes fell on his mom's signature. Sure, they weren't struggling as much financially anymore, but this still was a lot of money. Maybe his mom could use it to buy some nice clothes or to pay for more classes. She deserved to be able to do that. If he used Poseidon's money, she could. Percy clenched his jaw and ripped the check. Yes, I'd like to take money out of the vault, please. He tried not to sound too angry. It wasn't this poor goblin's fault that he and Poseidon had issues. Very well, sir. Gornook will take you to your vault. Percy thanked the teller, who bowed his head to Percy in respect. Percy returned the gesture. Based on the goblin's surprise and pleased smile, he figured people didn't do that very often. Gornook, another goblin, led Percy to one of the many doors. Percy glanced behind him, but Dumbledore was not following. You're not coming, Professor? Dumbledore smiled. No, I will wait for you here. The transportation to the vaults is a little uncomfortable for someone of my age, though I think you will enjoy it. Dumbledore was right. The ride to Percy's vault was basically the best roller coaster he had ever been on. There were sudden twists and sharp turns and plummets that made Percy whoop like he was back at Coney Island. He wasn't sure how far down they went, but he had a feeling that he was probably getting a little too close to Hades' realm for his own safety. They passed by chutes of flame, underground lakes, and even went through a waterfall that wasn't really water. Percy could just tell. The cart finally jerked to a stop in front of a door with the number 818 carved into the stone above it. Percy clambered out of the cart with Gornook but stopped at the door because there was no handle or lock. How'd I open it? Place your hand in the middle of the door, Mr. Jackson, the goblin instructed. This door has been keyed to recognize your father's blood. It is not a usual security measure at Gringotts, but we make exceptions for the ancient ones, of course. The ancient ones? You mean the gods? Percy asked. Gornook shrugged. They go by many names, but your father's family has been very loyal customers since the bank was founded. Well, it seemed like the gods had trusted goblins with their secret but not the wizards. Percy placed his hand on the door, and it vanished, revealing a large vault with mountains of gold coins and hills of silver and bronze ones. He gaped. There was more wealth in this vault than he could use in his lifetime. Before Percy got carried away imagining all the things he could buy with this much money, he remembered that Poseidon was using it to compensate for being such a lousy father. That made him want to use as little of it as possible. He didn't want Poseidon to think that he could be won over with a little money. Gornook handed Percy a bag, interrupting his fantasy of throwing the money into the sea. He did still need it for his school supplies, and maybe he could do something good with all this money. Something that would make his mom proud. He would have tried to give her some but knew that she would not accept it. Percy glanced at the bag in his hand, then back at the overwhelming amount of coins, and realized he had no idea where to start. Gornook, could you tell me how these coins work, please? Of course, sir. As the goblin explained all about galleons, sickles, and nuts, Percy wondered who invented the crazy system. There was no way he could remember those random numbers. And I assume, sir, that you are familiar with the fourth type of coin in the vault? Gornook asked. It was only then that Percy realized there was a mound of golden drachmas next to the galleons. They were larger than the gold wizard coins and were stamped with a trident. As angry as he was with Poseidon, Percy was grateful for the drachmas. Everyone who went home from camp only had an allowance of 10 drachmas until the next summer. If he was going to be iming Annabeth and his mom every week, he was going to need a lot more. Percy ended up asking Gornook for a second bag for the drachmas. He figured it would be best to keep them separated from the wizard coins, so an accident wouldn't happen. The money bags themselves were actually enchanted. No matter how many handfuls of coins Percy put in them, they remained about the same size as a wallet, so Percy was able to easily slip them in his pockets when he left the vault. By some magic, the cart went just as fast back up to the lobby as it did on the way down, which was just fine with Percy. Back in the sunlit street, Dumbledore continued his role as tour guide. Percy noticed that several of the other shoppers kept glancing at Dumbledore with curiosity in the same way people did when they spotted celebrities but were too polite to bother them. Dumbledore, though, completely ignored the attention as he guided Percy along the busy street, pointing out various shops, like Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where he could get ice cream that didn't melt, or Scribulus writing instruments that sold self-sharpening quills. I believe it would be best to get your robes first, Dumbledore advised. Madame Malkin has the best. Percy groaned. He really couldn't help it, even if it made him sound like a whiny child. Why robes? Can't I just keep wearing my normal clothes? Why not robes? Dumbledore chuckled, clearly amused. You will find they are extremely comfortable, and the pockets are very convenient. But they just look silly, and how can you run or fight in them without tripping? Percy skeptically eyed the robes flapping around a teenager's legs as he hurried to the broom display, nearly stumbling in shock when he caught sight of Dumbledore. They just get in the way. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I hope you will not be running or fighting in the halls, Dumbledore said sternly with a look that matched his tone. Percy winced. He probably shouldn't have mentioned fighting, but he also knew that as a half-blood with his bad luck, he probably would have to at some point. I will warn you, Mr. Jackson, that fighting is not tolerated at Hogwarts, and I hope with a proper outlet for your magic you will have more success than at your previous institutions. I'll do my best, Professor, Percy promised. He didn't want to think what would happen to him if he got kicked out of this school too. As for looking silly, Dumbledore continued with a much lighter tone. I believe that is simply a matter of perspective. No doubt many here think you look silly with your baggy trousers and funny half-robe. It took Percy a moment before he realized Dumbledore was talking about his hoodie. Hey, you shouldn't disrespect the hoodie, Percy warned, pretending to be offended. "It has all the good points of your robes without any of the bad ones." Madame Malkin's shop was cozy, Percy decided. It was a place that his mom would have liked. Madame Malkin herself looked like the sweet, kind grandma Percy always wished he had. She greeted them with a warm smile and, like everyone else, seemed to know Dumbledore. She showed Dumbledore to a small waiting room where a father and son, wearing normal clothes, were already waiting before ushering Percy to the back. Another boy was there. With his mousy brown hair, he was clearly related to the family in the waiting room. Percy also could tell that the other boy was quite short, since even though he was standing on a stool as a witch pinned up the long black robe around him, his head was the same height as Percy's. When Percy stepped on his own stool, the boy grinned up at him. "Hi there. Are you going to Hogwarts too?" "I'm Colin, by the way, Colin Creevy." All the words rushed out in one breath. Yeah, I'm going to Hogwarts, and I'm Percy Jackson," Percy replied. He figured it might be nice to know someone before classes started. "Wow, you have an American accent," Colin exclaimed. "That's so cool. Are you from there? Are there other students from different countries too? The pamphlet didn't mention that." Percy could barely keep up with Colin's rapid-fire questions. "Yes, I'm from the US. And I think I'm the only one." Before Colin could ask more prying questions, Percy added, "It's what my family wanted." "Cool. So your family's magic too?" "I'm the only magical one in my family, I think. Though Denise might be too, because he's also done some pretty odd stuff that might be magic. But my dad's a milkman and my mom." Colin paused, and it was like all his enthusiasm had suddenly deflated. "She was a photographer before she got sick." And he didn't need to finish. Everyone could tell what must have happened. "I am so sorry, dear," Madame Malkin kindly offered. Percy winced. He knew a loss like that couldn't be covered by sorry. When he had thought he had lost his mom, the only thing that had kept him going was all the craziness at camp. But he had been able to get his mom back. Colin wasn't as lucky. The poor guy looked like he was trying to keep it together and clearly didn't want to talk about it right now, with a strange lady poking and prodding him. So Percy tried to offer an out from the awkward silence. "So weird magical accidents happened around you too?" Colin flashed him a grateful look and jumped into his answer with his previous enthusiasm, even if it seemed a little forced. "Oh yes, there were lots of odd door slams or things changing color, you know. But the best was definitely when I accidentally made Trevor Davidson's, he's the school bully, trousers vanish." He smiled then, and Percy couldn't help it. He laughed. "What about you?" Colin asked. "Well, on a field trip at an aquarium, I might have accidentally vanished the catwalk and caused my 4th grade class to take a swim in the shark pool." "No way, that's so cool. Did the sharks bite anyone?" "No, luckily the staff kept them all very well fed," Percy replied. After that, Colin spent the rest of the time rambling off all the cool magic things he had heard about at top speed. Most of them Percy didn't know. Like what was Quidditch and who was he supposed to know? "You are both done, my dears," Madame Malkin finally said to Percy's relief. Colin seemed nice, but the non-stop talking was starting to give him a headache. Dumbledore and Colin's family met them at the counter, and Colin enthusiastically introduced his family to Percy. When the boy saw Dumbledore, he looked like he might faint. "Your professor." "Dumbledore." Dumbledore chuckled. "Guilty as charged, I am afraid. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Creevy. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts in a few weeks." Mr. Creevy went to pay for Colin's robes, but he frowned as soon as Madame Malkin rang up the price. He opened a pouch and seemed to count a few coins before he closed his eyes. Percy knew that look all too well. It was the same one his mom got every time he had asked for a skateboard or a new basketball. "I'm terribly sorry, Madame Malkin, but I'm afraid we won't be able to purchase your lovely robes." Madame Malkin nodded in understanding and smiled kindly. "Not to worry, dear. There's a shop 2 blocks down that has a rather good selection and should be able to fix you right up." Percy glanced at Colin and his younger brother. Both were looking down in embarrassment. Percy knew how that felt too. "Well, let's go, boys." Mr. Creevy steered his family to the door. Percy wished he could do something to help, but then he remembered his extremely full money bag and realized that for the first time in his life he could. "Wait, I can pay for them." Colin looked up at him, completely shocked with hope gleaming in his eyes, but Mr. Creevy just smiled sadly. "Thank you, young man. That's a rather kind offer, but I just could not accept it. Please, I really can and want to. Percy knew it might be hard to convince Mr. Creevey, but he also knew that he would have appreciated the kindness when he and his mom had needed it. Look, I've just been given more money than I could possibly ever use. Trust me, you would be doing me a favor. And they would, since it would be a better use for Poseidon's money than just sitting around in a bag, or Percy using it to buy things he really didn't need. Please, you can pay me back when you can if you want. Mr. Creevey looked torn. Please, Dad? Colin asked with the facial expression of a sad puppy. Oh, very well. Colin's smile was totally worth it. The boy hugged his father and then Percy after he had handed the galleons to Madame Milken. Thanks, Percy. I promise I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Dumbledore had been silent for the whole incident but finally spoke once they were back outside, and the Creevey family had left. That was an incredibly kind deed, Percy. Percy shrugged, it just seemed like the right thing to do. He looked up at the headmaster who was beaming at him. You are a very unique wizard, Mr. Jackson. If only Dumbledore knew exactly how true that was. I know you never knew her, but I believe your grandmother would have been extremely proud of you today. They continued on with the rest of Percy's shopping. With Dumbledore's help, he bought ink and quills and parchment, though Percy really wanted to know what was wrong with normal paper, pens, and pencils and would definitely ask his mom or Annabeth to send him some. He got his potion supplies and telescope plus the course books for both first and second year students. Dumbledore asked if he wanted a pet. He had always wanted one, but the only animals allowed at Hogwarts were a toad, a cat, or an owl. Percy figured he would probably lose or accidentally squash his toad within a week, and he had never been much of a cat person. He was definitely more of a dog guy. An owl seemed like it might be useful since Dumbledore said that was how wizards mailed things. But he also remembered that owls were Athena's sacred animal and that Athena and his dad didn't exactly get along. He didn't know if an owl would like him, so he figured he should wait and ask Annabeth about it. Maybe she could put in a good word for him with her mom, so the owls wouldn't attack him every time he tried to mail a letter. Finally, the only thing they had left to get was Percy's wand. Dumbledore led him to an old shabby shop. Ollivander makes the best wands. His family has been in the business since 382 BC. A bell jingled as they entered. This shop was small, about the size of his old apartment's living room, and the floor-to-ceiling shelves were stacked with thin boxes. A few seconds later, an old man came out from the back. Percy assumed this must be Ollivander. He certainly looked old enough to have been alive in 382 BC right along with Dumbledore. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Good afternoon, Albus. It has been many years since you have entered this shop. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, Garrick. Unfortunately, I rarely have the opportunity to accompany new students anymore. This is Mr. Perseus Jackson, and his is an unusual case. Ollivander's silvery eyes fell on Percy and stared at him so intensely, like he was memorizing his face or something. It was kind of creepy. You look familiar, Mr. Jackson, though I cannot quite place where. Have I sold a wand to a member of your family, perhaps? Maybe my grandmother, Elizabeth Smith? Apparently, she was a witch here. Those staring eyes finally blinked in surprise, but when they met his eyes again, Percy saw a new understanding behind them. Ah, American, that explains quite a lot, the old man stated. He glanced at Dumbledore, although it also makes one ask other questions as well. The headmaster was inspecting some of the boxes on the shelves, though Percy had a feeling that Dumbledore was purposefully trying to avoid Ollivander's gaze. I did sell Ms. Smith her wand, Ollivander continued. 9 3/4 inch, fairly flexible, made of willow and unicorn. She was an exceedingly kind witch. Such a tragedy what happened. Ollivander looked far away then, like he really was back in a different time. Then his eyes once again focused on Percy's, though it truly is miraculous if her child managed to survive that night despite the horrible rumors. Now, Mr. Jackson, is this your first wand? Yes, Percy said, hesitantly. He wasn't sure if he liked Ollivander. The man was unsettling. A little older than my usual first-time customers, but no matter, we will still find you a good match. Although, if what I know about your family is correct, Mr. Jackson, I believe you will be a most challenging customer. Ollivander winked at Percy, making him wonder exactly what the wandmaker knew about his family. If you would hold out your wand arm. Which arm is that? Percy asked, confused. Usually, it is your dominant arm, Dumbledore clarified. The headmaster was no longer browsing the shelves but was watching Ollivander almost suspiciously. Oh. Percy extended his right arm, and Ollivander measured the length. As Ollivander continued to take Percy's measurements, he explained the 3 magical cores he used in his wands. Could I have a wand with unicorn hair, please? Percy requested. He figured that a unicorn hair would probably be best since his father had created horses. As he found out this summer, it sort of gave him VIP treatment among equines. I am afraid it does not work like that, Mr. Jackson, Ollivander said with a smile. You see, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, but perhaps given your heritage, unicorn hair will favor you. A sinking feeling built in Percy's gut. Surely, it was just a coincidence. Ollivander had to be referring to his grandmother, who had a unicorn hair in her wand. He couldn't know about his father. Ollivander moved to the shelves and picked out several boxes before returning. Let's start with this one. He opened a box revealing a wand made from light brown wood with an intricately carved handle. Alder and unicorn hair, 9.5 inches, unyielding. Percy took the offered wand and wondered what was supposed to happen. Give it a wave, Ollivander advised. Feeling extremely foolish, Percy waved the wand, and nothing happened. Ollivander quickly grabbed the wand and replaced it with another. Try this one, sycamore and dragon heartstring. Percy waved this one, only to have the same response. That wand was also snatched and replaced with another one. Percy quickly made his way through the pile Ollivander had selected. When Ollivander offered him the last wand in the pile, yew and phoenix feather, the wandmaker glanced at Dumbledore as if looking for a reaction. The headmaster seemed to stiffen and frown in concern, though he relaxed so quickly when once again nothing happened that Percy thought he might have imagined it. Ollivander, however, beamed. Tricky customer, indeed. As Percy tried more and more wands with no results, he wondered if he might not be a wizard after all. Would Zeus let him return home if it turned out he wasn't? When he voiced his doubts to Ollivander though, the wandmaker quickly reassured him, not to worry, Mr. Jackson. You are just a very rare customer. I imagine any of that raw power passed down from your father's side would be difficult for all but the strongest wands to channel. After all, it is practically a force of nature. Percy was stunned. It confirmed his suspicion, but how could Ollivander have possibly known? He hadn't been in England for more than a day, and people already knew his secret. Before he could respond though, Dumbledore asked, You know his father, Garrick? The curiosity practically gleaming from his blue eyes. I would not claim to know him, Ollivander responded with a small smile. Rather, I would say I know of him. Long ago, the Ollivanders were associates of that family, and we still remember. The wandmaker gave Percy a knowing look. I imagine you look a great deal like your father. Percy felt Dumbledore's gaze on him, no doubt trying to see whatever Ollivander had. Keeping Dumbledore away from his secret was going to be harder than Percy realized. The man was just too smart and saw too much. It didn't help that goblins and old wandmakers kept mentioning his father. Ollivander once again turned to the shelves that were noticeably emptier now that at least a third of the wand boxes were stacked in the tried wands pile. Clearly we need balance, fire for water, he muttered to himself so quietly that Percy could barely hear. And rare. Ollivander paused then as if struck by an idea. A rare wizard indeed, I wonder. He moved to a shelf in the very back of the shop that looked like it might have a few cobwebs on it. Tell me, Mr. Jackson, are you familiar with wizarding superstition at all? No, Percy responded, wondering what that had to do with anything. Good, since you do not hold the baseless prejudice of most wizards, then perhaps this wand will favor you. Ollivander removed a single box and blew the dust off. Elder wood and phoenix feather, 12 3/4, solid. It was a beautiful wand, light brown in color with streaks of pale yellow. The base of the handle was a circle that narrowed and then flared out into a grip that ended in a small ridge. From there the wood almost seemed to spiral until the point. Percy wondered if it was just him, but the wand's handle looked like a sword hilt, almost. As soon as Percy's fingers wrapped around the wand, he knew this one was different. Warmth flooded from the wand into his hand. This one felt right. He slashed it through the air, and a cascade of blue sparks shot from the wand. Very good. An excellent match, Ollivander exclaimed. Dumbledore clapped politely, although Percy thought he noticed a hint of concern and worry in the wizard's face. Congratulations, Percy. However, are you sure this is a suitable wand for a new student, Garrick? Wands of Elder are known to be troublesome. Bah, that is just the old superstition of Elder wands being unlucky and fickle. I thought you would know better, Albus. It is true that a perfect match between an Elder wand and a wizard is extremely rare, but when the Elder is balanced with a proper core, it will be loyal to the wizard who earns its allegiance. Percy glanced at his wand. He really didn't need any more bad luck in his life, though part of him wondered if it could get any worse. But he also didn't want another wand. He wanted this one. It didn't feel unlucky. It felt good. I don't care about the superstition. If this wand did choose me, then I want it. It feels right. I am glad, Ollivander said with a smile, and that response is exactly why I believe you will have no trouble in gaining this wand's complete loyalty. He held out the box, and Percy reluctantly put his wand back into it. Ollivander walked back behind the counter and carefully wrapped the box in brown paper. That will be 7 galleons. As Percy handed over the gold coins, Ollivander once again fixed him with that unnerving stare of his. One thing is certain, Mr. Jackson. An Elder wand only chooses a wizard who has been marked for a special destiny. Suddenly, the box with his wand felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Ollivander's words reminded him too much of Chiron's cryptic hints about that super-secret prophecy. After his quest, he had enough of destiny and prophecies. Before Percy and Dumbledore left the shop, the headmaster addressed Ollivander. I trust you will be discreet regarding what you may know or suspect about Mr. Jackson's relations, Garrick. Of course, though Percy got the feeling that Ollivander was talking as much to him as he was to Dumbledore. It was truly an honor to meet such a remarkable wizard. I am sure when the time comes you will rise up and meet your destiny, Mr. Jackson, Ollivander said with a bow as they left the shop. Percy really didn't want to meet his destiny. He would rather just stay alive and keep the fates far away. Once they walked back out onto the street, Percy finally relaxed. At least it seemed like Ollivander would keep the secret about his father. He just hoped the wandmaker's statements hadn't tipped off Dumbledore. Well, I believe we are done with your shopping, Dumbledore stated as he headed towards another empty alcove. Are you ready to go to Hogwarts? Percy sighed. I guess so, though I'd rather not do that appearing thing. Dumbledore offered Percy his arm, and he reluctantly grabbed it. It will be better this time now that you know what to expect. Percy wasn't sure if he agreed with Dumbledore. One suffocating, disoriented trip through blackness later, and Dumbledore and Percy appeared in front of a large wrought iron gate flanked by 2 columns with winged boars on top. In the light from the sunset, Percy could see a huge castle with towers and turrets. Dumbledore pressed his hand to the gates, and they swung open. Welcome to Hogwarts, Percy. The walk to the castle wasn't too long. Dumbledore apologized that they couldn't apparate directly to the door because apparently, there were old and powerful enchantments protecting the school so that no one, not even Dumbledore, could apparate on the school grounds. Percy didn't mind though. After all the magical transporting he did today, just walking was nice. As they approached the castle, Dumbledore pointed out features of the school grounds, like the Quidditch pitch. From everything Percy heard, Quidditch sounded like it would be a lot of fun for a hyperactive demigod, assuming Zeus didn't blast him out of the air. The headmaster also pointed out a tree that would attack anyone who got too close, though Percy thought that might be an excellent way to train his battle reflexes. Then there was the groundskeeper's hut and of course the forest. The forest is full of dangerous creatures, Dumbledore warned, and is therefore forbidden to all pupils. Percy had to bite his lip, so he wouldn't laugh. At camp, they went into the woods because they were full of dangerous creatures. And of course, the forbidden part only made Percy want to go in there even more. At the very least, it could be a good place to practice with Riptide so that no one would see him. He would just have to figure out a way to sneak in. The castle itself was rather impressive. Percy had never really seen an actual castle before, since that little one in Central Park didn't count, especially when he compared it to Hogwarts. He wished Annabeth was there. She would have loved it. Knowing her, she'd probably be spouting off lots of smart architecture facts about the arches and windows and towers. When they reached the large wooden front doors, Dumbledore waved his hand, and they magically opened, revealing a huge entrance hall. Percy took in the warm glow of the torches, the large marble staircase, and several doors leading to other parts of the castle. As promised, Dumbledore returned his bag from home to its original size. You may leave your luggage here, and someone will bring it to your room where you will find the rest of your supplies as well. Right now, I believe a delicious supper is waiting for us in the Great Hall." Percy's stomach growled right on time. It had been a long time since he had breakfast with his mom, so he was pretty hungry. Because of the time change, it looked like he would be eating dinner instead of lunch. The Great Hall was well named. It was huge, with 4 long tables running the length of the hall and a 5th one on a raised dais at the opposite end. Though what really made Percy gasp was the ceiling. Thousands of candles magically floated in the air, and beyond that was the sky. On closer inspection, Percy could tell there was actually a ceiling, unlike the open pavilion where he ate at camp, but it looked exactly like the sky with the beautiful reds and oranges of a sunset. He figured it must be magic. Percy spent so much time looking at the ceiling that he was almost across the hall before he noticed the 4 adults waiting at the far table. "Thank you for coming. I am glad everyone could make it on such short notice," Dumbledore said once they reached the dais. "Mr. Jackson, I would like to introduce you to the 4 heads of houses. They have generously agreed to come back from their summer vacations early in order to help you catch up with the other second years. I hope you will honor their sacrifice by working extra hard." That made Percy a little nervous. In the past, school just hadn't been his thing, no matter how hard he had tried. Dumbledore pointed to a tall and very strict-looking witch. "This is Professor McGonagall. She will be teaching you Transfiguration. Additionally, she is deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House." Percy could tell that this woman was someone he didn't want angry at him, so Percy made a promise to himself that he would do his best to behave around her, at least in the beginning. He tried to remember what Dumbledore had said about the houses back when his mom had asked in their kitchen. He thought Gryffindor was the brave one. Next, Dumbledore introduced the very short wizard as Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaw head of house and the charms teacher. He seemed friendly enough, offering Percy an energetic wave that he awkwardly returned. The squat witch with a welcoming smile and dirt stains on her robes was Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House. She taught Herbology. He remembered that house since it had been the one his supposed ancestor had founded, and this time he had enough control to not laugh at the name. The last wizard, Professor Snape, made Percy immediately think of a bat with his dark eyes, black hair, and flowing black robes. Something about him reminded Percy of Mrs. Dodd, and he hoped this teacher wouldn't suddenly sprout wings and try to kill him too. Snape was the head of Slytherin House and taught potions. Once the introductions were over, Dumbledore turned his attention to the large table. "Perhaps something a little more informal would be better for our meal tonight." With a wave of his wand, the huge rectangle table that could easily seat over 25 people suddenly changed into a smaller circular table that looked like it belonged in a cozy kitchen minus the gold plates and goblets. It was complete with 6 matching chairs with floral printed cushions. "There, much better." That's when Percy realized that he was about to have a super awkward dinner with all of his new teachers. It's bad enough being the only kid at the adult table. It's 10 times worse when the adults were all teachers. Percy and teachers didn't get along. Chiron was the exception. Percy couldn't see a way to escape, and he was pretty hungry, so he figured he would just grin and bear it. He made sure to sit between Flitwick and Sprout since they seemed the least likely to give him detention before his summer school started. At least the food was amazing. One second he was staring at empty plates and goblets, and the next roast beef, mashed potatoes, vegetables, and a delicious-smelling stew magically appeared in the center of the table. All the adults started serving themselves, so Percy followed their lead, making sure to have a good portion of vegetables along with the beef. Chiron always said the heroes that ate vegetables were the heroes that lived the longest. Percy wasn't sure if he believed the centaur, but he figured eating vegetables couldn't hurt his survival chances. Percy hoped he could avoid talking to anyone. He didn't want these teachers to realize exactly how bad of a student he was before he even entered a classroom. But friendly Professor Sprout started asking him questions about living in New York. Percy knew she was only trying to be polite, but thinking about his city made the homesickness that much worse. Then Professor Flitwick just had to ask the worst question. "So which subjects did you enjoy the most at your Muggle school?" Usually, Percy hated that question since it reminded him of how much he didn't enjoy any subject at school except PE. Although this past year, he had kind of liked Chiron's class. Well, Latin wasn't too bad. "You know Latin?" The tiny professor was so excited it came out as a squeak. Yeah, some. I'm better with ancient Greek though," Percy admitted. "Greek too. Flitwick exclaimed. "That is truly excellent, Mr. Jackson. You see, many incantations for spells are rooted in Latin and ancient Greek. Coming in with a strong foundation of those languages will most definitely help you with your spell work. So many students have difficulty with the pronunciation and remembering the incantations because they do not know the basic roots." "Good," Percy smiled in relief. "I have a feeling I'm going to need all the help I can get." "Not to worry, Mr. Jackson," Dumbledore assured him. "Your education is in excellent hands." After a magical desert, the awkward dinner finally ended, and it actually hadn't been as bad as Percy had feared. Dumbledore led him out of the Great Hall and pointed to a door in the entrance hall. "The kitchens are through that door and down a staircase. I believe it may be easier and more comfortable for you to go there for your meals until term starts. To enter, simply tickle the pear on a still life painting of a bowl of fruit." Okay," Percy responded, hoping tickling the pear would make more sense once he was down there. As they walked up a flight of stairs and down several hallways to Percy's temporary room, Percy finally voiced what had been bothering him all day. After hearing some of the dinner conversations between Dumbledore and McGonagall, it became even more apparent, so he tried to ask Dumbledore without sounding too rude. "Thanks for all the help today, but shouldn't you have more important things than showing me to my room or even taking me school supplies shopping this afternoon? Professor McGonagall mentioned you had all those letters from the minister. That seems kind of more important." If a headmaster does not have time for his students or does not think that they are important, then he is not a very good headmaster, Dumbledore replied with his twinkling eyes and smile. Percy could tell though that Dumbledore wasn't really answering his question and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Colin had received a pamphlet, and Professor McGonagall had gone to his house, not Dumbledore. After everything that had happened this summer, he was a little more suspicious of adults' attentions, whether they were an evil math teacher or a kind Latin teacher or a god who wanted a favor. In the end, none of that attention had exactly been good for him. So why was Dumbledore giving him so much now? Was it really just because his was an unusual case, as he had told Ollivander? Percy supposed that was one way of summing up his mom's secret adoption and the events of June, plus being a descendant of a founder. Or was there something more? Noticing his suspicion, Dumbledore added, "I know coming to Hogwarts this way cannot be easy for you, Percy. Do not think that I am completely oblivious that your father's family for whatever reason threatened you and or your mother if you did not attend. Most cases I would insist on knowing the whole situation, but since I also think Hogwarts is the best place for you, I have respected your privacy and your assurance that you and your mother are not in any danger. No matter what is going on, I believe you would put her safety first, and if keeping me in the dark helps with that, then I will not pry. Therefore, I wanted to make sure your transition to the wizarding world and Hogwarts was as smooth as possible. I also want you to know that if you ever need anything, Percy, I want you to come to me." Percy didn't know what to say to that. Dumbledore sounded sad and serious at the same time while also subtly reminding Percy that he was keeping secrets too. "Thanks, Professor, I'll keep that in mind." "Well, here we are." Dumbledore's voice was cheery once more as he opened a door by a portrait of a funny-looking man in a powdered wig. "Your lessons start at 8 o'clock tomorrow, so I recommend getting to the kitchens no later than 7:15. You will have 5 hours with Professor Flitwick, an hour break for lunch, and then 5 hours with Professor Sprout." Percy paled at the thought of that much school. Dumbledore chuckled, "Not to worry, dear boy. You will find that magic lessons tend to be more hands-on, and given your accelerated studies, most of the professors will shorten the theory aspects of their subjects. I am afraid you will have to catch up on those in your own time, but I am sure your classmates will be more than willing to help." Dumbledore told him good night and left Percy to explore his room, or rooms really. It reminded Percy of a hotel suite. There was a living room area with a comfy-looking blue couch in front of a fireplace and a desk and chair along the wall. Most of his school supplies was in a corner. A door separated the living room from the bedroom, which had an old-fashioned bed with the 4 posts at the corners. He grimaced because that bed immediately reminded him of Krusty the stretcher and bed salesman he had killed in Los Angeles. There was also a standard bathroom connected to the bedroom. It all seemed so normal even if it was in a magical castle. A few hours later, Percy was ready for bed. He had IM'd his mom in the bathroom to let her know he was okay and at Hogwarts and hadn't been attacked. He also unpacked and actually took a look at some of his new spell books, but unfortunately, they did not magically make his dyslexia go away. Even though it was just the afternoon back home, he was tired and easily fell asleep. It had been a long day, and he hadn't gotten a lot of sleep the night before. Of course, as soon as he went to sleep, he had a dream. He was in the center of a crossroad surrounded by mist when a beautiful woman appeared lit by the 2 torches she carried. She was extremely pale with dark eyes and golden hair styled in a Greek updo, and she wore dark robes. "Hello, Perseus, we have much to discuss." Percy could instantly tell that this woman was a goddess, and there was only one goddess who would want to speak with him right now, Lady Hecate. She smiled at him, but it didn't exactly make him feel better. Instead, it felt like she was assessing him somehow. "Perhaps you are smarter than Athena gives you credit for," the goddess responded, sounding amused. "Yes, I am Hecate, goddess of magic and mist and crossroads, necromancy and ghost, queen of the witches." "That's cool," Percy stated because he didn't know what else to say. Hecate didn't respond but placed her torches in stands that magically appeared next to her. "Also thank you for standing up to Zeus, so I wouldn't get blasted," he added. He figured it was polite to thank someone who had helped save his life. "It was my pleasure, Perseus." This time she gave him a real smile that softened her piercing dark eyes. "It's been nearly 2 centuries since I was able to put the king of the gods in his place. Plus, you are one of my blessed now, and therefore under my protection, which is why I am here now to offer my assistance. As long as you work hard over the next couple of weeks, I will help you learn the coursework, so you will be on even footing with your fellow classmates when the term starts." Percy's dream self blinked in surprise. That was an extremely generous offer, a little too generous. Based on his experience, gods didn't just hand out favors for nothing. "Thanks, Lady Hecate, that would help a lot, but not to be rude or anything. Why are you helping me? Somehow I don't think it's just because you want to be nice." The goddess laughed then. "I am impressed, Perseus. You seem to have already learned the difficult lesson that nothing comes without a price. I will admit that I do have an alternative reason than just being nice. It has been a long time since a demigod wizard was born. Unfortunately, in this current age, demigod wizards are the only way I can interact and influence my people, even if it is in an indirect manner. The more successful you are, the greater your influence in this world will be. Also, it is my hope that if you are successful, then maybe the Olympians will remove the ban on interactions with wizard kind. I need a hero, Perseus Jackson, someone who can help me guide the wizarding world. They have become rather static, and I fear if they do not change, they will not survive. Troubling times are approaching for us all." Percy grimaced. This was exactly what he didn't want, the expectations of a goddess and the fate of the wizarding world on his shoulders. Surely, there must be someone else, like Dumbledore. "And wizards are your people, can't you just talk to them?" "Not anymore," Hecate replied with a frown. "Much like Prometheus' creation of humans, my people have grown beyond me. I am of course proud of their accomplishments, but they no longer remember who I am. Now, I, like most of the other gods, am little more than a famous magic user from ancient Greece, though at least I have a chocolate frog card since they still use several of my original spells today. Therefore, I cannot interact with them as a goddess. But I just don't know if I'm the right person for this. I mean, I'm me," he tried to explain. "And that's a lot you want me to do." "You will not be alone, Perseus. There will be others to help in the conflict ahead. All I ask is that you try your best, and in return, I will help you become the best wizard that you can be. As the goddess of crossroads, I will of course respect your choice." Percy thought it over for a moment. He supposed just trying couldn't hurt, much less having a goddess on his side. Already, she had helped keep him alive. "All right, I'll try, but don't get your hopes up about the Olympians changing their minds because of me." Hecate nodded in agreement. "Very well. I imagine you have a few questions for me?" Percy did, but the first one that came to mind was, "Can I ride a broom, or will Zeus blast me out of the air?" Hecate laughed. "Yes, you can ride a broomstick. It is your birthright. Zeus could no more punish you for riding a broom than he could a Pegasus. That being said, I would not recommend pulling a Bellerophon and try flying up to Mount Olympus." "Sweet," Percy exclaimed. "Thanks. Another question, does being a demigod affect being a wizard, or will I just be a normal wizard?" "That is a very insightful question, and I am afraid there is no simple answer. Any gifts you might have inherited from your father coexist with your magical core. Using your demigod powers is a separate skill than using your magic, but sometimes they can complement each other. Sorry Lady Hecate, I still don't understand, Percy admitted. I shall use an analogy then. Do you play a sport? She asked. Percy looked surprised. Oh, do not look so shocked, boy, sports are very Greek, and Nike is not the only one to keep up with them. Your father and uncles even participated in the first ever Wizard Olympics to help me start the tradition. They call it the Triwizard Tournament now in their honor. It used to have a 5-star rating on Hephaestus TV. The idea that his dad started a Wizard Olympics was weird, but Hecate got his attention again by snapping her fingers in his face. Sport, right? I like basketball. Hecate nodded. Very well, and based on the events from this summer I know you were good with a sword. I'm decent, Percy said with a blush. Modest too. That is rare for your kind. Of course, that made Percy even more embarrassed. So does your skill with a sword affect your ability to play basketball and vice versa? Percy thought for a moment. The footwork he knew from basketball had helped him learn the footwork for sword fighting. He also knew he was stronger and quicker from his training this summer, both of which would improve his basketball game. I think I get it now. Thanks Lady Hecate. You are welcome, Perseus, and if I were to guess I believe your father's gifts may give your magic an extra push if you learn how to channel it, while the focus you need for magic will help you control your other abilities. You are also different from other wizards because demigods tend to be more resilient. You may have noticed that you do not bruise as easily as regular mortals, and you heal faster even without the godly food. This resilience can extend to certain spells. The magic will still affect you, but your father's blood will lessen the effect. For example, the stunning spell will still stun you, but you will regain consciousness before a mortal would. The killing curse will still be fatal for you though. Good to know. Percy was relieved that he wouldn't be a super wizard freak even if immunity for a killing curse would have been good. Lady Hecate, could you call me Percy? No, Perseus, I will not, she said firmly, but not unkindly. I believe you need a reminder of what you are. And what's that? Percy asked, trying to keep his irritation in check. A hero, the goddess said with a smile. I want you to remember what you have done and what you will do one day. You're different from how I expected, Lady Hecate. You're more. Percy tried to find the right words and didn't want to insult the goddess that had been surprisingly honest and almost kind to him. I don't know, down to earth than the other gods I have met. Hecate laughed. That is because I am no god, but I will consider that a compliment coming from you, Perseus. I shall let you return to your dreams. You will need all the rest you can get for the upcoming days. When you wake up tomorrow, you will find a gift on your desk that will help you read English. The dream faded to blackness, taking the goddess with it. The next morning, Percy dragged himself out of bed and dressed in his normal clothes. Jeans, a blue t-shirt, and a hoodie. His mom had convinced him to leave his camp half-blood shirts at home since he didn't want to draw any wizard's attention to camp, and a bright orange t-shirt tended to do that. Just for a second, he had considered wearing his new wizard robes, but no one had told him that he had to wear them yet, and until then, he was going to keep wearing his clothes. On the desk, he found a pair of glasses with square lenses and a frame made of celestial bronze. He figured this must be Hecate's gift. He put on the glasses and opened his charms book to a random page. Colloportus is the locking charm used to prevent doors from being manually opened. It can be undone by the unlocking charm, Alohomora, see chapter 6. He could read. Instead of struggling to puzzle out the words, they had immediately made sense. It took him a moment, but he realized that the glasses somehow translated the English into ancient Greek. Sweet. Thanks, Lady Hecate. The glasses would definitely make reading a lot easier now, and for once in his life, Percy was feeling optimistic about school. It made him wish he had these earlier, and not just him. Most of his fellow half-bloods struggled with varying degrees of dyslexia. He wondered if he could get more of them from Hecate for the other demigods, and why hadn't the gods given them something like this ages ago? We cannot, Hecate's voice said in his mind. That would be considered direct interference. We must distance ourselves from our children and let them succeed or fail on their own merits. They cannot rely on us to solve their problems. It is perhaps the most difficult part of being a parent, particularly an immortal one. They're just glasses that would help make our lives a lot easier, Percy muttered back. He probably should have been more concerned that a goddess was reading his mind, but at the moment he just wanted answers. Plus, how were you able to give them to me then? Because you are a wizard. It is a spell that most competent wizards can perform if they know both languages. If you were able to tell him, Dumbledore could have done it for you, and in a few years, you will be able to do it yourself. Percy supposed it kind of made sense in a weird way. He suddenly had access to abilities and knowledge that most demigods never would because the gods had decided to keep the two worlds separate. Changing the subject, Percy asked, "Are you going to be in my head all day?" "Of course not." The reply came sharply as if he had offended the goddess. "That would be rather disturbing. However, since I am assisting you during these first weeks, I will be monitoring your progress. If you wish to speak to me, simply think my name, and I will try to respond." At least he would still have some privacy then. Finding the kitchens was easier than Percy had thought it would be. He followed Dumbledore's instructions to a brightly lit corridor with lots of paintings of food. About halfway down the hallway, he noticed a large still life of a bowl of fruit, including a huge, green pear. Feeling extremely foolish, Percy extended a finger and tickled the pear. Immediately, he jumped back in shock as the pear wiggled and actually giggled and then turned into a large green door handle. Cautiously, Percy gripped the handle and pulled open the hidden door. The kitchens mirrored the great hall with its size and 5 long tables. Percy even suspected that they were directly below the great hall, making it easier somehow to magic the food to the tables above. As soon as he stepped into the large room, he was greeted by a chorus of, "Good morning, sir," from an army of house elves. In a way, they were kind of cute with their big eyes and pointed ears and small size. At the moment, they were all bowing and curtsying to him, which made Percy feel kind of awkward. One of the house elves rushed over and asked in a high-pitched voice, "What would sir like?" I just need some breakfast," Percy said, wondering if there was some special protocol he was supposed to follow, but the house elf just nodded his head. "Anything special to eat, sir? You can call me Percy, and I'll just have whatever you've got lying around." All the bowing and stares made him feel self-conscious, and he didn't want to inconvenience them. "Of course, Mr. Percy, sir." That was even worse, but before he could correct him, the elf scampered away. Percy sat down at one of the tables to wait, but not even a minute later, 10 elves returned laden with plates of eggs, toast, bacon, sausage, and pancakes and pitchers of all different kinds of juices and pots of tea and coffee. It was more food than Percy could eat on his own. "Wow, guys, thanks, but this is way too much." "Mr. Percy is a growing boy, sir," the same house elf said matter-of-factly. "And growing boys needs lots of food." Not this much, Percy thought. He was definitely going to need to find time to train if house elves were in charge of his meals. "Is there anything else Mr. Percy would like?" the elf asked. "Thanks, but I think I'm good. Everything looks delicious." The house elf beamed at the compliment. "What's your name?" Percy asked, realizing it was rude to not know who was helping him. "Nedley, sir," the elf replied with a low bow. "If Mr. Percy wants anything, just ask, sir." As Percy ate, he watched the house elves trying to judge for himself if they truly liked working here. Most of them wore some kind of towel like a toga with the Hogwarts crest proudly displayed, and they all seemed happy. Some whistled while they cleaned dishes. Others were passionately discussing rearranging the storage of the silverware, but maybe they were only pretending to be cheery. Percy had just finished up what he considered a normal breakfast amount when a pearly white, slightly transparent man wearing tights and a frilly thing around his neck floated through the wall. Percy jumped up in surprise, knocking over the bench he had been sitting on. It wasn't the first ghost Percy had seen, since there were many spirits in Karen's waiting room and even more in the fields of Asphodel, but he hadn't expected one to float in after his breakfast. It was bad for digestion. He supposed he shouldn't be too surprised that there were ghosts here. Hadn't Hecate mentioned something about goddess of ghosts? "You are Mr. Perseus Jackson, I presume," the ghost said, though it didn't sound like a question. "Yeah, though just Percy, please." Who are you?" "I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, at your service, resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower, and I have been asked by the headmaster himself to guide you to the charms classroom." Percy thanked Nedley and the other elves before following Nicholas back into the entrance hall, up a flight of stairs and down a hallway before going up another flight of stairs. Percy was grateful for his guide, otherwise he would have been lost. The castle was a maze with 142 staircases according to Nick. "This is the best staircase to the charms corridor," the ghost informed him, "except on Fridays when it leads straight to the 5th floor east wing." Great, it was like the castle itself was trying to be extra annoying. "Well, "Here we are, Mr. Jackson," Nick said with a flourish of his hand at a classroom where Professor Flitwick waited for him. "Thanks, Sir Nicholas." The ghost smiled at him. "Nick is fine, Percy." Percy quickly discovered that magic wasn't at all simple or easy. Instead, magic was hard work. Professor Flitwick spent 2 hours going over the parts of a spell and how to read the complex spell diagrams in the textbook. By the 3rd hour, Percy was finally allowed to try the levitation charm. The incantation Wingardium Leviosa was easy enough, and Flitwick was right about the Latin roots helping him understand the spell. The wing part threw him for a second until Flitwick said it was an English edition. Then he just focused on the rest of the incantation and the meanings sort of popped into his head. Ardium came from the Latin ardus meaning high, and Leviosa was a derivative of the Latin levo meaning I rise. After a few tries and corrections from Flitwick, Percy had the swish and flick wand movement good enough that Flitwick let him combine it with the incantation to try and magically lift a feather. But nothing happened. "Not to worry, Mr. Jackson," Flitwick reassured him. "Almost no one gets it on their first try, especially since this is the first magic you are trying to purposely do. Usually, my first years will not attempt this until the end of October. Now try again, and this time keep your wand movement brisk. You slowed it down when you added the incantation." So, Percy tried again and again. Once in a while Flitwick would offer a correction to his form, the way he held his wand or timed the flick, or he would demonstrate the spell for Percy again and effortlessly lift the feather. Still nothing happened when Percy tried it except that he got more and more frustrated. After an hour of trying, Flitwick stopped him. "I think we should take a break at least for a few minutes and have some tea." Percy knew his frustration with the spell was making him sloppy, and he was making more mistakes. The tiny professor walked to his desk where there was a tray with everything needed for tea plus an assortment of cookies. Percy swore that tray hadn't been there earlier. "Tea, Mr. Jackson?" Percy made a face. He didn't get why the British loved tea so much. Professor Flitwick chuckled. "I suppose you Americans prefer your coffee. Would you like a cup of coffee then?" Percy shook his head. "No thanks. I had some at breakfast and too much caffeine right now would be bad." Percy did help himself to a cookie. Trying to do magic had made him hungry again. As he ate, he tried to figure out why he was having so much trouble, though Flitwick didn't seem too worried about it. Both he and Dumbledore had made magic look so easy. Dumbledore hadn't even said a spell, which confused Percy. "Professor Flitwick, how come when Professor Dumbledore does magic he doesn't say anything?" Flitwick beamed. "Excellent question, Mr. Jackson. Saying the incantation is just a verbalization of the intent of the wizard. More experienced wizards can channel their intent without saying the incantation and therefore cast a nonverbal spell. It is a difficult skill, not one that all can master, but we encourage our more senior students to develop this technique." Flitwick picked up his wand and without speaking did a very familiar swish and flick, and the teapot rose in the air and did a circle around the professor's head before returning to the tray. Something finally clicked for Percy. "So the intent is even more important than saying the spell?" "Correct, Mr. Jackson. That is why sometimes wizards can do magic without spells or wands, just solely based on their magic responding to their intent or will, as in the case of most accidental magic. However, as I am sure you know from your own experience with accidental magic, it can be difficult to control and tends to have unintended consequences. Therefore, the incantation helps focus the wizard's intent." Percy nodded. It made sense now. He hadn't been using enough willpower, and if there was one thing he knew about himself after this past summer, it was that he had a lot of willpower, enough to hold back the tide. "I think I'm ready to try again." He walked back to the desk with the feather and closed his eyes to gather his will like the ocean pulling back before a large wave. Then he opened his eyes and did the spell, willing the feather to rise. The whole desk shot up to the ceiling and shattered. Percy leapt back in shock as the remains of the desk started to fall back down. With a flick of his wand, Flitwick repaired the desk and gently lowered it back to the floor as the feather gently floated down. "I'm so sorry, Professor. I didn't mean..." "Not to worry," Flitwick said with a chuckle. "You did perform the spell. Now, we just need to work on your control and focus. Try again when you are ready." Percy eyed the desk and feather skeptically, not really wanting to worry about falling furniture again. "You opened a floodgate, Perseus, when all you need is a trickle from a faucet. Try again," Hecate said in his mind. "Okay," thought Percy, "a trickle. This time only the feather rose in the air gracefully. Percy laughed and used his wand to direct the feather across the room. Flitwick clapped and cheered. "Well done, Mr. Jackson, excellent." Flitwick made Percy do the spell 5 more times, and each time was a little easier. After that they moved on to the wand-lighting charm, Lumos, and its counter-charm, Nox. Both of those were pretty easy for Percy, but the fire-making spell gave him some trouble. After an hour, he had only successfully done it twice. Flitwick still was extremely pleased with Percy's progress but gave him instructions to practice all the spells. "And please only do incendio in your rooms." "Fireplace," Flitwick instructed. "We don't want to have an accident now, do we?" After his charms lesson, Percy went back down to the kitchen for lunch before following Flitwick's instructions to the greenhouses. The next 5 hours flew by. Percy was never really a plant or gardening kind of guy, but Professor Sprout made the lesson interesting. Also, magical plants were a lot more exciting than non-magical ones, like Devil Snare that used its tendrils to strangle anything that touched it, or Moly that could counteract enchantments. Professor Sprout informed him that Moly was even included in the Muggle Greek story The Odyssey, where Odysseus used it to resist the magic of the witch Circe. Unfortunately, Percy knew that The Odyssey was a lot more than a story, but he couldn't tell Sprout that. Once the lesson was over, Sprout assigned him some chapters to read in his textbook before they met again in a few days. Finally finished with lessons for the day, Percy headed back to his room. He pushed the couch to a wall and did some of the training exercises Chiron had showed him. Then he practiced with Riptide. Until he was too tired to lift his arms. Around 7:30 he went back down to the kitchens for dinner. Netley the house elf was waiting for him with a large platter filled with all sorts of different food at the spot Percy had adopted for his meals. There was a large fried fish, French fries, a piece that had layers of ground beef, vegetables, and creamy and cheesy mashed potatoes, and a piece of pie with meat as a filling. Since Mr. Percy isn't from around here, Netley thought Mr. Percy might want to try all the local food. Percy smiled as he sat down. "Thanks, Netley, I would love that. If you have the time and want to, could you tell me what everything is?" The elf looked like a kid at Christmas with his huge smile. "Of course, Mr. Percy, sir," and started to enthusiastically tell him all about the different foods. Percy had a little of each one, even if he wasn't crazy about trying kidney. He figured it would be rude not to, and Netley looked so happy that it made it worth it. With a full stomach he returned to his room. He practiced his charms for a while and even thought he was getting a knack for the fire spell. Then he laid on his bed and read Herbology until his eyes closed. It had been the most school Percy had ever done in a day, but Dumbledore had been right. Doing magic was a lot more fun than normal school. Of course, as soon as he closed his eyes, his dreams took him to a classroom where Hecate waited for him. He groaned, "Really, I have to learn more, gods, I'm sleeping." "Oh, don't be so dramatic, Perseus," Hecate replied. "Though you have done well so far, my hero, you still have much to learn." And so, Percy had lessons even in his sleep. Hecate's lessons reinforced what his teachers had taught, and she helped him truly understand the concepts instead of just reciting incantations. After what felt like forever, the goddess finally left him in peace for the remainder of the night, but he was mentally exhausted. Percy didn't know if he would be able to handle 9 more days like this one. His head might explode. Percy woke up the next morning feeling about as tired as he had when he went to bed, but somehow, he managed to drag himself to breakfast. Once again Nick floated through the kitchen wall to guide him to his next lesson, Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was as strict and demanding of a teacher as he thought she would be, but she also was fair and acknowledged when he did good work. Like Flitwick, she spent the first few hours describing the extremely complex theory behind her subject. With all the laws and theories, Transfiguration seemed more like a science to Percy than a magic class. It turned out that the actual spells were just as difficult as the theory. Even with McGonagall correcting his form for over an hour, he still could not change his match to a needle. Finally, he silently prayed to Hecate. A little help would be nice right about now. "Go to the bathroom," the goddess cryptically replied. Not sure how that would help, Percy asked McGonagall if he could take a bathroom break. "Very well, Mr. Jackson. I think a short break will do you good," McGonagall admitted. "Just remember to be patient. It takes most first years a week before they can master this." Percy rushed to the nearest bathroom and asked, "Now what?" "Turn on the water," Hecate instructed telepathically. Use your father's abilities to make a sphere of water. Percy concentrated on the water coming out of the sink and after a few seconds had a perfect sphere of water hovering over his palm. Good, now change it into a pillar and feel how the water flows from one shape to the other. Percy did as she asked and felt the water shift. Water was flexible and flowed and could take on any shape. It did not like being restricted any more than he did, but he still didn't get Hecate's point. He released the water back in the sink. But it's still water, I can't change it. What is water made out of? Hecate asked. Hydrogen and oxygen, I think. Percy replied, trying to remember his science class. Not so literal, Hecate huffed. It is made of drops. You rearranged the drops to make something new. Now think of what makes up the matchstick, the matter itself or atoms if you prefer. It doesn't necessarily have to be the complex scientific atom you mortals are so fond of, but the original, ancient Greek idea of an indivisible part that makes up the whole. When you do the spell, imagine rearranging these atoms into something new the same way you did with the drops of water. Your magic will allow these atoms to shift and flow. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I'll just pretend the match is made out of drops of water and rearrange them, Percy said and headed back to the classroom to try again, wondering how crazy that one sentence made him sound. Luckily no one but the goddess in his head heard it. If you must make it that simple then yes, she retorted. Armed with a new perspective, this time when he did the spell, he felt the magic take hold and shift the imagined drops that made up the match. Well done, Mr. Jackson, McGonagall said in approval with a rare smile on her lips. A perfect transfiguration. Perhaps the occasional break will be good for you if this is the result when you come back. Sure enough, where the match had been, there was now a shiny pointy needle. They moved on to larger and more complex transformations, which meant Percy had to keep track of a lot more imaginary drops. Sometimes if Percy lost focus or got distracted, he would leave behind some of the drops and only manage a partial transfiguration. Usually, he got it right the next time after a reminder from McGonagall. At the end of the 5 hours, McGonagall released him for lunch, telling him to practice in his free time. Before he could groan, she gave him a small smile that softened her severe features, and added, "You did well today, Mr. Jackson. If you keep up the hard work and just remember to focus, I think you could be very successful in my subject." Percy wasn't sure where he was going after lunch but kept an eye out near the end of his hour break for his friendly ghosty tour guide. Instead of Nick though, it was Dumbledore that stepped into the kitchen. If Percy thought the elves were excited when he came, that was nothing compared to what happened when Dumbledore entered. There were shouts or more like squeals of, "Master Dumbledore." Percy swore one elf even fainted from excitement while a few others bowed so low they toppled over. "Please," Dumbledore said in a calm and kind voice, "thank you for your services. I do not mean to disturb you." 3 elves rushed over to the headmaster. "Is there anything Master Dumbledore needs?" one of them asked. "Thank you, Rosie, but I do not require anything right now. I would just like Mr. Jackson to accompany me if he is ready." "Yep," Percy said as he stood up and handed his plate to Netley, thanking the elf for another delicious meal before following Dumbledore back into what Percy had dubbed the food hall. As they climbed the marble staircase in the entrance hall, Dumbledore asked, "How are you doing?" Percy shrugged. "Besides feeling like my head might explode, I'm good." Dumbledore chuckled. "I am afraid that is the consequence of cramming a year's worth of education into 10 days. According to your professors, you are making excellent progress." Percy didn't know what to say to that. He wasn't used to getting complimented by teachers, so he quickly changed the subject as they climbed even more stairs. "So you're taking me to my next lesson?" "Yes. I am afraid you are stuck with me for defense against the dark arts since the new teacher was unable to come to the castle early. However, this is probably for the best anyways," Dumbledore replied with a wink. Dumbledore finally stopped walking in front of a large statue of a gargoyle on the 7th floor and said, "Lemon drop," in a clear voice. Percy looked at him in confusion until he realized that lemon drop must be a password. The gargoyle statue suddenly hopped to the side, making Percy jump in surprise and grip Riptide in his pocket. The wall, behind where the gargoyle had been, split in two, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like the escalators in the mall. "Cool," Percy exclaimed once he was sure that the gargoyle wasn't going to attack him. "Welcome to my office, Mr. Jackson," Dumbledore announced. It was a super cool office. The circular walls were covered in portraits of wizards and witches, and then there were the strange silver gadgets that whirred and released puffs of smoke every so often. A huge bird with crimson and gold feathers perched on a stand by the door. It was one of the most beautiful creatures Percy had ever seen. "Ah, I see you have found Fawkes," Dumbledore said. The bird cocked its head at Percy as if examining him. "He is a phoenix." "Like the feather in my wand?" Percy asked slowly, approaching the phoenix. "Yes, phoenixes are extremely magical creatures and rather intelligent too. They die in flames and are reborn again from the ashes, and their tears have remarkable healing powers." Percy was about to reach his hand toward the bird, but glanced back at Dumbledore for permission. "May I?" "I believe Fawkes will let you know if you may," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Percy eyed the extremely sharp-looking gold beak and cautiously extended his hand. Fawkes stretched out his long neck and rubbed his head against Percy's hand. "Thanks," he whispered to the bird, who cooed back. "It appears that Fawkes likes you, Mr. Jackson, and I have found over the years that he is an excellent judge of character," Dumbledore stated in approval when Percy finally stepped away from the phoenix. "Now if you will take a seat, we can begin your lesson." Dumbledore magicked a cushy high-backed chair into existence for Percy before taking his seat at his desk. Percy tried to sit still and patiently wait for Dumbledore to start, but everything in the office was too distracting. An instrument in the corner made a tinkling noise. A sleeping portrait of a wizard with black hair and a pointed beard gave a particularly loud snore. After what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds, Dumbledore spoke. "You seem distracted, Mr. Jackson." "Sorry, Professor, I have trouble paying attention sometimes when there's so much." Percy waved his hand to encompass the huge distraction that was Dumbledore's office for anyone with ADHD. "I see," Dumbledore responded, and with a flick of his wand all the random noises were suddenly muffled, sort of like how some sounds were when you went underwater. "Better." Percy nodded. "Very well, the first thing you must understand is that magic itself is neither innately good nor evil. It is simply a tool that can be used by witches and wizards that chose to do good or evil with it." Percy had figured out that much for himself and barely managed to stop an eye roll at the cliché. Chiron had given him a similar talk before he left camp in the summer about not abusing his powers and only using them to help others. Percy really didn't want to repeat. However, Dumbledore continued, "There is a branch of magic called the dark arts that consists of spells, potions, and even a few creatures created and used with the malicious intent to harm or violate someone for the selfish gain or pleasure of another. But to use such powerful magic so cruelly not only hurts the victim but also corrupts the witch or wizard doing the magic and can even damage one's very soul." Well, that was new. Chiron had left out the soul-damaging part in his lecture. Although there are many spells that the wizarding community considers dark, the labeling is not as black and white as many believe. For instance, in certain scenarios one could argue that the use of the killing curse would be a mercy even if it is considered to be one of the most sinister spells known to our kind. Alternatively, one could use Wingardium Leviosa, a usually benign charm we teach first years, to kill another person. In fact, last year, a first year used that very same spell in self-defense to knock out a fully grown mountain troll. That was impressive. Percy hadn't considered how his first spell could be used as a weapon. Therefore, the intent of the caster is often more important than the spell used. Dumbledore paused, carefully looking at Percy for a reaction, so Percy just nodded that he understood. "In defense against the dark arts, we try to give you the tools to defend yourself against dark spells and creatures because unfortunately there will always be wizards and witches that are drawn to the seductive power of the dark arts. One such wizard rose to power in the 80s and is considered by many to be the most powerful and dangerous dark wizard of all time. His name is Lord Voldemort. He has been gone for nearly 11 years now, but he is still so feared by the wizarding community that many refuse to speak his name and refer to him as you know who or he who must not be named." So that was who Colin had been talking about in Madame Malkin's. Although, the whole not using a name reminded him of the gods and how saying certain names like the Furies and Zeus attracted unwanted attention from immortal beings. Just saying Kronos could make a room suddenly seem darker and the air colder. But this guy was just a mortal, so why not use the name? My father's family believe that names have power. Is that why people don't say this Voldy guy's name? Dumbledore frowned. In my experience, names only have the power that people give them. In this case, I believe we are giving Voldemort's name more power by not using it. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Well, clearly Dumbledore didn't have any experience in the Greek world. Voldemort, Percy said cautiously, but there was no thunder or sudden chill in the air. It was just a name after all. See, no lightning strike, Dumbledore said with an encouraging smile, though Percy did wince at his word choice. Luckily Dumbledore assumed it was because he felt foolish, not because lightning strikes were a very real danger for him. Percy didn't want to draw attention to it, so he quickly changed the topic. What did Voldemort do? And what happened to him? Besides delving deeper into the dark arts than any other wizard, Voldemort launched over a decade-long reign of terror throughout Great Britain, the likes of which had not been seen in this country since the Dark Ages, Dumbledore explained, sounding as old as he looked. For personal reasons, Voldemort hated Muggles and used the growing Muggle prejudices of the times to amass followers from pure blood families. Those followers called themselves Death Eaters. Percy had to bite his lip to stop from laughing. He bet that these guys weren't really popular with Uncle H. They wished to create a new world order ruled by pure bloods and purge the wizarding community of Muggle-borns, claiming they were unfit to practice magic. Isn't that like Grindelwald? Percy asked. All these dark wizards were starting to sound alike. His question seemed to surprise Dumbledore. You know of Grindelwald? It was only then that Percy realized that mentioning Grindelwald might have been a mistake. My cousin told me about him when he found out I was coming here. Technically, he wasn't lying. Hermes had mentioned him. Understanding flashed in Dumbledore's blue eyes. I suppose Gellert was more prevalent in the United States than Voldemort ever was, but they are different even if they both had support from pure blood families. Voldemort is an extremist compared to Grindelwald. Gellert never cared about blood purity. He was too smart for that. He knew that magic was magic whether you were Muggle-born or pure blood. He wanted to subjugate Muggles, while Voldemort wanted to exterminate and enslave both Muggles and Muggle-born witches and wizards, believing they were less than human. There was so much death and pointless slaughter, all done by Voldemort and his followers. Many believed I was the one wizard he feared. He certainly avoided any direct confrontation with me, preferring more underhanded assassination attempts. I did what I could to stop him. I protected this school and organized a resistance group to directly pursue his Death Eaters. But it wasn't enough. Voldemort started targeting those brave witches and wizards who helped me. Many were brutally tortured and killed, and I could see no end to the war. No wonder Dumbledore had been searching for Grindelwald's supper warriors. He had needed the demigods' help, but the gods had turned their backs on the wizarding world. This time, it wasn't their secret, their world, being threatened, so the gods and by extension the demigods did nothing. It made Percy feel sick and dirty somehow. Heroes were supposed to help people no matter what secret world they belonged to. Maybe Luke was right about the gods, though he seriously doubted that Kronos would be any better. Then, 11 years ago, Voldemort targeted one family in particular, James and Lily Potter and their 1-year-old son Harry. This guy killed a baby, Percy exclaimed. He knew he shouldn't be surprised since Voldemort clearly was a mass murderer, but there was something so shockingly wrong about killing an innocent, little baby. He tried, Dumbledore corrected. Voldemort murdered James and then tried to kill Harry, but Lily sacrificed herself to save her son. You see, Percy, pure love is a powerful magic in its own right, one that Voldemort, for all his power and knowledge of the dark arts, could never hope to understand. Lily's selfless sacrifice out of her love for her son formed a protective shield around Harry so that when Voldemort once more turned his wand on the baby, the unstoppable killing curse rebounded on him. Wow, was all Percy could say. He'd heard some crazy stories before, but this was almost Greek myth-level crazy. After Voldemort's defeat, the Ministry was able to capture many of his Death Eaters, and the war finally ended. Dumbledore finished his tale, though it didn't quite sound like a happy ever after. What happened to the baby? Harry grew up with his Muggle relatives and now attends Hogwarts. He will be in your year, in fact, Dumbledore answered. Percy couldn't imagine growing up without his mom. He thought back over all that Dumbledore had told him, but something didn't quite make sense. This Voldemort guy isn't dead, is he? You've said he was gone and defeated, but you never said dead. Plus, the way you talk about him. You say, is not, was. Dumbledore gave him a piercing look under those glasses, but he seemed pleased with Percy's observations. Very perceptive of you, Mr. Jackson. No, Voldemort is not dead, although most of the wizarding community believe that he is. The killing curse destroyed his body and broke his power, but due to some dark magic, he still exists, trying to regain a body and rebuild his strength. I can only hope that he never does. Now, Mr. Jackson, what do you think was the reason for me telling you all of this? Percy groaned. Of course there's a pop quiz. Dumbledore smiled. I would get used to those, Mr. Jackson. I find that life is a constant, never-ending pop quiz. From his experiences this past summer, Percy had to agree with that statement, but it didn't mean he liked it. Well, it's a good example of why wizards need to know how to defend themselves, Percy hesitantly answered. Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. Good, and what else? It's also a warning on why you shouldn't use the dark arts unless you want to become a crazy mass murderer, Wizard Hitler who gets defeated by a baby. Very good, Mr. Jackson, despite the sarcasm, commented Dumbledore. Voldemort started as a boy much like yourself who had a difficult childhood. His thirst for power corrupted him, body and soul, until he became a monster. And lastly, Mr. Jackson, what is the best defense against the dark arts? That one stumped him. I don't know, Percy finally admitted, feeling embarrassed. But there was no annoyance or impatience in Dumbledore's expression, only a kind smile. Love, Mr. Jackson. Love is the best protection against the temptation and power of the dark arts. Dumbledore let that sink in for a few minutes before continuing. However, there are less abstract methods to help defend oneself, so let us focus on those for now. First, Dumbledore showed Percy how to make green and red sparks shoot out of his wand tip. Apparently, that was the wizard version of SOS. There is no shame in calling for help when you need it, Dumbledore said in a matter-of-fact tone. Next, Dumbledore reviewed the Lumos spell with him and showed him how to control the intensity because according to Dumbledore many dark creatures, well, preferred the dark. Dumbledore ended the lesson a few hours early by handing Percy a parchment. He pulled out his glasses, so he could better read the list of spells without getting a headache. Dancing feet spell. Full body bind curse. Jelly leg jinx. Leg locker curse. Slug vomiting charm. What are these? Using magic in the halls, especially aimed at another student, is of course prohibited. Nevertheless, these are the most common spells that students seem to accidentally get hit with near the end of their first year. Therefore, your assignment is to look up these spells and figure out the best way to counter them. We will discuss and practice these counter spells when we meet next. I suggest using Hogwarts' extensive library. As much as Percy hated homework, he knew he couldn't complain since he would probably need this if he didn't want to become the magical punching bag for the school bullies. So, for the first time in his life, Percy found himself actually thanking a teacher for homework. Percy turned to leave, but Dumbledore stopped him. One more thing, Mr. Jackson, I suggest you start wearing your school robes tomorrow. Professor Snape will not be as accepting as the other teachers. Percy opened his mouth to argue back, but before he could, Dumbledore asked, do you really wish to make your life any more difficult than it already is? That forced Percy to clamp his mouth shut as he thought it over. Even though he knew Dumbledore was right, his stubbornness was just unwilling to accept it. Okay, Percy finally grumbled. Thanks for the suggestion and the warning. The next morning, potions went about as well as Percy had thought it would, which meant it was horrible even though he had taken Dumbledore's advice and worn the stupid robe. Unlike the other teachers, Snape had decided to split up his theory and practical lessons, so Percy was forced to endure 5 hours of lecturing, which should be considered a cruel and unusual punishment. By the end of it, Percy wasn't sure which of them hated the other more. At one point, Percy had thought for sure that Snape would kick him out after several snide comments from the teacher about Percy's inability to sit still and pay attention. That would have been fine with Percy since learning potions from books and Hecate had to be better than this. But something made Snape change his mind and continue lecturing. If Snape, evil smile, was anything to go by, he must have seen Percy's eagerness and realized that it was more torture for Percy to stay. Percy was tempted to see how far he could push Snape. Maybe he could use his powers to make those jars with creepy, floating dead things explode, assuming there was actually some water in there. Don't you dare, Perseus, Hecate hissed in his mind. If you use your father's gifts to purposely get yourself removed from a class, I will stop helping you. Well, that was something Percy couldn't afford. Without Hecate's help, there was no way he'd be able to catch up, so he just settled for glaring at Snape until the lesson was over. Percy practically sprinted out of the god's forsaken dungeon, glad that he wouldn't have to go back there for a few days. It turned out that the subject Percy was least behind in was actually astronomy. Since so many constellations and planets were connected to Greek gods and myths, Annabeth had pointed them out either in the sky or on maps and charts as she had told him the stories of the heroes who had come before them. Percy had actually kind of paid attention to most of it. For him the constellations were reminders that his life wasn't the only one that sucked. Plus, stars could help guide you on dangerous quests if you say accidentally blew up your compass with the rest of your supplies on a bus. Professor Sinistra was pleased with his current knowledge but still gave him a few charts on planets to study. Percy spent his first day off properly exploring the grounds. After being cooped up inside classrooms for 3 days straight, he intended to spend every second he could outside. He ran over to check out the Quidditch pitch, admired the stands and towering goalposts, and then ran past the groundskeeper's hut and around the lake. Once he was sufficiently sweaty, he took off his shoes, socks, and shirt and jumped into the water with his bathing suit. Immediately, he felt refreshed, but the water seemed different. It tingled against his skin with what Percy could only assume was magic. Hesitantly, Percy dove underwater and was relieved that he still had the ability to breathe. Now that Percy was actually in the water, he could tell that the lake was even bigger than it appeared to be from the surface. He wasn't sure how, but he knew that the lake floor was approximately 165 feet below him and there were several underwater caves and offshoots. It would take him weeks to explore the whole thing, and even then, he wasn't sure if he would see everything. Before he could even think about diving deeper and finding that giant squid, there was a splash and a commotion near the shore. Percy surfaced to find the largest man he had ever seen walking towards him in the water. "What do ye think are doing jumping in like that?" the man exclaimed. "When you didn't come back up, thought those Grindylows got her." Percy quickly swam back to the shore, making sure he stayed wet as he climbed out of the water. "Sorry, I didn't realize I'm not supposed to swim in the lake," Percy tried to explain, hoping he wasn't in too much trouble. Professor Dumbledore never mentioned it. Suppose the headmaster didn't think he had tear. "Most o' the year it's too cold fair swimming," the giant man reasoned. "And most are too afraid o' the giant squid to go in there." Percy thought he'd have to be careful around the giant squid, but the giant squid wasn't what the man thought had attacked him. "What are those grindy things you mentioned?" "Water demons, like tear try and drown people," the man said. "They're the ones should worry about down there. The giant squid's pretty harmless, though the merpeople don't take too kindly to trespassers either." Since Percy couldn't drown, he figured the Grindylows wouldn't be too much trouble. But merpeople? Did he mean like the Little Mermaid? Before Percy could ask, the giant said, "Name's Hagrid. I'm the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. And must be the new student from the States." "Yeah, I'm Percy." He extended his hand, and it was quickly swallowed by Hagrid's huge one. Hagrid grinned behind his wild beard. "Pleased to meet How about come to my place for a cup o' tea while dry off?" "I'm not much of a tea guy, but sure," he replied. Percy ended up spending the rest of the morning at Hagrid's. The food was terrible. Percy thought he cracked a tooth after trying one of the cakes Hagrid offered, but the company was excellent. Percy hadn't realized how lonely he'd been until then, with only teachers and house elves for company for the past few days. Hagrid enthusiastically told him all about the different creatures that lived in the forest, everything from unicorns to giant spiders, which made Percy glad that Annabeth was on a different continent. He even showed Percy the supersized pumpkins in the garden that he was growing for the Halloween feast and let Percy play fetch with his huge dog Fang. Percy would have liked to stay longer. Hagrid seemed like a pretty cool guy, but unfortunately, Percy's day off wasn't completely free because he had his first flying lesson. Despite what Hecate had told him, Percy was still nervous. He kept glancing anxiously at the clear blue sky as he headed back to the Quidditch pitch, waiting for it to cloud over. But the sky stayed lightning bolt free, so when the time came, he ignored his nerves and shoved off the ground as Madame Hooch instructed. He hovered a few feet above the ground, then leaned forward slightly and landed safely. There wasn't even a rumble of thunder. Feeling more confident now that it looked like Zeus really wouldn't blast him out of the sky, he did the next set of exercises with a lot more enthusiasm. Flying was fun. It felt freeing, and he loved the speed and adrenaline rush of diving, spinning, and making sharp turns. It was like a roller coaster that he could control. Sure, he would never be as comfortable in the air as he was in water, but Hecate was right. Somehow riding the broom felt way safer than the airplane he took to New York. It was like neutral territory. By the end of the lesson, Madam Hooch was satisfied with his performance. Not bad, Mr. Jackson, not bad at all. Her normally stern face softened with a small smile. Perhaps I may see you on your house Quidditch team in a few years. The next few days passed in a blur. Percy learned the locking and unlocking charms along with the severing and repairing and several more that he could barely keep track of. In Transfiguration he progressed to changing live animals like beetles and mice into objects, which led to some rather gruesome sights whenever he messed up and lost his focus. But the class he was most excited for was Dumbledore's next defense against the dark arts. Back in the circular office, Dumbledore asked, "Were you able to complete your assignment, Mr. Jackson?" "I think so," Percy replied. "Very well then, with your permission, I wish to cast a few of these jinxes on you so that you may practice the counter jinxes." Dumbledore gave him a questioning glance, so Percy nodded, "Okay," and pulled out his wand as the headmaster pulled out his own. "Locomotor mortis," Dumbledore exclaimed with a flourish of his wand. Percy immediately recognized the incantation for the leg locker curse, thanks to his built-in Latin and Greek dictionary, as a flash of purple light sped towards him. Time seemed to slow down as Percy watched the light and stepped aside like he was dodging one of the Apollo cabin's arrows in Capture the Flag, and time sped up again as the spell crashed into bookshelf behind Percy. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in surprise before firing off another spell, Tarantiegra. Percy dodged that one too, and the one after that. Finally, Dumbledore lowered his wand and chuckled, "I see you have found a creative solution to your assignment, Mr. Jackson. It just seemed like the best way to counter a jinx is to never get hit with one in the first place," Percy remarked, not bothering to hide his smirk. "It has been a few years since I have heard such cheek, but you are correct, Mr. Jackson. And that is a very important lesson that many wizards much older than you never master." Percy was surprised at Dumbledore's praise. He had half expected the headmaster to be mad at him like most of Percy's old teachers would have been if he had cheated or showed up the teacher. Then with no warning Dumbledore flicked his wand, and a bolt of purple light hit Percy before he even realized that Dumbledore had cast a spell without the magic words. While dodging a spell should always be your first defense, Dumbledore continued as Percy felt his legs bind together and struggled to keep his balance. Sometimes it is impossible to completely avoid a curse, and therefore, you should know how to properly counter it for those circumstances. Luckily, Hecate had convinced Percy to still actually do Dumbledore's assignment. Percy silently thanked the goddess because he actually knew the incantation for this counter curse and got it right on the second try using the same mental trick he used in Charms class to channel his intent. "Very good, Mr. Jackson," Dumbledore complimented. "Now, for the sake of time, I would like you to let yourself get hit by these next few jinxes." They progressed down the list, though Percy was relieved that they skipped the slug vomiting one. With only an hour remaining, Dumbledore taught Percy the disarming charm. "I do not believe your classmates have learned this in their lessons yet, but given your proclivity for, shall say, trouble, it is my hope that if an altercation with another student is unavoidable you will use this charm and walk away." Dumbledore magically conjured a wooden dummy with a fake wand and demonstrated the spell before having Percy try. After a few pointers from Dumbledore to help Percy's aim, he felt like he had gotten the hang of it. It was pretty cool watching the dummy's wand fly across the room after he did a successful spell. It reminded him of the first time he disarmed Luke. "Professor, does this spell only work on wands, or will it work on whatever someone is holding?" Dumbledore looked at him curiously as if he suspected the real reason Percy had asked. "An excellent question, Mr. Jackson. Expelliarmus will work on any object your opponent is holding at the time." That would be super useful, but Percy doubted that he would be allowed to use his wand back at camp. The class he was least excited for was his next potions lesson. As soon as Snape swept through the empty classroom, Percy knew he was in trouble. Snape looked like he wanted to murder someone. "That arrogant, insufferable fraud," he muttered under his breath, "why the headmaster insists." Then Snape's dark eyes fell on Percy and that glint promised torture. "Today you will start by making a potion to cure boils, Jackson," Snape declared with a sneer. "Follow the instructions on the blackboard. I just hope that you can pay more attention to your potion than you did during our lecture last time." Snape flicked his wand, and the instructions magically appeared on the chalkboard. Percy had never been more grateful for Hecate's reading glasses even if Snape scoffed as he put them on. Percy didn't know it was possible to pour water wrong, but apparently, he managed to mess up the first step. You are making a potion, Jackson, not pumpkin juice. The instructions say 100 ounces of standard potioning water, not 105, Snape criticized with glee. Next, it was not enough dried nettles and then too much crushed snake fangs. Each insult was worse, more bite and more personal, until Percy's temper was boiling more than his potion. Later, Percy wasn't sure exactly what happened, though he thought he should be congratulated for keeping his cool as long as he had. And he only managed that because he knew Snape was purposely trying to bait him, but there was only so much Percy could take before he exploded. He was about to add the porcupine quills when Snape's voice once again cut through. Are you an imbecile, Jackson? The potion needs to cool before adding the quills, which is why you take the cauldron off the fire. I see why your father shipped you off to a different continent the first chance he got, too embarrassed to keep you around. Percy saw red, and there was an intense tug in his gut. The next thing Percy knew, he was standing brandishing the silver cutting knife in his hand, and Snape was covered in Percy's incomplete potion-sprouting red boils on his face and arms. Percy just stood there, mouth open, too stunned to say anything or even laugh. Get out, Snape snarled with an angry glare that could rival the god of the underworld. Percy didn't need to be told twice. Back in his room, Percy paced, not sure what to do. So much for a fresh start at a magic school. He had just attacked a teacher, again, though this one didn't just disintegrate into monster dust. Would he be expelled? Would Snape blame accidental magic or realize that Percy had used something else? Percy was totally screwed. Hecate might make him spontaneously combust for this. What did you do now, Perseus? Hecate's voice sounded resigned. I might have exploded my potion all over Snape, Percy admitted. For the love of the fates, why couldn't it have been a child of Athena? Hecate muttered. Of course, she's far too sensible to ever have a forbidden child. I didn't mean to, Percy defended himself. That overgrown bat just made me so mad. Am I going to get kicked out? Hecate sighed. No, Professor Snape will just assume it was a case of accidental magic, especially if he was provoking you. I doubt he will even tell anyone about it. Percy sighed in relief. At least he wouldn't be getting expelled before the school year even started. However, Hecate continued, I did warn you what would happen if you abused your powers during a lesson. Percy thought back to his first potions lesson when Hecate had warned him, but you said if I purposely used my powers, and I didn't. This was an accident. I'm impressed you caught that loophole, Perseus, but you still must have better control and not lose your temper every time someone insults you. I didn't until he brought up my dad. Percy ground his teeth together at the memory. He'd been surprised that Snape even knew about that, though he figured Dumbledore must have told the teachers something to explain his sudden attendance at Hogwarts. After everything that's happened, he couldn't finish the thought out loud. That Snape's words had hit too close to his own doubts because part of him wondered if his dad really was ashamed of him now that he was a wizard, a double mistake. I see, came the stiff reply, though Percy swore he heard a note of understanding in Hecate's voice. So, you'll teach me potions? Percy asked hopefully. I suppose I will, the goddess relented. However, I expect you to do better next time, no matter what Snape says. Percy grimaced at the thought of having to endure more of Snape's irritating taunts, but after a moment, he said, I'll try. You better, otherwise I'll have to turn you into something creative, maybe a Tasmanian devil. They're known for their tempers. Percy winced. If he had to pick, he would prefer Mr. D's threat to turn him into a dolphin. Hecate, satisfied that her threat was being taken seriously, started the lesson. Originally, I was not going to tell you about this because in my opinion it's a shortcut, but unfortunately, because you've antagonized Professor Snape in such a humiliating way, it seems necessary. Just teaching you potions will not be enough for you to succeed now. You will have to be the best, which may be difficult given your trouble with paying attention. Luckily, some of Poseidon's offspring have a certain gift when it comes to brewing potions. Based on what you did today, I believe you will be able to master it. Besides, providing a channel for your father's gifts during that class may prevent another outburst. Suddenly, everything Percy needed to brew a potion appeared on his desk, including a paper with very familiar instructions. It looked like he was going to make a cure for boils again. Now, what is the base for most potions? Hecate asked. Percy took a second, wondering if it was a trick question. Water? Correct, and as the son of the sea god, you have a certain affinity for water. So I can just make the water turn into the potion? Percy asked. Don't be ridiculous. You still have to make the potion, but you will find if you focus on the water while keeping your intent in mind, then you will be more attuned to the potion. You will be sensitive to the exact temperature and mixing of the potion and should be able to control it to some extent. Additionally, as Golpielot, a famous potioneer and son of Poseidon, put it, the potion will sing for you. Sing? Percy asked, trying not to laugh as he imagined his potion singing Led Zeppelin. Golpielot always liked to be vague and poetic in his expressions, Hecate huffed. But yes, according to him, the water helped him sense what he needed to do next. I believe he imagined a symphony and every ingredient had a distinctive sound in his mind, which is how he was able to invent so many new potions and develop Golpielot's laws. Though an uncredited witch actually had to interpret Golpielot's laws for the rest of the community, because frankly I don't think Golpielot knew exactly why he added certain ingredients other than the water was answering his intent. Percy frowned. Okay, sounds kind of weird, but then again 2 weeks ago, I would have thought making any potion was weird. So how do I do this? Honestly, I'm not certain. Percy was surprised by Hecate's response. Most gods wouldn't admit when they didn't know something. In the past, the children of Poseidon gifted with this ability discovered it on their own. I think the best thing to do is for you to just keep making this potion until you sense it. Just remember, much like spell work, intent is the key. Groaning, Percy sat down at his desk and started brewing the potion. The first time he forgot the dried nettles. The second time he stirred the potion too many times counterclockwise, and the third time he was so frustrated that he messed up the incendio spell to heat up the cauldron and had to use his powers to dump the potion on the fire. The fourth time, though, he did everything correctly and produced a cure for boils, but there was still no sixth potion sense coming from the water. Once again, the potion in his cauldron vanished. Do it again. Perseus, Hecate commanded, but focus more on the water. This doesn't feel like much of a shortcut, Percy muttered, starting to get angry. After his 7th time making the potion, Percy got so frustrated he upturned the desk, which resulted in a thorough scolding from Hecate, including a threat to turn him into a ferret this time, before she sent him to the shower to cool off. The idea of a shower actually sounded appealing, so Percy for once in his life did as he was told. As always, the water was refreshing and soothing all at the same time, while Percy wondered if maybe he didn't actually have this so-called gift, and he was destined to suck at potions and be insulted by Snape for the rest of his life. When he finally left the bathroom, his desk was once again perfectly set up for brewing the cure for boils. This time he didn't wait for Hecate or even glance at the instructions, but he just started adding ingredients from memory. He didn't bother using the stir rod. Instead, he willed the potion to stir the proper amount of times in the proper directions. Maybe it was because he was extra sensitive to water after the shower, or maybe he was just paying more attention, but when it was time to remove the cauldron from the heat, he knew it. When he closed his eyes, it was like he could still see the potion, and it was glowing. He also knew exactly when it was cool enough to add the porcupine quills too, because the potion had a sort of orange aura, even though the potion itself was a bright pink, and for some reason orange and porcupine quills made sense to his tired brain. After the final step, Percy felt like he woke up from a daze, and in front of him was a perfect blue potion with puffs of pink smoke. Excellent, Perseus. Hecate complimented. You managed to decrease the average brewing time by 15 minutes. Percy snorted. Yeah, because I knew what I was doing after the 100th time. Yes, but you also used your father's gifts to manipulate the potion and even helped it reach the optimum temperatures faster. I did? Percy asked, shocked. Now, try it with a new potion, Hecate instructed, and the whole process started again. This time, though, Percy knew what it felt like and had a perfect potion on his second try. He realized that Golpielot had been right, but instead of sounds it was colors for Percy. By the time Hecate had him brew the forgetfulness potion, Percy knew that when he added a new ingredient to the potion or stirred it or changed the temperature, it altered the aura of the potion regardless of the physical color. A kind of glow that he assumed only he could see that he somehow matched with the next step. Usually, it helped if he had his eyes closed. He also learned by accident that he could use his powers to extract liquid ingredients and add them directly into the potion. Hecate was fascinated by the whole process and figured that he was sensing the actual change in the essence of the potion due to his father's powers interacting with his magical core. That night Percy collapsed into his bed exhausted but pleased. He was confident that as long as he concentrated on that strange connection with the water in his cauldron, he would be able to make any potion Snape could throw at him. To Percy's relief, he had off the 2 days before the term started. Officially, he was supposed to be reading his History of Magic textbook, but instead he spent the day exploring the castle. He even ran into Nick during his wanderings, and the ghost was more than happy to join him, pointing out which staircases had trick steps that he needed to skip and useful secret passages that could help him avoid crowded hallways and get to class on time. Most importantly, he helped Percy dodge Peeves the poltergeist, who was setting up a nasty surprise for the school's cranky, old caretaker, Filch. For the first time in his life, Percy found himself looking forward to the start of school. Magic could be pretty cool, fun even. It definitely was way better than math or reading stupid books about boys whose dogs die. Seriously, couldn't English teachers ever pick a happy book? Since it was his last night with his own room, Percy Iris messaged first his mom and then Annabeth. He wasn't sure when he would get another chance once he was surrounded by other students. Percy was going to miss his privacy, but at the same time he was excited to join a house. Even at Camp Half-Blood, Percy still felt alone sometimes because unlike the other campers, he didn't have cabin mates. He hoped that being part of a house would maybe be like that, like he was a part of something larger, like he belonged. So how exactly do you get sorted into these houses? Annabeth asked through the rainbow he'd created in the bathroom. Sometimes Percy thought she could read his mind. I don't know, Percy frowned. Everyone's been pretty secretive about the whole thing. I think it's supposed to be a surprise. Annabeth mused. Maybe it's some kind of personality test like Myers-Briggs. Which one do you think you'll be in? Percy shrugged, not sure, though I know I won't be in Ravenclaw, which is a shame because Nick told me their color is blue. That one's for smart people. They like wisdom and books and homework, so you'd fit in perfectly with them since your mom's literally the wisdom goddess and all. Annabeth twirled her hair as she thought, probably, or I guess I could be in that other one, Slytherin was it? For ambition and cunning. I guess so, but still seems like the wise girl would be put in the wisdom house, Percy emphasized. But Nick thinks I'll be in his house, Gryffindor. Annabeth snorted, yeah, I guess anyone foolish enough to charge a mini-tour without a weapon could be considered brave. What about the 4th house, the one your ancestor founded? Don't you want to be in it? Suppose so, but not because of my ancestor. It's not like I really have any connection with her anyways, but Professor Sprout is by far the nicest teacher here, and based on what everyone said, Hufflepuff is the nice house. Annabeth scoffed. You? In the nice house? Hey, Percy said indignantly, I'm nice. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Besides, I think Dumbledore said something about loyalty, hard work, and patience, Percy added. That made Annabeth laugh. Gods, Percy, I think you're the most reckless, impatient person I know. But you also are the most loyal one too. Once again, Hecate visited Percy in his dreams. This time though they were back at the crossroads and not in a god's forsaken classroom. Well done, my hero. You have worked hard and exceeded my expectations. The rest is up to you now. Percy frowned. What does that mean? I could only help you until you caught up with your classmates, Hecate answered. You were robbed of your first year of magical education, so by helping you, I was able to restore balance, so to speak. Now, you must continue your magical education on your own. Only then will you reach your true potential as a wizard and a hero. Percy was conflicted. He knew that Hecate helping him was one of the main reasons why he was suddenly kind of good at this magic school stuff, and he didn't know if he'd be able to keep it up or if he'd revert back to his regular being bad at school routine once she was gone. But at the same time, it would be nice to not have a goddess in his head. Don't worry, Perseus. I've given you a strong foundation. As long as you work hard, you should be fine, Hecate said reassuringly. Her expression shifted to a mischievous smile. However, I will check up on you occasionally, and if I find you are not applying yourself to your studies, then I will turn you into a suitable animal, maybe a miniature horse. I hear they are known for their stubbornness. If you don't wish to get on the wrong hoof, I suggest you start by reading your History of Magic tomorrow. Percy wasn't sure if the goddess was joking or not, but he'd rather not find out. I will update the next chapter in a week. It includes the sorting, which was the second part of the story that I drafted right after the very first scene in Dumbledore's office almost a year ago. From a window on the second floor, Percy watched the returning students clamber out of magical, horseless carriages and into the castle. After practically being by himself for a week and a half, the excited laughter and constant chatter was almost deafening. His 7th school in 7 years, he was going to be the new kid, again, which was never fun. Percy knew the drill pretty well by this point. He was familiar with the stares and whispers in the halls, and every bully sizing him up, trying to decide if he'd be worth the effort to torment. But this time it would be even worse because not only was he the new kid, but he was coming in a year late, technically 2 since he was already 13, and was from a different country. Once the last student had entered the castle, Percy slowly headed down to the entrance hall to wait for the first years to come up from the lake. He tried to hide in the shadows next to the door as the first years streamed in. Several gasped as they took in the size of the hall and the gleaming marble staircase. If they thought the entrance hall was impressive, then they'd flip when they saw the Great Hall. Percy's plan to go unnoticed was ruined by Professor McGonagall. After she gave everyone the "your house is like your family" spiel, she turned to him. "Oh, and Mr. Jackson, I suggest you look sharp because you will be going first." "Great," Percy muttered as Professor McGonagall swept out of the hall. Instantly, all the first years started muttering to themselves, but one enthusiastic voice seemed louder than the rest. "Hiya, Percy." Colin Creevey made a beeline straight to Percy's hiding spot. "This is so cool. We're in an actual castle. Where were you, by the way? I was going to save you a seat on the train, but I couldn't find you. You seem kind of old for a first year." Percy smiled at the little guy's enthusiasm and felt touched that he had tried to save him a seat even if a long train ride with Colin might have driven him insane. "Hi Colin, good to see you. And I'm actually going into 2nd year, but this is my first year at Hogwarts, so I spent a few days reviewing with the teachers and still need to get sorted." "Wow!" Colin exclaimed. "So you already can do magic?" Percy just had time to nod before Colin rushed on. "So, do you know how they're sorting us?" "No, I think they're keeping it as a surprise for some reason," Percy answered. A shy voice near Percy said, "My older brothers said we had to fight a troll." It was a small red-headed girl who blushed as she quickly muttered, "But I think they were joking." Colin looked a little panicky at the thought. Percy, however, had a feeling that he'd prefer a fight with a troll than whatever they would have to do. He doubted that a troll would be any worse than the Minotaur. Just then Professor McGonagall returned. "We are ready for you. Form a line and follow me." The 40 or so students shuffled into a line and entered the Great Hall. As all the first years gasped and gawked at the ceiling, Percy was suddenly uncomfortably aware that he was nearly a head taller than all the other first years. Already he heard the whispers flying. "Looks a little old for a firstie," a dark-haired boy said from the table on Percy's left. They walked all the way to the teacher's table before Professor McGonagall had them fan out and face the students. She placed the ugliest hat Percy had ever seen on a stool in front of them. It looked like it might have been a new wizard hat back when Kronos was vomiting his kids back up. Now, it was patched, shabby, and extremely dirty. Percy was pretty sure at least half of the Aphrodite cabin would have fainted if they'd had to touch it. Then a tear near the brim of the hat opened and the hat began to sing. Percy's mouth fell open in shock. Just when he thought that nothing else could possibly surprise him, it seemed like something always did. Despite all the strange things he'd seen so far, singing headwear was definitely a new one. By the time Percy's mind caught up to what his ears were hearing, the song was almost over, but Percy had the gist of it. All they had to do was put on the hat, and it would sort of read their minds to determine which house to put them in. The hall filled with applause as the hat bent down the middle in a small bow to the 4 house tables. From behind him, Dumbledore said, "This year we have one new student entering the 2nd year from the United States of America due to an agreement between myself, the Ministry of Magic and Magical Congress, and his family." Well, that was one way to put it, Percy thought as he felt all the eyes in the hall once more shift to him. Though, he was not sure how much agreeing the magical governments did between the gods and Dumbledore's influence. He also hadn't been expecting an introduction, but he assumed Dumbledore wanted to give the students an easy explanation for his presence here. "Jackson. Perseus," McGonagall called out, lifting the ugly hat, "if you would come sit on the stool." Percy hesitantly shuffled forward. At the moment, he really wished he was battling a troll. At least he was fairly sure he could do that without embarrassing himself too badly, and it didn't involve a mind-reading, talking hat. As soon as he sat down, Professor McGonagall placed the hat on his head, but it was far too large and fell down to his eyes, making Percy feel even more ridiculous than he usually did. Suddenly a voice spoke in his ear. "Huh, a demigod. I haven't had one of you in half a century." Percy jumped, then he realized how much trouble he could be in, so he desperately whispered, "Please don't tell anyone. I'm in enough trouble as it is." "Not to worry, child, your secret is safe. Now let us see. Difficult, very loyal and brave. Not a bad mind, but clearly no love for learning, which I think we can conclude rules out Ravenclaw for you. Not particularly ambitious, but lots of talent I see and a desire to prove yourself, particularly to your father. Very resourceful and cunning as well." A replay played in his mind of how he had tricked Krusty onto his own waterbed. "You could do well in Slytherin." Percy glanced to the table on his far left that he knew was Slytherin because they were under the green banner with the snake. Besides the black robes, many of the kids that sat there looked like they could be the rich kids at any of Percy's previous boarding schools. He knew from experience that they weren't all bad. Some had even been nice to him, but he wasn't sure if he would really fit in with that crowd or want to fit in. "Yes, you could do very well in Slytherin," the hat reassured him, "especially given who your grandfather is. Perhaps you would be good for the house as well." His grandfather? Who's his grandfather? No one knew who his mom's father was but his dad. If Poseidon was his father, that meant Kronos was his grandfather. He shuddered as he remembered that cold, cruel voice he had heard in his dreams and how he had manipulated both Ares and Luke. "No, not Slytherin," thought Percy. "I don't want to be anything like my grandfather." "I suppose not," the hat managed to sound amused, "and your clear lack of self-preservation is most un-Slytherin-like." "Very well, Hufflepuff or Gryffindor then." The hat was silent for a long while, so Percy took the opportunity to examine his potential housemates. The kids under the red banner that he knew was the Gryffindor table thanks to Nick seemed cool enough. They joked with each other and laughed. He probably would fit in with them pretty well. Then he looked at the Hufflepuff table. The kids there just looked welcoming, friendly, and nice for the most part. Something in his chest clenched, and he suddenly felt extremely homesick as he realized the kids at the Hufflepuff table reminded him of his best friend Grover. Finally, the hat spoke again. "Gryffindor would be a good fit. You have bravery and courage in spades." "Very well then, better be Gryff." The hat started to shout the last word out loud, but Percy stopped it. "Wait. Can I be in Hufflepuff?" Percy thought at the hat. The whole hall had started to clap as the hat shouted but then stopped in shock. Percy guessed that the hat didn't usually stop mid-shout. The hat paused, considering, "While your loyalty to your friends and family would make Helga proud, it wouldn't be my first choice. You seem to be rather impatient and confrontational, which are more often less celebrated characteristics of Godric's house, but I suppose your housemates could help you develop some control. I always did say that placing students with those of similar characteristics prevented well-roundedness and future character development, but no one ever listens to the hat. Is Hufflepuff where you truly want to be?" Percy glanced at the tables once more and noticed a boy at the Hufflepuff table with curly brown hair giving him an encouraging smile and a thumbs up. "Yes," Percy responded, mind made up. "Interesting, Mr. Jackson. Unlike another student who I sorted last year, you wish to be in Hufflepuff not because you believe that you lack the qualities of a Gryffindor. Because even when you are afraid you do not let your fear stop you, which is the true definition of bravery. Rather you believe you will form stronger connections with those in Hufflepuff because you admire their loyalty, kindness, understanding, and acceptance. You will be a most interesting Hufflepuff." The last word was shouted, and the rest of the hall hesitantly started to cheer as if making sure that the hat wouldn't change its mind again. Percy's new house, the table on his left, cheered the loudest. The boy with the curly brown hair quickly made space for Percy and motioned for him to sit beside him. As Professor McGonagall called the next student, the boy extended his hand to Percy and whispered, "Justin Finch Fletchley, I'm a second year too." Percy shook it and whispered back, "Percy Jackson, thanks for the seat." Justin smiled before turning his attention back to the sorting as the next student was sorted into Ravenclaw. The rest of the sorting was much more enjoyable now that he wasn't standing in front of the whole school, but he still noticed several people looking at him curiously, including Dumbledore. A glance along the rest of the staff table revealed that the teachers from his crammed study week were there. Plus a few he didn't recognize, especially the wizard dressed in a shocking shade of aquamarine. He didn't think anyone could wear brighter robes than Dumbledore, but this wizard had. At the end of the table, Hagrid caught his eye and waved. Percy returned it much more discreetly, but he realized one teacher was missing, Snape. Maybe he was antisocial and skipped these things. Colin was sorted into Gryffindor. He gave Percy a sad shrug before dashing off to the table on the far right. Personally, Percy was a little relieved that he would have some space from the overly enthusiastic boy. Percy noticed that for some students the Sorting Hat made its decision quickly while for others it took more time, but it never changed its mind for anyone else. Finally, as Percy's stomach started to growl, McGonagall called the last student, Weasley. Ginevra, who was quickly sorted into Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall removed the stool, and Dumbledore stood up. "Welcome to all our new students, and to our old students, welcome back." "Great," Percy thought, another speech. "I have an announcement. Let the banquet begin." Everyone clapped and cheered and the students around Percy laughed. Typical Dumbledore, the boy next to Percy muttered with a smile before piling mashed potatoes on his plate. Percy gasped because the table was now covered in food. If he thought his first night at Hogwarts had been impressive, it was nothing compared to this. There was beef, chicken, pork chops, sausage, several versions of potatoes, peas, carrots, and more. Forcing his mouth closed, he quickly joined the others in filling his plate. "Don't worry, Percy, we all looked like you at the welcome feast last year," Justin said knowingly. He waved his fork around. "This is the rest of the gang." He pointed to the stout boy sitting on Percy's other side, Ernie McMillan, and next to him is Susan Bones. "They're the ones you go to for homework help." Both stopped eating long enough to shake his hand. "So Percy, not Perseus?" Ernie asked. Percy nodded. "Yeah, I prefer Percy." "I would too if that was my name," a skinny, blonde-haired boy with an upturned nose rudely declared from across the table. "Sounds like a Slytherin, pure-blood supremacist. Although, I'm not sure Percy is any better since people might confuse you with that pompous Gryffindor prefect, Weasley." "That ray of sunshine," Justin pointed with his fork to the blonde-haired boy, "is Zacharias Smith. He's the one you go to if you want." Brutal honesty, though he tends to give that to you whether you want it or not. "What can I say, it's a gift," Zacharias replied with a shrug and a smug smirk. That was when Percy decided he wouldn't tell anyone that his grandmother was Elizabeth Smith. They might think he was related to this guy. Percy just hoped he actually wasn't, because he had enough jerk relatives as it was. "Looks like the new guy passed the Hufflepuff test," a girl with blonde pigtails said from her seat next to Zacharias. Managed not to slap Zacharias after he opened his mouth. "Does it count if I'm still thinking about it?" Percy asked, which made everyone laugh. Percy even saw Zacharias' lips curl into a tiny smile. Maybe he wasn't so bad. "That," Justin continued with his introductions, "is Hannah Abbott. She's the one you go to if you want a laugh or the latest gossip. And over there is Wayne Hopkins and Megan Jones." The last two were farthest from him, so they just waved. "Wayne knows lots of random trivia, and Megan is the best artist in the house. She makes these incredible signs for our Quidditch matches. And in case you haven't figured it out yet," Ernie added, "Justin's the extra kind one that can make you feel better, no matter how bad your day was. And he's also great at Transfiguration." Justin blushed at the compliment. "I have to be good at something to make up for how bad I am at potions." "It's just Snape," Ernie stated. "I'm sure if we had a teacher that didn't enjoy intimidating and tormenting his students, you would do better." "We all would do better," Hannah added. Percy was relieved that at least Snape seemed to give everyone a hard time, unlike Mrs. Dodds, who had focused all her evilness just on him. "Speaking of our beloved potions master, where is he?" Zacharias shrugged. "Don't know, but he snuck out right after Jackson's sorting." They all glanced at the head table. "McGonagall and Dumbledore are gone too," Ernie noted. "I bet this has something to do with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley not being on the train," Susan guessed. "Harry Potter?" Percy asked, trying to remember why that name rang a bell. "Yeah, he's in our year, in Gryffindor," Justin explained. "Suppose you heard about him even all the way in the States since he defeated you-know-who and all." "That's right. Harry Potter was the baby that defeated the evil wizard Hitler. He and his sidekick Weasley are always getting in trouble," Zacharias complained. "But they did stop Professor Quirrell from stealing the Philosopher's Stone last year," Ernie reasoned, "which did cause Slytherin to lose the House Cup for the first time in 7 years. He just wanted to be the hero again, Zacharias argued. I think he likes the attention. Besides, that made us come in last instead of second to last. My auntie said Harry received a warning from the ministry for using magic this summer, Susan reluctantly admitted. See, Zacharias proclaimed. Bet Potter was showing off to scare those muggles he lives with. I don't think Harry would do that, Hannah defended. He seems nice. At that point, Percy stopped paying attention to the argument because the dinner platters vanished and were replaced by desserts. So, what about you, Percy? Where in the States are you from? Justin asked. New York, Percy answered in between scoops of ice cream and some sort of sweet pastry with golden syrup. Cool, the Big Apple, itself. I visited there with my folks a few years ago, Justin shared. Now, that's a big city. So, why Hogwarts? This was a question he'd been dreading, but luckily, the night before he and Annabeth had figured out safe responses to this question and any involving the family. As she had pointed out, an orphan circus caravan cover story wouldn't work at Hogwarts. Well, it is supposed to be the best school for magic in the world. It most certainly is, Ernie proclaimed proudly. But they don't just let anyone come here, especially from a different country, Zacharias retorted. So why did you get to? That guy was really starting to get annoying. But he knew if not Smith then someone else would ask it, so he gave the second answer they'd come up with. I got into some family trouble, so my mom and dad and Dumbledore all thought it would be safest if I came to Hogwarts. Well, everyone says Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, Susan reasoned. Even when you know who was at his prime, he couldn't take the school. Before his housemates could ask any more questions, the desserts disappeared, and Dumbledore, who must have returned to the feast at some point, stood. Now that we have all enjoyed a delicious meal, I have a few start-of-term notices. Then came the traditional don't break these rules speech similar to the ones Percy had heard at all the other boarding schools he had attended. Granted, the other ones didn't include the word magic or ever bashing boomerangs, which did sound pretty cool. The welcome feast ended with everyone enthusiastically singing the school song, which somehow was even more ridiculous than Percy's favorite camp song, I am my own great grandpa, so of course he loved it. Come on, Percy, I'll show you our common room, Ernie said as all the student poured out of the great hall. He's practicing for when he's prefect one day, Hannah remarked, getting a few polite sniggers from the others. I'll see you there, I'm going to see what I can find out. And she disappeared in the sea of students mingling in the entrance hall. This way, Percy. Ernie directed him to the door that led to the kitchens. We have the best common room because it has the most central location compared to the others, which are either in towers or the dungeons. And ours is right next to the kitchens. They passed the picture with the ticklish pair and stopped at a pile of large barrels half hidden in a shadowy corner. Ernie held up his hand to stop a group of older students and importantly said, got to show our new badger how it's done. Now, Percy, pay careful attention because if you get the barrel wrong or tap it incorrectly you will get sprayed with vinegar. Ernie pointed to a barrel 2 from the bottom in the middle of its row and tapped it with his wand as he said, Helga Hufflepuff, with a tap for each syllable of the founder's name. The barrel lid slid open, revealing a narrow passage gently sloping upwards. The passage widened to a large but cozy, circular room with a low ceiling. Welcome to the set. Everything was yellow and black, reminding Percy of a cheerful bumblebee. Plants and cacti were everywhere, providing additional color. The older students all patted Percy on the back as they passed him and congratulated him on his sorting. As Percy took in the bright, friendly atmosphere, he finally felt at home for the first time in weeks. On top of the mantel, smiling down at them all, was a portrait of a plump woman in a yellow dress holding a gold cup. Is that? Percy started to ask. Helga Hufflepuff. Ernie finished for him. Yes, our honorable foundress. And his supposed ancestor. Percy looked closely at the portrait, but all he saw besides the similar hair color was a ghost of his mother's smile, though that could have been his imagination. We should grab some seats before it gets too crowded, Ernie recommended as he claimed one end of a comfy-looking sofa, and the others joined him. Percy took a nearby armchair. Hannah found them a few minutes later looking like she was bursting to share the news. You'll never guess what they did. Harry and Ron flew from London to here in a flying car and crashed it into the Whomping Willow. You're joking, Susan exclaimed, but Hannah shook her head. Typical attention-seeking Potter, Zacharias muttered from his corner while Justin asked, are they okay? I think so, Hannah answered as she squeezed next to Susan. No one mentioned anyone going to the hospital wing. The real question is, Ernie proclaimed dramatically, are they going to be expelled? Hannah shrugged, no one knows yet. Everyone's still speculating. Percy was impressed. Even he had never done something like that, at least not before the first day of class. Now, he felt silly worrying about getting expelled for an exploding potion even if it did make his teacher erupt into boils. Maybe his mom and Chiron were right, if crashing a flying car was a maybe expulsion, then that left him with a lot of wiggle room. Before they could discuss it anymore, an older boy and girl maybe 17 led the 12 new first years into the set, and everyone started cheering. Eventually, the older boy raised his hands, and everyone settled down. Good, looks like we're all here. As most of you know, I'm Gabriel Truman. I'm a 7th year and the senior Hufflepuff prefect. He paused and someone else shouted, don't forget keeper for the house Quidditch team too. Thanks for that, Ganders. Gabriel flashed a smile. Anyways, I'd like to welcome all of our new members. His eyes flashed to Percy, and if ever you need anything please don't hesitate to ask myself or any of my fellow prefects. Now, I thought we should start the year by helping our new housemates understand what it really means to be a badger. Let's start with 2nd years. McMillan, what does it mean to be a Hufflepuff? Great. Percy thought more cheesy orientation activities. Ernie looked a little flustered at being called on but quickly recovered and stood up. Well, we Hufflepuffs are loyal, so we've always got each other's back. Here, here, someone shouted from the crowd as everyone clapped. Hannah and Justin both patted Ernie on the back once he sat back down. All right. Summers for the 3rd years, Gabriel continued. A girl with curly brown hair stood up from across the room. Hufflepuffs are hardworking, so if we don't get something right at first, we'll keep at it until we do. Again, the statement was met with polite applause. Very good, 4th years, Diggory. This time there was cheering before Diggory even said anything as a few boys a little older than Percy playfully shoved another boy to the front of their group. Percy was surprised that even Zacharias was clapping. Clearly, this Diggory guy was pretty popular. As Diggory straightened his robes, he repeated the question, what does it mean to be a Hufflepuff? The other houses may think of us as duffers. They assume because we aren't in Slytherin or Ravenclaw or Gryffindor that we aren't ambitious or smart or brave. He started pacing around the center of the room. But what they don't know is that we are the only house that got it right because we accept everyone and are all the better for our diversity. Sure, we aren't the most winning house when it comes to competitions, but that's because we know there are more important things than just winning, like integrity and loyalty and helping each other. That's what it truly means to be a Hufflepuff. We may not come in first, but by Merlin's beard, we will make sure that we all finish the race together. We're kind of stubborn that way. Hufflepuffs know that we are stronger together. Something the rest of the school has forgotten. Our house is the sticking charm that holds the school together, and that is something to be proud of. Diggory stopped then and looked around at everyone's stunned faces. Sorry, Gabriel. Guess I got a little carried away. Gabriel chuckled and clapped the younger boy on the shoulder. No need to apologize for house pride, Diggory. Just try not to get in a duel over it. That's when the cheering started up again, and someone started a chant, Diggory for minister, which caused Diggory to smile and duck his head in embarrassment. Once everyone calmed down again, Gabriel said, well, I'm pretty sure Cedric said everything worth saying. So with that, girls' dorms are on the right, and boys' dorms are on the left. You will know which door is yours because it will have your year on it. And I suggest everyone at least try to go to sleep soon. Classes start early tomorrow. They said good night to the girls, and then Percy followed his new dorm mates into their room. The room was round and lit with a warm glow from copper lamps. 5 beds just like the one he had in his temporary room were against the wall, though these had patchwork quilts. At this point Percy wasn't too surprised to find that his trunk, which had been in his room upstairs a few hours ago, had been carefully placed beside a bed. A few hours later, as Percy tried to fall asleep, he thought back to what Diggory had said, and it made him realize what the Sorting Hat had meant by its long-winded explanation when it agreed to put him in Hufflepuff. In short, Hufflepuff was a house full of underdogs, and in every school he had ever been in, Percy had always befriended the underdogs. That was how he had met Grover. Maybe it was because he hated bullies and liked fighting them. Maybe part of him liked helping the little guy. But maybe it was just because the underdogs were always the nicest. They never judged him for his terrible grades or odd behavior. They always made him feel like he belonged. Sorry for those who wanted Percy in Gryffindor. Besides the fact that I think, given the choice, Percy would pick Hufflepuff as stated in the chapter, I wanted more freedom to develop characters and to be able to look at the Golden Trio from more of an outside perspective. Since I'm a Gryffindor according to every single test out there, I read, Finding Himself, by Minisinu to help me understand Hufflepuff better. Therefore, my take on the house and Cedric are definitely inspired by that work. It's an incredible read if you haven't read it and are old enough for the mature rated stories. Next update probably won't be at least for a month, sorry. The next morning the main gossip was still Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Percy almost felt like he should thank these guys because their stunt meant less attention on him, the strange, new guy who came a year late. Apparently, they hadn't been expelled, so Percy was pretty sure he wouldn't get expelled here unless he really tried. Even then, it would be hard to beat crashing a flying car. Ernie was one of those kids who was super excited for the first day of school, so he had dragged them all up to the Great Hall early. As more students trickled in, Justin would tell Percy their names and what he knew about them if he could. It seemed like Justin knew over half of the school. Finally, Percy just asked, "Who should I look out for? I know the teachers already because they reviewed with me, and I've been warned about Peeves, but are there any students who could make life difficult?" "Well, that's Percy Weasley." Justin pointed out a tall boy with red hair and glasses. "Like Smith said last night, he's a prefect and a really big stickler for the rules." He gave Percy a knowing glance, "So if you are doing something you shouldn't, keep an eye out for him." "There are a lot of Weasleys here, Percy, Ron, and that girl at the sorting. Is that a common name?" Percy asked. Ernie laughed, "Not exactly, they're just a really big family. All the ones at Hogwarts right now are siblings, but you left out the twins." "There's more?" Justin smiled, "Yep, Fred and George Weasley. They're 2 years above us in Gryffindor, of course, and Hogwarts resident pranksters. It's like they feel like they have to make up for all of Percy's seriousness. So be suspicious of anything they give you, and never eat any food from them," Justin warned. "For the most part, they're harmless pranks and make for a good laugh, but I prefer to watch from the sidelines instead of being an unknowing participant." After camp, Percy had learned a lot about pranks, especially thanks to these two particular sons of Hermes. And then there's Draco Malfoy and his two goons, friends, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Hannah pointed out a pale, slender boy with slicked back, white blonde hair whose facial expression made it look like he had just gotten a whiff of smelly Gabe's socks. Right behind him were two boys that looked more like gorillas than boys. Percy watched as they headed to the Slytherin table. Justin paled, "He can be quite nasty. It's just best to avoid those three when you can." Percy was surprised. Coming from someone like Justin, nasty was practically a curse word. Ernie patted his friend's back. "Hey, I was getting the hang of that jelly legs jinx last year. I'll help you practice it, so you'll be ready." "Yeah, but Crabbe and Goyle are always there too. Last time one of them put me in a headlock before I could grab my wand," Justin admitted. Percy hadn't even officially met them yet, but he already didn't like those three. "Don't worry, I can take them." "You?" Zacharias snorted. "Take Crabbe and Goyle before they punch the daylights out of you?" Percy shrugged. He'd beaten Ares kids that were bigger and probably better trained. Even without Riptide, it would be easy. He realized that Crabbe and Goyle were only scary to his classmates. Because, like Chiron had said, most wizards weren't trained for physical combat. They relied on their wands. "Trust me, you're the one to go to for brutal honesty. I'm the one you want by your side if you're in a fight. I'm sure with Gilderoy Lockhart teaching us defense against the dark arts, we'll learn lots of new tricks to stop Malfoy," Justin said eagerly. "Gilderoy Lockhart?" Percy asked. "Yeah, haven't you read his books? They were on our book list this year. I read them all over the summer, even got my mother to read them too." Now that Justin had mentioned it, Percy remembered all those books sitting on the bottom of his trunk with the funny titles. But he'd been so busy catching up on the first-year material, he hadn't even looked at the books for second year. Just then, the sound of hundreds of wings filled the air and owls swooped down with packages, letters, and newspapers. Susan had a newspaper delivered, and Ernie had a letter from his mother. At this point, Percy had avoided owls. Tentatively, He extended his hand out to Ernie's owl. "May I?" "Sure, he's friendly," Ernie replied as he opened his letter. Percy went to stroke the owl's feathers, but quick as a pit scorpion it turned and bit him. "Zeus," Ernie reprimanded, "that was not nice." Percy winced as much from the name as the bite. "Dude, your owl's named Zeus?" "I don't know why he did that. It's okay." Percy tried again, despite that the owl was named after his most annoying uncle. This time he used an owl treat he had gotten from Hagrid after talking to Annabeth. She said owls were smart, so they shouldn't hold a grudge over getting food. Sure enough, Zeus took the treat and let Percy stroke his feathers while he chewed on it. Maybe he could start sending letters to his mom after all. Suddenly, a woman's voice exploded from the Gryffindor table. "Stealing the car. I wouldn't have been surprised if they expelled you." It was so loud it made the plates shake on the table. "Weasley got a howler," Zacharias said with glee. Everyone turned to look as Ron Weasley's face turned the same color as his hair and the envelope in his hands. He sank lower and lower in his seat as the shouting continued. When it stopped, the hall filled with a mix of laughter and looks of sympathy. It made Percy extremely glad that his mom hadn't been able to use those when he had done all those stupid and foolish things at his old schools. As breakfast wrapped up, Professor McGonagall moved around the table handing out schedules. "Wonder where Sprout is?" "She usually hands out our schedules, but it looks like we'll see her soon because we've got double Herbology with the Gryffindors," Ernie announced. Percy just took his word for it because he didn't feel like having to pull out his glasses to check. They discovered where their head of house had been a few minutes later. As they waited outside the greenhouses, Percy spotted her heading towards them from across the lawn carrying lots of bandages. "Looks like she was treating the Whomping Willow that Potter and Weasley crashed into," Ernie observed. "I wonder what Professor Lockhart was doing over there." "That's Lockhart?" Percy asked. It was the same wizard he had noticed at the welcome feast, except today he had turquoise robes with a matching hat trimmed in gold on top of perfectly styled hair. If Percy didn't know better, he would have thought the wizard was a son of Aphrodite. Susan nodded. "Isn't he amazing?" When Lockhart told them that he'd been showing Professor Sprout how to doctor the Whomping Willow, Percy couldn't help it. He snorted, which earned him a glare from the new professor. As they filed into Greenhouse 3, Percy asked, "That's the man who fought vampires and werewolves?" "And banshees and trolls," Justin enthusiastically added. Percy was about to argue, but for once in his life thought better of it and kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to fight with the closest person he had to a friend here. Next to him, Zacharias whispered, "I'm with you, Jackson. If Lockhart has ever fought anything more than a hangnail, I'll snap my wand." Now, Percy understood why Dumbledore had said it was a good thing that Lockhart had not been able to come early to help Percy. Percy had a feeling he'd learned more in his 2 lessons with Dumbledore than he would in 4 years with Lockhart. But why had Dumbledore hired him then? Before Percy could think any more about it, Professor Sprout started the lesson on mandrakes. Unlike most of his lessons at his old schools that always seemed kind of pointless, Percy had a very relevant application for mandrakes which could apparently restore someone who had been transfigured or cursed to their original form. Percy felt like he should have a whole garden of these ugly baby plants with all the threats he had from gods to turn him into various animals, assuming mandrakes even worked on godly power. The Hufflepuffs had to split up for the repotting, so Justin and Percy joined a tray with 3 Gryffindors. He recognized the tall redhead as Ron Weasley, which meant the scrawny boy with messy black hair, green eyes, and glasses must by this Harry Potter guy he'd been hearing so much about. He was smaller than Percy with a strange scar like a lightning bolt on his forehead. Immediately, Justin introduced himself, called each Gryffindor by name as he shook their hands and said something nice about them, which was how Percy learned that the 3rd Gryffindor was Hermione Granger and the top student of their year. It did explain how she knew the answers to Professor Spout's questions. Percy had a feeling that she'd get along very well with Annabeth. "And you're the new bloke?" Ron asked him, still blushing from Justin's reminder about the flying car. "Yeah, I'm Percy Jackson." Percy extended his hand, and Ron shook it. "It's a bit weird, you coming all the way over here for school, you know," Ron stated. "Ron, don't be rude," Hermione chastised. Percy shrugged. "It's okay. It is pretty weird. I ran into some family trouble, and Dumbledore was nice enough to let me come here away from it all." "So, you're from a wizarding family?" Hermione asked eagerly. "What is wizarding culture like in the States?" Not exactly. My dad's family is magical, but they have some seriously messed up issues. It had been Annabeth's idea to use the dysfunctional family excuse for his backstory. She also figured it was safest to just keep letting the wizards assume that magical automatically meant wizards. Kind of a bad environment to raise a kid, so I lived with my mom to try and stay away from all of that. My mom isn't magical, though we did just find out that her birth mom was actually a witch. Your mom's a squib? Ron asked. Percy grimaced. I don't like that word. What's a squib? Harry asked. It's sort of like the opposite of a muggle-born. Someone who doesn't have magical powers but has at least one magical parent, Ron answered. It's pretty rare. It is a rather degrading name though, Hermione agreed. So you grew up like a muggle? Justin asked. Yeah, I thought I was just a normal, unlucky kid who kept having really weird accidents. Justin laughed. Me too. Though both my parents are muggles, so they didn't know what was going on either. Mother was originally disappointed because she wanted me to go to Eton, but I think she's starting to get used to the idea of having a wizard in the family, especially after reading Lockhart's books. Fortunately, for Percy it was time to put the earmuffs back on, so he didn't have to answer any more questions or hear about how wonderful Lockhart supposedly was. At least it seemed like everyone was buying the story he and Annabeth had crafted with half-truths. The rest of the class was spent wrestling with evil baby plants to get them back into dirt. Despite how hard it was, Percy would take this any day over sitting in a desk learning pre-algebra. The next lesson, Percy literally slept through. He didn't think anything could be more boring than having to read his history of magic textbook, but he was wrong. Somehow their teacher, an actual ghost, managed to make it worse by constantly droning on in a monotone voice. Ernie and Susan tried to keep him awake, but it was a lost cause. After lunch Hannah dragged them all to the courtyard, so she could catch up with more friends and get the latest gossip. Justin introduced Percy to several Ravenclaws in their year, before waving to someone across the courtyard and walking over to him dragging Percy along. Hi Neville. I didn't get to speak to you during Herbology. Did you have a good summer? The short, round-faced boy, Percy vaguely remembered seeing in his morning class replied cheerfully, Hi Justine. It was pretty good, though Gran was a little disappointed in my grades, especially Transfiguration and potions. He finished with a weak smile. Justin patted Neville on the shoulder. I don't know how anyone manages to get good marks in potions with Snape breathing down their necks, but maybe I can help some with Transfiguration. Neville beamed. That would be great. His eyes found Percy. You're the new student. That's me, Percy replied trying to smile even though it felt like the 100th time he introduced himself that day. Percy Jackson. He held out his hand. Neville Longbottom, the boy replied and tentatively shook Percy's hand with his. Neville's the best in Herbology, Justin explained. Neville tried to disagree, but Justin just continued. Granger might have the better marks, but you were the only one last year that got there didn't he to bloom. Just then, a loud voice cut through the chatter from the courtyard. Signed photos? You're giving out signed photos, Potter? Justin winced at the voice, and Neville suddenly looked extra pale as they turned to the other side of the courtyard where Malfoy and his goons towered over Colin Creevey. Instinctively, Percy started to head over there, but Justin latched onto his arm. Everyone line up. Malfoy continued to shout, Harry Potter's giving out signed photos. No, I'm not, Harry angrily denied. Percy could barely see him and his friends between the hulking shapes of Crabbe and Goyle. Shut up, Malfoy. Then, of all people it was Tiny Colin who called Malfoy out, You're just jealous. Well, at least Percy knew why the Sorting Hat had put him in Gryffindor, though it would likely end with him getting crushed by Malfoy's goons. But Malfoy just continued to make fun of Harry's scar, which he must have gotten when Voldemort tried to kill him. When Ron defended his friend, Malfoy turned his taunting on him, imitating the Howler. Egged on by the laughter of a few older students, Malfoy mocked Ron for being poor, which in Percy's mind was just plain wrong. There was a reason he'd learned to hide that he wasn't rich like his classmates had been at his old schools. Percy had just broken free from Justin's desperate grip, making a beeline for the obnoxious jerk when he was stopped by a flash of turquoise that made him freeze in his tracks. Confronting Malfoy was one thing, but dealing with Lockhart was not something Percy wanted to do. Lockhart made an even bigger deal of the signed photos, and Harry looked like he wanted to turn invisible. Honestly, Percy was starting to feel sorry for the guy. Justin grabbed him again just as the bell rang for class to start. "That was a close one," Justin said. "Trust me, messing with Malfoy is just trouble." After a surprisingly good first day of school, one of the only ones Percy could remember, he allowed himself to feel optimistic for the rest of the week, at least until Ernie reminded everyone of their schedule for that day. Defense against the dark arts and double potions all before lunch. Word had quickly spread about Lockhart's first disastrous class with the Gryffindors. Most of the Hufflepuffs were nervous because they thought the Pixies must have been some kind of test, and none of them wanted to be suspended by the ears like Neville. At the very least, Percy figured it would be an entertaining class. He couldn't have been more wrong. The class started with the most ridiculous test Percy had ever taken, 54 questions all about Lockhart. After Percy skimmed the first 10, he just started writing, Brachas meas vesamini, for all of the answers, hoping that Lockhart actually didn't know much Latin. If anything, the next part of the class was even worse because instead of letting them battle pixies, which actually had sounded kind of fun to Percy, Lockhart reenacted a part from his book Traveling with Trolls. He insisted that Percy play the part of the troll because his harsh New Yorker accent would make it more barbaric. Of course, Percy outright refused. "Come now, Mr. Jackson, don't be shy. You'll get a proper understanding of how to handle trolls from a professional." "That's okay, Professor. I know you just hit them with their own club," Percy replied with a smirk. "I hear it's so easy a first year can do it." Several of his classmates laughed, which only seemed to aggravate Lockhart more. "Now, Mr. Jackson, if you do not participate, I will be forced to take points from Hufflepuff," Lockhart threatened with a bright grin still plastered on his face. Percy felt his housemates tense, so he swallowed his pride and stood up. He didn't want to purposely lose his new house points this early in the year, especially since he knew from experience that he'd probably lose lots of points without trying. In the end, it just involved a lot of grunting and growling. Whenever Zacharias looked like he was going to snigger, Percy gave him a glare that would have made Annabeth proud, and the annoying boy magically stopped. By the time the class was over, Percy was almost looking forward to potions, even if it was with Snape. Clearly, his housemates weren't feeling the same. They all took the tables at the back of the dungeon classroom. Percy hesitated but figured after what happened the last time, he needed to make a statement. So, he headed towards a seat in the very front. "What are you doing?" hissed Hannah. "Snape kind of kicked me out last time I was in here," Percy explained. "I need to show Snape that I'm not afraid of him." Ernie shook his head, looking exasperated and slightly impressed. "No wonder the Sorting Hat tried to put you in Gryffindor. You're sure you want to do that?" "If everything goes well, it will just be for this lesson. You guys can stay in the back if you want. I should be okay. Hopefully, I don't lose too many points or get detention." "It's okay. Snape takes points away from all of us for no reason," Susan reassured him. "He really only favors the Slytherins. He seems to tolerate the Ravenclaws, but he hates the Gryffindors and thinks Hufflepuffs are all dunderheads." Snape swept into the classroom not long after the Ravenclaws took their spots, though none of them had joined Percy at his table. "This year will be much more difficult than the previous, as we will focus more on actually brewing potions. I imagine many of you," his gaze swept the back of the classroom and then fixed on Percy, "will have trouble keeping up." Percy grinned. "We will start with a simple sleeping draft." With a flick of Snape's wand, the instructions appeared on the blackboard. Percy only glanced at the instructions to know what ingredients he needed before taking off his glasses and adding the water to start his potion. Everything else faded away as Percy focused in on the liquid in his cauldron, crushing the wormwood and stirring the potion until the aura changed. He did have the sense to at least pretend to use a stir rod, though really, he used his powers to optimize the mixing. At one point, he thought Snape was hovering nearby, but by the time he brought his focus back to the classroom, the professor was already 3 rows behind him. Glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, he picked up his flubberworm and held it over his cauldron. Narrowing his focus on the liquid in the slimy worm that had the same light green aura as his potion, he extracted just the right amount of mucus. Once again, when Percy finished the last step of the potion, he felt like he was waking up from a dream. Hecate had said that it was probably a side effect of focusing so much on the potion. He felt a little tired, like he had run a few miles, but in front of him was another perfect potion. Looking around at the rest of the class, Percy noticed that they were still hard at work with varying levels of success. He glanced down at his watch and realized that he still had a good 45 minutes left in class. Not sure what to do, Percy just sat and watched. It wasn't long before Snape stalked towards him. "And why, Mr. Jackson, have you stopped working?" "Because I'm done," Percy answered with a smirk. "I'll be the judge of that," Snape snapped. He picked up a ladle and inspected Percy's dark purple potion. Snape didn't have to say anything. Percy knew his potion was perfect, and Snape did too, by the way his lip curled into a grimace when he couldn't come up with anything insulting to say. Finally, he said, "How were you able to brew this so quickly when not even a week ago you struggled with the simplest potion?" "I don't know, Professor," Percy said sarcastically, emphasizing the title. "I guess I must have had a really good teacher." 5 points from Hufflepuff. "There will be no sarcasm in my class, Mr. Jackson." Now, Snape was the one smirking, almost daring Percy to make another outburst. Remembering Hecate's threat to turn him into a Tasmanian devil if he lost his temper again, Percy managed to bite his lip just in time. Percy spent the next 15 minutes trying not to die of boredom while the Ravenclaws kept sending him annoyed looks, like they were offended someone else had finished the potion before them. "Idiot boy," Snape snarled from the other side of the dungeon as he scooped up a thick gray sludge from Justin's cauldron. "A Muggle could do better, but I guess that should be expected from a Hufflepuff." Justin looked like he was trying hard not to cry, and next to him Susan looked like she wanted to help but didn't know how. "What's that supposed to mean?" Percy asked loudly. "Another 10 points lost, Jackson, for talking out of turn," Snape smirked again. "And in case you haven't noticed, those in your new house tend to lack certain qualities, like talent. You should fit in nicely." Before Percy even knew what he was doing, the words just fell out of his mouth. "That's because Hufflepuffs know there are more important things than talent, like integrity and loyalty and helping each other. We know we're stronger together." Without even realizing, Percy had repeated Diggory's fancy speech from the other night. "And how exactly do those wonderful qualities fix a failed potion?" Snape sneered. Out of the corner of his eye, Percy saw a Ravenclaw girl snigger behind her hand. Even though he was new to Hufflepuff, Percy didn't like how the others picked on his house. "I think they could," he challenged, "because I can help Justin." Snape raised his eyebrows in mocking surprise. "You think you can help Mr. Finch-Fletchley fix his potion, without starting over?" "Yes." The satisfied smirk Snape gave him should have made Percy reconsider. "Then by all means, Mr. Jackson, let's see how Hufflepuffs work together. You have until the end of class to fix the potion. If you do not, you will receive a detention for pointlessly disturbing this class." "Fine," Percy retorted as he brushed past Snape to get to Justin and Susan's desk. At this point, he didn't care. He just wanted to help his new friend. Snape clearly didn't appreciate how easily Percy brushed off his threat of punishment, so he added, "And Mr. Finch-Fletchley can join you in detention since, as you say, Hufflepuffs stick together." Those words made Percy hesitate. It was one thing for him to get detention. It was another to make his housemate get one too. Percy looked at Justin. "It's your choice?" he asked. Justin glanced at Snape before seemingly gathering his courage and nodding. "Let's show everyone what Hufflepuffs can do." Percy had to admit that Justin's potion was in really bad shape. As soon as he got there, Susan muttered, "Sorry, I usually try to help Justin, but I had so much trouble extracting the mucus from my flubberworm that I wasn't able to do much." Percy nodded his head in understanding. "It's okay," he tried to reassure them and himself. "We can fix this." He closed his eyes and tried to focus on the potion, but he could barely sense it. "Okay, first thing, we need more water." So, Justin rushed over and brought a large beaker full of standard potioning water. As soon as he added it to the potion, Percy felt that now familiar connection and narrowed in on it. He ignored Snape hovering over them and instructed Justin to heat the cauldron and then stir it clockwise 7 times, then counterclockwise once, and then another 5 clockwise, followed by 2 more counterclockwise. While Justin was stirring, Percy still used his powers to speed up the heating and ensure it mixed properly. When it came time to add the ingredients, he just continued following the colors, not bothering to glance at the instructions. He only opened his eyes once when Justin was taking too long to chop the needed valerian. After he showed Justin how to hold a knife properly, things went a lot smoother. With 5 minutes to spare, Percy, feeling utterly exhausted, opened his eyes again and saw another perfect purple potion in front of him. The Hufflepuffs broke into applause. Snape looked speechless, but it didn't last. Why did you start with that specific stirring pattern? Percy winced. He had no idea. He doubted that Snape would accept his answer that the potion had glowed gold when it needed to be stirred clockwise and silver when it needed to be stirred the other direction. Justin was clearly just as clueless as Percy, but Susan stepped in and saved them. Well, based on how the potion responded, I would assume that the stirring pattern must have reset the potion, making it more accepting of the new ingredients added, Professor. No, one asked you, Ms. Bones, Snape retorted. But that's the point, Percy reasoned. I didn't know why, but thanks to Susan, now I do. We must have discovered a way to reset the potion. And that's why Hufflepuffs are stronger together. Don't flatter yourself, Mr. Jackson. You did not discover anything new, Snape scoffed. It seems you accidentally used Golpielots. Second law, which is not covered until Newt level. I suppose you thought you could show off. 20 points from Hufflepuff. Snape spat as the bell rang for the end of class. The Hufflepuffs all gasped in outrage, and even the Ravenclaws looked sympathetic. It was a good thing Percy was too tired to even lift a sphere of water, otherwise all the potions in the classroom might have exploded on Snape. Justin just patted Percy's back and whispered, "It's okay, mate. It was totally worth it seeing you prove Snape wrong." Percy was the last one to leave the dungeons since he had to clean up his desk at the front. On the way out, Snape blocked Percy before he could join his classmates eagerly waiting for him at the door. "How did you do it, Jackson?" the professor asked, glowering down at him. Only the most precise potioners can successfully use Golpielot's second law, and it requires a different stir pattern for every potion. I doubt you figured out the complex formula on your own. Look me in the eye and tell me how you knew what to do, especially after your terrible performance not even a week ago. Too exhausted to come up with a better answer, Percy looked into those cold dark eyes and shrugged. The potion sang for me. Snape's eyes widened in surprise at Percy's answer, but Percy just walked past him to his housemates, who gave him a hero's welcome. Hannah and Susan gave him hugs, and even Zacharias Smith clapped his back and said, "Well done, Jackson." They didn't care that he had lost Hufflepuff over 30 points in one lesson. They cared that he had stood up for them. With how everyone was treating him, Percy felt like he had completed a quest. "No one's ever really gotten away with challenging Snape like that," Hannah explained for him. "I think he only agreed to let you try because he was certain you would fail and wanted to embarrass you. That's why he took so many points off." Word of Percy's potions class had quickly spread through the rest of the school, so that when he left Transfiguration later that day, older Hufflepuffs were congratulating him in the hall. "Jackson, right?" a voice called to him. "It's Cedric," Hannah practically squealed. Sure enough, when Percy turned to the voice, there was the popular fourth year, holding out his hand for Percy to shake. "Yeah, Percy Jackson, and you're Cedric Diggory," Percy replied reluctantly, shaking the older boy's hand. "Nice to meet you," Cedric said with an easy smile. "I heard you quoted me to Professor Snape?" Percy shrugged. It was the first thing that came to mind after he said Hufflepuffs didn't have talent. "Well, thanks. I know it must have taken a lot of guts, but you did good standing up to him," Cedric commended. "Snape's been subtly and not so subtly criticizing Hufflepuffs for as long as I've been here, so thanks for showing him what Hufflepuffs can do." Percy forced a smile on his face and nodded, but Cedric must have noticed. "Is everything all right, Percy? You seem tense." "Yeah, just got to go and get to studying," Percy lamely answered. "Oh, okay. See you around then." Cedric seemed confused as Percy turned around and walked away, the rest of his year following after several enthusiastic waves at the older Hufflepuff. Percy knew he was being unfair to Cedric, but he couldn't help it. Even though Cedric was several years younger and looked completely different, Percy couldn't help seeing Luke whenever he saw Cedric. They both had the same sort of easy confidence that drew others in and made them noticed, particularly by girls. After Luke's betrayal, Percy was wary of a cool, popular older kid suddenly taking an interest in him. Ernie clapped him on the back again. "You're becoming quite the Hufflepuff hero." But Zacharias was the only one that seemed to notice Percy's less than enthusiastic interaction with Cedric. The other boy cocked an eyebrow questioningly at Percy as if to ask, "What was that?" To Percy's surprise, he didn't see any judgment in Smith's eyes, just curiosity and a hint of concern, so Percy just responded with a small shrug. The next day in Herbology, even Professor Sprout found a way to congratulate him. She had left her dragon hide gloves on the back table and asked Percy to go fetch them for her. When he gave them to her, she beamed at him and said, 50 points to Hufflepuff, Mr. Jackson, for demonstrating what it means to be a true Hufflepuff. She gave him a wink and everyone in the greenhouse cheered, even the Gryffindors. As he returned to his spot next to Justin and Susan, Ron muttered from across the table, "Wish I could have been there to see Snape's face." "Me too," Harry said wistfully. "What I want to know is how you did it, Percy," Hermione asked. "Recovering a potion without knowing exactly what went wrong is really advanced work." Percy shrugged, "I'm just good at potions. Well, at least brewing them. I'm kind of lousy with the theory, so I guess it's just instinct." Hermione pursed her lips together, clearly not satisfied with his answer, but before she could ask any more questions, Professor Sprout started the demonstration for the lesson. The following evening, as Percy searched through the tall shelves in the Hogwarts library for the book they all needed for their potions essay on the uses of flubberworms, he realized that one drawback to being in the house known for hard workers was that all his new friends actually did their homework when it was assigned. While not exactly lazy, Percy had always been more of a procrastinator when it came to his schoolwork. He usually goofed off until the night before the assignment was due. Usually he didn't care if he was by himself, but unlike most of his classmates at his other schools, Grover excluded, Percy actually liked his fellow Hufflepuffs, well, most of them. They had welcomed and accepted him in a way he hadn't felt outside of camp. So, when Ernie, Susan, and even Justin and Hannah had insisted on doing homework now, Percy, with some encouragement from his housemates, had decided to come with them. Well, at least, he figured Hecate would be less likely to turn him into a miniature horse if his new friends kept this up for the rest of the school year. Finally, he found the musty old book and pocketed his glasses. He hoped Hannah and Susan had an easier time finding the books they needed for Transfiguration as he headed back to where Ernie and Justin were waiting, except they weren't alone. That Draco Malfoy guy and his two gorillas were leaning on their table. "But we want this table, don't we, boys?" Malfoy said in a smug tone. "It's okay, Ernie, I think I'd rather work in the common room anyways once the others come back with the books," Justin claimed with only the faintest hint of a quiver. "It's more comfortable." Percy saw Ernie hesitate. Clearly, he didn't want to move, but for some reason he wasn't telling Malfoy off either. Percy realized that for whatever reason Ernie must be afraid, which made Percy mad. He hated people like this Malfoy guy that threw their weight around and made other people do things for them just because they could. No one bullied his friends. With a loud thump, Percy dropped the book on the table. "I think we should stay here. We might need more books." Percy glared at Malfoy to get his point across. The other boys seemed to size him up before smirking. Well, if it isn't the Yank Hufflepuff. I guess we'll have to show you how things work around here." "Leave him alone, Malfoy," Ernie said. "You can have the stupid table." Just then, as if she could smell trouble, Madam Pants, the librarian, appeared. "Any trouble, boys?" Remembering Malfoy's stint in the courtyard earlier that week, Percy was struck by a great idea. Before Malfoy could say anything, Percy answered in a loud voice that carried throughout the large, quiet chamber, "No, ma'am. Our buddy Draco here just wanted help with Transfiguration from my friend Justin." Percy smirked at Malfoy, whose mouth fell open in horror. "Shush, Mr. Jackson," Madam Pants instantly corrected. "While I am pleased that you are working together, there is no need to shout about it." "But I'm not," Malfoy tried to get out. But Pants just said, "Please work more quietly, boys. It's a library, not a Quidditch field. Don't make me remind you again," before she turned around and disappeared behind the shelves. The glare Malfoy tried to give Percy was ruined by how embarrassed he was. "You're going to pay for that, Jackson. Better watch your back. Besides, my father's a Hogwarts governor, so I wouldn't get too comfortable here if I were you. Let's go, Crab, Goyle," as if we would want to sit at a table where a mudblood has been. Percy only understood about half of what Malfoy had said, but Ernie jumped to his feet at the last part with clenched fists. Percy's not sure what he would have done, but Justin desperately grabbed a hold of his friend to stop him. What was all that about? Justin helping Malfoy with Transfiguration? Hannah asked as she and Susan sat down with a stack of books. The drama had even drawn Zacharias away from his Ravenclaw friends. Percy shrugged. "Malfoy was being a bully, so I embarrassed him. Then he threatened me, and I think he said something bad." Ernie grimaced. "He called Justin a mudblood." Both Susan and Hannah gasped, but Justin seemed just as confused as Percy. What does that mean? Justin asked. Ernie glanced at Susan and Hannah, who both gave him encouraging nods. He sighed before explaining in a hushed whisper, "It's a terrible slur for a muggle born. No decent wizard would ever say that." Percy snorted. "Malfoy's clearly not a decent wizard." Ernie nodded his head in agreement. "Everyone knows the Malfoys are a bunch of blood purists." He frowned then. "As brilliant as it was to see you utterly humiliate him, I'm not sure if you should have done that, Percy." He wasn't joking about his father being a governor. "Lucius Malfoy could make you leave Hogwarts if he convinced enough people. My old man says Malfoy has a lot of pull at the ministry, and I'm sure not everyone would be glad that Dumbledore brought in an American." Percy considered it for a moment before shrugging. "I'm not too worried about it. My dad's family is pretty important too, and a lot of them want me here. They have a tendency to get what they want." He figured that as much as Zeus didn't like him, his uncle would like it even less if some smug, arrogant mortal interfered with his orders. At the very least, Hecate would probably step in and do something. The thought of Malfoy meeting his family made him laugh. "Let's just say if Malfoy or his father ever met my Uncle H, they'd be dead." Ernie let out a low appreciative whistle. "So your dad's family is in government?" "No, not exactly," Percy replied. "They're influential criminals?" Zacharias suggested. Percy shrugged, thinking of Hermes and Ares. "Some of them are." "Your family's real, magical American gangsters, aren't they?" Justin guessed excitedly, which made Percy grin. Magical American gangsters. Percy liked how that sounded. "You said it, not me," he replied with a wink. "So, this dangerous Uncle H is the reason you're here?" Susan asked. Percy shook his head. "No, though I'm sure he's glad I'm gone right now, but I had to leave because of my Uncle Z. He's the main boss." Zacharias snorted. "Do you always refer to your family by letters? Seems kind of stupid to me." Percy just smirked. "That's because if I told you their full names, I'd have to kill you." With that he bent over his parchment and tried to start his potions essay. Across the table he heard Justin whisper to Ernie, "He's joking, right?" "I think so," Ernie replied, but even he didn't seem certain. Magical American Gangsters really was a great cover for the gods. Percy would have a lot of fun with this. By the time Friday morning came, Percy was used to the Daily Owl post, but he wasn't expecting one to almost land on his plate. It had a letter tied to his leg and looked at him expectantly. "You got a letter, Percy," Hannah stated excitedly. "Is it from your mom?" Percy wasn't sure who would have written to him, so he gave the owl a treat and safely untied the letter. The handwriting was so messy he had to put on his glasses, so he could read it properly. "Dear Percy, would you like to have tea tomorrow morning around 10? I have some good friends coming over that I think you should meet, and I want to hear all about your first week. Plus, Fang wants to play more fetch. Send us an answer back with the owl." Hagrid. Percy grinned. It would be nice to see Hagrid and Fang again, a good break from all the schoolwork his housemates had managed to convince him to do. To answer his housemates' curious glances, he replied, "No, it's from Hagrid. He wants to have tea tomorrow." He quickly wrote his reply, folded back up the paper and reattached it to the owl after giving it another treat. "Hagrid, the groundskeeper?" Zacharias scoffed. Percy glared at him. "Yeah, he's a friend. Is that a problem?" "No," Hannah quickly interjected. "It's just that he's a bit odd," Hannah hesitantly admitted. "There were rumors last year that he tried to raise a pet dragon," she quickly explained at the dark look Percy gave her. "He just seems kind of dangerous." Percy raised his eyebrows. He'd have to ask Hagrid about that one tomorrow. "Look, I'm going." "You guys don't have to, but Hagrid's a pretty cool dude. His cooking is really terrible though," Percy admitted. "Well then, we'll see you for breakfast," Justin said with a wink before quickly changing the subject. "Who wants to play Quidditch this afternoon?" In no time, everyone was talking about their favorite Quidditch teams, what brooms they had, and Smith was of course boasting how he was sure to make the house team next year. They didn't have enough for a full game of Quidditch, so they ended up playing 3vs3. Even then they had to beg Hannah, who didn't really like flying. Finally, Percy understood why there was really only one sport in the wizarding world. Quidditch was really great, and they only had the quaffle out. It had to be even more fun with the other balls. It was like a faster version of basketball, even if Percy's borrowed broom from the school was super slow compared to Zacharias' Comet 260. Percy had been surprised that there was actually a lot of truth to Zacharias' boasting. He was good, and together they made a pretty good team, a little too good for Ernie, Justin, and Susan, so after their 7th straight goal, Percy and Justin switched teams to make it more even. As they all headed back to the castle for dinner, Zacharias walked next to Percy. "Not bad, Jackson. You've got good reflexes." After knowing Smith for almost a week, Percy knew that was probably the best compliment he'd ever get from the other boy. "You should come out for the annual Huffleclaw match." "What's that?" Percy asked. "It's a sort of scrimmage between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, Halloween weekend, but no one from the actual house teams can play. It's practice for future years. Usually whoever will be the next captain puts the team together and calls the shots, so they get practice too. I can't promise that Diggory will pick you, but you should still go out for it. Plus, Pierce and McGowan are 7th years, and Diggory will finally be able to switch over to Seeker. They'll need at least 2 more chasers next year. I think it should be us." Percy blinked in surprise. Thanks." Zacharias snorted. "Don't let it go to your head, Jackson. You're good with the quaffle, but you need to get used to flying. You looked like a fish out of water until you started to relax up there." If only he knew, Percy thought. The next morning Percy headed down to Hagrid's after breakfast. It was sunny, and he could just make out several people in red flying around the Quidditch pitch, probably the Gryffindor team. Percy had to admit that it would be cool to be on the house team, and if Zacharias really thought he had a shot next year, then maybe he would try to do that scrimmage match on Halloween. Percy was about to knock on Hagrid's door when he caught a glimpse of pale purple robes and golden hair through the window. There was only one person that could be. Instantly, he dove for the nearest bush, hoping no one from the cabin had seen him yet. Seeing Lockhart in class was bad enough. Percy really didn't want to see him on the weekend too, so he hid behind the bush, peeking out every once in a while to see if the coast was clear yet. Finally, after what felt like ages but was probably only a few minutes, Percy heard the door open. He risked a look when Lockhart continued to talk, which was why he didn't notice the 3 kids on the other side until one of them stepped on his foot. "Ouch!" Percy hissed, barely remembering to keep his voice low. "Jackson?" It was Harry Potter, wearing red robes in a much more maneuverable style than the normal black ones. His 2 friends Ron and Hermione were with him. "What are you doing here?" "Same as you, avoiding Lockhart," Percy muttered. "Last thing I want is him telling me how to better act like a ghoul for his next class." Harry nodded his head in understanding, and they waited until the annoying professor was out of sight before standing up. That was when Percy realized that something was wrong with Ron. His face was extremely pale, and he leaned on Harry while clutching his stomach. "What's wrong?" Percy asked. "Curse backfired," Harry explained. "We hoped Hagrid could help." As Harry dragged Ron to Hagrid's door, Percy took Hermione's place and supported Ron's other side while she urgently knocked. Once Hagrid realized that they weren't Lockhart returning, he was quite happy to see them. Percy and Harry managed to get Ron in a chair just in time for him to throw up slugs in a large copper bucket Hagrid had given them. Percy winced. "Yuck, that's a nasty curse to get hit with." He remembered this one from his assignment for Dumbledore. "There isn't even a counter curse, but one book suggested eating treacle tart, I think." Ron's face turned a nasty shade of green at the thought of eating something, and he shook his head, spewing more slugs. "I think it will eventually stop on its own," Hermione suggested. "That's a difficult curse to work at the best of times, but with a broken wand." Percy tried to hide his smile. Right then, Hermione reminded him of Annabeth whenever he did anything stupid, though she lacked the intensity Annabeth always had. "Guess ye already met this lot, Percy?" Hagrid asked as he made tea. "Yep," Percy answered, "we have Herbology together." Hagrid nodded his head. "Yay, no. I figured ye'd be sleepin' in the same dorm as those 2. Hagrid waved his hand towards Harry and Ron. "Had ye pegged as a Gryffindor?" "The hat tried to put you in Gryffindor, didn't it?" Hermione asked. "It doesn't usually change its mind like that." Percy nodded. "Yeah, I asked it to put me in Hufflepuff. I'm sure Gryffindor's great and all, but Hufflepuff's just more welcoming and accepting." The hat also said something about well-roundedness and character development. Everyone in the room looked at him in shock. "Wait, you chose Hufflepuff over Gryffindor?" Harry asked, shocked. "That's right, you weren't there," Hermione huffed. The hat stopped mid-shout. "Who'd in their right mind pick Hufflepuff instead of Gryffindor?" Ron managed to get out between slugs. Suddenly, Percy was feeling a lot less sorry for him. Me, Percy answered, because clearly Hufflepuff is the better house. Harry opened his mouth to argue but instead just shook his head like Percy was a lost cause, and that's why I'm in Hufflepuff, because I think it's the best house. Besides, I have a thing for underdogs, and you have to admit that Hufflepuffs are the underdogs. Hagrid agreed. As much as I'd like to see Ye in my old house, I suppose Ye'd be good for Hufflepuff. Then quickly changing the subject before anyone could continue the argument over houses, Hagrid asked, who was Ron try and tear curse? Malfoy called Hermione something. It must have been really bad, because everyone went wild, Harry answered. Malfoy again. Percy was getting sick of that guy already, and he hadn't even known him for a week. Malfoy called her mudblood, Hagrid, Ron said before returning to his bucket. That's what he called Justin in the library earlier this week, Percy chimed in. I wasn't sure if Ernie was going to punch Malfoy or curse him, but Justin stopped him before he could do something and get kicked out of the library. Ernie said it's a really rude name for someone with non-magical parents. It is, Ron said, bringing his head back up from the bucket. It's disgusting. There are some wizards, like the Malfoys, who think they're better than everyone else because they're pure blood, which is crazy. We all know it doesn't make a difference. Magic is magic whether you're Muggle-born or pure blood. Percy repeated what Dumbledore had told him, now understanding more what he meant. Hermione was the best in their year, so clearly it didn't matter that her parents were non-magical. Exactly, Ron agreed. That's why the whole thing is ridiculous, calling someone dirty blood. Most wizards these days are half-bloods anyways. Percy jerked at the familiar name, half-blood. Yeah, not sure what you call it over there in the States, but it's when you have a magical parent and a Muggle parent, or a pure blood parent and a Muggle-born parent, Ron explained. So I'm a half-blood? Harry asked. Ron nodded. What would Percy be considered? Hermione asked. Since his mom's a square, had magical parents but isn't magical. Ron frowned. Suppose he'd be a half-blood too, but like I said, his case is rare and none of this matters anyway. It's just stupid labels pure blood families use to feel superior. It seemed like the Fates indeed had a wicked sense of humor. Percy was a double half-blood. The conversation shifted to Lockhart and signed photos before Percy remembered what he wanted to ask Hagrid. Hey Hagrid, I heard a rumor that you had a pet dragon? Harry, Ron, and Hermione groaned. It was terrible, Ron said. It bit me, and my hand got super big and started to turn green. Norbert was only a baby, Hagrid defended. He didn't know any better. Wait, you really had a dragon and named it Norbert? Percy asked in disbelief. He hadn't been sure since he knew school rumors had a tendency to be exaggerated, but to call it Norbert, that was like a grandpa's name. Harry and Hermione launched into a very long explanation about how Hagrid had gotten the dragon from their old defense against the dark arts teacher who was being controlled by that Voldemort guy, literally on the back of the professor's head, to steal some super powerful stone that could let someone live forever, and in the end, they along with Ron had stopped him. Ron added some stuff too in between slug vomits. For most people, the whole story would have seemed crazy, but after Percy's own adventures this summer, he was a lot more open-minded and actually believed them. Some things were just too crazy to make up. After a quick game of fetch with Fang, Percy headed back to the castle with the 3 Gryffindors. Even though they weren't in his house, Percy felt like he could be friends with these kids. Until Hermione asked, Percy, what does your father's family do? Are they why you're here? Harry quickly elbowed her. What? You know you're curious too. Sorry, she's like that sometimes, Harry explained. If she has a question, she just keeps badgering you until she gets an answer, but sometimes family stuff should be private. Harry shrugged, but the haunted look in the other boy's eyes made Percy wonder if Harry's family life wasn't the best. It's okay, Percy tried for a smile. One of my best friends is like that too. But yeah, they're why I'm here, but trust me, it's for the best if you don't know any more about them. But surely someone could help. Hermione sounded exasperated. Dumbledore. Dumbledore already knows enough, Percy cut in, and he's doing what he can. As long as I stay here, everything's fine, and with luck, I'll be able to go home for Christmas. He could tell Hermione still wasn't satisfied, but it seemed like she would leave him alone, for now. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them in the entrance hall, or more specifically she was waiting for Harry and Ron to give them their detention assignments. That was when Percy realized for the first time in years, he hadn't received a detention during his first week of school. Maybe he really would do okay here. Before Percy headed to the Hufflepuff table where his friends were already eating lunch, he turned back to the Gryffindors. Well, it was fun. See you around. Percy spent the rest of his day playing various wizard games with his friends in the Hufflepuff common room. He was lousy at wizard chess, but he figured Annabeth would have loved it. Exploding Snap was much more his style, and they played long into the night. They finally stopped near midnight when Susan accidentally fell asleep on her cards. Luckily, Hannah poked her awake before her eyebrows got singed from an exploding card. In the quiet hallway leading to the boys' dorms, Percy heard a strange, cold voice that made the hairs on the back of his head stand. Up. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. You guys heard that right? He asked. It didn't sound or feel like Hecate, so he assumed the voice had come from outside of his head. What? Justin asked in concern. That creepy voice talking about ripping and tearing and killing, Percy answered, feeling uncertain now. Even Zacharias stopped to look back at him. Ernie forced a chuckle. Good one, Jackson, you really had me going for a second there. Percy's heart sank. They hadn't heard the voice, which meant it must be a family problem just when he thought the gods had finally given him a break. He tried to smile, though it probably came out more of a grimace. Yep, you got me. Just a little scared before bed. Good for your heart and all, he tried to cover. He didn't want his new friends realizing how not normal he was yet. Even Hufflepuffs had limits. Lying in his comfy bed, Percy desperately prayed to Hecate. Lady Hecate, was that you? But he never got an answer. Percy just hoped that it didn't have anything to do with Kronos. The voice didn't sound like that cold evil one Percy had heard in his dreams, but maybe it was one of his underlings. What if Luke had found him and sent something after him? But if it really was a monster and not something more godly, then why was he the only one who could hear it? He'd have to keep an eye out and be ready. Luke and Kronos didn't care who they had to hurt to get what they wanted. Percy would have to start training again. Luckily, Hufflepuff's common room was close to the entrance hall. It shouldn't be too hard to sneak out the door and into the forest a few nights a week. It will probably be at least another month before I update again. I need to focus more on my other story. Trick and treat as always. Thanks for all the reviews, favorites, and follows. Sorry for the long wait. I had to sink a lot of time into my other story. Chapter 9. Trick and treat. Percy easily fell into the routine of Hogwarts, and September slipped into October. Once a week, he would sneak out to train in the Forbidden Forest. Honestly, it was so easy to sneak out, Percy almost wondered if they were supposed to. All he had to do was slip out his dorm, double-check that the common room was empty, and cross the entrance hall. If there was a teacher patrolling, he just waited a few seconds for them to pass. The hardest part was making sure the large front doors didn't creak as he squeezed through them. The first time Percy entered the woods, he uncapped Riptide as soon as he was sure that Hagrid couldn't see him from his hut. As he cautiously walked along the path, he was on high alert for any of the magical creatures that Hagrid had told him about. He wasn't deathly afraid of spiders like Annabeth, but he still would rather not have to fight giant ones. This forest felt strange to Percy, different than the woods at camp, more settled, and there was definitely an alien quality to them as well. He wondered if it was magic like the water in the lake. After about 10 minutes of walking, he found a small clearing. It seemed like as good of a place as any, so he did a few of his strength building and agility exercises before he started practicing with Riptide. It felt good to hold his trusty blade in his hands again. Sure, his wand was super cool, and he was really starting to enjoy magic, but he'd missed his sword. He wasn't sure how long he'd been practicing when he got a prickling sensation at the back of the neck. Someone or something was watching him. Who's there? Percy called out, hoping it was just a fox that would run away at the sound of his voice. Instead, a black centaur emerged with a bow in his hand. At least he didn't have an arrow knocked, yet. You shouldn't be here alone. Human, he said in an accusing tone. Percy didn't dare lower Riptide. This centaur had none of Chiron's kindness and warmth. Instead, all Percy saw was cold disdain in his dark eyes. Peace, Bane. 2 more centaurs stepped into the clearing. The speaker had a chestnut coat and red hair and looked older, while the other was a palomino with fair hair and startling blue eyes. He is only a foal and means no harm. Foals do not wield a weapon so well, Ronan. Bane spat out. Humans do. Ronan examined Percy more closely. You are a Dueling. It wasn't a question, but Percy still answered, yes, though it's supposed to be a secret. We centaurs have long memories, far longer than wizard kind, Ronan answered. Are you one of Chiron's pupils? Percy nodded. Your coming was foretold in the heavens. I had hoped I would not live to see the arrival of the one of three worlds. The centaur threw his head back and looked at the clear night sky. Mars is bright, and Saturn rises on the horizon. That's nice. Percy had no idea what to make of that. Troubling times approach, the third centaur stated. You have a great destiny, Perseus Jackson. So, people keep telling me, Percy muttered, only slightly surprised that the centaur knew his name. The centaur smiled kindly. He seemed the nicest of the trio. But there are some things even the heavenly bodies cannot tell us, like choices. Firenze, remember your place, Bane growled. We cannot interfere, and he should not be here, especially since he is a Dueling. Bane is right, Firenze admitted. The forest is not safe for you. The farther you are from the school's protection, the greater the risk a stray monster may pick up your scent. Even the magical creatures in this forest may be drawn to you. But I have nowhere else to train, Percy interjected. I need to keep my heritage a secret from the wizards, and I need to keep practicing because Kronos is getting stronger. Suddenly the air got colder. You should not speak that name here, Bane hissed. And our forest is not your playground, Dueling. The boy speaks the truth, Bane. He needs a place to train. You know what is to come. And this clearing is not so far from the school. His scent is still mostly hidden. In honor of our forefather, he should be allowed to train here, Firenze argued. Ronan sighed as if he found the topic boring. He was still looking at the sky. I see no problem with the Dueling training here. Thanks, Percy said, a little miffed that they were talking like he wasn't there. It would be wise, Perseus, to not stray farther into the woods if you can help it, Firenze warned, unless lives depend on it. Bane snorted. Enough, Firenze. You know what must happen in these trees. We must go now before you go against the heavens. He turned and galloped off. Good luck, Perseus. Firenze bowed his head in acknowledgement and followed. Ronan did the same. When the forest once again returned to its normal nighttime noises, Percy muttered, Centaurs are so weird. After that first time though, he was not bothered again, but just in case he heeded Firenze's warning and did not wander past the clearing. Occasionally, he felt like someone was watching him, but they never revealed themselves. In addition to his trips to the forest, he tried to keep his promise of regular communication with his mom and Annabeth. He mailed his mother a letter once a month by owl post for appearance's sake. Annabeth had claimed it would look suspicious otherwise if he never sent or received a letter to his mom. He always made sure to bribe the bird with lots of owl treats. However, continuing his weekly iris messaging was much harder. During his second week of term, he tried using his dorm's bathroom to IM at 3:30 a.m., but Wade had almost walked in on him. Really, Percy wanted to know what normal person used the bathroom at 4 a.m. He only hoped his dorm mate was too sleepy to have noticed Annabeth's voice. It wasn't until a week later that he found a better spot. Hannah and Susan were complaining about having to go all the way up a floor for a bathroom because the girls' bathroom on the second floor was always out of order. Now a girls' bathroom wasn't ideal, but Percy figured it would be private since it was out of order and had a constant source of water for him to make a rainbow with. On the next Sunday, he told his friends he was visiting Hagrid and slipped up to the out-of-order bathroom to IM Annabeth. A quick look around told Percy why Hannah and Susan avoided this bathroom. It had an old, cracked mirror, chipped sinks, damp floor, and a stall door falling off its hinges. The first sink Percy tried didn't even work, but the sink next to it did. With a silent command, Percy willed some of the water to arc up and catch the weak light coming from a sad-looking candle. Luckily, it still made a rainbow. He finally had a nice long undisturbed chat with his friend and was about to contact his mom, but a voice behind him said, "How'd you do that?" He jumped a foot in the air and whirled around, his hand instinctively diving in his pocket for either riptide or his wand. He wasn't sure which he would have pulled out, but he stopped when he realized that the person who had snuck up behind him was actually a ghost. She was a squat girl with glasses, stringy hair, and a bad case of acne and was looking at Percy curiously. You saw that?" Percy hesitantly asked. Yes, the girl sniffed. I saw you talk to that girl using a rainbow. Just because I'm dead doesn't mean I'm blind. Her eyes brimmed with silver tears. Percy winced. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't cry. He stepped toward her and reached out a hand, then withdrew it, feeling silly because he couldn't touch her since she was a ghost. It's sort of a secret way of communicating, my friend taught me. I didn't want anyone finding out about it. Percy didn't bother trying to deny it. She'd caught him red-handed, and he figured a lie would upset her more. He always got uncomfortable when girls cried, apparently even dead ones. I didn't realize anyone was there. Do you think you could keep it a secret for me, please? He asked. She sniffed again but seemed happier, even managing a weak smile. No one's asked me to keep a secret before. Percy just hoped she'd actually keep it, though he had a feeling not many people would believe her even if she did try to tell anyone. Luckily, he and Annabeth hadn't said anything too revealing in that conversation. Hi, by the way, I'm Percy, he offered, trying to be polite. I'm Myrtle. It might have been Percy's imagination, but he swore she was blushing. And I guess you can use my bathroom if you want, even if you were a boy. Thanks. It really was the best place he'd found for iming so far, even if it was gloomy and haunted. Do you want to meet my mom? Myrtle tried to really smile, but it looked like her face had forgotten how. I think I'd like that. After that, Percy made weekly trips to Myrtle's bathroom, usually before actually visiting Hagrid. Most times, Myrtle seemed to at least pretend to give him privacy, but she'd always pop up for a visit before he left. It was a little annoying, but Percy felt bad for the poor girl. He knew what it was like to be lonely, so he tried to be as nice as he could. Plus, she really was helping him a lot. As for his classes, for the most part Percy was doing surprisingly well. Occasionally, he was even the first one to pick up a new spell, though usually that was Ernie or Susan or Justin in Transfiguration, but he wasn't too far behind. He still had a tendency to do too much the first time around for charms and had to dial down his magic. Because of his friends, he actually practiced his spells and did his assignments for a change, so for the first time in his life, he was keeping up with school. In potions, Snape had clearly decided to just ignore Percy, which was totally fine with him. After his first lesson, he'd sat back with the other Hufflepuffs. Ernie figured it'd probably be best if he didn't sit by Justin, since Snape might see that as rubbing in their success and pick on them more. Instead, Percy shared a table with Hannah, who was just as bad at potions as Justin. While he made his potion, Percy also quietly helped her, and Ernie, who was actually pretty good at potions himself, helped Justin. If Snape noticed the remarkable improvement of the Hufflepuff's potions overall, he didn't say anything. But he also insulted them less too, so Percy counted it as a win. However, Lockhart's class was only getting worse. By mid-October, Percy had lost track of all the monsters he'd played in Lockhart's class. The last straw happened when Lockhart ended his class one Thursday with the promise of a reenactment of his famous defeat of the Bandon Banshees, saying Percy's accent would once again be perfect for the part. As they walked to potions, Percy silently fumed. Zacharias started to open his mouth, no doubt to make a snide comment about Percy's upcoming performance, but Percy had had enough. Not now. Smith, he warned. Clearly, the guy didn't take the hint. I think you need to be a little shriller if you're a banshee, Jackson. Remembering a move Clarice had used on him in his wrestling lesson back at camp, Percy swept his leg out and back, forcing Zacharias to tumble to the ground and get tangled in his own robes. Oops, how did that happen? Percy said and smirked as he turned to look down at Smith. Though, after hearing the noise you just made, I think you'd make a better banshee, Smith. There were a few giggles from Susan and Hannah while Justin and Ernie grinned. Zacharias' face turned red, either from embarrassment or anger. Percy tensed in case he tried to retaliate. Instead, Smith muttered, "Finch Fletchley, remind me not to mock Jackson when he's angry. I'll admit he's got moves." That made everyone laugh. "Just promise me, Jackson, you'll let me watch when you take Crabbe and Goyle." "Deal," Percy replied and cautiously lowered his hand, bracing himself. He half expected Smith to try and pull him down, but the other boy just let Percy help him up and actually patted him on the back. Percy couldn't decide if all Brits were that weird or if it was just Zacharias. By Sunday, Percy still didn't know what he would do, but he did know he would not be playing a banshee on Tuesday. "Honestly, I think I might explode," he told Annabeth. "House points and detention can go to Tartarus. I wonder where the nearest toilet is. Maybe I could make Lockhart scream like a banshee if I dumped toilet water on him. Annabeth rolled her eyes. I don't think that would stop your problem. Plus, you would get in loads of trouble. A familiar glint sparked in her eyes. Percy knew that meant she was planning something. What about something sneakier? She suggested. I'm listening. Percy perked up. I can't believe I'm suggesting this, but clearly, this Lockhart is not a good teacher. He's an affront to wisdom, so I guess even my mom would be okay with this, she reasoned. You should do a prank that will embarrass him, but one that he can't trace back to you. I assume if he does this to you in your class, then he does it to others in their classes as well. Yeah, Harry complained about it the other day, Percy admitted. Good, then he won't know for sure who to blame. You should also leave him an anonymous note, so make sure he can't recognize the handwriting. That promises more embarrassing pranks unless he stops forcing students to participate in his demonstrations and only takes willing volunteers. Percy grinned. Annabeth Chase, are you telling me to blackmail my teacher? She huffed, it's just a suggestion, but if you don't. I never said that, Percy interrupted her rant. Just surprised is all. I like the idea. It might be kind of hard to pull off. You just need a good prank. What does he care most about? Annabeth asked. His hair, Percy immediately answered. Honestly, I think he uses more hair product and potions than all of Cabin 10. Annabeth raised her eyebrows since the children of Aphrodite were known for their extensive collection of hair care products. You know, I bet there's a potion that would dye his hair. I just need to find a way to slip it in one of his hair products without getting caught. Annabeth nodded. That could work since you're apparently a potion prodigy. Percy heard something in the background, and Annabeth grimaced. Sorry, I've got to go. Is living at home going okay? He quickly asked, realizing once again that Annabeth hadn't told him much about her own situation. We're trying. By seaweed brain, she ended the connection. Myrtle floated from her toilet stall. Percy, I think I might know someone who can sneak your potion into your professor's chambers. Someone who loves to cause chaos. To his friend's surprise, Percy spent the rest of Sunday afternoon in the library. What are you up to, Jackson? Smith asked suspiciously at dinner. A private potions project, Percy replied. Hannah tried to get more information out of him, but Percy just told her, it's a surprise. Percy had found many different hair color changing potions in the library, but he couldn't find one that did everything he wanted. In the end, he just picked his 3 favorites and figured he could sort of make a super potion. Luckily, all the ingredients seemed like ones he'd seen in the student store cupboard. After dinner, he brought his supplies to Myrtle's bathroom and started brewing his potion. He concentrated on his intent. He needed a potion to change Lockhart's hair color. It had to have at least an hour delay before it took effect, and it needed to be non-reversible for a week. The rest of the world faded away as the water in Percy's cauldron glowed different colors that only he could see, letting him know what he needed to do to achieve his goal. Fortunately, he finished his potion just in time to make it to his common room before curfew. The next part of the plan was probably the trickiest. After classes on Monday, Percy sprinted towards a hidden staircase, barely stopping to tell his friends he'd meet them in the library in a bit. He just heard some of the older students complaining about Peeves throwing ink pellets on the 4th floor. Sure enough, the 4th floor hallway was in chaos as students tried to desperately dodge the cackling poltergeist. Percy looked around for some form of protection and grabbed a shield from a suit of armor. It was only a little heavier than the shields Percy had trained with at camp, so he was able to lift it over his head as he approached the poltergeist. He knew he had Peeves' attention when he heard the pellets bouncing off his shield. He saw a blur out of the corner of his eye and instinctively tilted the shield to block Peeves' underhanded shot. Peeves, I have a prank you might be interested in. Percy risked a look up and saw the poltergeist pause mid-throw, but then he blew a raspberry and threw the pellet, forcing Percy to raise the shield up again. I work alone and not with some Yankee Doodle dandy. Are you sure? Percy asked. It will cause lots of trouble. If we can pull it off, I think whole classes might be cancelled. That seemed to get Peeves' interest. Across the hall, Filch yelled, Where is he? I'm going to get him. Quickly, Percy brought out a vial of his potion and whispered, Stick this in one of Lockhart's hair products, and I promise you the result will be extremely entertaining. Peeves took the vial with a wicked glint in his eyes. Suppose I can assist a fellow mischief maker just this once. Thanks. Percy smiled, hoping that the potion would actually go where it was supposed to. Just in case, he'd double-check his own shampoo tonight. As Peeves left, he tried to dump the rest of his ink pellets on top of Percy. Percy just managed to get his shield up in time. The next morning at breakfast, Percy kept glancing at the staff table waiting. Lockhart was there talking to Professor McGonagall, who seemed to be doing her best to ignore him. "Why do you keep looking up there, Percy?" Justin asked, confused. Percy shrugged. "It's probably nothing. It should have happened by now. Maybe Peeves hadn't followed through, or maybe he messed up the potion somehow." Percy glumly returned to his breakfast, wondering how he'd avoid Lockhart's class now. Then Susan shrieked, "Oh no! What happened to Professor Lockhart's hair?" Percy looked back up at the staff table. Sure enough, Lockhart's hair had turned a bright shade of blue. McGonagall gaped and quickly covered her mouth. Snape looked like Christmas had come early and was actually smiling. Lockhart seemed completely oblivious as more and more people turned to stare at him. Gasps of outrage and loud sniggers soon filled the great hall. Finally, Lockhart seemed to realize that something was going on. "What is it?" he asked with a dopey smile. "Do I have porridge on my face?" He quickly wiped a napkin over his mouth and chin. Dumbledore helpfully held up his empty gold plate, so Lockhart could see his reflection. The man shrieked and sprung from his chair, trying to cover his shiny blue locks with his hands as he rushed out of the hall. Percy couldn't stop laughing. It was even better than he'd imagined. He was surprised, though, when Dumbledore caught his eye and winked. Lockhart's classes were cancelled the rest of the day as rumors flew around the castle. Of course, everyone first looked to Fred and George Weasley, but they denied it. As brilliant as it was, by the sacred code of troublemakers, we cannot take credit for another prankster's work, Percy heard one of the twins say to a large audience. Though it does look like we have some competition. "Fred. I was thinking the same thing, George," the other replied. "We're going to have to step up our game if we want to keep our titles of best Hogwarts pranksters." "It was you, wasn't it, Jackson?" Zacharias whispered as they headed down to potions after a much-enjoyed hour of freedom. "I don't know what you're talking about, Smith," Percy replied with a smile. "On a completely unrelated note, do you know of a good spell to disguise handwriting? I have a threatening note to write to a certain professor warning him of more pranks if he doesn't start using willing volunteers to participate in his demonstrations." "You know, Jackson," Zacharias smirked, "I think I might have just the spell." A week later, Lockhart's hair finally returned to its natural color. Percy was surprised the potion had actually lasted that long. He had intended it to, but he figured someone like Flitwick or McGonagall or Snape would be able to change it back. Then again, the other faculty didn't seem particularly keen to assist Lockhart. Before a charms class, Percy had heard Professor Flitwick say, "But surely Gilderoy, someone as talented as you could fix this himself. Weren't you saying just the other day that you had invented over 50 charms?" "But Madame Pomfrey said it was a potion that did this," Lockhart complained. "Then I suggest you talk to Professor Snape." "Excuse me, I have a class to teach," Flitwick replied. Lockhart quickly rushed out, a hood covering the top of his head. "Man, I wish I could be there for that conversation," Percy said wistfully. Zacharias and Ernie chuckled while Justin and the girls just looked worried. "Professor Snape will never help him," Susan lamented. "Oh, I know," Percy grinned. Lockhart's first class back, he hesitantly asked the class, "Who wants to help me reenact my defeat of the Bandon Banshee?" He looked hopefully at Percy, but he shook his head as Justin's and the girls' hands enthusiastically shot up. It turned out that Hannah made quite a convincing banshee even if she didn't have a New York accent. The weekend before Halloween, the upcoming Huffleclaw match was all the Hufflepuffs talked about. Apparently, they'd lost so embarrassingly last year that the Quidditch captainship had gone to Eliza Pierce instead of Gabriel Truman. For the past few years, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had a fast turnover rate for captains, too fast according to Zacharias to develop a good team, so a lot of hope was riding on Cedric Diggory. If he proved he could handle it, he would be the team captain for the next 3 years, finally giving them a chance to build a good team. Percy really didn't envy him right now. He was nervous enough for himself as it was. Percy knew it was a long shot that he'd even be picked to play since he was new and all, but he really wanted to get picked because he liked playing Quidditch. He and Zacharias had been practicing whenever they could squeeze it in around all the house team's practices. He'd slowly gotten used to flying and started to see it as a way of saying, "Screw you," to his uncle. But even Percy knew to never actually say that out loud if he wanted to keep flying. Each time he didn't get struck down by lightning, his confidence on a broom grew. Though Percy wasn't sure if he'd ever be brave enough to fly in a thunderstorm. He was so preoccupied with his thoughts as he came down from his monthly trip to the owlery the morning before the match that he was startled when Nick said, "Hello, young Jackson," right next to him. "Hi, Nick," Percy replied, berating himself. Everyone at camp knew an unobservant half-blood was a dead half-blood. He needed to do better, but to be fair, Ghost could sneak up on you without making a sound. "Been having a good term so far?" the Ghost politely asked. "Yeah, and thanks for showing me all those passageways. They've been a big help." "I'm glad. Though I must say, I was disappointed when you weren't sorted into my own house. But if I had to lose you to anyone, I guess I don't mind it being the Fat Friar." Percy felt a small twinge of guilt. He could have been. Maybe he should have been, but he'd chosen not to. Sometimes he wondered if he really belonged in Hufflepuff. Most of his housemates were just so nice, except for Smith. They would never have dyed a teacher's hair blue or made Smith fall on the floor in the middle of the hallway. "Don't tell him I said this, but you're still the coolest Ghost in my opinion." Nick beamed. "Thank you, Percy. I needed to hear that right now. I'm sure you would rather attend the Halloween feast, but I am holding a party for my 500th death day. Would you want to come? Mr. Potter and his friends will be there as well." Well, if Ron, Hermione, and Harry were going to be there, at least he wouldn't be the only living person there. "Yeah, Nick, of course I'll come. I can't believe you're going to a Death Day party instead of the Halloween feast," Hannah exclaimed when he told his friends at breakfast. "She's right, mate," Ernie agreed. "You shouldn't be missing your first Halloween feast. They're incredible." Percy sighed. "Nick's a friend. I couldn't tell him no, besides I'll just stop by the kitchens after and get all the leftovers." "The decorations are the best part though," Justin added. "There's always next year," Percy replied. "If you don't get expelled," he mentally added to himself. At 10:30, they all headed down to the Quidditch stadium. Percy, Ernie, and Zacharias went to the field with the other hopefuls. Susan, Hannah, and Justin wished them luck and told them they'd get good seats. Percy's stomach filled with nerves. About a third of the house was on the field too, and most of them had much better brooms than the shooting star Percy had borrowed from the school's broom shed. The Ravenclaws were on the other side of the pitch. It was a cloudy day, but at least the constant rain had stopped. A few minutes later, Cedric and Eliza exited the locker room in their Quidditch robes to Hufflepuff cheers. If Cedric was nervous, he didn't show it. "All right everyone, welcome to the annual Huffleclaw match. I will be acting as captain only since the rules are that no current house team player can play. I want to thank all of you for coming and your enthusiasm to play, but unfortunately there are only 7 spots. Also, just because you were picked does not mean that you're automatically on the team next year, and don't be discouraged if you weren't picked. You may still find a spot on the house team. Everyone line up, so I can see you." There was a shuffling as everyone got in order. "All right, if I call your name, please come here. Langley, Fleet, Smith," Cedric called out as he looked down the line. Percy's stomach sank. It seemed like Cedric already knew exactly who he wanted. Summerby, Cadwallader, McAvoy. Cedric reached the end of the line. "Where's Rickett?" "Puking his guts out in the bathroom," a 4th year answered with a chuckle. "Apparently, he has stage fright." Cedric frowned and looked up and down the line, showing uncertainty for the first time. Zacharias stepped up to the older boy and whispered something in his ear. Cedric glanced up in surprise and looked right at Percy before whispering something back. Zacharias hesitated before nodding. "And Jackson." Percy couldn't believe it. He'd been picked. "Well," Ernie said with a sigh, "if it couldn't be me, at least it's you. And here, you should use this." Ernie thrusted his broom towards Percy. It was a clean sweep 7, and thanks to the constant talk of his classmates, Percy knew it was one of the better brooms on the market, even if it wasn't as good as the Nimbus series. "Ernie, I can't," Percy replied, shocked that his friend would even offer, especially after not getting picked. "Sure, you can, because you sure aren't playing on that old thing. You can thank me by making sure we win." Percy couldn't refuse after that, so he traded brooms. "Thanks, McMillan," Cedric acknowledged from beside Percy. "That's really going to help a lot." "Anytime." Ernie beamed at the praise from the older student before rushing off to the stands. Now, Jackson, Cedric turned to him. I know you've been practicing with Smith as a chaser, but I need you to be a beater right now. Think you can do that? Yeah, I'm pretty good at swinging at things. Cedric grinned. I figured since you grew up Muggle in the States, you must have played that baseball game at some point. Percy was surprised that Cedric already knew that about him. It made him uneasy. Really, Percy had been thinking more about swinging his sword at monsters and camp practice dummies, but like a lot of boys in the US, he'd tried his hand at baseball once when he was little. Hitting was fun, and he'd been pretty good at it, but he'd hated waiting for something to happen in the outfield. That had been pure torture. The bat Cedric handed Percy was shorter than Riptide by a foot, but it weighed about the same, so it felt good in his hand. He gave it a few practice swings and figured he'd manage. Cedric introduced Percy to the other beater, Langley, a stocky fifth-year girl, who smiled and shook Percy's hand. All right, Langley, I want you to focus mainly on the Seekers, Cedric instructed. Keep ours safe and target theirs. Jackson, you'll do the same thing with the Chasers. Got it? They both nodded their heads. Before the match started, the team huddled together. All right. Everyone, Cedric said from his place in the middle. For many of you, it's your first time ever playing on a full team in a stadium, so don't be too hard on yourself. This isn't the World Cup. That got a few nervous chuckles. It's going to be crazy up there. This match is supposed to be raw and exciting, so enjoy it and show everyone what Hufflepuffs can do even without having a single practice. Hufflepuff on 3. They all shouted Hufflepuff, then lined up. The two current captains would act as referees for the game. They quickly went over the rules. Most of them Zacharias had already explained to Percy. Lastly, since this is a scrimmage primarily focused on the development of future house Quidditch teams, captains can change players to different positions after a timeout, though they cannot substitute anyone else in, Eliza informed them. After that, they took to the air, and the match started. Immediately, Percy noticed how much smoother the clean sweep was. There was no jerking or lagging. He let out a whoop as it responded to his touch and picked up speed. Zacharias grabbed the quaffle first and made a quick score. The Hufflepuffs in the stand cheered, and to Percy's surprise, Megan Jones' voice announced it on some kind of speaker. A bludger flew by him, and Percy chased after it. As he drew close, he pulled back his bat and hit the crazy ball hard in the direction of the Ravenclaw chaser with the quaffle. She swerved right into Zacharias, who stole the quaffle and headed back down the field. He passed it to another chaser, McAvoy. She took a shot, but the keeper blocked it. Percy loved it. The fast-paced craziness of the game was almost as good as capture the flag. Over the next few minutes, something became very clear to Percy. Zacharias was good, and McAvoy could hold her own, but the third chaser, Cadwallader, he was terrible. He kept fumbling the quaffle and leaving his man open. After Ravenclaw scored their third goal in a row, Cedric called a timeout. I know I'm playing lousy, Cadwallader told Cedric. I know, I can do better, he stammered. Percy wasn't sure. The poor guy was so pale, he looked like he might faint. I know you can, Cedric agreed. Just relax, Matthew, forget about the crowd and just play. After the timeout, things only got worse. The Ravenclaw chasers double-teamed Smith while their third chaser stayed on McAvoy. Every time Smith or McAvoy managed to get the quaffle to Cadwallader, he dropped it. Ravenclaw quickly scored 2 more points. Percy tried to do what he could, but one of the Ravenclaw beers kept blocking him. Finally, Cadwallader did an impressive steal right at the Hufflepuff goalpost, but he seemed so surprised that he actually pulled it off. He flew right into the goalpost and fell off his broom, letting Ravenclaw score another point so that it was 10-60. Cedric immediately called another timeout while he rushed towards his fallen player. Luckily, it hadn't been too high of a fall, though Cadwallader did have a broken arm. I'll take you to the hospital. Wing, Cedric declared. You can't, Diggory. You have a whole team to take care of. The match is still going on. Eliza reminded him. Cedric bit his lip just as a few of Matthew's friends rushed onto the field. Reluctantly, Diggory let them take him to the hospital wing. I don't know what happened to Cadwallader, Zacharias admitted. I've seen him fly. He's way better than that. Cedric's attention snapped back to the rest of them. Nerves can get to even the best of us, Smith. You shouldn't judge. He took in their discouraged faces. They were going to have to play a player down. Jackson, you're going to switch to chaser. It's going to be hard because you won't have the protection of a beater. Langley needs to keep the pressure on their seeker to buy us time and help Summerby, so you three will be on your own, but I know you guys can do it. Even if we're down a man, we can still win this. We're only down 5 goals, and Summerby can still catch the snitch. Percy felt the shift as Cedric's confidence boosted the team's spirit. Smith caught Percy's eye and nodded. Even if the other boy was annoying at times, Percy had to admit that they worked pretty well together. I expect Davis will keep with the double team on Smith, so for the first possession, I want you to try this. As Cedric described the plan, Percy felt his stomach go into knots. A lot depended on him. As Cedric turned to talk to their keeper, Smith whispered, "Think about it this way, Jackson, there's no way you can be worse than Cadwallader." With that comforting thought, Percy left the safety of the ground hoping that the fates wouldn't decide to prove Smith wrong. McAvoy started with the quaffle flying straight down the field. Smith kept his 2 defenders busy as he pretended to desperately try to get open while really, he was taking them farther from the action. McAvoy's defender attempted to cut her off, but she dodged him and continued to the right goal hoop. At the last second, she passed the ball to Percy, who caught it and immediately threw the quaffle through the left goal post. The Hufflepuffs in the stands cheered, and Percy allowed himself a smile. He could do this. Their keeper made a save, and then they ran the same play again. This time though the chaser defending McAvoy tried to guard both Percy and McAvoy, so when Percy caught the ball, he faked the shot, rolled under the defender and passed the ball back to McAvoy, who scored. After that, Ravenclaw stopped their double team on Zacharias. The next few plays were barely controlled chaos, which meant Percy loved every second of it. After weeks of practicing with Zacharias, he knew how to play with him. How Zacharias liked to lead Percy into passes, and his favorite angle to shoot from. When the Ravenclaw chasers focused too much on the back and forth between Percy and Zacharias, they'd pass the quaffle to McAvoy, who did a good job of reminding the Ravenclaws why they shouldn't forget about her. Ravenclaw's beaters tried to keep up, but mostly they were able to dodge the bludgers or at least pass it to another chaser before getting hit. Hufflepuff took the lead and kept scoring a lot. Percy's natural battle reflexes were great for Quidditch. Once his adrenaline kicked in, everything seemed like it moved in slow motion, making it super easy for him to roll under a bludger and execute an upside-down pass to Zacharias while barely managing to hold onto his broom. What an incredible pass from the American! A voice that was not Megan's rang throughout the stadium. He must be crazy to try a pass like that. Smith with the quaffle, he shoots and scores. I may want to punch him in the face half the time, but man can he fly. Hufflepuff leads 200-60. Percy saw Smith dive bomb the box where an older boy sat in the announcer's seat. While Ravenclaw's chasers retrieved the quaffle, Percy flew over to his fellow chaser and asked, "Who is that guy?" "Lee Jordan, he does the commentating for the real matches, super biased Gryffindor. Guess we got more of an audience than usual this year. Let's keep giving them a show." He grinned at Percy. Percy wasn't sure if he'd ever seen Zacharias this genuinely happy. Percy risked a glance down at the stands and realized 2/3 of the school must be there. Gryffindors and even a few Slytherins had come to watch too. He didn't have any time to think about it because the quaffle was back in play. "Jackson, let's blitz after the first pass," Zacharias called out. As soon as the Ravenclaw chaser passed the quaffle, Zacharias and Percy rushed the one who caught it, forcing him to turn it over. Another great defensive maneuver by Jackson and Smith. Diggory's found a dynamite duo there. They scored again. Looks like Chang spotted the snitch. Ooh, Langley sends a bludger her way. Good flying by Chong to avoid it, but lost the snitch again. Ravenclaw's beaters really need to pick up the game here. But unfortunately, the snitch didn't stay lost for long. Their Chong goes again, Summerby right behind her. This could be a tie game. With those Hufflepuff chasers, I can't blame Chong for wanting that snitch now. Distantly, Percy heard Cedric shout, "Jackson, Smith go." Smith flew right at the Ravenclaw chaser while Percy flew up and waited. When the Ravenclaw chaser tried to pass, he swooped down and intercepted the quaffle. Smith took off towards the goalpost. McAvoy blocked the chaser coming after Percy, and he chucked the quaffle as hard as he could. Chong pulls ahead. She's reaching out, but Smith scores. Chong catches the snitch, but Hufflepuff wins 220-210. That last pass from Jackson must have covered half the field. What a nail-biter, folks. Wished I'd showed up sooner. Looks like Diggory's going to have a strong team next year. As Percy landed, Hufflepuff spilled onto the field. His friends congratulated him with slaps on the back and hugs from Susan and Hannah. They even hugged Zacharias, which seemed to surprise the other boy. They gushed for a few moments about some of Percy's and Zacharias' better plays and informed them that the older students were already planning a party back at the common room. But before Percy could head back to the castle with them, Cedric called out, "Jackson, could you come help me with the ball chest?" His friends offered to wait for him, but Cedric told them to go ahead, and they'd catch up in a few minutes. Since most of Percy's friends idolized Cedric, they just nodded and walked towards the castle. Zacharias was the only one who gave Percy a questioning look before leaving. Percy tried to relax. It wasn't like Cedric was going to try to kill him. Cedric took one half of the chest, so Percy grabbed the other. It was surprisingly light. Light enough for one person to carry, which made Percy even more suspicious. "Jackson, whatever I did to make you so uncomfortable around me, I am sorry. I would like us to be friends or at least acquaintances. You're a good player, Jackson. I wouldn't say you're a natural flyer. You kind of fling yourself through the air more than glide, but your recklessness, reflexes, and sheer athletic ability seem to make up for that. Plus, you're good under pressure. If I'm going to be your captain next year, I need you to not flinch every time I talk to you. So how can I fix whatever I did wrong?" Now, Percy felt like a jerk. It wasn't even Cedric's fault, and here he was trying to make it better like he was the one to blame. Cedric just seemed too good of a guy to be true. And that was the problem. "Look, it's nothing you did, exactly," Percy tried to explain. "It's just you're super cool and popular and a fourth year, so why would you want to hang around the uncool second year who showed up a year late and whose family is so messed up he has to go to school on a different continent? The last time. Well, I thought he was my friend and looking out for me. I felt lucky and grateful even, but it turned out he was only pretending to be my friend because he needed me to do something. He betrayed me." He rubbed the scar on the palm of his hand from the pit scorpion and met Cedric's eyes. He wasn't sure what to expect: anger, annoyance, exasperation. Instead he found kindness, understanding, and yes, a sliver of anger, though Percy knew it wasn't directed at him, more like he was angry for Percy. Cedric didn't say anything until after they dropped the chest off at Madame Hooch's office. "Thanks for opening up and telling me. I know you don't know me well, but you can trust this. Would you ever betray someone who considered you a friend, Percy?" "No, of course not," Percy answered immediately. The idea was just so against who he was. Sure, he might lie a little or purposefully annoy them, but he would never betray them, not intentionally. Not like Luke had done. "Neither would I or any other Hufflepuff. You may not trust me yet, but I hope you trust our house. Even Smith, as annoying as he is, won't betray you. He might run away in a fight, but he won't stab you in the back either." That made Percy smile. "I actually almost punched him last year," Cedric admitted. "He was nagging on me after we lost to Gryffindor, kept saying I needed to be a man and step up and be seeker and not a chaser when it was the captain's call, not mine. I just lost it. When you get to the third-year dorms, there's a dent in the front of the door. At the last second, I turned and punched that instead. I was too embarrassed to go to the hospital wing, so I had to keep my hand bandaged for a few days for my busted knuckles to heal." Percy smiled. Maybe Cedric wasn't as perfect as he seemed. He was a real guy just trying to do his best. "Yeah, I don't have the self-control you do. I ended up making him fall on his butt in the middle of the hallway a few weeks ago." Cedric laughed. "Oh, that's why he's been a little less obnoxious lately. It's good for him to be reminded that there are limits to how much people can take of his particular brand of bullocks. At least you guys play well together. Though you are going to need a decent broomstick of your own before next year. You think you can manage that? I know they can cost a lot." "Money isn't really an issue," Percy said, kicking a loose stone out of the path. Cedric raised his eyes in surprise, and for some reason, maybe because Cedric just seemed so understanding, Percy added, "Rich dad trying to make up for ignoring my existence for 12 years, and I guess all the family stuff that made me have to come over here too. That must have been hard." "I'd rather have my father than all the gold in the world," Cedric admitted. He had his reasons, but Percy shrugged. "At least, I can get a super cool broom." "Wow, that still seems weird to say." Cedric laughed. "Well, if money really isn't an issue, you should wait to buy a broom until the summer. Rumor among the Quidditch community is that Spudmore's coming out with a new broom then, and it's supposedly the fastest one yet. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. And Percy, I think you're underestimating your popularity. You're new and exciting, showed up Snape in the first week and stood up for Hufflepuff, and you play Quidditch like a crazy person who isn't aware he's almost 100 feet off the ground. Not to mention, that rumor that your family are magical gangsters. Huh, you heard about that? Percy was surprised that it had spread so fast. Never underestimate the Hogwarts rumor mill, Cedric advised. You're well on your way to becoming popular, but just be careful. When people put you on a pedestal, it's easy to fall. Percy wondered if that was something Cedric worried about, not being able to live up to his fellow Hufflepuff's expectations. Percy arrived at Nick's Death Day party fashionably late and almost instantly regretted his choice to come. The place was so cold that Percy was actually glad he was wearing his robes for a change. He quickly spotted his live friends at the buffet table and felt hopeful that at least there was food until he reached it. Yuck! The moldy, rotten food smelled worse than smelly Gabe. Percy hadn't thought that was possible. Look, another living person! Ron exclaimed. Good to see you, mate. Have any food on you? Nope, Percy replied. After seeing that, I'm not sure if I could eat right now even if I did have some. Just then Peeves cackled and threw a platter of moldy peanuts in the air. She'll flood the whole floor now. His eyes landed on Percy, and he grinned. Ooh, Mr. Jackson, have any more pranks planned? Nope, Percy answered. Shame, Peeves shook his head in mock disappointment. The last one went so well, I just might consider helping out again. A subject cancelled for a whole week. He saluted Percy and sped off to wreak more havoc somewhere. Percy could almost feel Hermione's glare. That was you. You made Professor Lockhart's hair that ridiculous shade for a whole week. Percy nodded. Oh, man, that was brilliant, Ron praised. No, it wasn't, Hermione corrected. It was harassment of a teacher and disrupted a whole week of lessons. Besides, I overheard Snape tell McGonagall that even he didn't know what potion the person used. He speculated that whoever did it invented his own. You could have seriously injured a teacher. Percy just smirked. You might as well add blackmail to the list of crimes too. What? Hermione screeched. The whole point of it was so he'd stop making people be all those silly monsters in his stupid demonstrations. I didn't want to do it anymore, and I didn't want him to threaten me with taking away house points. Thanks for that, Harry admitted. I was getting tired of that too, and besides, Hermione, you get to volunteer now. I think you should be thanking Percy. You made a very good banshee. Hermione blushed, but before she could think of something to say, Nick drifted over to them, having a good time. They all lied through their teeth. Suddenly, the orchestra stopped its awful screeching, and a hunting horn announced the arrival of a dozen headless horsemen. They burst through the wall and stopped in the middle of the dance floor. The translucent horses reared and bucked to the crowd's cheers. Percy vaguely wondered if his ability to communicate with horses extended to ghostly ones. He tore his attention away from the horses just as the lead horseman shouted, still upset we won't let him join the hunt. But I mean to say, look at the fellow. Percy's eyes narrowed as he realized this ghost, this Sir Patrick, was just another bully. He shouldn't be teasing Nick just because his head was still attached. I think Nick's very frightening and, Harry stuttered. Well, at least Harry was trying to stand up for Nick. Not that it did any good. Percy wished he could do something to help. The poor ghost looked so dejected as his guests ignored him and watched the headless guys play head hockey. Percy focused in on the leader's ghostly horse. That zebra had talked to him in his mind, so maybe he could do the same thing. Please, Mr. Ghost Horse. Percy desperately thought at the horse, could you throw your rider? The horse stopped abruptly, and Sir Patrick's head rolled off his neck. Then the horse bucked and Sir Patrick's body flew neck first through a wall. The crowd burst out laughing. Could someone go and find my body? Sir Patrick's head asked from the floor in a much more embarrassed tone. What's the matter, Sir Patrick? Lost a head? Nick asked with a grin on his face. Fortunately, I've never had such an embarrassing problem. Thanks, Percy told the horse. He bowed to Percy. My pleasure, Lord. He is rather annoying. After bringing his focus back to the rest of the room, Percy looked for his live friends but couldn't find them. They must have snuck out when he trying to talk to the horse. Percy couldn't blame them as he shivered and his stomach growled. When Nick started his speech again, since the rest of the headless hunt had to go find the body of their leader, Percy snuck out of the dungeon, already thinking about the yummy food he'd get from the kitchens. Kill, time to kill. The voice was so faint, Percy wanted to believe that he'd imagine it, except he knew his imagination wasn't so bloodthirsty. The voice seemed like it was coming from above him. He had to stop it from killing. He sprinted down the hall and up the steps to the entrance hall. He paused, trying to figure out where the voice had gone as students started pouring out of the great hall. "Percy," Justin called. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." He laughed a little at his own joke. Percy probably would have too if he wasn't so worried. "I thought someone was in danger. I was trying to help them." The rest of his friends had reached him. "Why do you think that?" Ernie asked with a frown. Just then someone screamed from above them. They looked at one another, and then sprinted up the marble staircase. They had to go up one more floor before they reached the crowd of students. Ernie was the tallest, so he craned his neck and reported, "There are words written on the wall in what looks like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware." And beneath the words there's something dangling from a torch bracket. Potter, Weasley, and Granger are there too, right in the middle of it. "My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris?" Filch shrieked. "Well, I guess that answers what's hanging from the torch." Zacharias muttered. He started elbowing his way through the crowd, so Percy and the others followed. As Filch was shouting death threats, Dumbledore and the other teachers arrived. The headmaster removed Mrs. Norris from the torch. "Come with me, Argus. You, too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and..." Dumbledore's gaze landed on Percy, "Mr. Jackson." "You've got to be kidding me," Percy complained. "I wasn't even near here." It looked like he was getting blamed for something that wasn't his fault, again. He thought Hogwarts would be different. He thought Dumbledore would be different. The part about Cedric almost punching Smith is from Finding Himself, by Minisinu. The next update won't be for at least another month, but I'll do my best to make it sooner than 3. Suspicion as always. Thanks for all the reviews, favorites, and follows. The chapter got too long, 11,000 words. So I split it into 2, and this is the shorter section. Hopefully, I'll be able to post the next one within 2 weeks since all but the last scene is already written, but right now I'm trying to juggle a lot, so no promises because I don't have a lot of time to write. Chapter 10. Suspicions. The crowd parted around Percy like he had a disease, but the shocked look on his friends' faces hurt him more. He had finally been accepted at a school and now this. In a firm, but not unkind tone, Dumbledore said, "If you please, Mr. Jackson, I just need a moment of your time." There was no accusation or even annoyance in that voice, so Percy just nodded and followed the others, along with Snape, McGonagall, and Sprout, into Lockhart's office. Of course, the room was covered with pictures of Lockhart's favorite person, himself. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Percy had to try hard not to laugh at the many Lockharts with their hair in rollers and nets as they quickly ducked out of their frames. One of them even had some green stuff all over his face. Percy glanced at the 3 Gryffindors and could empathize with the worried expressions on their faces. At least he hadn't been caught at the crime scene, but he did have really bad luck when it came to getting blamed for things, so he was pretty worried for himself too. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on Lockhart's desk, and Percy finally got his first good look at the cat. She was completely rigid with her yellow eyes wide and staring. He shuddered. It reminded him of all those statues at Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium, except Mrs. Norris wasn't stone. Instead, it looked more like someone had stuffed her. Dumbledore and McGonagall crouched over the cat while Snape watched from the shadows. He looked almost pleased until he saw Percy looking at him, and then he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Percy quickly looked away. Professor Sprout was doing her best to comfort a sobbing Filch, patting him on the shoulder and giving him one of those old-fashioned cloth tissues. Meanwhile, Lockhart kept spouting stuff about random deadly curses he had dealt with, and how he could have saved Mrs. Norris if only he had been there. After what felt like forever, Dumbledore finally stopped his pawing, prodding, and muttering and announced, "She's not dead, Argus." Argus? The familiar name surprised Percy. Filch must be named after the Argus, the security guard at camp. No wonder everyone here accepted his full name so much easier than regular mortals. Naming people after Greek myths must be common in the wizarding world. Not dead. Filch gasped into the tissue. But why is she all stiff and frozen? She has been petrified, Dumbledore answered. Ah, I thought so, Lockhart exclaimed as if he hadn't already assumed the cat was dead, but everyone just ignored him. But how, I cannot say, Dumbledore finished. That shocked Percy. According to everyone he had talked to, Dumbledore was a super wise and powerful wizard, but if even he didn't know what had done that to Mrs. Norris, then maybe it hadn't been wizard magic. Maybe it really did have to do with his dad's side of the family, which could explain the creepy voice Percy had heard, again, when no one else seemed to. He would have to ask Annabeth the next time they talked. Maybe she knew of a monster or god or some other immortal that liked to petrify cats. But that still didn't explain the strange writing on the wall. Ask him. Filch shouted fervently, making Percy flinch, but for once, Percy wasn't the one with the finger pointed at him. Filch was accusing Harry. No second year could have done this, Dumbledore reasoned, it would take advanced dark magic. But Filch wasn't listening to reason and yelled, he did it, he did it. You saw what he wrote on the wall. He found, in my office. He knows I'm a. Filch stuttered as if he was reluctant to admit something. He knows I'm a squib. Percy almost felt bad for the grumpy old caretaker. He remembered his mom's own disappointment when she had found out she couldn't do magic, but she hadn't even known about magic until that day. He wondered how hard it must be for Filch to be surrounded by kids doing magic when he was unable to do any himself. I never touched Mrs. Norris, Harry declared, and why would I care if you were a squib? Sorry, Percy, I know you don't like that word. It's okay, Percy muttered. Harry had a lot more to worry about right then than Percy's word preferences. Snape stepped out of the shadows, with a sneer on his face that promised trouble. If I may speak, Headmaster, Potter and his friends may have simply been at the wrong place at the wrong time. But we do have a set of suspicious circumstances here. Why was he in the upstairs corridor at all? Why wasn't he at the Halloween feast? In fact, I do not recall seeing Mr. Jackson there either. Snape looked pointedly at Percy. That's because we were all at Nick's death day party, Percy explained. Go ask Nick or any of the other ghosts. They'll vouch for us. Yet, how did just those three end up in the corridor? We left the party early. We tried to tell you, mate, but you were too busy watching the Headless Hunt, Ron said the last part to Percy. Why not join the feast afterwards? Snape asked, continuing his interrogation. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry, because, Harry stammered, clearly stalling to think of something, because we were tired and wanted to go to bed. Snape smirked. Without supper? We weren't hungry, Ron replied as his stomach rumbled. Even though Percy liked Harry, Ron, and Hermione, he had to admit that it looked suspicious. They left the Death Day party at least a few minutes before he had, and the feast had just wrapped up when Percy had reached the entrance hall. So why hadn't they gone straight into the Great Hall to grab at least some dessert? He knew Ron was lying, and they were hungry. His own stomach was grumbling about its own emptiness. Snape grinned, clearly sensing victory. I suggest, Headmaster, that Potter is not being entirely truthful. He then tried to get Harry suspended from Quidditch. Snape sure was one sly old sot. Slytherin had a Quidditch match against Gryffindor in a little over a week. Luckily, Professor McGonagall stood up for Harry, and finally, Dumbledore ended the argument after giving Harry one of those searching stares, innocent until proven guilty, Severus. However, I would like to ask Mr. Jackson something. Have you noticed or experienced anything strange or unusual over the past few weeks? Percy squirmed as all the eyes fell on him, including Dumbledore's X-ray gaze. Why was Dumbledore asking him that? Did he think this had something to do with his family? Dumbledore already knew they were dangerous. Percy thought of the voice that he'd heard twice. Now. But if it was connected to the gods, he needed to keep Dumbledore as far away from it as possible. He remembered Annabeth's advice to stick to half-truths, especially since Dumbledore could apparently tell whenever he lied. I don't know, Professor. It's a magic school. Everything is strange and unusual. I suppose that is true, Dumbledore acknowledged, but if you notice anything strange that you cannot explain, even something as trivial as unusual dreams, or lapses in memory, I hope you will come to me. That goes for all of you, in fact. Dumbledore swept his gaze over the three Gryffindors as well, though it seemed to linger on Harry in particular. They all nodded, though Percy doubted he'd ever tell Dumbledore anything about his dreams, since unusual dreams were a regular occurrence for half-bloods. Percy noticed that Harry did not meet Dumbledore's eyes. He definitely was hiding something, too. "Very well, you may go." Before they could even stand up, Filch screamed, "But my cat has been petrified, I want to see some punishment." "We will be able to cure her, Argus," Dumbledore patiently explained. "As I understand, Professor Sprout has procured several mandrakes. Once they mature, I will have a potion made that will revive Mrs. Norris. You'll see." Professor Sprout patted the caretaker's arm gently. "We'll get her back to normal in no time." Before anyone else could shout at them, Percy opened the office door, only for Ernie, Justin, Hannah, and Susan to push past him. Ernie took a deep breath as if bracing himself before saying, "Professor Dumbledore, Percy couldn't have done it. He was at the Death Day party and then ran into us at the entrance hall." "While your loyalty to your friend is admirable, Mr. McMillan, I do not believe Mr. Jackson is intentionally responsible for Mrs. Norris's current state," Dumbledore interrupted. Ernie turned bright red. "Oh. Of course, sir. Sorry for barging in." Regardless, Percy was touched that his friends had tried to vouch for him. On the way back to the common room, Percy said, "Thanks guys, for coming." Justin patted his shoulder. "No worries, Jackson, we've got your back. Well, except Smith, but if it makes you feel better." I swear he hesitated for a second before scurrying to the common room. "What did Dumbledore want you there for anyways if he didn't think you did it?" Susan, ever the practical one, asked. Percy shrugged. "I don't know. He just asked if I'd seen anything weird." They all stopped at the secret entrance to the kitchen. "Percy, how did you know something was happening when we ran into you at the entrance hall? How did you know someone was in danger?" Ernie asked. All four of his friends looked expectantly at him. He knew he probably shouldn't tell them, but they'd been willing to stand up to the headmaster for him. They deserved to know the truth. Besides, they weren't Dumbledore, who was already getting too close to the secret of the gods and half-bloods. If it turned out the voice did have something to do with the godly side of the family, then he'd find a way to play it off and keep his friends out of it. "It's going to sound crazy, but I heard a voice." They all looked at him surprised. "You remember that first weekend here as we were walking to our dorm? I asked if you guys heard the creepy voice saying stuff about ripping and tearing and killing." Ernie and Justin nodded. "But I thought that was a joke?" Justin asked with wide eyes. Percy shook his head. "I wasn't sure what it was, and I didn't want you guys thinking I was crazy or anything. I thought maybe I was just tired and had imagined it, but right after I left the Death Day party, I heard it again. It was faint and above me, but I heard it say, 'Time to kill,' so I ran up to the entrance hall looking to stop it and ran into you." "Guys." No one spoke for a moment as all his friends looked at him in concern. "Did you tell Dumbledore?" Susan asked. Percy shook his head. "I wasn't going to tell the headmaster that I'm hearing voices. Besides, nothing happened after the first time. Maybe it's something else. You guys don't think I'm crazy, do you?" "Oh, you're crazy, Percy," Hannah said with a grin, "but we knew that way before tonight. And we like you anyways." That made Percy smile. "Thanks, Hannah. But hearing voices like that is strange," Ernie said seriously. Well, it wasn't exactly strange for Percy. He'd had a goddess in his head for half a month and had telepathically talked to a ghost horse a few hours earlier. If it keeps happening, you should really consider telling Dumbledore, even if it doesn't have anything to do with Mrs. Norris's attack in this Chamber of Secrets. "What is that anyways?" Percy asked. "We don't know," Susan answered. "We talked a little about it while we were waiting for you. It sounds familiar, like a ghost story my auntie told me long ago." "We also wondered what Potter, Weasley, and Granger were doing there," Ernie added. "You think they have something to do with it?" Percy shook his head. "I don't think so, but I do think they're hiding something. It just doesn't make sense for them to end up in the corridor instead of going to the Great Hall for food." That's when Percy's stomach decided to growl. "We can figure out about secret chambers and cursed cats later," Hannah said. "You should eat." She grabbed his arm and dragged him into the kitchen. Percy's friends insisted on coming with him, even though he told them they didn't have to. As Percy ate his very late dinner, his friends sipped on hot chocolate. An awkward silence hung in the air as everyone thought about the strange events of the night until Justin asked, "So how was the Death Day party?" "Lively," Percy replied with a somewhat forced grin and launched into the story of how Sir Patrick had lost his body. Of course, he left out the part about talking to the ghost horse. Within minutes everyone was laughing. Despite everything that had happened that night, Percy laughed right along with them. This was why he'd wanted to be in Hufflepuff. The next morning Percy woke to someone pounding on the dorm door and shouting, "House meeting in the common room, 15 minutes. Why? Percy grumbled. Reckon, it's about Mrs. Norris and the Chamber of Secrets, Ernie supposed. Better get moving, so we can get a good spot. 8 minutes later Percy was wedged on a couch between Justin and Zacharias as the rest of the house gathered into the cozy room in various states of wakefulness. Gabriel Truman stood by the fireplace with a thick book in his hand. Once the last stragglers had trickled in, the prefect said, "This looks like everyone. Thanks for coming. I know you are all eager to get to breakfast and start your day, but I thought we should call an emergency information meeting after last night. Thanks to Diggory's quick thinking of going to the library right after the feast, we got a copy of Hogwarts. A history." Gabriel held up a rather thick book. "There's a section in it about the Chamber of Secrets, so I figured you all might be interested in listening." Percy could feel the tension in the room as everyone went completely silent. They all wanted to know what this Chamber of Secrets was. Gabriel opened the book, cleared his throat, and began to read. "The legend of the Chamber of Secrets is the most enigmatic of all tales concerning the establishing of Hogwarts." Percy listened as Gabriel described the 4 Hogwarts founders and the rift that grew between Salazar Slytherin and the others because Slytherin believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. Slytherin felt that students of Muggle parentage were untrustworthy given the persecution magic users faced during those times. Eventually, the disagreement between Slytherin and Gryffindor got so bad that Slytherin left the school, but before Slytherin left, he allegedly built a secret chamber in the castle. He sealed it, so none but his own true heir could open the chamber and unleash the horror within that would purge the school of those whom Slytherin believed were unworthy of studying magic. Apparently, after nearly 1,000 years of searching, most scholars agreed that the Chamber of Secrets was just a fanciful tale made up by Slytherin's supporters. Even Dumbledore doubted its existence, but Percy unfortunately knew firsthand that myths and legends had an annoying tendency to be much more real than people thought. When Gabriel was done, a hushed silence filled the room until an older girl asked, "So what's this horror supposed to be?" Gabriel shrugged, "It doesn't say. I bet it's a really scary monster," a third-year boy conjectured. "Or it could be a terrible curse," another girl proposed. Then everyone was talking panicky at once. Percy glanced at Justin and his usually animated friend looked almost as pale as a ghost. Gabriel shouted, "Oi!" He waited for the room to quiet again. "Everyone calm down. We don't even know if this thing is real." "Something got Mrs. Norris," Zacharias retorted. "No one's denying that, Smith," Cedric said from his spot by the fireplace. "But I didn't get the book for you all to cause a mass panic. I wanted you to know the legend, so you could be prepared. Regardless, if the Chamber of Secrets is real or not, someone wants us to think it is, and Muggle-borns might be targeted." Percy felt Justin shrink further into the couch. "Now, we all know Dumbledore's going to put a stop to this as soon as he can, but in the meantime, I think we should be careful, which is very different than panicking. Hufflepuffs stick together, and we're going to do just that. Those who come from wizarding families, stay close to the Muggle-borns in your year. If anyone's targeting Muggle-borns, they're going to be in for a nasty surprise because if someone goes after one of us, they go after all of us. Try and do what you can for your friends in other houses and spread the word." Once again, Cedric's words were met with cheering. The older boy blushed like he hadn't realized he was talking to a crowd in the heat of the moment and quickly ducked back to his spot. Percy was starting to realize that Cedric was one of those people who didn't speak often, but when he did, he was someone worth listening to. "We got you, Justin," Ernie reassured their friend with a pat on his back as they headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. "We're not going to let any Slytherin heir get you, right?" "Right," Percy answered along with Susan and Hannah. Ernie glared at Smith. All right, the annoying boy finally grumbled. "Thanks guys," Justin said with a smile. "That means a lot." The next few days all anyone talked about was the attack, and at least half the school seemed convinced that Harry was Slytherin's heir, including Percy's Hufflepuff friends. "I really don't think you should still be partnering with him in herbology, Percy," Justin told him over lunch. "I mean, he knows your mom's a, you know, non-magical with magical parents. He could go after you next. That's why Filch's cat was attacked, right? Justin's right, Ernie agreed. Potter's dangerous. Percy groaned, not this again. It had been an ongoing disagreement where Percy's friends would not so subtly suggest that Percy spend less time with Harry. Guys, I really don't think Harry's this heir of Slytherin. For starters, he's a Gryffindor. Shouldn't the heir of Slytherin buy in Slytherin? Not necessarily, he could have fooled the hat, Ernie suggested. Percy snorted, I didn't think you could fool the hat. Ernie shrugged, my old man told me about this bloke Sirius Black. He came from a long line of Slytherins, but the hat put him in Gryffindor for some reason. Later, he ended up joining you-know-who and mass murdered a whole lot of muggles. He's rotting in Azkaban now. Seems like he should have been in Slytherin with the rest of his blood purist family and dark wizards. Azkaban? Percy asked. Wizard prison, Susan answered with a shudder. My auntie says it's dreadful there. Good to know, I'll try to avoid it, Percy joked, but no one laughed. Oh, come on guys, Dumbledore even said the magic was too advanced for a second year. Well, he wouldn't have to do the magic if there's a monster, Justin supplied. It's Potter, all right, Zacharias agreed. He always has to be in the spotlight. Might even be some elaborate plot, so he can play the hero again. Percy shook his head, I don't know what you're talking about, Smith. From what I've seen, Harry tries to avoid the spotlight, but it just keeps following him. Besides, Hermione's one of his best friends, he wouldn't go after Muggle-borns. Not her, Ernie agreed, but everyone knows he hates those Muggles he lives with, and even you said he was hiding something the night Mrs. Norris was attacked. Maybe you should keep hanging out with him, Zacharias suggested, though the others glared at him. That way you can find proof that it is him. Sounds like a plan, Percy agreed. So maybe when I find proof that Harry isn't the heir of Slytherin, you worriers can stop nagging me about spending time with my friends. Great, Smith, now he'll spend even more time with him, Ernie complained. Zacharias shrugged, better him than me, which only made the other Hufflepuffs glare at him even more. Besides, he added as an afterthought, it's for the good of the school and all that. Percy had been worried about trying to IM on Sunday since Myrtle's bathroom was so close to the scene of the attack. Filch had been guarding it, but luckily, he went right before dinner, and the caretaker wasn't around. Myrtle was absent as well. He figured she was still upset about Peeves and had vanished to the plumbing and lake, like she seemed to do at least once a month. This really isn't good, Annabeth said after Percy had explained everything to her. I thought one of the pluses of you going there was that there would be less monsters. So, do you think it has something to do with the godly side of the family? Percy asked. Annabeth bit her lip, something she did when she was really thinking. I don't know, Percy. This whole Chamber of Secrets legend makes me think it's a wizard issue, but then what's that voice you keep hearing? Though as far as I know, there isn't a monster that can do what you described. Medusa probably was the closest, but like you noticed, whatever this is just petrifies its victims instead of turning them into stone, so I don't know. I suppose at full strength the Lord of Time could do something like that and maybe freeze time for an individual. However, he definitely couldn't do that in his current condition, much less why he'd target a random cat. Plus, that voice, even if the person or monster was invisible, other people should hear it too, she reasoned, unless it is an immortal speaking directly to your mind. I wonder, she twirled a lock of her hair around her finger as she thought, when the zebra talked to you, you heard it in your mind, right? Yep, Percy answered. Same thing with the ghost horse. Well, maybe this voice is the same thing, Annabeth suggested. Maybe, whatever it is a creature under your father's domain, that way only you could hear it. So, you're saying this monster's an invisible horse? Annabeth shrugged, or sea monster. In the middle of a castle hallway. I'm still working out the details, she admitted. And there's a good chance the monster isn't Greek. I'm pretty sure there are several horse-shaped, water monsters in Scottish folklore, and you already said that your friend Hagrid found a kelpie in a well. Even though those creatures aren't Greek, I suspect you would still be able to communicate with them. Okay, let's ignore the fact that they're water monsters that no one can see in the middle of a castle. Can any of them petrify someone? Percy asked. I don't know, and the most I can find are books about the legends. You would be better off looking for information in Hogwarts library since at least those books know that kelpies are real, Annabeth pointed out. Great, that's exactly what I want to do, spend more time reading in the library, Percy muttered. Well, at least you'll have less of a headache than I will, thanks to Hecate's glasses. Speaking of her, has she told you anything? No, Percy frowned. I think it might be some kind of test since she wants me to be her champion and all. Annabeth nodded. That sounds like something a god or goddess would do. Percy suddenly realized how late it was getting. Thanks for the help, wise girl, but I still have to IM my mom, and if I go too much later, I'm pretty sure my friends will panic and send out a search party. Are you going to tell her that the supposed monster-free school has a big bad wandering the halls that attacks animals and probably people associated with non-magic persons? No, I think I'll skip that part, Percy replied. I guess that's for the best, so she won't worry, Annabeth agreed, but please be careful, Percy. Something in his chest tightened at her concern. You know me, I'm always careful, he replied with a grin. She rolled her eyes but smiled all the same. Bye, Seaweed Brain. Loitering in bathrooms. Thanks for the reviews, favorites, and follows. Sorry for the long delay. The past 8 weeks have been super crazy for me. After a bit of rewriting, I'm still not totally happy with this chapter, but at this point I just need to move on and not get bogged down by perfectionism. Chapter 11. Loitering in bathrooms. Despite the tense atmosphere of the school, classes continued as normal, though Hufflepuffs took Cedric's words to heart and rarely traveled the halls alone. While Percy wasn't a muggle born like Justin, his friends were still annoyingly worried about him because of his mom. However, when Snape made Percy stay behind to scrape tube worms off the desks, he told his friends to go on to lunch without him. Mr. Jackson, am I correct in assuming that you are not challenged in my class? Snape asked while Percy worked. No sir. Percy had a feeling he wouldn't like what happened if Snape figured out exactly how easy it was for him to brew potions. Snape seemed like the kind of teacher that would give Percy extra work just because he expected a certain level of torture and misery from his non-Slytherin students. You do not sound very certain, Snape said with a smirk as if he had just caught Percy in a trap. Yet you continue to brew better quality potions than my top students in half the time. Percy's response left his mouth before he could stop himself. Careful, Professor, that almost sounded like a compliment. It wasn't, Snape snapped, because despite your unusual proficiency with brewing, your theory work is mediocre at best. Percy shrugged. Must be luck, then. Or laziness on your part, since clearly, you have the time and ability to invent potions and test them on faculty, Snape countered. Percy glanced up and met Snape's piercing stare with a grin. I have no idea what you mean, Professor, but on a completely unrelated note, I think I appreciated Lockhart's sudden hair color change almost as much as you did. However, Snape was not amused. You know what I think, Jackson? But he didn't wait for Percy to respond. I think a rare, once-in-a-century potion's talent has been wasted on a foolish, lazy, entitled boy with a temper problem. The last wizard who I believe had a similar ability revolutionized the brewing of antidotes and saved countless of lives, yet you seem content to use it for party tricks. Snape was so angry that his nostrils flared, making Percy wonder if he was about to breath fire. Instead, Snape's mouth formed a cruel smile. However, I intend to correct this. From now on, you will receive assignments according to your seemingly prodigious potion brewing skills. Although I haven't been able to prove that you are helping Ms. Abbott cheat her way through my class, I have a feeling that once you are adequately challenged, her potions will return to their previously abysmal state. I wonder if Hufflepuff House can afford the points I will have to take away for her shoddy potions work. Percy clenched his fist, squeezing the last of the tube worms as he gritted. That's really not necessary. Oh, but I think it is, Snape sneered. Looks like you missed a spot. Before Percy knew what was happening, the jars of foul liquid were rattling on their shelves along the walls of the classroom. But the jars stopped moving just as quickly as they'd started, and Percy had to resist the urge to double over as he gasped in pain. Until then, Percy hadn't realized exactly how drained his demigod water abilities were. After an hour and a half of brewing potions, it was probably why Hecate had showed him that trick to begin with. It would be impossible to douse Snape now, even if Percy did lose control of his temper. Snape TSKED, best watch that temper, Jackson. It will get you in trouble sooner or later. Percy just gritted his teeth and went back to scraping. As soon as the desks were cleaned to Snape's satisfaction, Percy dashed to the nearest bathroom to remove the remains of the worms from his hands, all the while cursing Snape in ancient Greek. Just as he turned off the sink, The bathroom door opened, and he heard a familiar, arrogant voice. Well, 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 if it isn't the puny, Yank Hufflepuff with the big mouth, all alone. I think he needs to be taught a lesson about respecting his betters. It was Draco Malfoy and his two goons Crabbe and Goyle. Percy whirled around to see Malfoy point his wand at the door and say, Colloportus. For a second, Percy hesitated. Even if his water powers were tired from potions, he was pretty sure that if he concentrated enough, he could still manage to blast the Slytherins. It would hurt like Hades, probably destroy the bathroom, and bring up a lot of awkward questions. Exactly how much could be blamed on accidental magic? Or he could beat them at their own game and prove he really was a wizard and didn't have to rely on his father's powers for everything. Locomotor mortis, Malfoy called in a sing-song voice. Percy easily dodged the jet of purple light. Malfoy narrowed his eyes in annoyance. As Percy reached into his pocket for his own wand, the other boy ordered, Crabbe, Goyle, hold him down. The bigger boys rushed him. The part of Percy's mind that had started to sound like Annabeth recognized that a wand was a long-distance weapon and would be almost useless in close range against two charging boys the size of gorillas, so he left it in his pocket. He had said he'd beat them at their own game. If they wanted a physical fight, that was fine with him. Now, Chiron had told him to never take his anger out on regular mortals and to save his fighting for monsters. But wizards weren't exactly regular mortals. And besides, this was self-defense. Goon number 1. Percy had never bothered to learn exactly which one was Crabbe and which one was Goyle, reached and lunged for him. Compared to the Ares kids Percy had wrestled against at camp, the Slytherin moved in slow-mo. Percy easily ducked under his arm, and then grabbed it, spun into his attacker and yanked his arm down with all of his strength. The goon flipped over Percy and slammed to the floor with a loud crash and a howl of pain from what was probably a dislocated shoulder. Annabeth had taught him that particular move after their quest. Out of the corner of his eye, Percy saw goon number 2 getting close, so he swept his leg out, knocking him to the ground, except as the boy fell, he managed to get tangled in Percy's robe, taking him down too. Percy kicked, trying to free his legs from the mess of robes as the heavy goon attempted to grab onto him. He heard an ominous crunch as his left foot made contact with something, and the burly Slytherin hollered. That was probably his nose. Petrificus totalis. Malfoy shouted right as Percy managed to shove himself free of the groaning boy. Luckily, the motion caused Malfoy's spell to hit the Slytherin instead. As Percy got to his feet, dodging another of Malfoy's spells, he managed to pull out his own wand and shouted the first spell that came to mind, Expelliarmus. There was a flash of scarlet light and a cry of alarm from Malfoy as his wand flew at Percy. Instinctively, he caught it with his left hand and pointed both wands at the blonde boy, who looked even paler than usual. You're going to pay for this, Jackson, Malfoy stuttered. You'll be expelled. I'm going to tell my father. But Malfoy never finished as both he and Percy realized that Malfoy would not want to tell anyone about this. Certainly not his father or even a teacher. Suddenly, the bathroom door burst open. Percy pointed the wands at the intruder, but his stomach dropped as his current least favorite teacher swept into the room. It really depended on the day, since sometimes Lockhart held that honor. Snape's dark eyes scanned the scene, taking in Crabbe and Goyle on the floor, Malfoy's relieved face that was quickly turning red with embarrassment, and finally Percy standing in the middle of it all with two wands pointing at the professor. Percy quickly lowered his arms. He figured pointing the wands at Snape was not going to help the situation. Snape must have decided that Crabbe and Goyle weren't injured too badly, though you would never know that based on how the one that could move was carrying on, because instead of rushing them to the hospital wing, he fixed Percy with a gloating look that said he was definitely in big trouble. I thought I heard a disturbance in here. Draco, what happened? Snape asked in a smug tone. However, Malfoy hesitated. No doubt, he was trying to figure out how to get Percy in trouble without completely embarrassing himself. Before Malfoy could decide on a response, they were interrupted by the sound of hurrying footsteps from the hallway. Percy, are you okay? Ernie called as he rushed in, wand raised, though Percy noticed it was shaking slightly. Justin followed a step behind with his wand out too. Hannah and Susan stopped at the door, clearly not sure about entering a boys' bathroom, and Zacharias peered over their shoulders. However, they halted as soon as they saw Snape and quickly tucked their wands back in their pockets. Ernie glanced around the rest of the bathroom, slowly piecing together what must have happened. McMillan, what are you doing here? Snape asked annoyed. Well, when Percy didn't come to the Great Hall, we got worried and thought, well, it looks like you're fine. He flashed a grin at Percy after looking at Crabbe and Goyle again. More than fine, I'd say. Zacharias declared, also looking at the big bullies. You promised I'd get to watch. What does he mean by that, Jackson? Snape demanded. Despite the fact that Percy was most likely going to get a detention, if not something worse, he couldn't help himself. He gave Snape that half-smile he knew teachers hated. I don't know, Professor. What do you think, Draco? Did a single, puny, Yank, Hufflepuff duffer get the better of 3 clever, sly Slytherins, 2 of which are twice his size? Or did your 2 friends there have a nasty fall? Percy asked with a wink. Malfoy grimaced. I don't know what you are, Jackson, but you are no Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat disagreed. Percy replied as he twirled Malfoy's wand between his fingers before holding it back out to him by the handle. Cool wand, by the way, thanks for showing it to me. Malfoy snatched it out of his hand with a glare. Snape, though, had had enough. Detention, Jackson, and 25 points from Hufflepuff. For what, sir? Percy smiled innocently, wondering if Snape would admit that Percy had bested 3 of his favorite Slytherins. Snape glanced at Malfoy, who was intently studying the floor. For loitering in the bathroom, he responded with a sneer. Percy wasn't sure whether to laugh or explode at the trumped-up charge, but before he could blow up the bathroom, Justin declared, "That's not fair." Percy was only defending himself. He's not loitering. Snape glowered at Justin, and the boys seemed to shrink. Can you prove it, Finch-Fletchley? Because all I see is Jackson loitering in the bathroom? Percy snorted, and I suppose Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle aren't loitering in the bathroom? Snape's malicious smile made his dark eyes glint. I believe, as you said, that Misters Crabbe and Goyle had a nasty fall, and Draco, being a caring friend, brought them in here to help them. I assume, given your past record, and the headmaster's explicit warning, that you, Mr. Jackson, wouldn't have dared to take part in a fight. Otherwise the punishment would be most severe. Percy couldn't stand the triumphant look in Malfoy's eyes, but Percy couldn't argue back without admitting that he had given Crabbe and Goyle those injuries. He'd get a lot worse than a single detention then. In a shaky voice Justin said, if you're giving Percy detention for loitering in the bathroom, Professor, then you need to give me one too. He gave Snape a fearful look before stepping to Percy's side. Percy was so shocked, he didn't know what to say. S2, Hannah declared as she and Susan joined him. And it's a boys' bathroom, Susan emphasized, though her face was bright red, so we're in extra trouble. And me. Ernie must have swallowed his constant desire to be the good little teacher's pet as he too joined Percy. They all looked at Smith, who still lingered at the door. Oh fine, he muttered with an eye roll. Well, Professor, I suppose you should get your quill and parchment, because that's going to be a lot of paperwork, Susan reasoned. 6 detentions, all for loitering in the bathroom. How long will that take to fill out? And you probably would want us to have separate detentions, Hannah added. Otherwise, we might actually have fun if we get to spend time with our mates, and I'm sure Professor Sprout will be extremely interested in why 6 students who have never received a detention before all got one at the same time. Snape glared at them, clearly weighing his options. Writing up 6 separate detentions really must have been a lot of paperwork, or maybe Snape didn't want to deal with Professor Sprout, who never responded well when someone was unfair to her students, because Snape snarled, "Get out." But as Percy left, he added, and if I find you in a similar situation again, Jackson, I don't care which house you are in or if it's fair or how many detentions I'll have to write. Do I make myself clear? Absolutely, Percy replied, still not quite believing his luck, but when he glanced at Malfoy and saw the eager look on the other boy's face, as if he was already plotting his revenge, Percy added, but that's assuming Malfoy doesn't want to be the one who has a nasty fall, because if this does happen again, or if something similar happens to any of my friends, next time I might forget Hufflepuffs are supposed to be nice. There might not be much of you left, Malfoy, for a teacher to save. Is that a threat, Jackson? Malfoy scoffed, clearly feeling braver with Snape at his shoulder. No, it's a promise, Percy replied as he walked towards his waiting friends who were willing to get detentions for him, and he would damn himself to the fields of punishment if he let Malfoy or anyone else bully them. Once they were away from the dungeons, Percy said, thanks guys, but you really didn't need to do that. Usually, at this point in the year, I've had at least 5 detentions. Nonsense, Justin stated matter-of-factly. It's like Cedric said. We're stronger together. You would have done the same for any of us. Besides, we all know Malfoy tried to jump you 3-on-1, and you were only defending yourself. Ernie added. Any other teacher would have at the very least punished Malfoy too. Still wish I could have seen it, Zacharias muttered. That Saturday, excitement filled the school, and for the first time in days, people weren't talking about the heir of Slytherin or the Chamber of Secrets. It was the first Quidditch match of the season. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Slytherin is going to win, Zacharias predicted at breakfast. They have the faster brooms. The whole team has faster brooms. But Gryffindor's got the better team, Ernie argued back. All their players are fantastic and could probably go on to the British and Irish League. Percy glanced over to the Gryffindor table and saw Harry with the rest of the Gryffindor team looking nervous and picking at their food. I don't care who's got the better chance, I'm cheering for Gryffindor, Percy stated. We're all cheering for Gryffindor, Hannah added. Slytherin hasn't lost the Quidditch Cup in forever. Plus, we all want to see Malfoy lose, again, she winked at Percy. Then her eyes widened, and she said, Hi Cedric, in a voice that was a whole octave higher than normal. Hi Hannah, the fourth year replied with a polite smile as he stood at their section of the table. Diggory will agree with me, Zacharias claimed. Slytherin's going to win. Actually, Smith, if I was going to bet on anyone, I'd bet on Gryffindor, Cedric corrected, and Ernie flashed a pompous smile at Zacharias. But a whole team on Nimbus 2001's, Zacharias argued. Doesn't matter. Potter's the better seeker even with a slower broom, the older boy reasoned. He'll catch the snitch before Slytherin can get a big enough lead, Zacharias huffed in disbelief. But Cedric ignored the rude response and instead asked, I wanted to ask if you and Jackson would want to come sit with me and the rest of the team to watch the match. We analyzed the techniques and strategies of the other teams together. I figured it would be good exposure for you if you two still want to be chasers next year. For once, Zacharias looked like he was at a loss for words, so Percy answered for him. Sure, we'd love to. Once Smith gets over his shock at being included for once. Great. The Gryffindor chasers are some of the best Hogwarts has seen in a while, so it will be good for you to watch them closely, Cedric added. You mean the best until Jackson and I start playing, Smith corrected as they headed out of the Great Hall. Well, it didn't take him too long to recover his cockiness, Percy observed. They were walking across the grounds when a familiar voice called out, Hiya Percy. Great, what does he want? Zacharias muttered, as Colin Creevey dashed towards them. Be nice, Smith, Percy warned. Although privately Percy agreed with Zacharias. If Percy had to pick a time for Colin to come talk to him, it wouldn't be when he was with the most popular guy in his house and the guy who would most likely tease him mercilessly about whatever Colin said. It was kind of embarrassing. Percy wondered if this was what it was like to have a younger brother. That thought though made Percy smile. He had always wanted a little brother. Hi Colin. I haven't been able to see you much since we're in different houses and all. Been having a good term? Colin enthusiastically asked. Yeah, actually, I have, Percy answered, still a little surprised that he could honestly say that. You? It's been incredible, Colin exclaimed. Magic is so cool, anyways. My father let me take Mum's camera, so I've been taking lots of pictures. He held up an old-fashioned camera for Percy to see. I've actually used it to make some money when classmates want their pictures taken, so here. Percy barely stuck out his hand in time for Colin to dump a handful of coins into it. I know that's not enough, but maybe I'll be able to pay you back by the end of the year. The boy looked so hopeful that Percy didn't know what else to do but pocket the money. Really, Colin, you can pay me back whenever. Thanks Percy. Oh, and here's a photo I took of you playing Quidditch. I developed the film in a potion, so the picture moves, he said proudly as he thrust a photograph at Percy and waved it under his nose until Percy took it. Percy tried to ignore the snide look Zacharias was giving him, and he just knew that Cedric wanted to laugh but was too polite. Thanks Colin, he said dryly. The boy must have missed Percy's less than enthusiastic tone because he beamed at him until something else caught his eye. There's Ginny. I told her I'd sit with her. See you, Percy. Merlin. I didn't think you would ever leave us alone, Zacharias stated. Do I want to know why you are taking money from a first year? Jackson? Diggory asked, sounding more amused than judgmental. Uh, I sort of helped him out of an awkward money situation at Madame Malkin's. I figured he'd be more upset and embarrassed if I refused to take the money, Percy admitted. That was nice of you, Cedric commented. Percy shrugged. I know what it's like to not have a lot. He remembered all those years of trying to hide money from Gabe, but he smiled as he thought of how happy and excited Colin had been, and I guess in that moment, Colin just reminded me of that younger brother I always wanted. Percy hadn't been paying attention, so he didn't realize what was happening until it was too late, and Colin's photograph was snatched from his loose grip. Let's take a look at this picture, Zacharias taunted. He took one look and burst out laughing. He gave the photograph to Cedric next. The older boy finally lost his personal battle and laughed too, but at least he apologized while he was laughing. Sorry Jackson, but this photo is too good. Guess you really did almost fall off the broom on that pass. He handed the photograph back to Percy, and Percy groaned. Colin had captured his upside-down pass. The Percy in the photo kicked his legs out wildly while one hand had a death grip on the broom, and the other arm pulled back and threw the quaffle. But Percy's face was the worst. It looked like he was constipated. This is getting destroyed as soon as I get back to the common room, Percy stated as he folded the picture and tucked it safely in his pocket. Pity, Jackson, I was going to buy you a frame for it, Smith remarked. You're going to need to save it, Smith, for the fabulous action shot I'm going to ask Colin to take of you, Percy shot back with a grin. Smith opened and closed his mouth, unable to come up with a satisfactory comeback. Cedric laughed again. Thank Merlin you came to Hogwarts, Jackson. We needed someone who can outsnark Zacharias. Whose side are you on, Diggory? Zacharias grumbled. The side of my sanity, Cedric replied with a grin. Though I have a feeling if I have to captain you both next year, there won't be much of it left. Once they found the rest of the Hufflepuff team, Cedric introduced them, and they sat next to Tasman Appleby, who would be the only returning chaser. So, it's official we're on the team next year? Zacharias asked. It's unofficially official, Tasman replied with a wink. Officially, I can't make the announcement until next fall, Cedric explained. But I want you two to do the best you can to prepare. You are good, but there still will be a steep learning curve, especially for you, Jackson. I want to build a team that shows the school that we aren't just a bunch of pushovers. At least, you will finally get to play Seeker, Smith commented but was shushed by Tasman, who looked over at the current team captain. Are you a better Seeker or Chaser? Percy asked Cedric. The older boy shrugged. I'm a decent Seeker. He's being modest, Zacharias interjected. In a pickup match at the Pruitt's annual picnic, he got the snitch so fast we just started the game over, so we could actually get the chance to play. That was luck, Cedric protested. Maybe, but you can't blame that next catch you made on luck. He did this really impressive swerve and cut off the other Seeker. Percy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Coming from Zacharias, that was high praise. Cedric must be a really good Seeker. The Slytherin team stepped onto the field to a roar of cheers from the Slytherins in the stands and boos from the Gryffindors and Percy, but he stopped once he realized the rest of his house was politely clapping. When the Gryffindor team entered, though, the Hufflepuffs cheered just as enthusiastically as the students in red and gold. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the match started to the roars of the spectators. Slytherin grabbed the quaffle first thanks to their faster brooms and made a quick score. Tasman whistled appreciatively. Man, those new brooms sure are fast. Now pay attention, Cedric instructed. Look how the Gryffindor chasers weave around each other. One blocks a Slytherin chaser, then rolls under him, and is open for the pass. It was a good play, but the pass was intercepted by another Slytherin chaser. Percy was distracted from the action with the quaffle, though, when Harry sped across the length of the field, a bludger close behind. A Gryffindor beater, one of the Weasley twins, hit the bludger solidly away, but then the bludger changed directions and hurtled back towards Harry. Are bludgers supposed to do that? Percy asked. I thought they just tried to hit as many players as possible. No, that is definitely not normal, Cedric admitted, frowning in concern as the two Weasley twins sandwiched Harry between them to protect him from the murderous bludger. Still think Gryffindor will win now? Zacharias smugly asked. You should have realized Slytherins always cheat. This is extreme, even for them, Cedric argued. Wood needs to call it off before Potter gets hurt. It's too dangerous. Didn't that Quill guy try to kill Harry last year at a Quidditch match? Maybe, it's something like that. Percy suggested. He was beginning to suspect that Harry might have as bad of luck as he did. Could be, Cedric admitted. Potter has a lot of enemies. All those who supported you know who would like to see him dead. Good, Woods called the timeout. They should stop the match and ask for an inquiry. However, after the timeout the match continued, except this time Harry flew alone without the Weasley twins' protection, the crazy bludger right behind him. Cedric groaned, damn Gryffindor pride. What is Wood thinking? He's going to get Potter killed. Knowing Harry, I think he might have suggested it himself, instead of risking losing to Slytherin, Percy stated. And on top of everything it was raining. Cedric quickly cast a water-repellent charm which helped. It seemed rain was more resistant to Percy's drying abilities. Maybe because rain was more of Zeus' thing. But the players were not as fortunate. Yet, somehow Harry still managed to avoid the bludger looping, spiraling, and zigzagging across the field. Cedric whistled appreciatively. Now, that's some impressive flying. Something though made Harry pause his crazy roller coaster flying and face Malfoy. Potter spotted it. Cedric announced, squinting his eyes at the field. The snitch is right next to Malfoy's head, and he doesn't have a clue. The pause though cost Harry as the bludger smashed into his elbow. Ouch, Percy winced in sympathy. That's a broken arm. Harry slid to one side of the broom, somehow managing to swerve away from the bludger as it came at him again. Then, he dove straight for Malfoy. Incredible. He's still going for it, Cedric exclaimed. Harry took his good arm off his broom and made a desperate grab for the tiny, winged, gold ball before crashing into the ground. Gryffindor wins. Lee Jordan shouted over the speakers. 160-70, and I am sure a full inquiry will be launched into this obvious, rampant attempt of cheating and murdering Gryffindor's seeker. Jordan. Professor McGonagall reprimanded. Percy tried to reach Harry to see if his friend was okay. But Harry was surrounded by an impenetrable crowd of red and gold-clad Gryffindors. Percy finally caught him as Harry left the pitch with Ron supporting him and Hermione leading the way. Something was wrong though. Percy expected to see Harry's arm bent at a bad angle. Instead, it swung limply at his side and looked kind of rubbery. What happened, Harry? Are you okay? I thought you broke your arm. I did, Harry gritted. And then Lockhart tried to fix it. Oh, man, that's rough, Percy winced. I think I would have kicked him if he tried. Everyone makes mistakes, Hermione defended. He removed all the bones in my arm, Hermione. That's some mistake, Harry huffed. So, why do you think the bludger did that? Percy asked before Hermione could start an argument. Malfoy probably did something to it, Harry answered. He was having a good laugh up there about it until I caught the snitch. Based on Percy's experience with Malfoy, it did sound like something he might do. Percy left them at the hospital wing. He never was particularly fond of hospitals anyways and spent enough of his summer in a sickbed between the Minotaur and Pit Scorpion, so he headed back down to find his Hufflepuff friends. Even with the chance of murderous bludgers, Percy couldn't wait to play on the Quidditch team next year. Percy slept in that Sunday morning because he'd once again snuck out to the forest to train, so he was one of the last to arrive at breakfast. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, he knew something was wrong. Everyone was talking in hushed whispers and the other Hufflepuffs kept giving him pitying looks as he headed towards the other second years. He sat down in the space they'd saved for him between Hannah and Justin, and his friends stopped talking immediately and instead just looked at him. Percy poured his cup of coffee and grabbed some eggs, bacon, and toast because he needed his breakfast first before he could deal with whatever it was. Finally, he said, "Okay, out with it. What's going on? Why does everyone look like their dog died?" His friends all looked at Hannah like they'd already discussed the best way to tell him. She took a breath and in a soft, gentle voice said, "Percy, there's been another attack, last night." Percy felt his blood freeze. It was Colin Creevey. Zacharias said you two were friends. Is he? Percy didn't want to finish the thought. Lavender Brown says he's only been petrified. He's in the hospital wing, but apparently, they're not letting anyone visit him in case the attacker tries to finish him off. Rumor has it, he was trying to sneak down to the hospital wing to see Potter. Percy tried not to imagine Colin, usually so full of energy and enthusiasm, just lying there like a living version of one of Medusa's statues. And just yesterday, he had been embarrassed by him. He felt in the pocket of his robe. At least, he had forgotten to destroy the picture Colin had given him. He would have felt even worse if he had thrown it in the fire like he had planned to. Suddenly, he didn't feel hungry anymore. He needed to do something to stop this. He needed to talk to Annabeth. Shoving his plate away, Percy stood up. I need to go. Wait, Justin pleaded. You can't just go off by yourself, the monster will find you. Good, I hope it does because I'm going to kill it, Percy declared, deadly serious. Zacharias scoffed. What are you going to do? You're only a second year. Percy felt the edge of his lips curl upwards as he remembered all the monsters he'd faced last summer. Trust me, killing monsters is my specialty. As his friends tried to figure out what he meant, he quickly headed back towards the entrance hall, but when he reached the doors, he felt like someone was watching him. He glanced up at the staff table and met Dumbledore's X-ray blue eyes. Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout also looked at him with varying expressions of suspicion and concern. Did they suspect that he knew something about Colin's attack? If they did, it could make it a lot harder to get to the bottom of this. He saw his friends scrambling to catch up with him, so he quickly left the hall, taking one of Nick's secret passageways to the third floor before doubling back down towards Myrtle's bathroom. He felt bad leaving his friends, but this was something he had to do on his own for now. He couldn't tell them about Annabeth or Iris' messages or his dad's side of the family without putting them in danger and sounding like a crazy person. Over the past week, he'd been looking up magical horse creatures in the library whenever he had a chance. When his friends had asked about his uncharacteristic, extracurricular reading interest, he just told them that he really liked horses and was curious about magical ones. It wasn't exactly a lie. There were surprisingly a lot of monstrous horses in Scotland and the wizarding world in general. However, the only two that maybe could have caused the attack were Thestrals and Niclavi, but neither creature completely fit the evidence. Thestrals could only be seen by someone who had seen death. Percy wasn't sure what that meant, but it could explain how the monster was sneaking around the castle invisible. However, as far as Percy could find, the reptilian, skeletal horses did not petrify people or cats. Niclavi, though, were nasty demons. The books did not mention invisibility, but they did cause lots of catastrophes like drought and disease. Even the author of the book Percy had found could only speculate at the full extent of their power, but since Niclavi were sea monsters, they could not cross fresh water. Now, Percy didn't know exactly where Hogwarts was, but as someone also connected to the sea, he had a feeling they were far enough inland to make a Niclavi uncomfortable, especially with a large freshwater lake nearby. He hoped Annabeth could make sense of it. He didn't like to admit it, but she was better at connecting things together than he was. Like how'd she realize the Furies had been looking for something when they'd attacked him on the bus? Percy double-checked that the coast was clear before pushing open the door to Myrtle's bathroom. Except, for the first time, he wasn't the only living person there. Harry? Percy asked incredulously. Harry Potter stood right in the middle of the girls' bathroom. Ron and Hermione were there too, peering around a stall door, but they quickly blocked Percy's view, making him think they must be hiding something in the bathroom stall. Hermione? Ron? What's going on? Jackson? What are you doing here? Ron asked, clearly annoyed. Percy grinned. You know me, I'm just loitering in a bathroom. According to Snape, it's my new favorite hobby. Why are you guys here? Shouldn't you be running away from me like all your other scared Hufflepuff friends, Jackson? Harry snapped at him. That got on Percy's nerves. He expected comments like that from Malfoy. He thought Harry was better than that. Firstly, Potter, I thought we were becoming friends, but I guess it was silly of me to think you cool Gryffindors would want to be friends with a Hufflepuff, like me. Secondly, in case you haven't noticed, I don't think you're the heir of Slytherin, and I've been trying to convince the other Hufflepuffs that it's not you, but I guess this is what I get for trying to stick up for you. You have? Harry sounded genuinely surprised, like he had not thought Percy would bother to stand up for him. Percy nodded. And you haven't been making it easy. I know you guys are hiding something about how you ended up in that corridor that night, but despite how suspicious it seemed, I just don't think it was you, he admitted. Percy wasn't even sure why. Since he'd been so wrong about Luke, it had been hard to trust his instincts again, but he just had a feeling Harry was innocent. I guess it was your expression in Lockhart's office. It wasn't the "oh shoot I got caught" look or even the "I'm going to play it cool" look. It was more the "oh no I'm getting blamed for something that's not my fault" look. And trust me, I know that one really well. Sorry about what I said, Harry muttered, sheepishly. We're becoming friends, it's just, he trailed off. Look, I get it. Percy assured the other boy, this past summer, I got blamed for something I didn't do, and it really sucked. So, are you guys going to tell me what you were doing in here or why you ended up in that corridor on Halloween? Harry looked down at his feet, and Ron shuffled awkwardly, still guarding the stall. Hermione, though, looked like she was dying to say something but was biting her lip. Fine then, Percy said, trying to hide his disappointment. He thought after all those visits at Hagrid's that the three of them really had become friends, but if they still didn't trust him, then the most he'd ever be was someone they said hi to in the halls. He guessed this was why real friends outside of your house were so rare. He turned to go, but then Hermione burst. Why did Dumbledore ask you if you'd seen anything strange on Halloween, and the bit about dreams and lapses in memory? Percy turned back, eyebrows raised. He hadn't been expecting that. His lips quirked into an amused smile. I don't think it works like that, Hermione. It's not fair if you expect me to answer your questions when you don't answer mine. He glanced at Ron and Harry. Both of them had curious looks on their faces, like they hadn't thought to wonder about that until Hermione had brought it up. Fine, Percy huffed. I'll go first as a sign of trust and all of that. Besides, there really isn't too much to tell. Honestly, I don't know why Dumbledore singled me out like that. Maybe he thought my family was involved somehow. But I thought they were in the States? Harry asked. They are, Percy admitted. Though sometimes, it seems like their influence is practically everywhere. They're kind of annoying like that. You think they are really capable of petrifying Mrs. Norris and Colin? Hermione asked in horror. Percy shrugged. Compared to some of the jerk things the gods had done over the millennia, temporarily petrifying a cat and a boy wouldn't even make the top 100. I think some of them definitely could, but at the same time, they don't really have anything to do with the heir of Slytherin or the Chamber of Secrets, at least not directly, as far as I know. And Dumbledore knows your father's family is this dangerous? Hermione prodded. Percy nodded. I think so, or he at least suspects. I mean, he knows my uncles and cousin tried to kill me this summer, and they would have tried again if I hadn't come here. All three of the Gryffindors looked at him in shock, and I thought Uncle Vernon was bad, Harry muttered. At least he hasn't actually tried to kill me, yet, he added as an afterthought. They're not all bad, Percy defended. Sure, some of them are pains in the pedex, but they're still family. And, I'm not sure they'd actually do this even if they could. As for the dreams and memory loss, Percy shrugged, no idea what that has to do with anything. But my dreams have been pretty normal for me, and the only gaps I have in my memory are during history of magic. Like really, I never remember what happens in that class. Me either, mate, Ron said as he and Harry laughed while Hermione scowled. So now that I answered your question, are you going to tell me why you were in that hallway? Percy looked at the Gryffindors expectantly. Hermione and Ron glanced at Harry, who sighed and said, please, don't tell anyone, but we were in that hallway on Halloween because I heard a voice, and we followed it. A voice that said something about time to kill? Percy asked. Yeah, Harry's eyes widened in surprise. You heard it too? Yep. Thank the Merlin. Percy caught himself just in time. I thought I was going crazy because no one else could hear it. Me too. Did you hear it the first weekend back as well? Harry asked eagerly. Percy nodded and then thought of something. Hey, any chance you have a sort of special connection with horse creatures? Harry frowned in confusion. No, what does that have to do with anything? Apparently nothing, Percy muttered, since clearly it couldn't be a thestral or an eclavie if Harry couldn't speak to horses. He just spent a week of torture reading extra library books for no reason. Luckily, before anyone else could ask more about Percy's strange comment. He just knew Hermione wanted to. A familiar loud burbling sound came from the toilet stall Ron and Hermione had been guarding. Is that a potion? Oh no, I was supposed to add the knotgrass, and now it's boiling over. Hermione rushed into the stall, and Percy heard several hisses and splashes. What are you brewing? Percy tried to peer around the stall door, but he couldn't see much. The Gryffindors shared a look before Hermione answered, Polyjuice potion. What's that? Percy asked. Ron and Harry snickered while Hermione huffed and rolled her eyes. Don't tell me you don't pay attention to Professor Snape either? Okay, I won't, Percy replied. See, Hermione, we aren't the only ones, Ron said. In fact, I think we're in the majority. Hermione frowned. Yes, but I figured since Percy seems to be quite good at potions that at least he must pay attention. Nope, on a good day Snape and I just ignore each other's. existence, Percy informed them. So, what does this poly stuff do? It transforms you into someone else, Hermione explained. We're going to use it to turn into Slytherins, sneak into the Slytherin common room, and get a confession from Malfoy because let's face it, he's the real heir of Slytherin, Ron said excitedly. Yeah, he's definitely suspicious, Percy admitted. He and Annabeth had been so focused on figuring out the monster and killing it that they hadn't really thought too much about the person behind it. I mean, he's in Slytherin, Percy ticked off on his fingers for emphasis, and we know he hates Muggle-borns. He's a way better suspect than you or Harry. Exactly, Harry agreed. Do you know what I think? He was in such a foul temper at the Quidditch match, he took it out on Colin, Ron snarled. I should have pulverized that jerk when I had the chance, Percy growled. Next time I see him I'm going to. Do nothing, interrupted Hermione. Confronting him won't do any good. He can't know we suspect him, otherwise we'll never be able to prove that it's him. Percy could see that she had a point. Although beating Malfoy up would make him feel better, it wouldn't solve the problem. He watched Hermione add the leeches to the potion and stir. He focused on the potion and a silver glow shimmered around it with a red tinge. Fine. But at least let me help with the potion. You need to stir counterclockwise. And 3 more leeches, I think, but squeeze them first. Hermione shook her head. No. The instructions clearly say 7 leeches and to stir clockwise until they stay at the bottom. Fine. If you want to be stirring and smushing ingredients all day in here, have fun, Percy said, turning to go again. Wait, Ron begged. Maybe we should listen to him. I really don't want to be stuck in a girl's bathroom all day, and Myrtle might come back. Ron looked around as if he expected the petulant ghost to appear any minute. We cannot deviate from the instructions, Hermione declared. It's a difficult potion, and it will have disastrous results if brewed wrong. Something you should be familiar with, Ron, based on your own experience in potions class. Ron's face turned pink. Percy wasn't sure if it was from embarrassment or anger, and he immediately started bickering back. Gods, Percy wondered if he and Annabeth had been this bad over the summer. Harry just ignored his 2 best friends and gave Percy an assessing look. You really think you can make the potion faster by not following the instructions? He asked. Percy nodded. Yeah, and sometimes I think the potion comes out even better. I caught Snape trying to hide that he was impressed while he muttered something about higher purity. It's hard to explain, but it's like the potion tells me what to do. That's utter nonsense, Hermione stated. The potion can't tell you what to do. Percy shrugged. I guess it's like those people who are freakishly good at math. It's like I go into this sort of trance and have this extra awareness, so I just know what needs to happen to get the results I want. It's something I inherited from my father. I think one of my relatives had the same trait a long time ago and invented a lot of potions. That's so cool, mate, Ron exclaimed. Wish I could do that. I might actually enjoy potions then. Fine, Hermione huffed. If you 2 want Percy to make the potion, then let him. Just don't expect me to fix it when he messes up. Percy immediately focused on the potion, keeping the intent to make a potion that allowed them to look like anyone firmly in his mind, and after the addition of a few squeezed leeches and counterclockwise stirs, the potion turned a rust red. Hermione gasped. That's impossible. It's not supposed to do that until after 707 seconds of stirring. He continued to follow what the aura of the potion told him, even levitating some lacewing flies in the fire Hermione had conjured to heat the cauldron for a few seconds before adding them to the potion because the potion's aura had seemed like lacewings except burnt. Although most of Percy's attention was on the potion, he was aware that at some point Hermione had stopped, scoffing at what he was doing, and was instead frantically scribbling on parchment. Finally, he paused confused. The potion itself was a deep maroon, but the aura was a shimmering, silvery green. It wasn't associated with any of the ingredients in front of him. What's wrong? Hermione asked, breaking his trance. He glanced up suddenly, feeling exhausted, and saw the other 3 looking at him expectantly with a plate between them, though there was only a tiny sandwich left. Percy's stomach grumbled in complaint. He had barely eaten breakfast. Here, mate. Ron offered Percy the last sandwich. There was more, Hermione explained, but Ron ate 3 of them. Hey, I'm a growing boy, Ron defended. Percy engulfed the sandwich in 2 bites as he explained, I'm not sure what ingredient I need next. Hermione tried to show Percy something in a large, moldy-looking book, but the writing swam off the page, and all Percy could focus on were the grotesque pictures of people turning into other people. He quickly pulled out his glasses from his robes, trying to get those images out of his mind. "I didn't know you wore glasses," Ron commented. They help me read." Percy tried not to sound embarrassed, but he just knew the glasses made him look like a nerd. Ron tilted his head to the side. "He kind of looks a bit like you, Harry, though not as scrawny." "Yeah, well, you can thank the Dursleys for that," Harry said bitterly. Not for the first time, Percy wondered exactly how rough Harry had it back at his home. Hermione, of course, brought them back on track. According to this, she pointed at the instructions in the book and held out a parchment with her notes. Percy realized she had written down everything he'd done. "We're already down here, which I'm still having trouble believing since it should have taken at least a week to get to this point and not 3 hours. But it says we need fluxweed picked during the full moon." "Oh, so that was what the potion was trying to tell me," Percy muttered as the meaning of that particular aura clicked in his mind. "Don't suppose you have a shortcut for that too?" Harry asked. "The next full moon is what, 3 weeks?" Percy shook his head. "No, I don't think there's a way around that one." He continued to read the ingredients list and frowned. "I don't recognize that bicorn horn or boomslang skin. Where are you going to get those?" "Snape's private stores," Harry said. Percy could hear the forced confidence in his tone and winced. "Good luck with that, man. I wouldn't want to be the one to steal from Snape. And annoying teachers is a favorite hobby of mine." "I'm surprised you're cool with all this rule-breaking though, Hermione. I kind of figured you were one of those that actually tried to follow the rules." "This is more important," Hermione said stiffly. "No complaints from me," Percy replied. "I break the rules even when it isn't important. Besides, I was thinking while you were spying on the Slytherins you could probably ask Malfoy about jinxing the bludger." "Actually, it turns out it wasn't Malfoy," Harry admitted. Based on the shocked looks on Ron and Hermione's faces, this was news for them too. It was Dobby. Harry then explained for Percy's sake how a house elf had randomly appeared in his room during the summer and tried to get him expelled, and that same house elf had stopped him and Ron from boarding the Hogwarts Express, which was why they had taken the flying car to begin with. And now, he had cursed the bludger, in the hopes that Harry would be sent home, all to protect Harry from the Chamber of Secrets, which had apparently been opened before. "So the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before," Hermione exclaimed, like it was an answer to a question. "But I wonder why no one's mentioned that." "I bet Lucius Malfoy must have opened it when he was at school," said Ron excitedly. "And now he's told dear old Draco how to do it. Wish Dobby'd told you more. Though if he doesn't stop trying to save your life, Harry, he's going to kill you." Percy laughed while trying to think through all that he'd learned. When had the Chamber of Secrets been opened before? Could it have been back when demigod wizards still attended Hogwarts? If so, could Percy's presence have woken the monster? With all those questions swimming through Percy's head, he tiredly made his way down to the kitchen. He was going to need more than a measly sandwich to make it until dinner. As soon as he entered the secret door, Netley rushed to his side. "What would Mr. Percy, sir?" "Like, do you have any food left over from lunch?" Percy asked as he followed Netley to his normal spot. "Nonsense. Mr. Percy needs fresh food," Netley insisted and sprinted off before Percy could contradict him. In no time, Percy had a pile of peanut butter sandwiches and cheeseburgers and pizza. Percy ate as much as he could of his favorite comfort foods, minus his mom's cookies, while Netley happily watched, clearly pleased that Percy was enjoying his meal. Percy found it hard to imagine Netley cursing a bludger to injure someone, yet this Dobby house elf had. "Netley?" Percy asked after swallowing a large piece of pizza. "You wouldn't happen to know a house elf named Dobby?" Netley's bat-like ears seemed to perk up. "Dobby, you say, sir?" Percy nodded. "Aye, Netley knows Dobby. Those of us who served old pure-blood families would often travel with our families to special gatherings, and the house elves would work together." The little elf frowned, though Dobby is a very strange elf. Percy thought that was putting it mildly, though he honestly didn't have too much experience with the species. "How is he strange?" Percy asked. "He's always speakin' about freedom, sir. 'Tis unnatural for a house elf, though Netley suppose if he served Dobby's family, he'd be wanting freedom too." On a hunch Percy asked, "What family does Dobby serve?" "The Malfoys, sir," said Netley. Percy almost choked on his cheeseburger in his shock. It was too much of a coincidence. If the Malfoys were behind the Chamber of Secrets, then it was likely that Dobby would have heard about it, and that's why he was trying to protect Harry. They needed to finish that Polyjuice potion and get a confession as fast as possible before Malfoy attacked any more of Percy's friends. After the full moon, Percy knew he was going to spend a lot more time loitering in a bathroom. Sorry, but it's probably going to be a few months before the next update. I've been working 10+ hours a day for my main occupation, plus I have other very time-consuming hobbies, and I'll need to spend any free time on my other story for a while. For those of you who do read The Father, thank you for your patience. A new chapter will be coming eventually, but on top of my crazy schedule, I'm also battling some writer's block. The Bird and the Snake, thanks for all the reviews, favorites, and follows, and also your patience. I'm so sorry you had to wait over a whole year for an update. I don't know where all the time went, but I did manage to write and defend a dissertation and get a job. So without further ado, Chapter 12, The Bird and the Snake. The rest of November passed in a blur of worry and suspicion. Colin's attack had rattled everyone, even the teachers, and most of the students traveled in tight-knit groups, afraid they would be next. At least the Polyjuice potion was coming along nicely after Hermione had collected the Fluxweed. Now that they all knew Dobby was the Malfoy's house elf, they were more determined than ever to get a confession from Draco. However, there was still one rather large problem. I think you should do it, Harry suggested to Percy one Saturday in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The out-of-order bathroom had become their unofficial meeting spot. Snape hates Gryffindors and me in particular. You would have better luck. Percy shook his head. I don't think I could get away with it. Snape watches me way too closely these days. Ever since he started assigning me different potions than the rest of the class. I can't crush a caterpillar without him seeing it, much less sneak into his private storeroom. So, you get to brew more difficult potions in class now? Hermione asked eagerly, making it sound like he was getting some special treat. Percy rolled his eyes at what he considered very misplaced enthusiasm. Seriously, if Hermione ever met Annabeth, he wanted to be far away. They probably would study for fun. Just potions that are usually covered in third year so far, he answered. They aren't particularly difficult, but Snape is making me record every time I do something different than the directions in the textbook, and if I miss something, he makes me repeat the whole potion. Percy's head throbbed at the memory, and he rubbed his temples, having to constantly go back and forth from my potion zone. Like that gives me a headache, especially since it seems like the textbook picks the longest possible way to make the potion. Percy had the suspicion that was why Snape usually wrote his own instructions for the class but was giving him the textbook as a test, or maybe it was just extra torture. With Snape you never could tell. Well, it is important, Hermione argued. I mean, your ability could help wizards make better potions, but only if you are aware of what you are doing and are able to communicate it. Professor Snape is clearly trying to help you with that. You should probably start figuring out why the adjustments you make to the recipes are more effective. Percy grimaced. Annabeth had said a similar thing and reminded him to not explode any more potions on Snape no matter how annoyed he got. Although, she had mentioned that he would make a cute Tasmanian devil if Hecate made good on her threat. Percy hadn't been sure if that was a compliment. Plus, deep down Percy secretly enjoyed it. For the first time in his life, he was good in a subject, better than good in fact. Instead of getting remedial help, he was doing advanced work, even if it was annoying. Please, don't give Snape any more ideas. He's enjoying making my life miserable as it is. I wish I could get away with turning his hair blue. But he'll know it was me, and I don't think Snape uses any hair products for Peeves to sneak the potion into. Harry and Ron burst out laughing, and even Hermione's mouth twitched, like she thought it was funny but didn't want to laugh at a teacher's expense. Once the laughter died, Hermione said, "Fine, I'll do the actual stealing since I've got a clean record." She looked pointedly at Ron and Harry, "And you two will be expelled if you get into any more serious trouble, but I will need you to cause enough mayhem to keep Snape busy for 5 minutes or so." That wiped the smiles from the boys' faces. Percy gave Harry a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "Good luck with that. I'll say something nice at your funerals." Because he knew that purposely disrupting Snape's class would be almost as bad as waving a red jacket in front of the mini-tour. When Percy made it to the Hufflepuff table for lunch, his other friends were not happy. "Please don't tell us you were with Potter all this time," Ernie said. "I know you seem determined to prove his innocence, but it's just not worth the risk." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Percy groaned. He really did like his Hufflepuff friends, but they were getting ridiculous with their suspicion. For the last time, it isn't Harry. You have proof? Zacharias asked skeptically. Well, for starters, he's trying to find the real heir of Slytherin, Percy stated. Zacharias snorted. That's exactly what the real heir of Slytherin would do. He would want everyone to think he was finding the heir when really, he's trying to find a scapegoat, someone else to blame it all on. Percy hadn't wanted to tell his friends about his recent illegal activities, but if it would finally get them to realize that Harry was innocent, he figured the Gryffindors wouldn't mind. He double-checked that no one else was near before motioning for his friends to lean closer as he lowered his voice. But would the real heir risk expulsion just to shift suspicion? What do you mean? Ernie asked, looking shocked that anyone would ever risk expulsion. Harry and his friends are brewing Polyjuice potion, so they can turn into Slytherins and get a confession from Draco Malfoy, who probably is the real heir of Slytherin. Based on the surprise look on his friends' faces, they hadn't expected that. Malfoy, of course, Justin muttered. We all know how he feels about Muggle-borns. And he's actually in Slytherin, Hannah added. It makes sense. Percy thought about telling them about Dobby, since the fact that the Malfoy's house elf knew about the Chamber of Secrets was pretty damning, but then he'd have to explain all the crazy things Dobby had done. He wasn't sure his friends would believe that when they were finally just warming to the idea that Harry might be innocent. Susan frowned. But they must be breaking over 50 school rules. Even getting the instructions for that potion is forbidden. And they have to steal from Snape's private storeroom to get some of the ingredients, Percy whispered. But I've been doing what I can to help them with their potion. But what about Halloween? Ernie asked. Potter and his friends were standing right there. They were practically caught in the act. To Percy's surprise, Zacharias was the one to respond. Malfoy could have tried to frame them. It's something a Slytherin would do. Frame his enemy for the crime he committed. That does actually make a lot of sense, Ernie finally admitted. Percy sighed. I'm glad you guys finally believe Harry is innocent. But if it really is Malfoy, you need to be extra careful, Justin advised with a worried glance at Percy. After what you did to him in the bathroom, he'll want revenge. Maybe that's why he went after Colin. Percy glared at Malfoy. He hadn't considered that Colin might have been targeted because of him. If that's the case, then we all need to be careful. The potion should be ready before Christmas. Malfoy's staying, so Hermione, Ron, and Harry are planning on questioning him then. Hopefully, we can stop Malfoy before he attacks anyone else. Reckon, we just have to stay safe for 2 more weeks then, since most of us are going home for Christmas anyways, Justin stated. Percy's friends all nodded, but he saw their questioning glances. What about you, Percy? Percy shrugged. I don't know. I'm still waiting to hear from my family. He tried to act like he didn't care, but he really wanted to go home and see his mom. Even when Gabe was around and he went to military boarding schools, he still spent Christmas with his mom. He was tempted to go back with or without Zeus's permission. He was getting tired of the gods telling him what to do. But he had a feeling that if Zeus decided to blast him with lightning, he wouldn't be the only one in the strike zone. While he had no problem risking his own life by angering his uncle, he didn't want to endanger his mother. If staying away would keep her safe, then he would. Justin patted his shoulder. Well, if you end up not being able to go home because of family stuff, you are more than welcome to spend the holidays with me and my folks, though I get it if you would rather stay at Hogwarts and help with the Malfoy situation. The kindness of his friend surprised Percy, though at this point it really shouldn't have. Wow, thanks Justin. That really means a lot to me. Justin smiled. No worries, mate. I'm here for you. We're all here for you, Susan corrected. Hannah nodded in agreement and added, Justin just has the best house and is an only child. Don't forget, I'm also the only one with a television and a phone, so Percy can actually talk to his mother and non-magic friends. Justin pointed out with a grin. However, Percy did not have to wait much longer to hear if he could return home for Christmas. Usually, Percy ignored the Daily Mail unless he was expecting a return letter from his mom, but the next morning, the gasps from the students in the hall made him look up. A huge bird that was definitely not an owl swooped in. Its wingspan was at least 2 feet longer than even the largest owls around it. Wow! Justin said in amazement while Susan asked, what kind of bird do you think it is? All Percy could see was a white belly and wings edged in black. Wayne. who usually hung out with Meghan or the Ravenclaws and spouted random facts, said, "It's a gray-headed albatross. They are one of the fastest birds in the world and usually only found in the southern hemisphere. Back in the day, sailors considered them good luck." After hearing that, Percy had a sinking suspicion who exactly the bird was there for as it flew closer and closer. And the family name for albatrosses, Diomedeidae, is actually named after the Greek Trojan war hero Diomedes. In a myth, his men were turned to birds by the goddess Venus after the hero's death, so they could stand guard over the grave of their king. Percy winced at another reminder of his family's presence. Of course, there was another Greek connection. Couldn't a bird ever just be a bird? I never thought I would see one. Well, you're about to get a close look, Percy warned as he quickly started shoving plates away. Hey, Jackson, watch it, Zacharias complained from across the table, clearly not realizing what was happening until he practically fell off the bench as the albatross landed right in front of him with a loud thud that rattled the plates on the table. Intelligent brown eyes gazed down at Percy above a long and sharp-looking black beak edged in yellow. The color of its gray head was the exact same shade as Annabeth's eyes. Percy blushed. Where had that comparison come from? Perched on the table, the bird was taller than he was sitting down. Percy felt the eyes of everyone in the hall and the excited whispers of his housemates, plus some less friendly comments. "It's not like bigger means it's better," Malfoy drawled loudly from the Slytherin table. "That stupid bird takes up half the table." The albatross swung its head toward Malfoy and let out an ear-piercing scream. Malfoy's face lost the little bit of color it had, and his eyes widened in fear. "Smart bird," Percy said with a grin. He gently extended his fingers towards the bird's neck, and when it didn't try to bite him, he stroked the soft feathers. The albatross made a cooing noise and waddled closer to him. "Wow, incredible!" Justin exclaimed, next to him. "Who do you think sent it?" Percy didn't need to see the sea blue envelope tied to the albatross leg to answer the question. "My father," he answered. As Percy untied the letter and saw his name on the envelope in the now familiar handwriting, his gut clenched. Part of him was glad that his dad had written to him, but he dreaded what the letter might say since the last one sent him across an ocean. However, this one was written in English, so Percy had to use his glasses. Maybe, Poseidon was concerned that a letter written completely in ancient Greek would be too big of an indicator regarding his heritage if anyone noticed. Then again, if his father had wanted to avoid attention, he should have used a bird that didn't stick out so much. "Dear Perseus, your uncle has been in an exceptional mood since the Eagles made it to the playoffs. He has agreed that you may return to camp in the summer and even spend your winter holidays in New York with your mother. Consider the albatross an early winter solstice gift. She should allow for much speedier correspondence between you and your mother than those pesky owls. Besides, wizard or not, no son of mine should rely on that particular lady's favorite bird. Your father, P. Well, Percy, don't keep us waiting. What does it say?" Hannah asked eagerly. Percy grinned as he folded up the letter. "I get to go home and keep the bird. I guess I'll need to name her." The albatross cocked her head and looked at him expectantly. "You look like a Molly." He had a vague memory of a Muppet albatross named Molly from a TV show a long time ago. It just seemed like a good name for her. Molly the albatross. Molly cooed and rubbed her head against Percy's cheek. "Well, she seems to like the name," Susan said as she and Hannah giggled. When Professor Sprout came around a few minutes later to ask who was staying for Christmas, Percy had a huge grin on his face as he told her that he would be going back home. With the promise of a trip home, the last 2 weeks of the term seemed to drag on forever for Percy. It didn't help that Snape had him brewing fourth-year potions now. While still relatively simple compared to the Polyjuice potion, Percy found it difficult to remember to record the number of stirs he used when he was too busy thinking about seeing his mom again and having a good New York pizza. At least he had finished the Polyjuice potion, or as finished as it could be without bits of Slytherins in it. He only wished he could have seen Malfoy with a swelled-up nose when Harry had sprayed his class with the swelling solution, so Hermione could steal the ingredients from Snape's office. Percy had offered to risk another fight to get hairs from Crabbe and Goyle, but Hermione insisted she had a much better plan during the holiday break. A week later, Percy was distracted from his daydreams of blue chocolate chip cookies and the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center by a group of excited students gathered around a pinned-up parchment in the entrance hall. Percy tried to read the sign, but without his glasses the letters were too jumbled to decipher. Instead, he just waited for his friends to start talking. "Wow! An actual wizard's dueling club," Justin exclaimed. "Should be useful," Ernie reasoned. "It will be good practice for those defense against the dark arts practical exams later on." Hannah rolled her eyes. "What he means to say is, it should be fun, first meeting tonight. So, we're in." They all agreed. Percy for the first time in days found himself looking forward to something besides going home. In a way, wizard dueling was like a much cooler version of dodgeball. "Who do you think will teach it?" Susan asked. "I heard a rumor that Flitwick was a dueling champion back in the day, so maybe it will be him," Hannah said as they walked toward the Great Hall for breakfast. Zacharias scoffed. "I imagine it's easy to be a dueling champion when you're barely a meter tall. Your opponent wouldn't have much of a target to hit." "Don't be so rude," Hannah snapped. Sometimes Percy wondered if Zacharias just slunk around listening to conversations just so he could make a snide comment before slinking away. Percy hadn't even realized that Zacharias was with the group since he hung out with his Ravenclaw friends so much. "What about Dumbledore?" Percy suggested. "Didn't he have that famous duel against that grindy guy?" "It's Grindelwald, Percy," Ernie corrected with a dramatic sigh. Percy had to admire his persistence. Most people whose names weren't Annabeth Chase would have given up trying to get Percy to remember names correctly, but not Ernie. He was still convinced he could help Percy pass History of Magic. "And yes, Professor Dumbledore is probably one of the greatest duelists alive, but I'm sure he has far more important things to do than start a dueling club." Percy wanted to say that Dumbledore had taken the time to teach him over the summer, but instead of arguing, he just shrugged and said, "Should be fun no matter who's teaching it." Later that day, Percy wished he could take back his words as he watched Lockhart strut across a golden stage like a peacock and introduce his other least favorite teacher. As Lockhart and Snape lined up for a demonstration, Zacharias muttered, "Maybe they'll just off each other." Percy snorted, "Not with my luck. With his track record, he'd be lucky if one of those professors didn't try to off him by the end of the year." Lockhart counted, 1, 2, 3. They both swung their wands up, but Snape was faster. Expelliarmus. The red light from Snape's wand blasted Lockhart off the stage, and he smashed into the wall. While Percy couldn't stomach cheering for Snape like the Slytherins, he didn't bother to hide his laughter, which earned him a glare from Susan, Hannah, Justin, and Lockhart himself. While Lockhart claimed he only let Snape hit him with the disarming spell, Percy wondered why Snape's spell seemed so much more powerful than the disarming spell Percy had used on Malfoy. Maybe he could put more on his spell too. After all, intent seemed to be a very important component in magic. Percy was so distracted by his own thoughts that he missed Lockhart's instructions to find a partner. By the time he realized what was going on, his friends had already paired up with each other, Hannah with Susan and Ernie with Justin. He turned to Zacharias, but the boy shook his head. "Sorry Jackson, I'm not having you show me up in front of the school. Oi boot." And he hurried over to one of his Ravenclaw friends. Justin said, "Maybe we can do a group of 3, he sounded embarrassed. "It's all right. I'll pair with one of the Gryffindors." Percy figured one of his Gryffindor friends would need a partner since there were 3 of them. However, Snape had gotten there first and already paired Harry with Malfoy, Hermione with a Slytherin girl that looked like she would fit in with the kids in Cabin 5 at camp, and Ron with another Gryffindor. Percy quickly turned toward another boy, Neville, if he remembered Justin's introductions, hoping to partner with him before Jackson. Snape's voice cut through the crowd. Even a first year could beat Longbottom without raising a wand. "How about someone a bit more of a challenge? Mr. Zabini over here." Neville flushed, stumbled over his feet, and dropped his wand at that comment, making Percy grit his teeth and glare at Snape while a lanky Slytherin approached. Zabini looked to be about Percy's age, with dark skin and a fluidity to his movements that told Percy this boy would have good reflexes. As he eyed Percy, his lips curled into a sneer before his expression quickly shifted to one of disinterest. "Face your partners," Lockhart instructed, "and bow." Percy and Zabini both lowered their heads, not quite a bow but more polite than a nod. "Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents. Only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus," Zabini yelled. Percy waited a fraction of a second, letting his intent build like a wave before he fired off his own spell, aiming a little lower than Zabini's approaching jet of red light. Percy dodged to the side, and Zabini's spell passed harmlessly over his shoulder. Zabini had not expected a retaliation before his spell had even reached Percy and was not prepared to move. Percy's spell struck him, and he was thrown back, hitting his head on the floor as his wand flew towards Percy. Percy winced in sympathy. He had wanted a bit more on his spell, but he had not meant to hurt the other boy. As Zabini pushed himself to a sitting position rubbing his head, Percy rushed over. "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that," he apologized. Zabinin gave Percy an appraising look before saying, "You shouldn't apologize for excellence. It looks weak." Percy snorted, "I wouldn't have said sorry if you were Malfoy, and I had actually meant to slam your head on the ground for being a jerk, but fine, I'll take back the apology then." A brief smile flashed on Zabini's face before that cool, collected expression returned. However, that quick smile gave Percy hope that maybe this boy had a real personality behind his mask. Taking a chance, Percy extended his hand to help the other boy up. Zabini hesitated for a second before grasping it. As Percy returned the Slytherin's wand, Zabini said, "You're not too bad for a Hufflepuff." Jackson. "Funny, here I was thinking you aren't too bad for a Slytherin." "Zabini," Percy said with a smirk. "I half expected you to cheat." He looked in Malfoy's direction. It seemed he was on the floor suffering from a tickling curse. "Go Harry." Zabini actually chuckled. "You know we all aren't like Malfoy. Even he can have his moments, but his father puts a lot of pressure on him." "Daddy issues," Percy scoffed. "He can join the club." He doubted that Malfoy's father had asked him to go on a death-defying quest to save the world. Now that was pressure. Though, it bugged him that he might actually have something in common with Malfoy. They both wanted to impress their fathers if Percy was being honest with himself. That's not a reason to go around bullying people 3-on-1. Zabini opened his mouth to say something else but had to dodge a rouge spell instead. The hall had digressed into complete chaos with students suffering from various curses. Finally, Snape yelled, "Finite incantatem." Greenish smoke slowly rose to the ceiling as students returned to normal, picking themselves up off the floor and straightening robes. All except Hermione and her partner, who had Hermione in a headlock. Percy was about to go help, but Harry beat him to it. With a raised eyebrow, Percy turned back to Zabini, "Not helping your case for Slytherins there." Zabini just shrugged and said, "You're not the only one trying to change house stereotypes. I'm just not foolish enough to do it so openly." Percy saw Lockhart meandering his way towards them. Not wanting to take the chance that Lockhart might try to make him do something embarrassing because he had laughed at the professor earlier. Percy quickly dodged behind students until he made it back to his fellow Hufflepuffs. Once a degree of order had been returned, Lockhart said, "I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells." After one look at a glowering Snape and the pain his dark eyes promised, Lockhart must have decided not to demonstrate himself. "Let's have a volunteer pair, Longbottom and Finch Fletchley, how about you?" Justin vibrated with excitement. "I never get to do anything this cool," he whispered. Ernie clapped him on the back while Percy muttered, "You've got this." But before Justin could step forward, Snape said, "A bad idea, Professor Lockhart. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox." Neville looked down, and his face turned pink again. Percy had heard enough of Snape's bullying comments, not to mention that they seemed contradictory, and raised his voice. "Maybe if you were a better teacher and stopped criticizing him and actually offered some encouragement and advice, Longbottom might be amazing at spells." Several students gasped in shock, and Snape's beady eyes swung to Percy. 25 points from Hufflepuff and detention, Mr. Jackson. My office tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock, for interrupting and insulting a faculty member. Percy opened his mind to point out how stupid it was that faculty members could insult students, but students got punished for insulting faculty back. Before he could say anything though, Zacharias elbowed him hard in the stomach, taking him by surprise and causing him to gasp instead of speaking. Zacharias hissed, "No point in making it worse, Jackson. Let it go." Snape seemed satisfied with Percy's apparent silence and shifted his attention back to Lockhart, as if Percy's interruption had never happened. "How about Malfoy and Potter?" Lockhart beamed, "Excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. Harry and Malfoy stepped forward as the rest of the crowd moved to give them space. Lockhart said something that Percy couldn't hear, raised his wand, wiggled it around, and then dropped it. Meanwhile, Snape was whispering something to Malfoy. Percy had a feeling that Snape's coaching would be a lot more helpful than what Lockhart had showed Harry. By the nervous look on Harry's face, he knew it too. Lockhart shouted, 3, 2, 1, go. Malfoy raised his wand first and yelled, Serpensortia. Percy's built-in Latin translator made him realize what was going to happen right as a long, black snake shot out of Malfoy's wand and landed on the floor with a thud. The snake stared down Harry and raised itself up, hood flaring out, ready to strike. Students screamed and backed up even more while Harry just stood there frozen. Percy glanced at Snape hoping he would step in, but that jerk had a smile on his face, like he enjoyed Harry's fear. Percy moved forward next to Justin, getting ready to take matters into his own hands, but finally, Snape said, Don't move, Potter. I'll get rid of it. Before Snape did anything, Lockhart exclaimed, Allow me. And he waved his wand at the snake. Bang! The snake flew high up into the air and fell back to the floor. Not only had Lockhart failed to get rid of the snake, now it was an extremely angry snake, ready to attack the first person it saw, which happened to be Justin. Percy tensed as the snake slithered straight towards his friend. As the snake raised itself up, fangs gleaming, Percy grabbed Riptide from his pocket and shoved Justin out of the way. At the same time, Harry shouted, Leave him alone. Shockingly, the snake immediately slumped to the floor, no longer a threat. I can't believe that worked, Harry mumbled to Percy. Me either, Percy replied. Since when did snakes obey commands like dogs? Harry grinned at Percy, looking at the uncapped pen still in his hand. What were you planning on doing if it hadn't? Stabbing it with a pen? Something like that, Percy replied. He was extremely relieved that he hadn't needed Riptide and had avoided exposing himself to a room full of wizards. However, it seemed like most of the crowd did not share his relief of a disaster avoided. From behind Percy's shoulder, Justin shouted, What do you think you're playing at? Percy turned, surprised to see Justin looking at Harry, clearly angry and scared. Percy glanced back at Harry, who seemed just as confused by Justin's reaction as he was. Someone tugged Percy's robe to get his attention. Come on, Ernie muttered as he glared at Harry and pulled Percy away towards the door. Clearly, Percy was missing something, since the rest of the students had expressions of shock and horror plastered on their faces while they whispered to each other. Once in the entrance hall, Ernie dragged Percy behind him as he sprinted to catch up to Justin. Hannah and Susan looked like they were trying to reassure Justin as they made their way back to the common room. Percy thought they would stop in their normal nook, but Justin headed straight for the boys' dormitory door, leaving Susan and Hannah behind. I'll handle it, Ernie told the girls as he and Percy followed Justin to their dorm room. They found Justin sitting on his bed, head in his hands, and literally shaking. It's okay, Justin, Ernie said in a reassuring tone. He can't get you down here. Now, Percy was beginning to think everyone was really overreacting. Sure, almost getting attacked by a snake was a little nerve-wracking, but it was over, and no one was hurt. Then again, Percy was probably a lot more desensitized to dangerous situations than his fellow students. With a quavering voice, Justin said, I wanted to believe you, Percy, that Harry was good. Zacharias slipped into the room with a smug look on his face and declared, I told you all along it was Potter, but no, Percy was so convinced he was innocent. What do you say now that he outed himself in front of the whole school? Ernie whirled on Percy. Did you know? Know what? Percy asked, confusion starting to shift to annoyance at the accusation in Ernie's tone. Ernie's eyes narrowed. That Potter is a Parselmouth? What's a Parselmouth? Justin and Percy asked at the same time. Ernie sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. I forget how much you both don't know. A Parselmouth is someone who speaks Parseltongue, the language of snakes. So that's how he made that hissing noise and set the snake on me, Justin stated as he slumped against the wall. Luckily Percy pushed me away. Ernie nodded his head gravely, but Percy was still confused. What hissing noise? And he didn't set the snake on you, Justin, he told it to leave you alone. The other boys looked at him like he was the crazy one. So, you didn't hear Potter making strange snake noises? Ernie questioned. No, he just shouted at the snake to leave Justin alone, Percy explained. And I was about to, stabbed the snake with my pen, when it slumped back and didn't attack. I thought it was pretty weird that the snake listened to Harry like that. Ernie's face lost all its color as he said, "For now we're going to ignore the part where you thought stabbing a snake with a pen would be a good idea and focus on the bigger issue. Percy, are you a parcel mouth too?" "No," Percy stated, and then thought back to the fact that everyone else had apparently heard Harry making weird noises, but Percy had heard words. "I mean, I don't think I am. How could I know another language without realizing it?" He thought about the events of the summer. "Actually, never mind. Randomly finding out I can do something that I had no idea I could seems to be this year's theme." "So, you never talked to or listened to or interacted with snakes?" Ernie questioned. Percy shrugged, "Not really." He scoured his memories trying to see if there were ever hints of this ability. "I mean, I strangled a snake during nap time when I was a toddler. And then I thought this group of snakes was laughing at me, but the whole situation was weird, so I didn't really think much of it." "You didn't think hearing snakes laughing was a reason to be concerned?" Zacharias asked, clearly skeptical. "Well, it had been when Medusa was trying to kill him, so no, Percy thought it had either just been his imagination, or Medusa's snakes were special or something since they were hair snakes. Of course, he couldn't tell his friends that, so instead he responded like any New Yorker would, "It was in Jersey. There's a lot of weird stuff in Jersey." Ernie groaned. "This is really bad." "What's the big deal?" Percy asked, still not understanding. "I mean, Professor McGonagall turns into a cat. Compared to that, talking to animals seems like a cheap party trick." "It's a big deal because speaking Parseltongue is a very rare ability, and it's the mark of dark wizards. They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue because he could speak to snakes, and rumor is you know who could as well," Ernie explained. "Oh," was all Percy managed to say as he sunk down onto his own bed. Everyone's reactions made a lot more sense, and now, there was something else to make Percy different. He thought he had finally found a place where he fit in as long as he kept his sword. Hidden and didn't explode toilets, but now he was a freak here too, apparently an evil freak. "You guys don't think I'm a dark wizard, do you?" Justin looked like he was in shock while Ernie looked down and couldn't meet Percy's eyes. Percy felt his gut clench, but then Zacharias chuckled, breaking the tense silence. "Jackson a dark wizard? Please." He scoffed. "He just got a detention for telling Snape off for bullying Longbottom of all people. In my book, that's about as far from a dark wizard as someone can get." Ernie cracked a smile. "Of course, you're right. Sorry, Percy, it's just hard to take in that you're a Parselmouth. Of course, you're not evil." Color had finally started returning to Justin's face, and he declared, "You're still our friend even if you can talk to snakes." Percy smiled. Grateful that his friends who'd only known him for a few months were still accepting him even if he was a freak. Though he figured, now was not the time to tell them he could also talk to horses. "I am curious though," Zacharias mused. "Parselmouth is supposed to be hereditary. That's why everyone is thinking that Potter is Slytherin's heir. Can your father talk to snakes?" Maybe?" Percy actually wasn't sure. He knew gods could do a lot of different things, but as far as he knew, snakes were not a Poseidon thing. Horses and sea creatures, sure, but not snakes. "I mean, he probably communicates with sea serpents, so maybe that translates to this snake talk." "Wow, your father not only has seen a sea serpent, but can talk to them," Justin exclaimed while Zacharias just shook his head. "Merlin's beard, Jackson, your family is weird." "You have no idea, Smith," Percy replied. Ernie cleared his throat. "Needless to say, we should keep this to ourselves. I trust the girls, but Hannah is a bit of a gossip. For Percy's sake, we can't have this getting out or people might think he's Slytherin's heir and responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Anyone who saw how he interacted with that Creevy boy would know that he'd never harm a hair on that boy's head," Zacharias stated. "But I agree, especially since it's likely still Potter." "Not this again," Percy said as he rolled his eyes. Zacharias shrugged. "Face facts, Jackson. Even if Harry actually did stop the snake from attacking, like you say, he's still a Parselmouth. The heir of Slytherin is likely a Parselmouth. The odds of there being a third Parselmouth in this school are ridiculously low. Maybe Potter wants to get Justin with his monster instead, or maybe he realized the snake was going to bite you instead of Justin and called it off because he likes you for some strange reason." Percy shook his head. He was glad that his friends backed him, but Zacharias in particular seemed determined to think the worst of Harry, probably because Harry got to play Quidditch as a first year. Something like that would likely bug Zacharias. Once again, he tried to reason with his friends on Harry's behalf. Don't forget it was actually Malfoy who conjured the snake, Lockhart who set it off, and Snape who waited to vanish it and probably told Malfoy to use that spell to begin with. Any one of those people is more responsible for the snake incident and seem a lot more likely to be the ones attacking students. Lockhart wouldn't. Justin defended his favorite teacher. More like he's too incompetent, Zacharias muttered, making Percy laugh and Justin protest. Whether or not it's Harry or Malfoy, Ernie said loud enough to return order to the room. I think Justin needs to be extra careful. He should probably stay in the common room except for meals and classes, and at least one of us should be with him at all times. Of course, Percy agreed while Zacharias just huffed and reluctantly nodded. Thanks guys, Justin said, it's nice to know that you were here for me. The next day, Herbology was cancelled due to a blizzard. While his classmates planned to use the time to catch up on some work in the library, Percy intended to talk to Annabeth. Between his worried friends, the Gryffindors loitering in Myrtle's bathroom because of the Polyjuice potion, and more watchful teachers, it had become difficult to sneak away, and I am his friend. Justin had taken Ernie's advice and would be doing his work in the common room. Since Zacharias had already completed all of his assignments, thanks to hanging out with his Ravenclaw friends, he begrudgingly would stay with Justin and help him with his work. Personally, Percy thought that was a little overkill and that Justin would be safest in a large group, but after seeing how jumpy Justin was walking to breakfast, he knew his friend would feel better in the common room. Percy waited for the Great Hall to empty before making his way up to Myrtle's bathroom. Only a few stragglers were left hurrying to get to class on time, and the hallway in front of Myrtle's bathroom was empty except for a small, red-headed girl. He was pretty sure she was Ron's sister, so he smiled and gave her a friendly wave, but she just walked right past him with a glazed look in her eye. Percy shrugged it off, figuring she might have had a difficult night or was worried about her upcoming class. Thankfully, Myrtle seemed to be elsewhere. Percy had noticed that Myrtle usually wasn't around in the mornings or evenings, so he usually did his iris messages then for the extra privacy. He tried not to think about where a ghost, who loved to hang out in bathrooms, might be during prime bathroom time. Ever since he met Myrtle, he'd been extra careful to check for any spying ghosts before using a toilet or shower. After Percy created a rainbow with water from one of the working sinks in the weak candlelight, he said, "Oh goddess, accept my offering. Show me Annabeth Chase, Richmond, Virginia," and tossed a drachma into the rainbow. The mist shimmered, and then Percy saw Annabeth sleeping in her bedroom. Since with the time difference it was still super early. He felt bad about waking her up, but he wasn't sure when he'd get another chance to talk to her. "Annabeth," he called out. She jolted awake and leveled her dagger at him until she realized who and what it was. "Oh, it's just you." She sounded annoyed but still lowered her dagger. "I was beginning to think you'd been petrified or worse when I hadn't heard from you." Percy winced at the accusation in her tone. "Sorry, it's just getting difficult to keep up with weekly iming with the Gryffindors hanging out in here now and the teachers watching everyone extra carefully. But I have lots to tell you." As quickly as he could, Percy told her what had happened in the weeks since he'd talked to her last. It felt nice to finally tell someone everything since he had to keep things secret from both of his groups of friends. So, this ability to talk to snakes, it has to have come from Poseidon somehow, right? Annabeth sighed and rubbed her temples. It had been a lot to take in. "I'm not sure, Percy. I mean, if you were a child of Asclepius, then sure." At his confused look, she rolled her eyes before explaining, "The god of medicine, Apollo's son." Apollo and Hermes are also associated with snakes. While snakes may be feared in this wizarding culture, Greeks believed they were sacred beings of wisdom, healing, and resurrection. Actually, now that I think of it, Hecate is also depicted with snakes sometimes as well. Maybe the ability came from her, or I guess your magic could have mixed with your power to talk to sea serpents, sort of like that potion-making ability you have. And I suppose it could be. Never mind, the odds of that are so low it's not even worth mentioning. However, you shouldn't be focusing on why you can talk to snakes. "Oh, really? I shouldn't be worried that I can hold conversations with fanged creepy crawlies?" Percy couldn't help the sarcasm that came out of his mouth. But Annabeth just gave him that annoying look that made him feel like an idiot. "No, you should be more concerned that Harry can talk to snakes too." Percy groaned. "Don't tell me you think he's the heir of Slytherin as well?" Annabeth shrugged. He very well may be. He had to get the ability from somewhere since he doesn't have godly relatives that we know of. And given what this means, it certainly narrows the suspect pool. Although I admit that if he is responsible, his motives don't make sense with the information he's given you so far, which means he's either very foolish or extremely clever. What do you mean? Percy asked, feeling frustrated that another friend was accusing Harry. Both you and Harry can understand snakes, and both you and Harry hear voices through the walls, she said with an annoying smirk like she was explaining how 2 + 2 = 4. Percy knew that, and then it hit him, the connection Annabeth had made. Really, it seemed so obvious now, but he had been too distracted by the whole he could talk to snakes bit and everyone thinking he was evil. You think this monster is some kind of snake? Exactly. It also makes sense that Slytherin's monster would be a snake since that's his symbol, Annabeth reasoned. Percy groaned. What? She asked. I'm going to have to spend more time reading in the library, again, Percy complained. Annabeth shook her head, as if she couldn't believe that someone wouldn't want to spend time in the library. However, she did try to comfort him. It can't be that bad. I mean, how many monstrous snakes that petrify people can these wizards have? Percy supposed she was right, but it still was more work. I just hope there's a book with helpful tips on how to find it and kill it, and hopefully, Harry, Ron, and Hermione can get a confession out of Malfoy over Christmas. Thinking about Hermione gave him an idea. Maybe I could just tell Hermione and let her do all the researching. She's super smart, and I'm sure she'd be happy to spend more time in the library. Percy grinned. Annabeth wasn't the only one that could come up with good ideas. Something flashed in Annabeth's eyes that Percy couldn't quite decipher before she asked pointedly, "How much do you really trust this Hermione and the others?" Percy rolled his eyes. Seriously, Annabeth was starting to sound like his Hufflepuff friends, and he'd have enough of that. Gods, Annabeth. They're my friends. Of course, I trust them. Fine, she snapped. Just don't come crying to me if they don't hold you in the same regard. What do you mean? Percy questioned, eyes narrowing. Well, if Harry isn't lying through his teeth and cleverly manipulating you, then how quickly do you think they will suspect you once you tell them you can talk to snakes too? Somehow, I have a feeling they won't be as accepting as your Hufflepuff pals. Percy opened his mouth to tell her that she was wrong, but then he remembered how the Gryffindors had treated him with scorn and suspicion when he first found them in Myrtle's bathroom. They hadn't let him in their little group until they realized he was useful to them. If it turned out that it wasn't Malfoy and if Percy was right that it wasn't Harry, then he was the next most likely suspect. Not only could he talk to snakes, but he was new and came from a shady family. If they knew that he could understand this snake language, would Harry, Ron, and Hermione believe he was innocent? They could tell the whole school just to shift everyone's suspicion away from Harry. Annabeth must have seen the uncertainty in his face, and instead of gloating, her eyes actually softened a little. Just be careful, Percy. You can't afford any extra suspicion. For all our sakes, you don't want the wizards looking closer at your family. With that warning, Annabeth waved her hand and broke the connection, leaving Percy feeling very alone in a world away, and being in a dirty bathroom definitely didn't help his pity party. There wasn't enough time left before his next class for Percy to bother going down to join his friends in the library. He also wasn't in the mood to talk with Myrtle after that rather depressing conversation with Annabeth, so Percy figured he might as well head to his next class before the ghost came back to her bathroom. Percy trudged up the stairs and headed down a corridor that was darker and draftier than normal. Because of the bad lighting, Percy had initially thought the corridor was empty, but in the middle of the hallway someone jumped up as if they had been crouched over something on the floor. Whoever it was had his back to Percy, but it looked like he was going to bolt. Percy rushed forward to see what was going on, and the person whirled towards him. Harry. The other boy's eyes were wide behind his glasses, and he said, "It's not what it looks like." Percy didn't know what Harry meant until he finally made out what was on the floor. It was Justin lying there as still as stone, his face frozen in an expression of shock. Beside him, Nick appeared to be lying down, except he was 6 inches off the floor, his head dangling from his neck with the same expression of shock on his face. Percy clenched his fist as he felt the anger building up in him. He couldn't believe after all the precautions that Justin had still been attacked. Zacharias was going to be in big trouble. Percy glared at Harry and asked, "What happened?" "It wasn't me," Harry claimed. Percy had wanted to think that, but after his conversation with Annabeth and finding him once again at the scene of the crime, it was getting more difficult to believe that Harry had nothing to do with the attacks. He'd been wrong before. Maybe it was Luke all over again. Harry's eyes narrowed. Besides, what are you doing here? Why weren't you in the library with the other Hufflepuffs? I was Percy tried to think of something, checking on the Polyjuice potion. It's been done for days. There's no reason to check on it. And you never did tell us why you were in Myrtle's bathroom that day, Harry said, his voice laced with suspicion. You're hiding something. Percy couldn't believe what he was hearing. You think I did this? That I would attack my best friend? He was so angry at Harry's accusation that he'd forgotten to keep his voice low and had shouted. His voice wasn't the only thing he'd lost control of. There was a loud rumbling behind the walls, and before Percy realized what was happening, water rushed into the hallway from a nearby bathroom. What the? Harry's mouth fell open. Percy scrunched up his face as he willed the water to stop. The tug in his gut that he hadn't felt initially lessened, and he sighed in relief. Why is it always toilets? He muttered as he glared at the large puddle now on the floor. Harry looked like he wanted to ask something, but then, crash, crash, crash. The doors along the corridor flew open and students and teachers rushed out to see the source of the disturbance. In all the confusion, Percy had to stand over Justin to make sure he was not trampled. Finally, Professor McGonagall arrived and set off a loud bang from her wand to get everyone's attention. Students, back to your classes, now, she ordered. As the area cleared and several students complained about water in their shoes, Ernie, Hannah, and Susan rushed over. Despite running up the stairs, the three of them looked extremely pale. You caught him in the act, didn't you, Percy? Ernie managed to yell in between pants. That will do, McMillan, said Professor McGonagall as she studied first Percy then Harry like she was trying to put together a puzzle. You two explain yourselves. It wasn't me, both Percy and Harry said at the exact same time, though Harry added a polite, Professor, to the end of his statement. In any other circumstances, Percy would have probably laughed, but his best friend had been petrified, and with his luck, he'd probably be blamed for it. It couldn't have been Percy, Ernie stated. Justin was his friend and so was Nick. Plus, Potter is always there first and was annoyed with the victim. First Mrs. Norris after he had that run-in with Filch and then Creevy after he annoyed Potter at the Quidditch match. Harry shook with anger. I didn't petrify any of those people. Besides, Colin was showing everyone an embarrassing picture of Jackson and owed him money. Maybe Jackson got tired of waiting to collect and wanted to get Colin back for taking that picture. Percy had enough. He didn't care if Ernie's accusations were equally weak. Harry had no right to try and blame him. Colin was like the little brother I never had. Besides, if you saw my bank vault, you'd know I could care less about money. Before he could say anything else though, Professor McGonagall snapped, that's enough. Both of you come with me. After giving Harry one more glare and reassuring his friends that he'd be fine even though he didn't feel like he would be, Percy and Harry followed Professor McGonagall to a very ugly, large, and familiar stone gargoyle. My life is still very crazy right now, but I will continue to make time to write these fanfictions when I can. It will probably be another long wait before the next update. The next chapter will cover Christmas, so maybe I can get it out around then. Most of my focus will be shifting to my other story until I can update it. Just know that no matter how long it takes, I won't give up on these stories. They're great stress relief, and y'all are way more supportive than reviewer number 2. Just to preemptively explain, because I know someone will likely comment on it, I spent way too long considering and looking up theories regarding the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and how the monster moves through the school. Rowling was a little vague on this in the books, but I always assumed the entrance Harry discovers wasn't the only one, though maybe it is the main one for people, and that the snake used the pipes to travel around the castle and exit into hallways at different locations. I'm very aware this is not the only interpretation, but it is the one I'm using for this story. Home for the holidays finally, an update. Thank you for your reviews, support, and patience for this story. They really mean a lot to me. Sorry for the delay, but my other story and real-life job took up a lot of time this past year. I wasn't planning on posting today, but had a rough reviewer 2 inches rejection. Shout out in the reviews if you know what that means, and this is sort of therapy for that. Since I rushed the posting, I apologize for any errors since I didn't do as much editing as normal. The next chapter is already half written, but it still might be a while since I'll probably update my other story next. Thanks again for being such an amazing community, and Merry Christmas in March. Chapter 13 Home for the Holidays. Professor McGonagall left Percy and Harry alone in Dumbledore's office with a terse, "Wait here." By the way Harry was looking around Dumbledore's office, Percy assumed that Harry had never been here before. After a moment though, Harry must have remembered exactly why they had been brought here and glanced nervously at Percy. "Jackson, no matter what you think I might have done or how suspicious I think you are, I think." But Percy cut in before he could say something that would make them look even more guilty. "That all these pictures of old headmasters are only pretending to sleep and are listening to every word. Yeah, I think that too." He pointed to a particular portrait he remembered during his lessons with Dumbledore of a clever-looking wizard with black hair and a pointed beard. "This one does this weird snorting thing before he peeks open his eye." The old headmaster's eyes snapped open in the portrait. "I'll have you know, young man, my pseudo-sleep is very convincing." Percy ignored the annoying portrait and went over to see Fawkes, who looked dreadful. His normally crimson and gold plumage was graying and seemed to be molting. "Hey, Fawkes, you're not looking so great right now. Are you feeling okay?" he asked as he extended his hand and stroked the few remaining feathers near the bird's neck. Instead of cooing though, Fawkes made an awful gagging noise. Harry took a few steps closer to the bird as Percy stepped back. "What is that?" Harry asked. He extended his hand, but before Percy could answer, the bird burst into flames. Harry jumped back with a yelp and frantically looked around the office. "We got to do something." Percy couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. "Gods, Harry, I think you might have even worse luck than me." The moment he said it, Percy realized his mistake. He just hopped that Harry was too distracted to notice his little slip-up. After a final shriek, all that remained of Fawkes was a pile of ash. "But I didn't do it," Harry protested and looked suspiciously at Percy. "Did you do something?" Suddenly, Percy was reminded of all the accusations Harry had made. He was about to reply with some choice words about Harry's accusations, but then the door opened. Dumbledore walked in looking grave. "Professor, I swear," Harry gasped. "We didn't do anything, your bird. He just caught fire. We didn't know what to do." Percy's respect for Harry grew slightly. He easily could have said, "I," instead of, "we." Regardless of his suspicions or accusations, it appeared that the other boy was not a tattletale, at least until he was more certain of his accusations. Dumbledore looked amused. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry." Dumbledore's tone shifted to an exaggerated tone that Percy usually associated with teachers. "And what are some of the more unique characteristics of a phoenix?" he asked, looking expectantly at Percy. Percy stuttered, his default response whenever a teacher put him on the spot, but then his brain kicked in since he had just witnessed it happening. "They burst into flames when they die but are reborn in the ashes. Also, something about tears with healing powers," Percy added. "Very good, Mr. Jackson. 5 points for Hufflepuff," Dumbledore said with a wink at Percy. Percy wasn't sure if Dumbledore was joking, or if he actually had just earned his house 5 points. "Take a look." Dumbledore pointed at the pile of ashes. Percy and Harry crouched down to see a tiny baby bird head poke out of the ashes. It reminded Percy of a field trip to a farm upstate where he had seen chickens hatch. "It's a shame you had to see him on a burning day," Dumbledore remarked. "Most of the time he is quite handsome." In addition to the information Mr. Jackson provided, phoenixes can also carry immensely heavy loads, and they make highly faithful pets. As Dumbledore seated himself in the chair behind his desk, Percy was again reminded of why they were there. One of his best friends had been petrified, and he or Harry might be taking the blame for it. Dumbledore fixed both of them with that X-ray gaze of his, causing Percy to shift on his feet nervously. He glanced at Harry and was relieved to see that he wasn't the only one affected by Dumbledore's look. Percy was mentally bracing himself for the worst, but before Dumbledore could speak, Hagrid burst through the door shouting something about how it wasn't Harry since he had been talking to him right before Justin had been found. However, Percy had immediately been distracted by the dead rooster swinging from his large friend's hand. "Hagrid, why are you carrying a dead rooster?" Percy blurted out. That seemed to snap Hagrid out of his singular focus. "Oh, Percy, I didn't see ye there." He frowned in confusion. "Not sayin' I think Percy did it either, sir." Dumbledore spoke quickly as if he wanted to say his piece before Hagrid started shouting again. I do not think either Percy or Harry is responsible for attacking those people. Oh, said Hagrid, sounding relieved if a little embarrassed. Right, I'll wait outside then, Headmaster. Once Hagrid was gone, Harry asked, You really don't think it was either of us, Professor? Not only was Percy relieved that Dumbledore didn't think he had attacked his friend, but between the headmaster's belief in Harry's innocence and what Hagrid had said, Percy no longer thought Harry was responsible either. He felt bad for accusing his friend, but it had looked suspicious, and Harry had accused him too. No, I do not, Dumbledore stated, though his face was serious once more. But I still wish to talk to you both. Percy fidgeted as Dumbledore looked them over again. Finally, Dumbledore said, I must ask whether there is anything either of you would like to tell me. Anything at all. He said it gently, without that reproachful tone teachers or parents sometimes use when they know you have done something bad, and they want you to admit it. Percy and Harry shared a look. Percy wondered if all the things they could tell Dumbledore were running through Harry's head too. Polyjuice potion, Dobby, Malfoy. The voice that only he and Harry could hear, and the connection between that voice and Parseltongue that Percy had just realized. Instead, Harry just said, No, there isn't anything, Professor. A look flashed through Dumbledore's eyes, like he knew Harry was hiding something, before he turned his gaze to Percy. Percy could feel Harry's eyes on him, willing him to not say anything. Maybe it was because he had just spoken to Annabeth, who had got him thinking about the similarities between he and Harry, but Percy found himself realizing that they did have a good bit in common. They were both Parselmouths and therefore both hearing the voice of the monster. Both wizarding half-bloods raised in ignorance of their wizarding heritage. Both likely had difficult lives at home at some point. They even looked similar, like they could be distantly related. Was it just a coincidence that Dumbledore had asked Harry and Percy this question together, or did he know something as well? Professor, if you don't think either Harry or I attacked these people, then what do you think we could tell you? Percy asked. I mean, why us? Dumbledore's face revealed nothing as he leaned back into his chair and considered the tips of his fingers before returning his penetrating gaze to both boys. Let's just say between the tendency of trouble finding you, Percy, and Harry's record of finding trouble, I deduced you two are the most likely students to know something about this. Harry looked like he wanted to protest but must have thought better of it. Percy hesitated, but he had a feeling that Dumbledore was still keeping something from him. In his opinion, it was a strange reason to ask him this weirdly vague question twice now. If Dumbledore did suspect something about him, it would probably be best to not confirm those suspicions, especially if the Parseltongue was from his father or Hecate. Annabeth was right. The demigods could not afford for Dumbledore to suddenly be motivated to figure out who exactly his dad was. At last Percy said, No, Professor, I don't have anything to tell you. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, but if that ever changes, please let me know. Lives may depend on it. Both he and Harry nodded their heads. Harry, you may go. Percy, please stay. I need to discuss your travel back to the States for the holidays. After everything that had happened that day, Percy still had his detention with Snape. As he headed to the dungeons after a quick dinner, he tried to focus on the positive. In less than a week, he would get to see his mom. The travel back home seemed simple enough, so hopefully that meant Percy would be able to reach home without his usual tendency for complications. According to Dumbledore, he would ride the Hogwarts Express back to London with the rest of the students returning home for the holidays, and then Mr. McMillan, Ernie's father, would escort him from the train station to the ministry where he would travel back to New York City using a portkey. Dumbledore had also warned him that he would have to hand the American official his wand since underage wizards in the US were not allowed to carry one. When Percy had made a face in protest, Dumbledore assured him that his wand would be returned to him in the same condition when he left to return to London again. Percy was surprised to find Neville waiting for him at Snape's door. Hey, Percy, the other boy mumbled. He glanced fearfully at the door like it might bite him before he continued in a stronger voice. With everything that happened after, I never got a chance to thank you, so thank you for standing up for me. And I'm sorry you got detention for it. It's okay, Neville, Percy tried to reassure the boy. I was overdue for a detention anyways, and besides at least I got this one for standing up to a bully. The door to the potions room opened, and Snape said, Jackson, if you spend any more time talking to Longbottom, I will give you another detention for being late. Percy gave Neville a final wave before following his current least favorite professor into the room. At dinner, Percy had asked the other students what to expect from a detention with Snape. Cedric had told him that although he had never received a detention himself, Snape's detentions usually involved preparation of gross potion ingredients. Percy figured that couldn't be too bad. At least he would actually be doing something more active than erasing math workbooks. Unfortunately, Snape switched up his usual detention. He directed Percy to a desk with only a quill, ink, and parchment, and Percy had a sinking feeling as he sat in the chair. As you may have surmised, Mr. Jackson, you will be writing lines. To complete this detention, you will need to handwrite. I will obey my professors and show them respect. 200 times, Snape said with an evil smirk that suggested he knew he had selected the worst possible detention for Percy. You may begin. Percy gritted his teeth as he wrote the first one. As he started the second one, he asked in his most polite voice, "Sir, why do you bully Neville?" Snape's nostrils flared, and Percy realized he had struck a nerve, which for once had not been his intention. I do not bully, Jackson. Bullying is what ignorant fools do when faced with someone of true intelligence. As you should know, I simply punish incompetence. Add an extra 50 sentences for talking, and it will be 50 more if you talk. Again. Percy bit his lip to stop his anger from lashing out and breaking all the jars with water in them. Instead, he tried to focus on what Snape had said. There was something there with his response to bullying. It was almost as if he had been bullied himself. That thought made Percy so mad, he accidentally snapped his quill and had to grab another from his bag. Sure, maybe part of him might have felt bad for little Snape, who must have been one of those awkward, nerdy kids that the cool kids picked on, but that wasn't an excuse for him to be so mean now. Those who had been bullied should be preventing bullying, not doing it themselves. It would be a long night. The last few days of the term passed in a dreary fog for Percy and the other Hufflepuffs. Justin's absence was more haunting than any of the Hogwarts ghosts. It was something the whole house felt, but their little group in particular. Every day when Percy got up and Justin wasn't there with a cheery good morning, the whole thing felt fresh again. Zacharias had tried to apologize in his own way, making an excuse that he needed to see his other friends, and Justin had seemed fine with it, but neither Ernie nor Percy was too keen to forgive the other boy just yet. Susan tried to be stoic, but Hannah would cry at meals, and when they tried to comfort her, she would just cry more. All in all, Percy couldn't think of a time when he was more eager to return home after a term, and it seemed like the rest of the school agreed with him. Plus, he was happy to wear regular clothes again. He would enjoy the 2 weeks of no annoying wizard robes. As he joined the mass exodus of students streaming out of the entrance hall, he caught Harry's eyes as he, Ron, and Hermione walked down the stairs, probably for a late breakfast. Percy hadn't seen much of the other boys since Dumbledore's office. He had thought about approaching the Gryffindors at a meal but figured it might look suspicious if Dumbledore already thought they were up to something. Plus, he was still a little mad at the other boy for being suspicious of him. Percy raised an eyebrow and shrugged his shoulders, hoping Harry would understand that he was asking if they were still going through with the Polyjuice scheme. Harry pointed towards the dungeons and nodded. Percy nodded back and gave the Gryffindors a thumbs up. What was that about? Ernie asked as they followed the crowd of students out of Hogwarts' large front doors. Harry was letting me know that they still are going to use the Polyjuice potion to investigate Malfoy, Percy replied. The Hogwarts grounds looked like a Christmas card with all the snow-covered trees, and Hagrid's hut looked particularly inviting with smoke coming out of the chimney. It would have been perfect for an epic snowball fight, but neither Percy nor his friends had been in the mood for winter fun. Ernie frowned as they waited for their carriage, but, with a sigh, Percy finished his friend's thought. It doesn't make sense with your suspicion that Potter is the heir going around petrifying people. I know. Despite everything, I still don't think Harry did it. I just hope they do get a confession out of Malfoy, otherwise I don't know who else it could be. What he didn't tell Ernie was that the Gryffindors would probably get suspicious of him soon enough. At the very least, they'd want a good answer to why he was alone in Myrtle's bathroom so much. I think we should make an agreement, Susan interrupted. No more talk about anything Chamber of Secrets related until the end of the trip. She glanced at Hannah in concern. The other girl had been unusually quiet that morning. Once they had all agreed, Hannah forced a smile and said, "Besides, It's Percy's first time riding in the carriages in the Hogwarts Express. With that they boarded the next available carriage, and his friends spent most of the carriage ride telling him all about the great things on the Hogwarts Express. You finally can try all our candy, Ernie offered. Chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties. Hannah pointed to another branch in the road as she said, and that's the way to Hogsmeade. At Percy's confused look, Susan explained, Hogsmeade is the only entirely non-Muggle settlement in Britain. Once we're third years, we can go visit the village on certain weekends. It would be something to look forward to assuming Percy was back next year. Between his track record with expulsion and a monstrous snake, he didn't want to think about his odds of returning to Hogwarts as a third year. Not to mention the rumors that Hogwarts would have to close if the attacks did not stop soon. An awkward lull filled the carriage as his friends likely were wondering the same thing. Percy tried to think of another topic to distract everyone and asked, so what pulls these carriages? Magic, of course, Hannah replied, and her smile seemed a little less forced. Or invisible horses, Susan suggested. Hannah rolled her eyes and responded, which is magic. The mention of invisible horses reminded Percy of all the research he had done on monstrous horses. As he exited the carriage at the station, he decided to see if they really might be those strange skeletal horses he had read about. He figured at the very least it would make his friends laugh, so he went over to where a horse would be if it was pulling the carriage and said, "Hello, Mr. Invisible Horse. Thank you for pulling our carriage." Even though he had been half expecting it, Percy still did a little jump as the invisible horse responded, "You are welcome, Lord." Percy silently asked, "Are you a Thestral?" He sensed the amused confirmation from the horse, which obviously meant that Hogwarts did in fact have the rare horse species on the grounds. They just weren't responsible for petrifying everyone. He was about to join his friends to board the train, but a thought occurred to him. Thestrals were supposed to be intelligent, so maybe this one would know something. Percy once again projected the question to the horse in his mind, "Do you know what creature has been attacking the students at the school?" Though he couldn't see the horse, he knew it was shaking its head, "No, Lord. We only stay in the forest and do not concern ourselves with human matters at the school. But whatever it is, the spiders fear it." The spiders? Percy was so surprised he spoke out loud. "Come on, Jackson, stop pretending to talk to the invisible horse," Ernie shouted. "It was funny at first, but we got to go." "Yes, the spiders are fleeing from the school and into the forest," the Thestral explained. Percy wasn't sure what to make of that. He thanked the Thestral again and quickly caught up to his friends to board the train. The train ride passed more quickly than Percy would have thought. They all seemed to shed the sadness and worry of the past few weeks the farther they got from the castle as they played Exploding Snap and ate lots of candy. The chocolate frogs were tasty, though not as good as some of the chocolate at his mom's store, but Percy soon found out from his friends that the best parts were the collectible cards of famous witches and wizards. However, once he got cards for Circe, Hecate, and Hades, he decided that some immortal must be having a laugh at his expense and stopped unwrapping any more frogs. He was more than happy to give the Hades card to Hannah since apparently that particular card, which described his uncle as the infamous ancient Greek necromancer, was very rare. Besides, he didn't think he would be able to sleep knowing that there was a picture of his uncle glowering at him somewhere in his room. As for the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Percy initially thought he was pretty safe with only eating the blue ones. He enjoyed flavors like blueberry, blueberry pie, and raspberry, but when he popped a silvery blue bean into his mouth, he gagged at the salty fishy flavor of sardines. The best part though was laughing with his friends again as the monster-free British countryside passed by. At the station, everyone said their goodbyes, and the traditional, "See you next year." Percy followed Ernie to a witch and wizard that could only be his parents. They were dressed in matching navy blue robes, by far the most sensible ones he'd seen even though he could tell they were probably expensive. Mrs. McMillan had a kind face and greeted her son with a tight hug. To Percy's surprise, she turned to him and gave him one too. "You must be Percy. Ernie has told us so much about you," she exclaimed. "It couldn't have been easy. Traveling to a different continent for school. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask us." Percy muttered a quick, "Thank you very much," that was partially muffled. Mr. McMillan looked like a typical businessman, stern but fair with faint laugh lines that suggested he did not always take himself too seriously. Ernie had mentioned that his father was a member of some wizened game thing that apparently was very important in the government. He gave Percy a firm handshake and said, "It is nice to meet you, Percy. We'll make sure you get your portkey back to the States. Now, as I understand, you have done side-along apparition before?" At Percy's grimace, Mr. McMillan smiled knowingly. "It will be over quickly," he reassured him and offered Percy his arm to grip, while Mrs. McMillan did the same for Ernie. A few uncomfortable seconds later, Percy stood in the atrium at the Ministry of Magic. Since they were visitors to the ministry, Percy and Ernie had to go through security where their wands were weighed, and they were scanned with a golden antennae thing. Percy tensed as the detector got close to his pocket, but clearly whatever enchantments the instrument used did not sense Riptide. The McMillans provided polite conversations through the elevator ride until they reached the door that read, "Idnan Artwayanal Prokti Tarval," at least to Percy, who hadn't bothered to put on his Greek translation glasses. "Well, here we go," Mr. McMillan announced. The witch on the other side looked bored as she asked Percy standard travel questions about not transporting illegal substances or magical animals and waved his wand for identification purposes before directing him to the old boot sitting in the middle of the floor. "You have 90 seconds, she told him. Ernie clapped him on the back and said, "Well, we'll be here to pick you up on the 7th. And try to stay out of trouble over there." "Jackson." Percy scoffed. "Me, in trouble? Never. I mean it, Jackson." His tone was serious now. "I know your family has issues, just try to make sure you come back. I can't lose another one of my friends." Something tightened in Percy's chest at Ernie's concern. Besides, Grover, none of his previous classmates would have cared if he'd come back. "I will," he reassured his friend. 30 seconds, the witch called out. Percy grabbed the boot in one hand and his duffel bag in the other, making sure to grip them both tightly. "Have a happy Christmas." "Jackson," Ernie called out. Percy grinned as he retorted, "Only if you have a Merry Christmas, McMillan." With a tug, Percy felt his feet leave the ground as he spun in a whirl of color and a roar of wind. It was as much fun as the last time, though this time he was able to brace himself for when his feet slammed back to the ground and managed to keep his balance even with his bag swinging around him. The same strange man that he had met with Dumbledore last time greeted him with a smile. Percy knew it was the same man because this time he was dressed in a suit jacket over a t-shirt with pajama pants and the same rain boots. The man, who worked for the Magical Congress for International Travel, was brusque and efficient though not unkind as he sealed Percy's wand in a protective box that only Percy could open, scanned Percy again with a golden antenna thing, and confirmed his departure time for his return back to London. With a loud crack, the man apparated, leaving Percy alone under the sketchy scaffolding on 72nd Street between 3rd and Lexington Avenue. Percy was surprised that none of the bustling New York crowd on the other side of the street had noticed the loud noise. Their eyes just sort of passed over the spot. Not that he could blame them. Most people did not want to look under sketchy scaffolding, and he expected that the wizards might have put their own charms around the area, sort of like the mist, to help the non-magic mortals not notice the strange noises or people that magically appeared or disappeared there. Before Percy could join the throng of New York Christmas shoppers and head back to his apartment, he heard a boy shout, "Look, it's the freak and his cardboard box." He turned and saw 4 boys about his age standing around the old refrigerator box that Percy had seen months ago. "Let's kick it," the leader said. He wore expensive but sloppy clothes and reminded Percy of some of the rich kids at his previous schools. He thought they were just a bunch of rich kids out of school with nothing to do and was going to just ignore them, but then a whimper came from the box and a faint, "Please, stop." Percy's anger swelled. He hated bullies. Before he knew what he was doing, he shouted at the other boys, "Hey, leave whoever's in there alone." "Or what?" The lead bully turned his attention on Percy. Percy wanted to pulverize them, but he could tell that these guys were 100% non-magical mortals, which meant Chiron's strict orders to never take his anger out on regular mortals, no matter how obnoxious they were, definitely applied here. If he couldn't fight them, he could always use his second favorite strategy, annoy them to death. I mean, if you want to keep looking like stupid cowards, then go ahead. But you must be really scared of whoever's in there to kick them while they are stuck in a box 4-on-1. "Should we give you a wedgie instead?" the boy asked. Percy had one last trick up his sleeve. He just hoped he could pull it off better than the LA incident. At least he would remember not to swing this time. "Why don't you come try?" He taunted and smirked as he uncapped Riptide. He knew mortals would not actually see the sword, but they still saw something dangerous, like a baseball bat or lacrosse stick. Either this kid was smarter than the one in LA or didn't have a switchblade because he backed off. He glanced behind him, and Percy followed his gaze. No wonder they hadn't wanted to give the boy who lived in the box a chance to get out. He was over 6 feet tall with broad, hulking shoulders. He looked like he could easily swat the bullies across the alley. The boys took one look at him and then back at Percy and his bat, and decided to run out back into the New York crowd. Before anyone else could notice him, even with the wizard's protective charms around the area, Percy quickly capped Riptide and returned it to his pocket. Percy heard a funny noise from the direction of the other boy and realized he was crying. "You helped me," he said in between sobs. "You are nice." He blinked in surprise at the tears that were rolling down the brutal-looking, misshapen face. Usually, you didn't see guys that big crying. Like most boys, tears made Percy uncomfortable, so he quickly looked away and instead glanced at the other boy's crooked teeth, XXL plaid flannel shirt with holes, tattered jeans, and large grimy shoes. No wonder the other boys had been picking on him. Percy knew from personal experience that bullies loved to target victims that stood out or seemed different. "Hey, big guy," Percy said in his most friendly and comforting voice while he took a few cautious steps towards him. "It's going to be okay. They're gone now. Who are they anyways?" "Mean kids from school," he sniffled. To Percy's relief, the tears seemed to be slowing down. "Yeah, I've got some of those too," Percy admitted. "What school do you go to?" He hopped that could help give him more details about this guy. "Merriweather College Prep," the other boy answered slowly as if he was sounding out the words, "in 7th grade." The name of the school sounded familiar, and Percy realized that was the school he almost went to before he had found out that he was a wizard. Instead, he just said, "Cool, I'm sort of in 7th grade too, but my school is far away. My name is Percy, by the way." He extended his hand to shake. The other boy's hand completely engulfed Percy's as they shook hands, but thankfully he didn't squeeze too hard. "I am Tyson," he told Percy. Tyson took one look at the box, which had more dents in it now and was leaning towards the side, and started trying to straighten it out. Percy helped where he could until they reached a rip at the front. Tyson frowned. "Oh, it's ripped." Even though he had a sinking suspicion, Percy asked the question anyways, hoping he was wrong. "Tyson, do you sleep in the box?" Tyson blushed, looking embarrassed as he nodded. Percy felt terrible but had to ask anyways. "Parents?" "Gone," he answered with a sniffle. Before Tyson could start crying again, Percy said, "It's okay. I'll help you fix it." Last year, Percy had learned that there were certain supplies a demigod should always travel with: celestial bronze weapons, ambrosia and nectar, golden drachmas, and duct tape. He opened up his duffel bag and fished out his roll. He gave it to Tyson, who immediately beamed and started using it to repair his home. Afterwards, he tried to give it back to Percy, but Percy shook his head and told him, "No, you keep it. I'll get some more later." The big guy looked like Christmas had come early and gave him a hug so tight that he felt like he was apparating again. "You are a good friend," Tyson stated. Percy wasn't sure when he went from complete stranger to friend, but he smiled anyways and gave Tyson a clap on the back. He figured the big guy must not have many friends, and Percy could always use another one. Maybe it was the Christmas spirit, or maybe it was just his impulsiveness, but Percy found himself asking, "Hey, I live a few blocks down, and my mom is baking some cookies. Would you want to come over for a bit?" "Yes," Tyson said and clapped his hands together in excitement. "Sounds fun?" It wasn't until Percy was in front of his apartment door that he realized bringing someone, who was practically a stranger, to his home might not have been the best idea. He glanced at Tyson, who seemed to be fidgeting and looking nervous. What if he was a monster who would try to eat him and his mom? But then again, in Percy's experience, monsters didn't let teenagers beat up on them like that, or cry afterwards. "Do you think your mommy will like me?" Tyson asked, and all of Percy's fear vanished. Tyson was not planning on attacking them. He was afraid he wouldn't be accepted, which was probably how it was for him with his classmates at school. Percy gave him a pat on the arm as he reassured the big guy, "Don't worry, my mom is the nicest person in the whole world. She'll love you." With that, Percy rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened and there was his mom hugging him. "Oh, Percy, I'm so glad you're here. I want to hear about everything you haven't been putting in your letters. Percy hugged her back just as hard as he was enveloped in the familiar smells of chocolate, licorice, and peppermint. Finally, he pulled away and said, "Mom, I want you to meet my new friend Tyson. Some mean boys from his school were picking on him, and he looked like he could use some of your cookies." His mother gasped and then shook her head like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Someone was picking on you?" she asked as if she couldn't believe it. Given his size, Percy understood why his mom was skeptical. "Yes, bullies from Merryweather," Tyson said with a sniff. "You go to Merryweather?" His mom sounded surprised and almost alarmed. Percy almost went there. "Did one of your parents sign you up?" Percy was pretty sure since Tyson was living in a cardboard box that his parents were not exactly in the picture, but then who would have paid for the tuition or filled out the paperwork for a private school? To his surprise, Tyson replied, "My daddy helped. Got Merryweather to take me in as community service project." That surprised Percy. Whose dad let his kid sleep in a cardboard box, but still managed to get them in a fancy private school? It took absent parenting to a whole new level. However, Sally seemed to relax when she heard that. "That's very nice of them," she said as she stepped aside so they could enter the apartment. "I just started making the cookies. Would you like to help?" "Yes. Super nice, Percy's mom," Tyson answered. His mom laughed. "You can call me Sally." Christmas break passed in a blur of Percy's favorite Christmas activities, and for most of them, Tyson was there too. It was like having the little brother he always wanted, even if that little brother was actually bigger than him. They looked at all the lights and shop windows on Fifth Avenue and saw the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. Tyson loved watching the ice skaters and clapped every time one of them did a spin or landed a jump. Percy's favorite part was the hot chocolate. They decorated the apartment and might have gone a bit crazy this year since there wasn't Smelly Gabe around to be a Grinch and crush the Christmas spirit. Tyson was a huge help when it came to putting the star on top of the tree. Of course, they also baked a lot. Percy and his friends had decided to exchange gifts when they returned, since even his albatross Molly would have trouble flying all those presents across the Atlantic. Tyson loved all of it. Percy and his mom tried to talk him into staying over more, but he always said he had to go back to his spot. Finally, after Percy brought his mom to see how bad Tyson's spot was, she asked, "Tyson, why won't you let us help you more? I could tell social services, and they could help you find a better home." Tyson though just shook his head and said, "My mommy said I needed to stay here to learn, and that my daddy could deal with me now. My daddy knows where I am. He sent the Merryweather people. If I move, he might not find me." He looked so wistful that it was hard to argue with him, so neither Percy nor his mom mentioned it again. Even with Tyson hanging out a lot, Percy still had plenty of time to catch up with his mother. He told her everything that had happened over the term, well, almost everything, since he left out anything remotely related to the Chamber of Secrets. She had laughed when he told her the prank he had pulled on Lockhart, something he had left out of his letters just in case, and after everything, she told him how proud she was. "I'm so happy for you, Percy. You've made friends and are doing so well in your classes. Plus, there aren't any monsters for you to worry about. Guess this really is for the best." Percy quickly changed the subject. He did not want his mom to have to worry even more about him, especially since there was nothing she could do about it. Christmas Day was the best one Percy could remember. Tyson came over, and they ate cookies and watched Christmas movies all day. They also opened presents, and to Percy's surprise, Tyson gave him and his mom tiny mechanical horse figurines that he had made. Tyson showed them how to use the crank on the side to wind them up, and the horses, or ponies as Tyson called them, would gallop around a circle and rear up. The best part though was seeing Tyson's big, crooked teeth smile when he opened his presents of new clothes, shoes, and more duct tape. Percy wished it could last forever, but unfortunately, his mom had to return to work for a big after-Christmas candy sale, which left him and Tyson on their own for the last few days of their break. After an incident with the stove and a grilled cheese sandwich that almost started a fire, Percy decided that it might be best if he and Tyson spent some time away from the apartment. Percy knew Tyson hadn't meant to knock the cooking oil over, but he didn't want to risk another accident. Instead, he and Tyson got on a bus and headed to the Bronx Zoo. Tyson had never been to a zoo before, and the Bronx was the best. Besides, Percy needed to test something. Part of him hoped that his friends were wrong, and he wasn't that Parselmouth thing. That maybe it was all just a strange coincidence. Percy had thought that Tyson would like the zoo, but it turned out that Tyson loved the zoo. He dragged Percy from one exhibit to the next, pointing out all the animals. His favorite though were probably the zebras or striped ponies as he had initially called them. Luckily, they stayed far enough away that they didn't give Percy the special son of Poseidon treatment. The sea lions though were a different story. They went crazy as soon as Percy and Tyson reached their enclosure with lots of barking and leaping. All the zoo guests had their cameras out and were taking pictures. Nearby, an extremely confused zoo guide tried to explain the strange behavior to her tour. As you can see, sea lions enjoy the cold weather by staying very active. When one of the sea lions almost cleared the railing trying to get to him, Percy figured they should move on even though Tyson loved all the jumps and flips the sea lions were doing. The zoo guide was definitely looking at him strangely as she reminded the guests to not feed the animals, and knowing his luck, he would get thrown out of the zoo for supposedly feeding the sea lions before he could accomplish what he came here to do. Percy waited until it was close to closing time before he and Tyson went to the world of reptiles since he figured there would be fewer people to watch him try to talk to snakes. They walked past alligators, turtles, and a few cool lizards before entering the python section. Percy had been wearing his glasses most of the day, so that he could finally read all the cool information about the animals without getting a headache. However, he did not need his glasses to see a picture of Apollo slaying the snake monster Python with his bow and arrows. Of course, they would bring up that myth in the Python exhibit at the zoo, although it did seem as if there weren't any pythons actually in Greece. That particular family of snakes had just been named after the mythical monster. Percy shuddered and hoped he would never have to fight that particular monster since it took a god to defeat him. He should probably ask Annabeth and make sure Python wasn't one of those monsters that reformed quickly like Mrs. Dodds. Next to the Python sign, Percy saw a large snake looking at him through its window as it lounged in its small pool. He glanced around, but no one was really around him. Tyson was still at the poisonous frog window admiring all of the bright colors. According to the sign, the snake was a reticulated python. Not sure how this communication ability was supposed to work, Percy concentrated like he had when he talked to horses and thought, "Hello, can you hear me?" at the snake. Nothing happened. Percy glanced around again before focusing back on the snake. This time he actually said the words out loud, "Hello, can you hear me?" The snake blinked as if it was surprised and raised its head up nodding it. "Yes, I can." "Great," Percy muttered sarcastically. "And can many people talk with you?" The snake shook its head. "No, but my brethren whisper of those few who can. I never imagined that I would meet one." The snake stretched up so that it could look Percy in the eye and stuck out its forked tongue. "You smell different too, like water and salt and strength, a top predator just like me." Thanks," Percy replied, not sure what else to say. "Do you like it here?" The snake tilted its head as if to say maybe, "I miss the wild, but I'm comfortable, and there's plenty of food. Plus, it's better than the illegal leather traders that captured and tortured me before I was brought here." Percy's chest tightened in guilt and anger. This was what Grover was fighting against. He wished there was a way that he could do more. He hoped that since the snake was here it meant that those illegal traders had been shut down and brought to justice. All he could tell the snake though was, "Sorry, some humans can be so." Percy tried to think of the word that described what his species did to the world, monstrous. "Mommy, look, that boy is talking to the snake, he's making funny noises." Percy whirled around and saw a little girl pointing at him, but her mother just said, "That's nice dear, but we should really head out. Besides, you know how scary snakes are." When they had gone, Percy looked back at the python who had curled up around himself and seemed to be regarding him thoughtfully. If a snake could look thoughtful. "And yet your kind are the ones afraid of us." Before Percy could respond, Tyson came over and said, "This snake is so pretty." Percy wasn't sure how the snake knew what Tyson had said. Maybe the snake could understand some English or just picked up on Tyson's tone. Either way, the snake winked at Percy and said, "Though I guess not all monsters are bad. Tell him I said thanks though he smells funny too." Before Percy could ask the snake what he meant about Tyson smelling funny and risk Tyson hearing him, a man's voice came over the zoo speakers. "Sorry folks, it's that time of day. Please make your way to the zoo exits. Thank you for visiting the Bronx Zoo." Percy waved goodbye to the snake and headed out the zoo. He and Tyson made it back to help his mom with dinner without any trouble. Percy was surprised that he hadn't been attacked by any monsters while he and Tyson had been out. Usually, his luck wasn't that good. He wondered if even monsters took a break during the holidays. Brawls and books for those of you who might need an extra smile today. As always, thank you all for the amazing support. Chapter 14 Brawls and Books Too Soon. Percy found himself back under the scaffolding on 72nd Street. He had said goodbye to his mom and Tyson, and he had told his friend to stay hidden while he was with the man with the funny clothes. The official from the Magical Congress returned Percy's wand and pointed him towards glittering 2007 New Year's glasses likely left over from the ball drop a few days ago. Based on the wizard's fashion choices, Percy was surprised that he wasn't wearing a pair. As the wizard counted down the last 10 seconds to Percy's departure, Percy glanced at Tyson's box and tried to ignore how much he would miss his mom and the big guy over the next few months. At least Tyson had promised to stop by for dinner at least once a week to visit his mom. A whirlwind ride later, Percy stood in the now familiar portkey room in the Ministry of Magic. "Good to see you in one piece, Jackson," Ernie said with a big grin on his face as he waited by the door with his father. Percy returned his friend's smile, finding the ache in his chest from missing his mom and new friend lessening as he said, "What can I say? Even my dad's family takes a break from all the craziness during the holidays. It's not like they're monsters." Percy knew if Annabeth had heard him say that she would have rolled her eyes. After the normal security scans, Percy left with the McMillans and headed to the atrium. "So how are we getting to your house?" Moore sighed along apparition. Since the Hogwarts Express did not leave until the morning, Percy would be spending the night with Ernie's family. Mr. McMillan shook his head. "No," sighed along apparition, "with two underaged wizards is too risky and likely to get someone hurt. Instead, we are traveling by flow powder." By this point in his interactions with the wizarding world, Percy had learned to just accept all the crazy names and go with the flow, or in this case the flow. After one crazy spin ride through a network of fireplaces, Percy fell out of a fireplace onto a very plush rug. Overall, not as fun as a portkey but not as bad as apparating. He took in the wood floor, cozy yet antique-styled furniture, chandelier, and decorative ceiling as he stood up and wondered if he had gotten out of the wrong fireplace until he saw Ernie with a little girl hugging him and Mrs. McMillan behind them. Ernie's mother smiled at him and said, "Glad you made it without trouble, Percy. The first time using flow powder can be so disorienting. Welcome to the nest." That was when Percy realized that Ernie was the equivalent of wizarding nobility, maybe not to the extent that Malfoy thought his family was, but still Ernie was probably the wizard's version of a lord or something. Besides his occasional pompous attitude and the fact that he had one of the nicer brooms on the market, Percy had no idea that his friend was so well off. Compared to Malfoy, he was downright humble. Ernie quickly introduced Percy to his little sister Annabella before helping him with his bags and leading him up the stairs. "I know it's probably different than what you're used to," Ernie told Percy as they climbed the stairs to Percy's guest room. Percy was surprised that Ernie seemed almost embarrassed of his house. "You probably think it's drafty and old-fashioned and grandiose." Percy thought back to his cozy apartment in New York and realized maybe Ernie had a point. "Yeah, I think my mom's whole apartment could fit in that room with the fireplace." Ernie looked confused for a moment. "But I thought your dad." "Never mind." Clearly Ernie was too polite to ask about the money situation. Percy considered ignoring it, but there was so much that he couldn't tell his friends. At least he could tell his friend this: "My mom doesn't take his money. She's strong like that. And my dad's family, they don't really let people into their houses very often. I actually haven't seen my dad's place, but my uncle's places are." Percy trailed off as he remembered the garden made up of precious gems in Hades' palace, not to mention Olympus. "Very grandiose," he concluded and quickly changed the topic. "But your home is really cool. My friend from camp would love this. She's really into architecture. Are there any secret passages?" "Yeah, I'll show you the hidden stairs," Ernie told him with a grin. The McMillans were excellent hosts, and Percy enjoyed his dinner with them. Instead of eating in the grand dining room, which Ernie said they saved for holidays and his father's work dinners, they ate at a cozy little table in the kitchen. It was strange to have conversations about dragon policy and flying carpets at a family dinner, but Percy learned a lot about what it must be like growing up in a wizard family. To his surprise, Ernie's mother was a Gryffindor and his father was a Ravenclaw. "I just thought you were all in Hufflepuff," Percy admitted. "Aren't families usually in the same house?" "Not necessarily. Ernie explained. Sure, you have some like the Weasleys and the Malfoys, but my family's a mix of all the houses and all the better for it since all the houses have their own strengths. My grandparents were in Hufflepuff though. I'm going to be in Gryffindor in 5 years, Annabella declared. Ernie rolled his eyes. You are far too devious, little sis. You're going to be a Slytherin. Well, at least Slytherin is better than Hufflepuff, she replied and stuck out her tongue at her brother. Auntie Lucy was a Slytherin, and she's so cool. Plus, Merlin was a Slytherin. Percy laughed. The whole exchange was just so normal, except most non-magical siblings did not bring up Merlin in arguments as if he was a real person like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, or Hercules. Though Percy acknowledged that only his family would bring up that last one. Whatever Mr. McMillan did for the Ministry of Magic, he was important enough to reserve a ministry card to take Percy, all 3 McMillans, and the luggage to the train station. Mr. McMillan had mentioned side-along apparition, but Annabella had wanted to come. Ernie had also insisted that Percy needed to experience running through the barrier. Percy wasn't sure what that meant, but he was not complaining as he sat comfortably in the back seat of the old-fashioned green car with Ernie, Annabella, and Mr. and Mrs. McMillan. Instead of dealing with side-along apparition, he figured there must be some kind of magic for all of them to fit in the back, just like how the car seemed able to skip to the front of the traffic lines. Once they arrived at the station, Ernie guided him to the barrier between tracks 9 and 10. The Hogwarts Express always leaves from platform 9 3/4, he informed Percy. To get onto the platform, you just walk straight through the barrier. I'll go first. Percy watched as Ernie walked briskly to the brick divider and vanished. He supposed if this had been his first exposure to magic, it would have been surprising, but Percy had seen a chihuahua turn into the chimera last summer. As he casually walked through a wall with his luggage, he felt like he was finally desensitized to the weird and bizarre. After thanking the McMillans for their kindness, Percy boarded the train and found an empty compartment to give Ernie time to tell his family goodbye. Like their son, the McMillans liked to get to places early, so Percy figured the rest of his friends hadn't arrived yet. He was looking out the window for any sign of them when someone knocked on the compartment door. Jackson, can we talk? A familiar voice asked, though Percy almost didn't recognize it since it only had a trace of its characteristic haughtiness. Percy turned to face the blond boy, and he seemed to shift nervously on his feet with a package in his hands. Sure, Smith. Zacharias hesitantly took a seat across from Percy. It was weird to see the boy without his usual bravado. I had all Christmas break to think about it, Zacharias started, and I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left him. I just thought everyone was being over-paranoid, especially since you said Potter had tried to stop the snake from biting Justin. I just didn't take the threat seriously. Percy was surprised that the other boy seemed genuine, like it had really been bothering him. It's okay, Smith. It wasn't entirely your fault, Percy admitted. I've had some time to think about it too, and the main person to blame is the one who attacked him. Besides, I could have stayed in the common room with him instead. He had wanted to since Justin seemed so scared. But Percy had been so shaken by the Parseltown's discovery that he had needed to talk to Annabeth, and he had known that unexpected free period would likely be his only chance for a while. We all know you. Zacharias snorted, a little bit of the obnoxious facade re-emerging. What's that supposed to mean? Percy remembered what Cedric had said and decided Zacharias could have a taste of his own brutal honesty. It means you might not have our backs in a fight, but you probably won't stab us in the back either. The other boy seemed to deflate. You would never not have a friend's back, would you? If you had been the one to stay with him, you wouldn't have left Justin for any reason, even if it's daft, since you could be a target too between getting on Malfoy's bad side if he's the heir, not to mention your mother being a square. He caught himself even before Percy could glare at him. I mean, not having magic. But then again, maybe Justin was targeted because I antagonized Malfoy, Percy admitted. Zacharias just shook his head and said in an annoyingly sarcastic tone, you can't blame yourself for everything, Jackson. Please leave some for the rest of us. Percy gave him a confused look since that wasn't the response he had been expecting from the other boy. Zacharias shrugged. I always wondered why the Sorting Hat put me in Hufflepuff. I mean, besides the fact that my father was one and claims we are distant descendants of Helga Hufflepuff herself. I thought I'd fit in better with Ravenclaw like my mother or even Slytherin like her father. But maybe I was sorted into Hufflepuff, so I could learn this. The others aren't as brash as you, so thanks, Jackson. They would have tolerated me as I am and not said anything, but I don't think I want to be known as the person who doesn't have his friends' backs anymore. Well, as someone who is hopefully your friend, I'll say thanks in advance for all the back covering, Percy replied with a grin. That familiar smirk returned on Zachariah's face. Now, I didn't say I'd have your back, Jackson. You're crazy and far too reckless and would likely get me killed just for standing in the same room as you. Percy laughed. Fair enough. Zacharias flashed one of those rare true smiles that Percy had only ever seen when he was flying and gave Percy the package he had been holding. Happy late Christmas, Jackson. Percy took the present, but before he opened it, he pulled out a gift bag from his luggage and handed it to Zacharias. Merry late Christmas, Smith. Smith blinked in surprise at the tag. It has my name on it. Yeah, that's another thing about me. I don't give up on my friends either. Unless of course they do stab me in the back, Percy replied. As he opened up his present, it was a book about Quidditch based on the cover that showed a zooming quaffle. Thanks, I'm sure this will help me get ready for next year. Chucking the quaffle is the best chaser strategy book out there, Zacharias explained. I know you don't like reading much, so I found a book that has everything you need to know. You've got good instincts, but this will take you through all of the patterns traditional chasers use that aren't crazy and far too reckless like you. He opened his present from Percy and frowned. Blue cookies. Are you trying to poison me? Just try one, Percy encouraged. At Zachariah's skeptical look, Percy reached out to take back the cookies. Fine. I guess I'll take them back since at least I'll enjoy them. Smith glared at him before snatching a cookie and taking a tentative bite. His eyes widened in surprise, and he reached for another cookie as he finished the first. Merlin, Jackson. What did you put in this to make it so good? He asked in between bites. Ambrosia. It took Percy a moment to realize Zacharias was joking. That growing up in a pure blood family, Smith likely had classical education including Greek mythology. Oh, no Smith, I would only give you ambrosia if I was trying to kill you, he replied with a wink. Soon after Ernie found the compartment with Susan and Hannah in tow. Despite his ADHD, Percy found that the ride to Hogwarts passed quickly, filled with catching up with friends and exchanging late Christmas gifts. However, they all avoided any mention of the Chamber of Secrets. When they sat down for dinner later that evening, the Great Hall was extra loud as friends reconnected and shared the latest gossip. Percy looked towards the Gryffindor table and saw Harry and Ron sitting with the other boys in their year, but no Hermione. He wasn't the only one who noticed her absence, after making her rounds. Hannah sat back at their table towards the end of dessert. Rumor is that Hermione Granger was attacked over Christmas break. That's why she's not here, Hannah whispered to their group. A sinking sensation filled Percy's gut. Bavarti Poddle said that there was no trace of her in their dorm room, and Cho Chang said the library was completely empty when she went to check out a book before dinner. Well, if that's true, Ernie whispered back, it definitely narrows down the suspect pool for the heir of Slytherin. Maybe it really was Malfoy all this time. Percy was about to march over to Harry and Ron and get some answers, but he felt like someone was watching him. He glanced to the staff table and met Dumbledore's eyes, and a few seats down Snape was also glowering at him. He'd have to wait and intercept Harry and Ron later. He didn't want Dumbledore or Snape to think he was up to something with the Gryffindors, especially since he had no idea what had happened with the Polyjuice potion. I'll talk to Harry and Ron after dinner, Percy told his friends. And I'll find out if they learned anything about Malfoy. Percy waited a few more minutes before he left the Great Hall and headed up the stairs to the second level, hoping to intercept Harry and Ron as they climbed up to whichever tower the Gryffindor common room was located. Percy only had to wait a little bit before he saw them coming towards him. He caught their eye and motioned his head to Myrtle's bathroom. As soon as Harry and Ron got to the chipped sink, Percy asked, "Is Hermione okay? Please tell me she wasn't attacked." "No," Harry answered, "she wasn't attacked." Ron grinned as he said, "She's in the hospital wing getting whiskered." Ron laughed as he added, "Sorry, it gets me every time I say that." "What?" Percy asked. Harry and Ron took turns explaining what had happened with Hermione mistaking a cat hair for Millicent Bulstrode's. "Unfortunately, I think your potion was like extra-strength polyjuice," Ron informed him. "It gave us an extra 60 minutes to find the Slytherin common room and question Malfoy, but it also made it worse for Hermione since polyjuice isn't supposed to be used for animal transformations, So she's extra stuck, though Madame Pomfrey is pretty sure she'll be back to normal in a few more weeks. Percy sighed. Well, at least she wasn't attacked, though I'm sorry she's extra stuck. I didn't know that was a possibility. Maybe next time I'll try and force the potion to limit the side effects. It's okay, mate, Ron reassured him. We don't blame you. Percy glanced at Harry as he said, well, that's a first. Harry looked a little embarrassed as he apologized. Look, Jackson, I'm sorry I said those things. Now that I had time to think about it, of course you wouldn't have had anything to do with the attack on Finch Fletchley. You were accusing me, and I just sort of lashed out. Percy accepted the other boy's apology with a nod and added his own, and I'm sorry for accusing you too. Though you have to admit, he said with a smirk, the circumstances were very suspicious. What made you change your mind? Harry asked like he genuinely wanted to know. If it convinced you, maybe it could convince the rest of the school. Percy shrugged. Well, when Hagrid said he was with you literally right before, I figured you couldn't have been setting a beastie on Justin and talking to Hagrid at the same time, and I don't think you would then be dumb enough to go and stand over Justin if you had. Plus, Dumbledore didn't think it was you either. Not to mention, based on all my interactions with you, you don't seem like someone who would do that, but you might have worse luck than even me. When it comes to the fates or universe or whatever wanting to give you a hard time. Yeah, Ron said, shaking his head while smirking, I don't think that will convince anyone. Harry's not the heir of Slytherin because he just has the rottenest luck. Percy laughed. Probably not, he agreed. I'm still working on the Hufflepuffs. I think I do have some of them convinced that it is Malfoy, though a confession from him would definitely help. Were you able to get one? Ron and Harry shared a look before Harry said, it's not Malfoy, and he has no clue who it is. Great, Percy muttered. All that work for nothing. We did find out that the chamber was opened 60 years ago and that a Muggle-born died that time, Harry told him. Plus, the person responsible was expelled and sent to that wizard prison. It's not what we had hoped, but it's still something. Percy tried to quickly do the math. Based on his estimate, there was a good chance that the last demigod wizards were finishing up at Hogwarts around 60 years ago, assuming the gods didn't kill them all or force them to leave the school after Grindelwald's defeat. Maybe the monster was connected to his family somehow and his demigod smell had awakened the monster. Although, that didn't explain the bloody writing on the wall. We also learned where Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, keeps all of his dark arts stuff in a secret room. I sent an owl to my dad, Ron told him. He's been trying to prove that Malfoy lied about unwillingly supporting you-know-who for years. Malfoy's dad was one of those Death Eater people? Percy asked. Yeah, Ron answered, only he was able to go free because he claimed he was bewitched. Percy grimaced. He hated how the rich and powerful got away with everything, like the bullies at his old schools. Not that the gods were any better. They had done some terrible things in the past and got away with it because they were gods. Percy forced that thought from his head. That sort of thinking sounded a lot like Luke, though Percy had to admit that he wasn't exactly wrong about how the gods behaved. Luke was just wrong with what he decided to do about it. That explains a lot, he stated. No wonder he hates your guts, Harry. Actually, he tried to be my friend initially, Harry admitted. But I could tell right away that he was a slimy git. Ron smirked. And then Scabbers, at Percy's confused look, Ron added, my rat, bit Goyle when he tried to steal our candy, and they ran out of our compartment on the Hogwarts Express. I wish I could have seen that, Percy said with a laugh. Might be worth carrying a rat around if it will bite annoying Slytherins. A few weeks into term, Percy found himself wishing he had a rat for just that purpose. He was in the library retrieving a book to help him and his friends with their potions homework when he heard a familiar, annoying voice whisper. Locomotor. He instinctively lifted the book as he would a shield as his attacker finished the spell. Mortis. The curse hit the book and ripped the cover off, causing it to literally start screaming. Percy pulled out his wand to retaliate, but before he could, a woman screeched, "What do you think you are doing?" Madame Pants stormed towards him looking more murderous than even Mrs. Dodds. Dueling in the library. Damaging books. I see you too, Mr. Malfoy. I highly doubt Mr. Jackson managed to blast the book himself while he was holding it. Both of you come here. Percy picked up the cover as he walked towards the librarian, doing his best to look innocent. But, Malfoy started to say before Madame Pants cut him off. But nothing, Mr. Malfoy. Do you think I am an imbecile? I know you fired a jinx at Mr. Jackson. There's no one else around and certainly no one else quickly trying to shove their wands into their robes. Detention. Tonight 7 p.m. and for the next 3 Wednesdays as well. Plus, banishment from the library for the rest of term. Percy couldn't help it. He smirked at Malfoy. For once, it looked like the Slytherin wouldn't be able to weasel his way out of this one. Stop smirking, Mr. Jackson, Pants demanded. You have consequences for your actions as well. You are banned from the library for your mistreatment of books until spring break. Now, it was Malfoy's turn to smirk. Percy was stunned. It was completely unfair. I didn't do anything wrong. He attacked me. What was I supposed to do? Just let his jinx hit me. The librarian gave him a look that said, better you than one of her precious books. Usually at any other school, Percy would not have minded this particular punishment. However, now he needed the library to keep doing well in his classes, or he'd risk Hecate's wrath, not to mention that he had not had the chance yet to look for magical snake monsters that could be the horror within the Chamber of Secrets. He couldn't believe he was saying it, but he asked, can't I just have a detention too and still be able to use the library? Madame Pants glared at him as she took the damaged book from his hands. No, Mr. Jackson. My banishment stands. Clearly, you do not respect the books. Hopefully by spring break you will learn that books are not shields. Under Madame Pants's watchful gaze, Percy gave his friends a brief explanation of what had happened as he gathered up his belongings. Something in his chest tightened at his friends' outrage on his behalf. All of them, even Zacharias, who had come over from his usual spot with the Ravenclaws to see what was going on, had promised to help him with his school work so his grades wouldn't slip. They all wanted to storm out of the library with him, but Percy pointed out that they should get as many books as they could before returning to the common room to do the work together. It's okay, guys. I'll meet you in the common room in a half hour, and we can do this potions essay there, Percy reassured them. The real problem though was that he couldn't ask them to look up snake monsters. He trusted his new friends, but Annabeth was right. If anyone else put together that the monster was a snake, both Harry and Percy would be the biggest suspects. If Dumbledore found out, he might expel either of them. Out, Mr. Jackson, Pants demanded. Okay, Percy said, I'm going. His friends shared a worried look that made Percy wonder if they had been talking about him while he had been getting the book. He was about to ask his friends what was wrong, when Hannah said, please, wait for me outside the door, Percy. I'll go with you while the others get the materiel. They were worried he might get attacked, and as he thought about it, he realized he hadn't truly been alone since he returned. He always had one of his friends with him. No doubt after they had lost Justin, they were extra worried about him. He knew his friends only did it because they cared about him, but it didn't stop the suffocating feeling in Percy's chest. Maybe it made him a bad friend to not wait for Hannah and make his friends worry, but at the moment, he just needed some space. Besides, he hoped the monster would come after him. He was so angry, he wanted to punch something. Since he couldn't punch the slimy git that caused this, he'd settle for a monster. At least he could decapitate that. If only he could go to the forest to take out Riptide and let off some steam, but that would have to wait until later that night. Instead, he found himself heading to Myrtle's bathroom. Percy didn't see or hear Myrtle when he entered the bathroom, but just to be sure he called out, Hi Myrtle, just wanted to let you know I'm talking to my friend. If you feel up to it, we can catch up. Afterwards, he heard a gurgle from one of the toilets as confirmation and knew he'd have to watch what he said to Annabeth. When Annabeth appeared in the mist, Percy immediately realized his mistake. He had been so angry and wanted to talk to Annabeth about another way to figure out the monster without the library that he had forgotten there was a time difference again, especially since he had last eyed her when he was in New York. Annabeth seemed to be sitting in a busy cafeteria based on the noise Percy heard. Luckily though, she was the only one at her corner table by the window. She hadn't noticed him yet because she was reading a book while taking bites from her sandwich. As Percy watched her, Percy realized for the first time that he had never considered what mortal school would be like for Annabeth. If he had, he probably would have assumed that she would be popular. After all, she was Annabeth, extremely smart and good at practically anything she put her mind to. It wasn't until he saw her eating lunch all alone with only a book for company that he realized she might be lonely. Sure, no bully with even a single brain cell or a shred of self-preservation would ever try to bully Annabeth, at least not in the way they had Percy, Grover, or Tyson, but that didn't mean she'd necessarily have friends. He imagined that between Annabeth's intelligence, need to be the best at everything, and overall unnerving intensity, most mortals would be intimidated by her. Before Percy could swipe through the mist to end the connection, Annabeth looked up from her book and saw him. "Percy, what are you doing?" she hissed. "Sorry, I forgot you'd be in school. I'll call back later," he told her. Annabeth glanced around her and before Percy could disconnect, she asked, "Is everything okay? I don't think anyone's looking my way, so you have a few minutes." Percy quickly explained what had happened in the library. When he finished, Annabeth was frowning at him. "What?" Percy asked. "Don't chew me out too for damaging a book." Annabeth sighed. "Just remember, Percy, that any spell your classmates use probably won't kill you, not like our world. Couldn't you have just let it hit you and then do the counter curse?" Now Percy was frowning. He hated how Annabeth's suggestions always seemed better than what he had done. It was annoying. "At least I didn't flip the bookshelf on top of him. That's what I really wanted to do," he said. "Now, are you going to keep telling me what I should have done or help me figure out how I can look up snake species without the library? I might have to tell someone, so they can look for me." Annabeth twirled her hair as she thought. Then she got a familiar glint in her eye, which always meant she had an idea. Before she could tell him though, a panicked expression flashed across her face. "Someone's coming." Percy quickly waved his hand across the mist, disconnecting the message. He glared at his reflection in the cracked mirror, feeling even more annoyed. It could be a month before he got a chance to speak to Annabeth again, especially if his friends kept being overprotective. He was about to keep his promise to Myrtle when he heard the door creak open. Quickly, he dove into the nearest stall. He held his breath as he listened closely, hoping it wasn't Filch. A different stall door creaked open. He heard a splash, and then whoever it was ran out of the bathroom. Percy waited a few seconds before opening his stall door, but there was no sign of the person. He was about to leave and see if he saw someone in the hallway, but then a toilet exploded and for once, it wasn't Percy. Percy had never been more grateful for his water resistance as toilet water flooded the bathroom along with Myrtle's sobs. "Myrtle, are you okay? What happened?" he asked. Myrtle floated through the stall door, translucent tears rolling down her face as she wailed, "Someone threw a book at me." "What?" Percy asked, wondering if he had misheard her. "I was just sitting in the U-bend thinking about death and waiting for you to finish talking to that Annie girl," she hiccuped, clearly enjoying telling her story. "And a book fell right through the top of my head. It's right there." She pointed at a small black book with the same distaste Percy had given Medusa's severed head. Percy picked up the little soggy book. It looked like a small diary or journal, like one of the books his mother used to jot down ideas for her book. All he could make out on the cover was a faint year that told him the book was 60 years old. He opened it up and saw what looked like a name inked on the first page. It took him a while to make out the letters in the dark without his glasses, but he finally deciphered T.M. Riddle. He quickly skimmed through the rest. The book was completely blank. "Did you see who threw this, Myrtle?" "No," she cried even harder before diving back in the toilet, causing even more water to pour out on the floor. Sighing, Percy looked around at the mess. He was standing in the only dry spot in the bathroom. Not wanting to draw any more attention to his secret I am spot, especially from Filch, Percy decided it would be best to clean it up himself. He closed his eyes and willed the water to flow down the sink drains before it could flood the whole second floor. Percy felt a familiar tugging in his gut, and when he opened his eyes, the water was quickly vanishing down the sinks. Glancing at the strange book again, Percy decided to take it with him. In his experience, people didn't try to flush useless books down the toilet, particularly in out-of-order bathrooms. No, people only did that when they were trying to hide something. He also didn't think it was a coincidence that this book was bought the same year that the Chamber of Secrets was opened last time. After the year, he didn't believe in coincidences anymore. Maybe his friends would have a better idea on how to reveal this book's secrets. Besides, he needed to get back to them before they panicked and sent out a search party.